Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Looking into the end zone, there's the fade to McLaurin, and he's got it easily. Touchdown, Washington. Just a perfect throw by Mariota over the top of Deron Bland for the Washington touchdown with 2 seconds left.
And with that, we finish up the Dallas Cowboys regular season, and now the real fun or excruciating agony can begin. Good morning, Metroplex. This is your home of the Cowboys, as you heard with the great coverage from Brian Broaddus and Zach Wolchuk in the official postgame show on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. Full morning team is here. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell. We got Pay in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 23-19. This thing is over at 7 and 10.
Yeah, a little disappointed that it's over. I like to drag on pain for as long as I possibly can.
You'll get to drag it on the next 11 days.
Got about 12 more days to drag this thing on, or week or whatever. But yeah, thankfully, We don't have to watch this anymore. Either bad quarterback play or meaningless football. I think those are the two worst kinds of football. Bad quarterback play being one. And I don't think we necessarily had bad quarterback play throughout the course of the year for a lot of it. Cooper Rush played fine. But meaningless football is very difficult to get through.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was awful, and there is no relief. There is no exhale to the season being over because it's not over. And we're sitting here going, are you going to run it back again? Or are you going to do this again? Are you going to basically say, well, I mean, we can adjust a thing here or there and all of a sudden go from 7-10 to being legitimate Super Bowl contenders? Because the answer is no, you can't. You need to overhaul something. And so now we just sit here and go, how comfortable are you with actually turning this thing into a contender? And if you don't make the moves necessary, then you're not comfortable at all.
Jerry spoke for 23 minutes after the game. I want to give props to the DFW media. I mean, they brought the hammers out. It was incredible. Great job by everyone in that scrum, from are you still going to be general manager to are you keeping him? What does the hay in the barn mean? All these different things. And Jerry suggested, again, none of us know what the English language mean. At least Jerry's Webster. None of us have a clue. All in does not mean I'm pushing all my chips to the middle of the table. And apparently hay in the barn does not mean that they already made their decision on Mike McCarthy and that yesterday was not going to have any input on that call. As Jerry Jones told the reporters in re-explaining his vocabulary.
Well, the point is that all that I'm going to look at, I was answering the question, and that was, does the outcome of this game really impact his future? And I said no. All of the things I'll consider are hays in the barn.
Hays in the barn. So all the information has been gathered. That is the Jerryism for what hay in the barn. Right. All the information has been gathered doesn't necessarily mean we've made a decision on it, as he tried to backtrack to go ahead and just keep the torch lit and keep this thing alive for the drama to play out.
Who's the announcer that says the hay's in the barn? Is that the Rams announcer? Ravens.
Jerry Sandusky.
The Ravens. Well,
how could you forget?
Got to change that name there, pal. He says that when the team, basically when the game is over. When the moment that it is clear that they're going to win, that they're going to be able to kneel it down, and the game's over. That's what hay in the barn means.
But you know what the scary reality is? Maybe, Bobby, they haven't made up their mind. That's the scary reality of what I took from that yesterday. Again, Jerry wants to keep it alive. It's about, selling headlines. It's not about winning games first. It's being on First Take and the topic for the next few weeks here. The Cowboys are the number one draft pick, where they probably know what they're going to do, but they want to suck every single second and minute of coverage out of the media until the pick is announced. You don't come on and be the who made announcements yesterday? The Miami Dolphins, the Indianapolis Colts, right there after the game, the New England Patriots firing Gerard Mayo. They do not believe in coming out and saying, for stability's sake, for getting ahead of everyone else in their interviews, here's our decision, here's the news, we've had weeks to think about it, we're eliminated. No, the hay's in the barn, that doesn't mean that we've necessarily decided.
The best way to drag it out a little bit more and the best way to get some more pub on there? Jerry, just go ahead and pop on with us tomorrow at 8:30. You could do that. You could do one more hit, and that'll help really drag it out.
Well, if Cowboys PR keeps feeding him stuff like yesterday, he'll just call in unannounced.
Nick Harris yesterday had a tweet where he said, after today, the question isn't if Jerry Jones brings back McCarthy, it's how. And I think that's it does sound more like he's trying to figure out, how do I make this work? How do I do this? How do I justify this? Like it sounded like somebody who wanted to, but he's got to make sure, does the money work on my side? Does this work? Does that work? Do I get things exactly the way I want? Because if it's not on my terms, if I don't get it the way I want, then he can go.
Well, RJ, I'm going to turn this over to you, and you can put on your Jerry hat and try to explain this. Jane Slater hit us up yesterday, sent the audio to Bobby and I, and she goes, can you listen to this just to make sure I heard this correctly? Because Jane tweeted something about incentives. Not incentives for Mike Evans. Not incentives for Cooper Rush. Incentives for the next head coach of your team?
Well, but that's I wouldn't want a coach here that
No.
be somebody.
Sorry, cut 13, Pepe. Go ahead.
Well, anything is possible, and because of contract status, and most of the fans that I have, most of the fans want everybody to be on the incentive plan. Everybody wants it to be on the incentive plan, and so the more you can have the incentive plan, to me, the better you've got the way sports is aligned with sports and a goal of having accomplishment, and you align that with the financial end of it. For instance, I might say, look, I'm going to pay you this much, but then I'll pay you not anymore, and I know you want twice that. But if you get to the playoffs or you win a Super Bowl, I'll give you 5 times that.
What?
What? This is why Mike Tannenbaum said what he said that you posted the other day.
New Year's resolutions. What should every team's
Yeah.
New Year's resolution be? Mike Tannenbaum, former GM, said, "Stop doing radio."
He just gets him. He just starts going. He goes down a path, and I do this. I do this a lot because I have to mention the family. All right, so I go down a path.
R.I.P.
It's
Chelsea.
very early. Come on.
It is. Say it's this
And
is
his
how you
death
breathe.
or the show?
The both.
You go down a path, and then you realize I don't really know where the hell I'm going with this. Okay, and then you got to kind of take a detour, and then you go, oh wait, I got an idea. This is going to sound great. This sounds great in my head, and then you put it in words. It doesn't sound so good anymore. I don't think this means that he's going to.
Is he going to go to Mike McCarthy and say, "Look, here's $2 million"? No, seriously.
Yeah, I know, right?
Here's $3 million. If you win the NFC East, it's another $1 million. For every playoff game, you get $500,000. If you win the Super Bowl, you get $5 million. Is
Don't
that
tell
what
me
he's?
what I'm saying.
That's not. Is that not what he's saying?
I don't think he means. I don't think we're supposed to take that literally. I think that yes, he is going to give him an incentive based deal. Like, I mean, if Mike makes $5 million this year, he'll make $5 million again. But the incentive also is probably short term. It doesn't have to be like it could be just a short term thing again.
Give me an example of what that incentive could even mean.
Here's your $5 million. If you win the Super Bowl, you get an extra 10.
Yeah, because I don't think that exists in any other contract in the NFL. Not
For
that
a
I could
coach.
find for a coach.
No, I know, but like Mike doesn't make $18 million anyway, right? Like he's making what $6 million a year.
It comes
No, he's
across.
making 5, 4.5 or 5.
5.
It
is
comes
still,
across as cheap. It comes.
I mean, they are cheap when it comes to the coaches.
It comes across as every year he tries to give the fan base a little something that he thinks is going to appease you. That's why he went with that little fan angle there. The fans really want incentives. You got to work for it. So rather than blow out the coach, rather than get a new staff, I'm going to make you scrap. I'm going to make you earn it. See, really, is that what he's trying to play to with the fan base to make them somewhat happy if McCarthy returns? Oh, we don't care. We don't care that Mike McCarthy, if he makes $1 million, $2 million, it can get to $8 million if they win some playoff games for the incentive. That doesn't hit with me.
This is going to be. The way Jerry was talking yesterday, I don't think he's prepared for what feedback will be if he brings McCarthy back. I don't think he has any clue what this is going to look like. And for somebody who's usually pretty good at judging blowback,
How could they not? They listen, they monitor, they read, they gather headlines, they gather tweets. How could they not?
Because I think there's still it's like when you're in anything yourself. When you're in anything yourself, you can take certain feedback or have certain understandings, but the reality is like you're going to be blinded to certain things. I think there is a blind spot here in terms of, well, we finished the season hard. I saw this, I saw that. Whereas this, by the way, the only other contract I can find here that has any other incentives in it that I've ever found was Matt Rule. Okay, so you want to follow David Tepper model? That's what we're leaning into is what Tepper does.
What was it?
It was he had $60 million over 7 years. He could have earned as much as 70, but they didn't specify what the incentives were.
Yeah.
But he could have earned as much as 10 million more on his contract if he did that. Nobody cares about that. They want to win. And they don't want like a carrot bouncing in front of McCarthy's face to win. Just hire somebody who's going to win games for you.
Now you have this. By the way, Todd Archer, who was a part of that scrum, will join us live at 7:20 this morning, the great Cowboys insider. Can Mike interview somewhere else? If you're not committing to him today, if you're not going to commit, if you're going to drag this out to January 14th, will you allow Mike to go talk to other teams?
Well, but that's I wouldn't want a coach here that won't be someplace else.
Would you let any other team talk to him before you make a decision on him? Would you grant permission?
Again, I'm not even for sure that where we are with the technical, what you can do and what you can't do. I think that before you can talk to a coach, you're supposed to know officially, is he still under contract or not? And the facts are he's under contract.
So Jerry's like, he can't go talk to anyone until January 15th anyway.
Right. So Archer clarified this, is that they can grant permission beginning Wednesday. They can't grant it before then. So these next 3 days are his own. But he can grant permission. He can decline or grant permission however he wants starting Wednesday.
So this is what they would call like an exclusive negotiating window.
His contract technically runs out, next Tuesday or next Wednesday or whatever it is. When that runs out, then he can no longer block it. But he's got a week there where he can block things. These first 3 days, nobody can even request it.
How ridiculous is that thought and sentiment? Was that like a threat? Was that a little like, minor veiled threat?
It feels a little like negotiating leverage. Like, all right, go. I won't block it. You show me if you want to go interview, though.
Right?
Yeah. Insane.
Hey, so he's just supposed to sit back and heel and beg for a treat and wait for Jerry to make his decision without talking to the Bears, the Saints, or whoever else. Are you kidding me?
They operate on their own schedule, their own way, and
that's why we're 30 years deep. 30 years dry.
Yep.
Yeah, 30 years. That's a great point. Jerry talked yesterday, and we'll play all this, I'm sure, throughout the day. But Jerry talked yesterday about how he's going to be the GM or whatever else. If he got put on an incentive-based contract, would Jerry still be here as GM based on incentives?
Well, he would on regular season wins. He probably would on a playoff berth.
No.
And then that's where it would end.
That's about where it ends. Yep.
Double-digit wins. You get to 10 wins. Playoffs, maybe NFC East. Yeah, he'd hit about 3 of the 6 escalators. Yeah, he would.
What a mess.
It is a mess. I feel so bad for the Metroplex. Totally held hostage. 23 minutes of explaining it afterwards as well. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. And then he went and suggested that this year, not winning 4 out of 5, not Cooper Rush's play, not McCarthy with a backup, this year should not factor in to deciding on Mike. He said that for the year. He's like, well, I almost feel like you have to throw this year out. Is that good or bad for Mike?
Great. It's great for Mike. Because at the end of last year, you decided he should come back. So if you're saying we're resetting this whole year, then that means you think he should come back. This is what it sounds like to me. If you're going to say this year doesn't count, well, you already had this decision with Belichick on the market last year and said, nope, I want Mike.
Mike McCarthy, final lasting image, a humongous coaching mistake. I'm happy about it for Team Tank. Bobby's head is happy about it for Bobby Baldness. Star up, star down. The final one of the Cowboys regular season, brought to you by Crown Royal, is next on 105.3 The Fan.
But, gentlemen, let's get you over to BlueChew.com. BlueChew.com. You are absolutely going to want to get in on this. Why? ED.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
To setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3233 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Okay, now I do think you go for it here. You don't kick the field goal with the field position and all that, but I would love if the game was a little bit different.
I mean, this is a healthy yard.
Excuse me. Let's see if the Cowboys let this thing run down and then take a timeout and bring him out. Aubrey.
1 second to snap. Look at that. They took a delay of game.
Play game.
Oh.
Offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Okay, well, he must have been the punt unit he was bringing up over there, John Fossil.
That's so interesting.
It's more than interesting, Brad. Just say it. Just say what you may have probably been saying off mic. Star up, star down here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby as the Cowboys thankfully lose and fall to 7-10. I will tell you where they're picking coming up here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. And shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Hopefully you are staying warm and you did winterize. What the heck was that? 4th and 1, basically midfield. Washington 47-yard line with 3:25 left. Take a delay of game penalty to go ahead and punt the ball back to Marcus Mariota for the game-winning score.
It's the decision of a coach who believes he's staying already, I guess. Like, what do you do? What do you do? Or who genuinely took it to mean this game meant nothing to
Broadus was
your future.
Dumbfounded in the post, as he should be.
There's no justification for it, unless you are just saying, I'm back next year and I want a better draft pick. Or if you say they're really not going to make the decision based off this. It is such a Jason. You remember Jason Garrett in Houston? It was 2018. They went to overtime against Houston. They had a 4th and 1. They decided to punt it. And then Houston goes down the field, scores, and wins that game in overtime. And Jason Garrett in postgame gets asked, they say, you didn't go for it on 4th and 1? And he replied, well, it was a long one. And everybody's just like, are you kidding me? That's what you instead of just justifying it, you go like, well, it was really 2. Like, it felt very much like that Jason Garrett, ultra-conservative, ultra-tight. Well, I mean, it's a long one. It's not just 1. It's 4th and almost 2. And that's a different question.
Lance's legs out there. You have Hunter Lipke, who had gotten some run. You had, I thought, a nice day on the ground, whether it be Rico or Deuce Vaughn.
You also have nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah. Look, the thought process, I understand. I just disagree with it in general. The thought process is against a bad quarterback, you play the field position game. Against a good, if you're playing Mahomes, you go for it. You don't want to give him the ball back. Against a bad quarterback, you're like, make him go 90 yards. They'll never do it. I get that. In that situation, though.
But again, flow of the game, I have to point out, Marcus Mariota played better than Jaden Daniels.
They had not stopped Mariota.
Absolutely.
And Mariota was the reason they won.
1,000%. Yeah, this is a classic odds thing that like the analytics department says, like, look, if against a bad quarterback, play the field position game. Don't be risky. Against a good quarterback, you actually want to be risky. You don't care if you give Mahomes the ball at the 50. He can score for the 50 or the 20. Make a guy like Mariota beat you from 80 yards. I get that. But you have nothing to lose, A. You've got a mobile quarterback. You could get it. It's a yard. It's at midfield. And
I would also like to
there's no reason not to.
I would also like to go back, and we got the perfect show for it. You guys are, book report, research studs. I'd like to see the percentage of 3-minute drives at the end of games, because I feel like it has definitely gone up in terms of effectiveness with the prevent defense that allow you to get in the range. I remember, for years you've been saying, you just have to assume you can go ahead and get the ball back with a minute left. Certain things are overrated. The defense is going to go ahead and back up. They're going to give you space. I would be curious this year, the final 3-minute drives, to see whether they have a higher effectiveness rate compared to years past, because it feels like it has. But it dumbfounding. It makes no sense. I'm happy Mike did it because it led to a loss and a better draft pick, but that was dumb.
Had they won that game, they would have gone to the 15th pick.
Oh.
So now they're at what, 12?
12, which there's a lot of people who think there's about 12 first-round grades this year in the draft. So, I mean, you might be right on the edge of that. Here's the other thing. I think there's a good chance that they looked at this and said 4th and 1. We should just punt it because Jake Ferguson's probably going to get penalized anyway if he's on the field.
Let's take it to Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, proud whiskey sponsor of the NFL. It was a fitting final interview we had with Jerry Jones on Tuesday with the phone issues, and this was a fitting final game for Jake Ferguson's season.
What a just disappointing year from Jake Ferguson. And I get a lot of this was thrown off by
3 penalties.
The quarterback that he had such a good chemistry with ended up going down. Okay, and if you look, the numbers definitely, nobody was probably impacted more by Dak going down than Ferguson. His numbers just plummeted when the backup quarterbacks came in. He doesn't have the same sort of...
Yeah, but if anything, right, that number one safety valve for your backup quarterback should always and still be the tight end.
You would normally think so. It's bizarre how much his targets seem to go. I mean, yesterday, he got his first catch in like the third quarter, and a couple weeks ago it was against Philly. It was like the third quarter, and so he does not have that same sort of chemistry with them. But he was bad in this one, and he had those 3 penalties. It felt like 8, and there was did you see on the third penalty, Lunda Wells, the tight end coach, who never is seen just barking at guys, is all in Jake Ferguson's ear, and when Hanson Yang, one of the Cowboys' assistant athletic trainers, comes over and tries to give him a water bottle, you see Ferguson like swipe his arm out of it, like, get that out of my face. I don't want that. And so Ferguson did not seem locked in yesterday. That seemed like a distracted football player. So he definitely gets a star down, not only for this game, but probably for this season.
Yes.
He just was not good enough this season.
11 penalties in all, by the way, for 86 yards, 5 false starts as a team. Perfect ending for McCarthy to the regular season. May not be the end for McCarthy. Chop, where are you going on Trey Lance?
I'm going to go a general star up. There were some things that were very Trey Lancey, but I mean, at the end of the day, he made some throws that looked like he could not have made those in the preseason. Most of those were early in the game, and they figured
nice
them out.
Opening drive.
Very nice opening drive. Used his legs a little bit, semi-effectively. Then there was like the red zone passes were just that one that he threw in the dirt. I mean, he had
that would have been his first touchdown pass in 3 years.
It was he had Dowdle wide open, and he underthrew him by about 11 feet. But I think generally, I was more pleased than displeased with Trey.
I agree with you. I wouldn't give a star up. I would probably just leave it incomplete. But a lot of this is different, different, fun. What does he have? You could definitely see the arm strength. Like, he makes some throws where it's like, okay, Cooper Rush is not capable of that. And then you see him going high and sailing the ball out of bounds and not even giving guys a chance. You saw it all pretty much together yesterday.
Look, we saw this in camp. We saw this in the preseason. Like, he looks the part. Like, he's one of those guys. He's tall. He's got good frame. Ball leaves his hands well. He doesn't know where the hell it's going. I mean, so like generally, I was like, all right, I was more happy than unhappy with Trey. It's a lot of work. He's got a lot of work to go.
Most first quarter yards of his career. Of course, we broke the news here on the show that he would go ahead and be getting the start.
I saw that wink emoji on Friday. I knew what that meant. I had an understanding.
What'd you think of Lance?
It was fine. I think a lot of this gets skewed.
You were expecting worse, probably, right?
Yeah. I mean, I expected him to turn the ball over. So I mean, it was better in that sense. First drive, he hits a couple of throws that pick him up some chunk yardage. They move down the field. I think outside of that first drive, when he steps out there and does a couple different things outside the pocket, it looked remarkably similar to what you would expect from Trey Lance. Other than, like I said, turnovers weren't there, but skipping throws, sailing throws, just the ball it's never accurate with him. Even when he hits guys, it's almost never accurate. Broadus brought it up in the post game, and I think it was a good way to say it. It's like he doesn't know who he's throwing to. He doesn't know. All right, Cooks, you're 3 inches shorter than the last guy I threw it to. It's like he has no ability to measure things and tailor them for whoever he's throwing the ball to.
Trey on how he prepared and when he found out he was starting.
Yeah, I think, as a backup quarterback life, you prepare the way like you're going to play. I found out pretty early in the week, but yeah, obviously was excited for the opportunity.
Cowboy fans are not buying this next response at all. I thought it was just more questioning of Jerry Jones as the general manager. No, Tolos are like, don't buy that. Don't let him off the hook for incompetence. Pat Doney asked Jerry the big question. Did Cooper Rush's bonus, by the way, this got lowered from a $500,000 bonus to $250K if Cooper Rush basically played this entire game. Did Cooper Rush's bonus play a factor here, make you look cheap, and cause you to start and play Trey?
I didn't even know about it. I didn't even know about it until I read about it. So nothing at all. Those incentives are in there for the team. And we put them in there so that if someone is, in his case, as a backup quarterback, has to play, they've got the financial incentives, but they're usually put in there because of people representing him, and they should be. So he did really earn some pretty serious incentives this year.
My first reaction is that's kind of incompetent. You don't know. I didn't listen to all of KMC with Jerry on Friday. I don't know if they brought it up to him. We brought it up to McCarthy on Friday. Yeah. Like, how do you deal with the incentives?
I have no idea. Never heard of those.
Everyone knew about Mike Evans' incentives, but Tolos are not buying it. They're like, no, Cooper Rush was done dirty. This was messed up. This was screwed up. How do you feel about that? Because you're always a big guy of, all right, you're sending messages to players around the rest of the league. If there's going to be a tipping point in a decision, the Cowboys may keep you off the field to keep the money.
Look, I don't buy that he didn't know about it until he was told about it. Like, I'm sorry.
He read about it.
I do buy that he may not have known about it. Like, he doesn't, go and look at everybody's contract every week, right? But somebody, his
I would
agent,
think
whatever.
someone handed a sheet. Twitter made a sheet of the incentives for the week.
When was this written about? Thursday? Something like that?
Earlier, maybe.
I don't buy that this wasn't discussed before Thursday.
Do you think that Trey played because of this? Did the Cowboys just want to keep the $250K?
I'm sure it.
I told you though that they had an out. I told you
they have an out.
They had an, and I don't care. By the way, it makes it better that it's $250K than $500K. But if anything, I'm mad that Trey Lance didn't play more before this.
No, I don't. I don't, because
you don't what?
I don't think it's the reason he didn't play ultimately, because, like I say, 45% of the snaps got him $250,000. They wanted to be really cheap over $250,000. Play Trey. That nobody would have cared if they said we're playing Trey Lance the rest of the way. So to me, I don't think it was ultimately the reason. Do I think they had an awareness of it more than they're claiming? Yes. Do I think that it's the reason they played him? No.
I think very, very small chance that that's the reason they played Trey Lance. I think they wanted to just give Trey a chance, see what he has.
I do think they played enough plays yesterday. They had 75. They did play enough that if Cooper Rush would have started the whole game, I think he would have hit it.
Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, proud whiskey sponsor of the NFL. We'll continue with that. We'll take some of your Cowboy calls if you want at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. But, of course, now the playoffs are set, where the good teams actually get to compete. What are you most excited about when it comes to the matchups? More of that. Your Cowboy phone calls. We got a Nelly ticket giveaway as well. Sean, RJ, and Bobby continuing right here on 105.3 The Fan. But fortunately, with this winter freeze, right now we're not dealing with any rain, any snow, any ice. It was pretty windy out there.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's baseball time in Texas, and we can't wait to see you this Thursday night with your Rangers station, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
4th and 1. Snap is back. They hand it off. No, he kept it and ran through the middle on a quarterback draw to the 20 and all the way down to the 15. What a great ball fake by Mariota. They faked it to the back, who got stuffed, but Mariota kept the ball.
And did you see Malik Hooker, who I had with a star up, with his Nick Young moment? What was that, Bobby?
His finger there. Yeah, we stopped him. And then he realized, oh, crap, Mariota's got the ball. I better tackle him. And that's sad because Malik Hooker had a pretty decent year. He was pretty good this year. And
was he? I didn't notice him until yesterday. The whole year.
That's a good thing. I mean, if you notice the safety too often, you're probably noticing just getting toasted. And he didn't have a lot of that this year. He played solid. He was good.
He had some breakups. He had a big third down tackle. He had a huge hit on Bates in the fourth quarter that stopped a big gain. But then he prematurely, who's the Chicago Bears player with the Hail Mary?
Tyreek Stevenson.
Pulled a little Tyreek Stevenson, celebrating a little bit too early.
Clapping, getting excited. Premature clapulation is what we call that.
Fan Replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. What do you think is going to happen with McCarthy? What do you want to happen with McCarthy? And your own star up, star down for the Tolos right here in the 6 a.m. club at 877-881-1053. Andreas in Dallas, start us off. You are live on the Fan. Go ahead.
Good morning, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I got a few points. One hell of another year you guys are covering the Cowboys. Thank you for all y'all do.
Thank you.
As a Cowboys fan, what can they do differently this offseason? The Cowboys are the only team that says the salary cap is an issue, while the 31 other teams don't seem to have an issue with it. If Dak has another bad year, can they go the way the Broncos did, just cut Russell Wilson, what they did, eat the salary cap, have a bad year, reset, do what the Eagles do, get ahead of, don't fall in love with your players, get ahead of the curve. Like, what hope do we have? It's going to be the same year in, year out until something drastically changes or they get magically whipped into the playoffs. That's all I have.
Thanks for the call. The Broncos made the playoffs despite a league-high $89 million dead cap. The largest single-season dead cap hit in the history of the National Football League, with Russell Wilson at $53 million. Now, Chop, I know you're going to poo-poo on it. We got time for that throughout the week. But Denver in the postseason for the first time in 8 years, and they did do it with those type of cap restraints.
Yeah, Dex, I mean, look, you can get out of it like after next year with a post-June 1.
Roughly. Well, I mean, it depends on how many triggers are in there.
It's just on Over the Cap's website. Like, this year you're not going to do it, right? You're not going to be able to get out of it.
So here's the issue. He has 1 year rolling guarantees, which means anything that you see on the cap right now, it's not going to show up on the cap until it guarantees a year earlier.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is going to be really difficult to get out of for the next 3-4 years.
So,
just offer him a bunch of sweet tea or water or Red Bull, whatever he has lined up for every game. With
the golden leaf, the tea he had there.
That's good tea, by the way.
He's like the Nick Saban of just having all this product placement out there.
7 though.
Yeah,
7 bottles.
Yeah,
every game.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of hydration there.
Now everyone's like, that's product placement sponsorship. Do you really think someone went to him and said, line up all these things for us? Are the Cowboys
don't they? So in the NBA, they will smack a bottle you have in front of you at a press conference.
Yeah.
Maybe if they're like, we trust you're going to be thrown up there on camera at some point, so have it on there. You could. I don't know.
That's next level.
It could, unless he's like, I don't want to get up. It's too far of a walk, so I'm just going to grab everything I can at once.
Yeah, that could be if he's dealing with the hamstring and he's just like, I need to have as many of these in front of me as I can.
Healthy enough to walk down on the field in the second half. I'm like, what's he doing down there? Get off the field. Stay up in the press box. What are you doing?
Coaching, baby.
Blue and Mineral.
Like Aiden Hutchinson last night.
Blue and Mineral Wells. You're next up on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Blue.
Hey, guys. Tolo for life. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it.
I just want to say, you know and I know that Jerry Jones is the ultimate Cowboys and the ultimate money man. So whenever it comes to why did this decision get made, you know that he's going to be looking to maximize returns in money and viewership for the team. So Cooper Rush was the guy to give the maximum returns as long as we could have made a potential playoff run.
Yeah.
Whenever that went away, Cooper Rush was the best chance at going for a 500 season, keeping the Cowboys fans into and engaged with the team.
Yeah.
Once the 500 season went away and the playoffs went away, the only thing he knew that would keep people interested was to see Trey Lance in action.
Yep.
So obviously that was the next decision that he made. We can't get mad at him for making decisions based off of the things that he's done his entire career. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Oh, so you're trying to just be like, hey, don't be surprised. Just be mad at yourself. You know what the other person's going to do in life. Don't be mad at them. You know their MO. You know their pattern. Be mad at yourself for continuing to follow along with it.
The
expecting
argument,
someone to change.
Don't be mad if you stay with a cheater. Like, if a cheater's going to continue to cheat, don't start complaining about it. Do something about it at some point. Otherwise, just sit there and live your life.
Chris in Tampa Bay listening on the Odyssey app. Chris, good morning. Thanks for calling. What do you got?
Yeah, the last caller hit it on the head, guys. Honestly, it feels like you guys started this morning talking about the Cowboys, and I didn't care. Shout out to Mike B, because I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this organization. Jerry saying, "Oh, I didn't know about the incentives for the quarterback, not the third string left tackle. This is the quarterback we're talking about on the team. He didn't know the incentives for it.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. I mean, there are so many more things to talk about. Let's talk about Joy Taylor. Let's talk about Skip Bayless. Yeah. Sean, that's for you. Let's talk about Skip Bayless' downfall. Let's do it. $1.5 million. I mean, there are other organizations out here that do things right. Baltimore's more exciting. They got Lamar, Patrick Mahomes more exciting. Let's be like Mikey B. I'm tired of this. The only thing that will change Jerry is getting some apathy. If he sees everybody checks out, maybe something will change. That's the only thing that's going to happen. So with that all said, let's talk about something else, y'all. Let's do it.
But you did call in on the topic. You did call in, and I got Joy Taylor and Skip in my best of the weekend at 7:40. That's my best of the weekend.
Is it really upsetting to sit there and think about, we might be talking about Jerry being cheaper than Skip Bayless? That Skip's willing to put out $1.5 million. Jerry won't even fork over $250 for Cooper Rush.
Someone has to. We were talking with someone last night, and they were talking about that coach is too expensive, that coach is too expensive. And I sent a text back and said, can you explain, maybe Todd Archer, 720, explain to me why there's this idea and maybe the reality that Jerry wouldn't pay for a coach. I don't get it. I don't understand. He's paying Dak $60 a year.
Yeah.
He's paying Land $35 a year. They're going to pay Micah. So he's not skimping when it comes to paying his own at all. No one can argue that. Why this thing about coaches though?
Because
and that doesn't even affect the cap.
It doesn't.
That makes there's a check so big I would write. That makes that the biggest, joke of all.
Well, it just goes back to what he said, when Jimmy left. Like any one of 500 coaches could coach this thing. He truly, I think he thinks it is the same team. I think he thinks it is the same situation. Like regardless of what year it is and who the players are, I think he thinks he can find anybody to coach it.
Yeah, and that's
that you'll want so bad to be the coach of the Dallas Cowboys that I shouldn't have to pay you that kind of money.
Yeah, that's the standoff right now where it's like, prove how bad you want this. Don't even take an interview if you don't even have security in what you're doing here. I haven't told you you're coming back yet, so prove how bad you want it. Don't take a job interview when you have no security. And if you show me that, well, then maybe we can talk about if you come back or not. That's an absurd standard, but it's power that he's wielded effectively for 40 years now.
Mike McCarthy was asked after the game, all right, do you actually want to come back here?
Absolutely. I have a lot invested here. And the Cowboys have a lot invested in me. And then there's a personal side to all these decisions. So, they all point in the right direction. I think anytime you invest, your time, energy, your belief, the connection you have, the relationships that are in place here, the understanding of what the organization can do and is willing to do, that those are all positive attributes that, you take into account. But, absolutely, I'm a builder. I believe in building programs. I believe in developing young players. So at the end of the day, it is about winning, and you have to have those components in place to get this thing where it needs to be. And I think we have a very good foundation there.
Well, it's been 5 years, Coach. So how do you convince fans that you can still actually get the job done and put this team over the top?
I understand why you ask the questions. I don't like to talk about myself that way, but I'll just be clear. I'm a winner. I know how to win. I've won a championship. I won a championship in this building, and that's who I am. So, and we'll see where it goes.
Twolo Andy.
Tennessee Andy.
Go Vols.
Andy, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, guys. How's it going, man?
Wonderful.
Geez, it's been a while. RJ, man, sorry about your balls, brother.
We're number one in the nation in basketball. I don't know what you're worried about.
Men's or women's?
There you go.
Men's.
There you go. And my man Bobby and Sean, obviously. I got to tell you, yesterday was the first time on a Sunday that I have not watched a down of NFL football.
What'd you do?
And this, I know. And this team has just absolutely taken the life out of any sports entertainment that I have ever felt in my entire life.
Yeah, look, it's
such a shame.
This is what happened to me living in the DMV. People are like, oh, I know you're still a Washington fan. I know you grew up there. No. Dan Snyder sucked the football life out of me. Angelos in Baltimore sucked the Oriole baseball life out of me. Chris Hoyles was my favorite player, for God's sake. I love those Robbie Alomar, Rafael Palmeiro teams, Ben McDonald, Mike Mussina,
Ricky Bonus.
Peter Angelo sucked out of me. Then you try to go over to the Nationals, the Lerner family. The life can be sucked out of you. You're starting to experience it here a little bit. Now, it's not that bad. It's not that bad, and it's not close. It really isn't. You can't have 36 regular season wins in 3 of the past 4 years,
right,
and feel like it's that level of Dan Snyder and Peter Angelos. It's not, but I get what you're saying, and many fans are saying it. How many tweets do you get? It's the smallest amount of a game that I've watched. I actually didn't check in. I don't listen when the Joneses come on the radio. I don't listen when you guys talk about them. Please talk about something else. You're getting more and more and more and more of it. Now, what is it really going to accumulate and add up to? I don't know. They're still going to be the number one draw, I think. They're still going to be the number one offseason topic. They're still going to sell the merchandise, I believe. how much is it really going to hurt, especially if they bring Mike back?
Look, I mean, if they bring Mike back, I don't think it's going to hurt. It's not going to hurt. They could do anything. There's going to be the same amount of fans there next year. There's going to have the same amount of intrigue because it's the same situation that anybody who says, I'm out on this, I'm out on that. Yeah, you could say you're out on it until that first Sunday rolls around. And you know what you're going to do. Your butts are going to be on the couch watching the game.
Yeah, on the couch, not in the stadium. I mean, like it was yesterday.
He doesn't care. You're going to get 100,000 people regardless.
He does.
I'll tell you visiting fans in there.
I'll tell you that's the one thing that will bug him is stuff like yesterday. And look, they listen over there. I know. So maybe one of you guys can pass along this question to Jerry for me. Was he comfortable with half of the stadium being empty yesterday? It felt like at times.
Well, eliminated with a backup quarterback.
Right.
Third string.
Right. You got a coach who got you eliminated with a backup quarterback before the end of the season. So that's
so what?
That's what I'm saying.
That's nothing surprising. Don't come on.
No.
A coach who got you eliminated with a back, everyone would be eliminated with a backup.
So then it sounds like no, but I'm just saying that's
Mike
where you
didn't
ended
get
up.
Dak hurt.
That's where you ended up, though. It's just you got to the end of the season. This was not a team that was winning football games before that. This was a bad football team. It was one that was going to be eliminated long before that, to where you were going to be starting a backup quarterback the last week of the season, regardless.
Let's talk. That's an interesting. Now I do wish that they would have won the game and shaved your damn head. Let's set the rest of the NFL.
Keep all of it.
Well, ain't much left. The full playoff field is set. Let's get to the matchups and a Nelly ticket giveaway next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owns.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Lions go 2 scores up. The game of the weekend turned into a blowout. Lions Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. The NFL playoffs are set. We'll get back to the Cowboys with the great Todd Archer at 7:20. What is he hearing about McCarthy and everything else? Todd will join us during the commercial-free expressway here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. God, I love Jahmyr Gibbs. He's so freaking good. 3 touchdowns, 139 yards as the Detroit Lions pull away, beat down the Minnesota Vikings to clinch the number 1 seed in the NFC. The loser of this game is going to drop to 5. Minnesota dropping down to 5, and man, Sam Darnold was off. Sam Darnold looked like Trey Lance and Oxnard.
He was seeing ghosts. I think he was seeing ghosts all over again. It was a very bad performance from Sam. But, you know, look, the Lions, their defense has been really poor over the last several weeks. I mean, they had gotten so many guys hurt, so much attrition there on that defense. And, I mean, Aaron Glenn has done a masterful coaching job. At least yesterday he did.
Yeah, yesterday.
You know, because before he was trying to dial up all kinds of unique blitzes, and it just wasn't working. And it worked yesterday. I mean, they got to Sam Darnold. They got him off of his way out of time. Way off time.
What was that stat about Darnold's throws, Bob, that you sent?
Oh, 50%. It was a point yesterday during the game. 50% of his throws were off target in this game, which I think during the season they said 21% was his season high. For the year, he looked absolutely terrible. That was when he was 7 for 17 or something like that.
Still, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, Anzalone is a baller. He's out there playing with an injury in the arm wrapped, and the Lions are the 1 seed.
So you say just how much fun it is to watch Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yes.
And this was 2 weeks ago. I think you were tweeting how much fun it is to watch Bijan Robinson. Does it make you say, if I can get one of those guys, if I can get Ashton Genty, everything will be all right here?
Yeah, this is a
You're probably in roughly Genty territory picking 12.
This is a running back discussion for another day when you don't have post-Monday mortem recaps. The big thing that we all missed on is the turnaround that franchises can make when you pick your running back. When they took Gibbs, we're like, what are you doing? When Atlanta took Robinson, what are you doing? You're not in a final piece mode. You only get these guys as a final piece, as a Zeke Elliott for your current roster. No, you can turn it around that quickly as Detroit and Atlanta have done. So that was the big running back miss, in addition to us completely burying the position. All right, let's go around the rest of the league before we get to the playoff matchups. This was supposed to be a big game. In the AFC, it was not.
Nix with a play fake, now rolls to his right. Bo looks in the end zone, throws a ball behind the intended receiver, bounced up into the air, bounced again, and then caught by Devon Vele. Touchdown, Denver! That ball was bounced not once, but twice.
Craziest play of the weekend, Broncos radio, Bo Nix with 4 touchdowns. He ran for 47. Carson Wentz. God, you suck. 10 of 17 for 98 yards. He was sacked 4 times. The QBR was a 22, and the Denver Broncos get in with a 38-0 win.
It was. They cut away from this game so early. I mean, you got to see the entire fourth quarter of the Chargers game or whatever. It was such an awful game, so bad. And this is what you get on week 18. When you sit everybody. And this is why, especially this year, where there was so much haves and have-nots, it felt like there was even more unwatchable games in Week 18.
The highlight, the feel-good moment, came on Buccaneers radio as Tampa was down early to New Orleans.
Baker Mayfield looks, throws the ball to caught ball. Evans, he's got it to the 40-yard line. 1,000 plus. Mike Evans, 11 seasons in a row. How about them Buccaneers at number 13? And that would be the final play. There's the cannons. Bucs win. Tampa Bay defeats New Orleans 27-19. Evans over 1,000 receiving yards. The Buccaneers conquer the South again.
Ties Jerry Rice gets $3 million for it, the 4th straight NFC South championship, and Tampa Bay was down 10 against New Orleans. Not New Orleans. New Orleans. On Bucs Radio.
Anybody who's going to sit here and say, I wasn't going to count Saquon Barkley because he did it in 17 games. If you were that person, you better not be counting this Mike Evans trash. You better not be counting game is over, and you toss him a ball at the end of the game to get him over a fake 1,000 yards.
Well, I mean, Saquon technically did it in 16 games.
2,000.
Yeah, 2,000. But if you would have given him hell for breaking the Dickerson record.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Bobby brought up your Bush League point. Saquon Cowboys. Is this Bush League, Mike Evans? What I really wish happened.
Pick 6.
Yes. Pick 6, 2-point tie game. Yeah, you want to play and screw around with the football gods. You know they're going to Evans. Why wasn't New Orleans totally jumping? 4 guys should have jumped that route. Mm-hmm. That's it. Just quadruple.
You knew where it was going.
Mike Evans and try to go ahead and run it back and score. Game over. Bush League? Game over?
Yeah,
cheap record?
I mean, you're fishing for a record. I mean, you're shooting for the record, obviously. So, I mean, it's Bush League if it's happened against you. If you're not a fan, if it doesn't have any impact on the game, and it wasn't a blowout. If it was a blowout, that's Bush League.
It was over.
It was over. It was over.
It was over.
It was over. But, again, it was a blowout. Totally different to have him in there.
I was fine with it. You were lining up. Everyone knew what was going to happen. Just knock down the pass.
I'm going to remember. I'm going to reference this in 5 years, 6 years when we're talking about Hall of Fame or whatever Mike Evans retires, and this stat gets brought up. I'll be like, nope, fake.
You'll be the only
fake.
one that remembers.
It's faker than the Strahan sack. It is faker than that.
Okay, so NFL playoffs are set. Saturday at 3:30 our time, Chargers at Texans.
The Texans, without fail, it is the Houston Texans Invitational.
Yep.
It is the first Saturday afternoon game. Like, they always get it because they're like the least attractive team ever in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
They always get that first playoff game.
At 7 o'clock, Steelers at Ravens. On Prime, though. So keep that in mind. First game, national TV, CBS. Second game, RJ is already snoring on Prime as the
Mr. Unlimited.
Well, they are limited now. The Steelers' offense has completely disappeared.
Who is going to be more asleep during this game, me or Al Michaels?
Sunday at noon, Broncos at Bills on CBS. At 3:30, Packers at Eagles on Fox. At 7 o'clock, Commanders at Buccaneers, NBC. That'll be Sunday Night Football. The Monday night playoff game, Vikings at Rams.
The Rams finished the season 10-7, won the NFC West, and had a point differential of -19.
Are they the 3?
No, they're the 4.
They're the 4.
Tampa Bay snuck up and got the 3rd seed when
Yeah.
all this was said and done. Tampa Bay was just trying to. We weren't even sure Tampa was getting in yesterday, and all of a sudden they're the 3 seed.
It's crazy.
You look at these matchups though, like there's a case to be made that Philly has the most difficult one.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
There is. Gerard Mayo fired.
That was quick. I mean, they didn't even let him get out of the locker room. Did he even do a post game? He was gone by 4 o'clock.
By the way, I binged The Dynasty over the weekend. It was It was incredible. Fantastic. I'm still not done with it.
Did you feel it was slanted like people were arguing?
No. Well, I don't have enough time for it, but it's really, really good. But Gerard Mayo is gone. Gronkowski criticized this. Robert Kraft listens to his fan base. Maybe too much.
Yeah.
Maybe too much. One and done. And now is this setting up for Mike Vrabel? By the way, New England also losing the number. This number 1 pick got passed around like Joy Taylor, allegedly.
Oh, wow.
Holy cow. Yeah, it did. It moved. It moved quite a bit.
Right?
Quite a bit.
It felt like it was Vegas, Giants,
Yeah.
Patriots.
All Deion talked about was the Raiders and the Giants for forever, and then it was like, oh no, might be the Patriots. Now it's like, oh, you end up with the Titans. You still gonna commit to your son being number 1 if he has to go to Nashville?
Please, Titans, please do this to the Sanders. Please do this to Deion and Shador and take him number 1. But is Vrabel locked in to this job? Is this New England and Vrabel?
Nope.
I think it is.
Nope.
You don't?
Nope. I think Mike Vrabel is going to be picky as hell, and I think he's going to make sure Brian Hartline goes with him wherever he goes.
I don't think New England makes this move without knowing that.
Oh, I think New England makes that move because, like you said, you listen to the fan base, and that racist-ass city is going to drive out a black head coach no matter what.
Because here's the thing. Like, this was the hand-picked guy. This was the Kraft hand-picked Gerard Mayo. Now, look, there's no way that you know how somebody is going to be a head coach, and that's one kind of notch on Jerry's belt that he has always said, like, I don't want a rookie head. I don't want to learn on the job. This is his example. Like, everything that we would talk about, hey, let's get Ben Johnson, let's get Bobby Slowick or Clint Kubiak. He would point to Gerard Mayo, and be like, this guy was a hand-picked, groomed successor. Couldn't get out of his own way.
Let's go through the official draft order and the way it ended up. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock with the number 1 pick. The Cleveland Browns are 2nd. The New York Giants are 3rd. The Patriots are 4th. Jacksonville is 5th. The Raiders all the way down to 6. The Jets at number 7 as Aaron Rodgers throws for 4 touchdowns, something like that yesterday. So the Jets are 7. Carolina is 8. By the way, I got to give Dave Canales future props. All right, the turnaround for Bryce Young. Canales was also there for Baker's surge in Tampa. Canales said after the game, 5 total touchdowns for Bryce. He said, we have our guy. So Carolina's off the board at QB. The Saints are 9. The Bears are 10. Damn, you finished 5-12 and you picked 10? That sucks.
That sucks, man.
That sucks. 11 is San Francisco. 12, Cowboys. 13, the Miami Dolphins. They get knocked out. Their owner comes out and says, Mike McDaniel and our general manager are staying. 14, Indianapolis. Jim Irsay. Man, did you see Jim Irsay and the way he was moving around yesterday? He's got like this scooter thing, this scooter mobile. He can't walk or he's not walking. He also says that our regime is staying in place. Immediate announcements after the game. What a concept, Jerry. The Colts are at 14. Atlanta misses out on the playoffs. They're 15. Then Arizona 16. Cincinnati 17. They miss out on the postseason. They get bumped. Seattle 18. Houston 19. Denver 20. What's jumping out in terms of fits? Intriguing teams. player matches right off the jump, Bob?
I mean, there's a lot that's going to need to be decided in terms of what our team's going to do at the top with quarterback. Like, does Tennessee feel the need to go get one? This is not a draft where a lot of teams are going to have. Most teams, I would guess, in the NFL are not going to have first-round grades on a single quarterback. Like, most of them are not going to grade Cam Ward that way or Shedeur Sanders that way, even if they end up potentially taking them. Dallas, for instance, we've heard, had Trey Lance in the second round when he got picked, and he went third overall. I think a lot of times teams do take second-round graded quarterbacks highly because they want to do that sort of thing. The one that you keep hearing the most as a pairing potentially is New England taking Tetairoa McMillan from Arizona, the receiver. A lot of people think he could go fourth overall to them. But, I mean, who wants to just say, we're going to get the best overall player? We want Travis Hunter. We're going to take him versus just, well, we got these positional needs that we need to knock out. We need to do. I will say Dallas picking 12th is right there for potentially Genty range, depending on who really wants to go after him before that. But this is a lot of people you talk to will say this is a 12 to 13 first-round grade draft. So Dallas is right there on the edge of it.
Cleveland's a fascinating one for me because what do they do at quarterback? I mean, they've got so much money tied up in Deshaun Watson, but that's not a situation that's sustainable.
Let's go back inside the Star with the great Todd Archer. What is he hearing and feeling about Mike McCarthy? Let's get you set for the offseason and a Nelly ticket giveaway throughout the entire week during the commercial-free Expressway. Todd Archer starts it off, and then the drama with Skip Bayless and FS1 and best and worst of the weekend next.
Well, let's get you over to QC Kinetics. New year, new you, boys and girls. You don't want to have that same old joint pain, right? You're losing sleep.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at Lowe's Arlington Hotel and Convention Center. For tickets, go to Rangers.com/awards dinner.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
And here's a huge rush again on Daniels and Micah Parsons. How about a follow-up? How about number 2?
Micah Parsons with 2 early sacks, kind of faded from that point on. People getting in their jokes. Of course, Micah showing up in the final week of a meaningless game, but padding those numbers as the Cowboys lose to the Commanders to finish up 7-10 and the 12th pick in the draft. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby, joined by the great Cowboys insider Todd Archer from ESPN on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Expressway is commercial free right now, and we have a Nelly ticket giveaway. Good morning, Todd. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay. Were you in the Jerry scrum for all 20 minutes last night?
It was more than 20. It was about 40.
Oh. Wow. Okay. It was about 40 minutes. I guess
Jane only got 20.
There was a original scrum and then a smaller scrum when they said McCarthy was going to talk, and it was kind of hard to walk away from Jerry because you had no idea what he was saying.
Okay, when the game ends,
Wait. No idea what he was going to say, or you couldn't understand what he was saying because you couldn't follow along?
It was a circle. He kept talking in circles. I love Mike McCarthy. Nothing he's done has diminished my opinion of him. And then it was, but you got to take, I'm not going to just base my decision on what happened this year. Okay, well, which is it then? So is it the 5-year view? Is it the 1-year view? Are you keeping him? Are you not keeping him? I think anybody who thinks they know what Jerry is going to do right now is just lying. Because no one knows. And I don't know if Jerry knows, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. When did you start believing Mike could come back? Because this was dead man walking, and then he was on with us, and he's like, no, it's not crazy that Mike could return. We're all just trying to figure out whether he's trying to sell it. When did you think that this was a legitimate chance?
Yeah, probably right around that time because they won 3 in a row, 2 in a row, 4 out of 5, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And the guys are playing hard for them. And I kept coming back to, and that's all well and good, right? But shouldn't we expect that? Shouldn't we expect players to play hard regardless of circumstance? Didn't the former coach tell us that? Wasn't that a line that he used all the time? Be your best regardless of circumstance. So, yeah, it was always a possibility. And then you hear Jerry say, I regretted firing Wade Phillips. Why? They were 1-7 and going nowhere. They regretted firing Chan Gailey after 2 years. Okay, that one I can kind of understand because he did go to the playoffs. So as he gets, the more regretful he gets, then you start thinking, well, maybe Mike can come back because if Mike were to go somewhere else and have success in whatever role it would be, Jerry would say, wait a minute, I had that guy. I regret firing him. So, yeah, everything's so convoluted about how this team operates that you can make anything that you want to be true. What's the Costanza line? It's not a lie if you believe it to be true.
Yeah.
Anything with this team can be true because you can make the case for it.
Todd, make the case for McCarthy to return and make the case that they should move on.
Well, 49-35. They do play hard. He's had success in this division against division foes, even in quote-unquote bad years. You look at what the offense did, maybe not this year, obviously, but last year leading the NFL in points. Those would be the cases for. But then against is he was brought here in 2020 to do what Jason Garrett couldn't do. He had 5 years to get it done, and he didn't do it. I mean, at what point is enough?
Yeah.
And I think I don't think the reason to bring him back is, well, who else are you going to get? That shouldn't be that could be like the 8th reason to bring him back, but not like the 1st or 2nd, right? I mean, and is there a great pool of candidates right now where everybody would say, well, that guy's certainly going to be better than Mike McCarthy? I don't know. Maybe Vrabel because his track record in Tennessee, we saw what's happened to them since he's left. Maybe he'd be a guy that would, you'd say, okay, that will be better. They'll be better organized. They'll be up on situational football, all that kind of stuff. But everybody else, who would you say automatically say that's an upgrade? I'm actually asking a question.
I mean, You don't want to ask me who I think is an upgrade, Todd, because I'll give you a whole list of names. Todd Archer from ESPN joining us here on 105.3 The Fan.
By the way, breaking news, Doug Peterson is out in Jacksonville.
Todd,
Super Bowl coach.
Super Bowl winning coach
go.
with a street named after him.
A
He knows the
statue.
NFC East, so he's got a whole statue, just like Rocky. Todd, would you say the chances of Mike McCarthy returning as head coach are exactly the same as Mike McCarthy's chances of returning as play caller, in the sense that if he's back, is he calling plays for sure? It's going to be his way, or are they going to say, no, this is our compromise. You're back, but we're finding somebody else to do this on offense?
I think he'll fight to be the play caller. He believes he's good at it. Again, just last year, they led the league in scoring. Some of that might have been tied to defensive touchdowns. I got you. But it's hard to argue with the success they had in 2023 offensively. Then it gets to, okay, well, who would be the play caller? Is it going to be someone that he has familiarity with, that they're going to run this system? Is it going to be someone completely new? If it's someone completely new, then why have him in charge of the whole operation?
Yeah.
As the head coach. But yes, again, Jerry said anything is possible when that scenario was laid out in front of him. As if Mike returns, would it be as the play caller as well? This is why it's so frustrating covering this team, because it doesn't seem to be a direction at times. It seems to just stick your finger in the air and say, okay, there you go. Let's go that way this time. I will say this. I don't think this team is as bad as they appear to be at times this year, and they can be a playoff team next year. So it's still an attractive job if it becomes open. And even if McCarthy stays, I think this is a team that can be a playoff team, whether a Super Bowl contender, I don't know, but a playoff team.
Todd Archer joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Are they cheap when it comes to coaches? Like, would they go to the $15 million Sean Payton, whoever Ben Johnson wants? Would they go to that kind of dollar figure?
I mean, it depends on who the guy is, right? Like, this is what I'm just supposing this, right? I'm not saying this to be a fact. Would Jerry hire a first-time head coach at $15 million a year? I don't think so, and I don't know if that's out of cheapness or if that's out of, why would I give this guy $15 million a year?
Yeah.
When that's not the going. That's how many coaches are making 15. Bobby, you probably know that out of your brain.
It's like 4 or 5.
Right. So, all right, Sean Payton is one of them. I'm sure Andy Reid's one of them. Who else is making that much money? They first-time head coaches. So part of me wonders if that's the case, what Ben Johnson wants. Does he really want to be a head coach? I don't know. Does he have the personality to be a head coach? I don't know. So I don't think cheapness is a factor when it comes to the head coach necessarily. I think Jerry's cheapness factors in when he looks and sees there's 32 coaches on the staff. Why do we have 32 coaches?
Todd, do you know if they like any other candidates out there?
I'll be lying if I say, yeah, they do, because I don't know. And again, Steven has a relationship with Vrabel through the competition committee. So I think we sometimes make too much of that because those guys get together like 3 times a year. So I'm not going to sit there and say that he would be a guy because of that, right? Years ago, we tried to connect Lincoln Riley here because he recruited John Steven out of high school to go to Oklahoma. I mean, is that relationship still alive? Maybe so. Sark, is there something there at Texas because they know him well with Charlotte's son playing there, and maybe that's not always a good thing either. But maybe they have a relationship there. I think the big key when you look at how Jerry likes things, is there a previous relationship? Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Obviously, with Parcells and McCarthy, there really wasn't. But can I work with this guy? And which means, can I have fun doing this job too? And I don't know if that's the best way to operate as a general manager. It should be get me the guy who wins the most games, not allows me to do what I want to do and makes it fun for me.
Todd, we're talking about Mike McCarthy a lot, but what about Mike Zimmer's future? Do you think is he a bigger question to return than even McCarthy is?
Yeah, I think so. In the middle of the season, you start to hear from people who know Mike well saying, I don't know if he wants to do this anymore. So it wouldn't be a Jerry decision necessarily. It might be Mike Zimmer saying, I came back, I coached the season, I did what I could do with the hand I was dealt, the players I was dealt, the injuries I dealt with, and I'm pleased with what my guys put on film for me as the year went on. But I do wonder if he wants to continue coaching or if he just wants to go tend to his horses on his ranch.
Todd, and he just recently got engaged, so congratulations on the fiance, Coach. Explain the incentive talk yesterday. What the hell was that? And are other coaches operating under those types of circumstances in their deals? What was Jerry talking about with head coaching incentives?
Yeah, this is when he started talking about a Mississippi riverboat gambler, too, and it just you get glazed eyes and say, what in the world is he saying? I guess it's the college coaches, right? But they get $500,000 for going to a bowl game, $1 million for winning a bowl game, $2 million for that. Maybe that's what he's talking about. Show me all the NFL contracts that operate that way. And he was talking about how fans want to see these guys on incentive plans. Well, I'm in the back of that, and I couldn't get close enough to say, I think fans would want their general manager on an incentive plan as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're in a situation where if that's how they're going, and maybe that's the offer it's presented to Mike McCarthy, that in some ways Jerry will make him an offer he can refuse.
It may have been you, but someone asked, okay, so while Mike is in limbo, because you may not have made a decision yet, can he go interview elsewhere? And he came back. I don't want to. The word threat is probably a little bit too strong, but that was a weird response of, well, I want people here who want to be here. Is that like warning McCarthy? Don't flirt. Don't go interview elsewhere. What did you make of that?
No, I took it as if a guy wants to go talk to somebody else, okay, go ahead. I'm fine. So, and again, it's not just McCarthy; it's every coach on that staff. I do find it funny when he said, "I want guys who want to be here," and I immediately flashed back to Tony Sperano in 2007, who absolutely did not want to be here after he didn't get the job, and they made him stay. So, again, in Jerry's world, everything is fungible.
Todd, should we prepare for another offseason like the last one that really was the most negative from the fan base that I can ever remember? Yes, they re-signed their own, but the Derrick Henry stuff and Steven tied up, cheap, all the narratives and stereotypes. Should we prepare for that? Because you look and study and examine the numbers. Are we getting that again probably?
I don't think it'll be the extreme that they were this year. I would caution people to say that they can create $100 million in space. I don't see how they do that because the money they're carrying over from this year's cap is already spent on the deals that void for Zach Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence, and Brandon Cooks. And there might be another one that I'm missing in there as well. And then you have to remember, okay, you create all that space. Well, you only have 40 guys on the contract. Last time I checked, you needed 53 to at least start a season and probably 80 to get through a season. But they'll be in position to do whatever it is they want to do under the cap. The question is, how do they want to do it? They will never play at the top of the free agent market as much as everybody might want them to. They have to do more than they did last year, and I think they will do more than they did last year because this is a roster that needs improvement. It's not just, you can't just rely on improvement from within the entire time. You have to go out and spend something. Play in the middle of the market. Live in a nice neighborhood, not the cheapest neighborhood and not the most expensive neighborhood, right? I mean, you can live in Bobby's house. That would be the place to live.
Apartment, Todd. Come on. Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Todd, they went the complete opposite of what they were thought to be, when they drafted Zeke at 4. They went the complete opposite over recent years with running backs and just completely ignoring the position and refusing to spend money on it. We've been talking about Ashton Genty maybe at 12. Would they consider a running back in the first round, do you think, at this point? Have they kind of gone back towards the middle?
I think where they're picking, I think they would if they were in the top 5. I don't know if they would consider a running back in that spot. But again, because everything in this organization can be whatever we want it to be. They just saw Rico Dowdle, an undrafted free agent, rush for 1,000 yards behind an offensive line with how many undrafted free agents, how many third-day picks playing. I think in their mind they can say, well, maybe we can get a guy in the third round and pair him with Rico Dowdle if we keep him, and the running game will be fine. So as much as Genty dances in the minds of a lot of people and he can come back and practice in the stadium and he played high school football in, I think he would have played at the Star, right, Bobby?
Yeah, he did occasionally. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know if the Cowboys would actually follow everybody else and say running backs matter again, but certainly I hope they take the tack that running backs matter more than they thought they did in the offseason of 2024.
Todd, what would you say to the fan who is just beaten down and hopeless? They feel held hostage by the front office. It's not really about winning championships. It's about the notoriety. Is it as bad as we think? Is there some type of newfound hope we're not seeing? What do you say to that fan listening?
Well, if I was Jerry Jones, I'd say we're the 5th or 6th or 7th winningest team in the last 6 or 7 years. And shouldn't that be good enough for you? The fact that he gave that answer a couple of times yesterday is alarming because this is supposed to be about Super Bowls, not being the 5th or the 6th or the 7th winningest team in the league and being around the rim. It's about dunking the ball home and winning a title. And if you win one title in a 5-year span, I don't think fans really care what happens in those 4 other years. Would they? Like, so I wish I could sell you. I can't sell you hope. I can't. But like I said earlier, I do think this is a team that can be in the playoffs next year. And I say that now as the home schedule goes through my head when it's, Green Bay, Kansas City, Minnesota. There's another one in there that I'm missing that's a really good team, too. They have like 6 of their 8 home games next year against playoff teams this year. They just went 2-7 at home. So you better hope that Dak is healthy and playing better than he did before he got hurt. You better hope that if Mike McCarthy's back, the play calling is improved. You better hope that in the draft, if they don't get Genty, they at least get some playmakers, because to me, that's on offense. Besides CD, who do they have? That's a true playmaker. So I'm looking more at playmakers on offense than probably maybe I should at this point, but I think that's the way they have to go.
What would you do if you were the Joneses with Mike?
I'd probably take the 5-year view of this thing and say he was brought in here to do what Jason Garrett did, and he had 5 years and it didn't get done. Is that fair? Probably not completely, but I'm not basing it off of what this season and what happened. I think he probably might have had a better year this year than he's had in some of those 12-5 seasons in some respects with how the guys played and how he dealt with injuries and all that stuff. It might be just time for a change. That's not entirely fair to McCarthy with how this thing has played out and how the hand that he was dealt this year and how they set up their roster. But this is the NFL and this is the life they choose.
You're the man, Todd. Thank you so much. You all crushed it in the post game with the questions for apparently 40 minutes, not 20 minutes. Keep busting Bobby's balls, and we'll be in touch. Thank you, man.
Yep. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you.
Todd Archer, ESPN on the D&M Leasing Hotline, getting all the YouTube views up.
Todd's very good. Todd's plugged in, and I agree with him 100%, though. The idea of just that, to me, is the ultimate question that it comes down to is you were brought here to be different. You were brought here to be different. You got 5 years, and you didn't do it.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on today and all week long.
All right, Cholos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Nelly at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, September 5th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We have breaking news presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. RJ Choppy, the New York Giants are bringing back Brian Daboll and the Saquon general manager, Joe Shane. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
They hung on to Gettleman too long, and now they're going to hang on to the only other man with a smaller neck than me, and that's Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
This doing us a favor? Should we be happy? Or are the Giants actually being reasonable and saying, look, we can't judge this guy with Daniel Jones at quarterback. We missed on the quarterback. We have to have another one.
Look, at the end of the day, there's truth in that statement, right?
Of course.
I do not believe.
Who helped contribute to Daniel Jones returning, though? It would have been Daboll and Shane. It would have been their evaluations.
Shane is the problem.
True.
Shane,
giving him the $40 million is the problem.
Right.
Yes.
I would have probably moved on from Shane. If you want, I don't believe you can accurately evaluate a head coach without a quarterback.
I would just say, I don't think you're in that much different a position here in Dallas if you run it back the same way. So I don't know how much we can laugh at it knowing that there's a pretty good chance they're running back the head coach and the general manager in the same sort of fashion.
So you just don't want us to bring up the difference in records or regular season success and just act like it's the same thing? I mean, that's I think that's probably a more ridiculous comparison than Choppy's McCarthy and Tomlin.
McCarthy coaching in New York this year with that team goes 4-13 too. So I think they are pretty close to the same head coach.
But I think anyone
just think
would.
They have different rosters. They have different rosters, obviously. But if you want to talk about as coaches, I think Daboll and McCarthy are very similar.
877-881-1053. Now let's get to the segment I've been looking forward to the most.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Best and worst. Tell us everything that you did here on DFW Sports Station. Choppy, how did you do? Post father news, just kind of letting it all settle in after you told us on Friday that Chop Senior passed away.
It was normal, back to normal on the weekend. I compartmentalize like a sociopath, so I've almost already forgotten that he's not here with us. Just gotta.
You seem in good spirits.
You gotta be, right? It's better. It's better that he's not here anymore. It's better that he's not eating baby food.
Mm-hmm.
It's better that he's not having to wear diapers and be confined to a bed and choking on his own saliva. So it's so much better this way that he is free.
And Bobby, you were confined to a bed all weekend?
Yeah, this is not fun. I did not go to the game yesterday. I was not around for the Jerry scrum. I was not in the stadium. I was not doing anything fun Saturday. I was just Friday night. It finally was what has been lingering really came with a vengeance and kicked my ass. And so I got fever Friday and went and got some meds and just did not feel great the entire weekend. And still, you ever have you jump in a pool and that lingering chlorine burn exists in your sinuses after you're done?
Yeah.
I got that feeling in my sinuses right now. And so it's just kind of lingering and kicking my ass a little
very
bit.
dry.
I have two bests of the weekend. Number one, I think my kids are finally healthy. Now my wife is sick, but I'll take the trade. Sorry, dear. My daughter going through what she did, oh, man, that was rough. But I think they're both finally good. But my other best of the weekend, and I could not get enough of this yesterday. Atolo brought it up 1 hour ago. Sharif, why aren't you celebrating and dancing on the grave of Skip Bayless? The bombshell that came out from frontofficesports.com. It was supposed to be about Skip. It turned into Joy Taylor. That Skip Bayless apparently offered $1.5 million for the hairstylist at FS1 to sleep with him. That he was harassing her. Lingering hugs and kisses on the cheek while putting his body against hers. Additionally, the lawsuit claims that he accused the girl of having relations with Shannon Sharp. She went to FS1. She complained about it, went to HR, and in order to get Skip away from her, she told him, hey, I'm suffering from ovarian cancer. Okay, chill out, relax. I don't know whether she is or not, whether she made it up or not. She also said at one point, hey, Skip, you're married. Bayless said, aren't you Muslim? Doesn't your dad have 3 to 4 wives? That's the Skip Bayless part.
Is that a
Please work with me.
A thing?
Is that a thing?
I thought it was Mormons.
I thought so. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I've seen
no Muslim
on 90 Day Fiance right now, and the girl's actually from Frisco. The guy she married, he's like, if you can't give me a baby in our, I can get someone else to give me a baby within our religion and culture.
It's a difference. It's a difference in theology, in Islamic theology. There are some who say, yep, we get clearance for polyamory here. Others will say, no, you do not.
But then we get into the main. Now, Skips is possibly, that's a legal issue, harassment and all that.
Right.
I don't think Joy Taylor's is, but you decide for yourself. Joy Taylor, Jason Taylor's sister, the article says and suggests, the lawsuit says she slept her way to the top.
You're kidding.
That there was an executive.
Jeez, Bob.
I'm asking.
I mean, pretty ignorant assumption just to blindly say, any attractive girl.
I didn't.
Well, your sarcasm assumed it. So we have a meeting today. And you might have 2 meetings with HR.
2 meetings.
So Joy Taylor wanted to host the show with Skip and Shannon, and Skip did not want Joy Taylor to host that show. An executive at Fox, you got to see this guy's picture. An executive was apparently messing with Joy Taylor. Not someone you would think Joy Taylor would ever touch, especially after what she said to you at the Houston bar.
Well, look, it hit me yesterday that it's not that I wasn't.
That's more hurtful than Caitlin not talking to you on the way out of here.
No, absolutely not. I'll tell you why. I realized that it had nothing to do with me. I just wasn't important enough.
Right.
That's fine. I mean, I could deal with that.
Exactly.
I'd much rather have someone think I'm not important than to think I'm ugly.
So this executive basically begs Skip, no, you got to let Joy, I'm telling you, she's the right fit. She's the one to be with you and Shannon. Let me at least set up a dinner. Apparently, Joy shows up to this dinner dressed all provocative, and Skip not only still didn't want her to host, apparently Skip did not partake. He was saving the $1.5 million for the hairdresser.
Yes.
And he still, Joy Taylor showing up looking all whatever, did not convince Skip to mess around. He didn't take the bait, and he didn't want her on the show still. Then the bombshell that Joy Taylor, who I believe was married to Earl Watson. Earl Watson, the former NBA player, they went out to a dinner with the executive and his wife. Earl starts, the former husband, it doesn't say Earl, I should be accurate. The former husband is like, there's something going on between you two. He later finds out that Joy is having an affair or messing around, divorces her, and then it comes out that Joy is messing with Manny Acho.
Right in the butt.
What? That's no.
Come on, don't dump that drop.
I just dumped the producer.
No.
That was such a good drop.
I just dumped the producer. Y'all are not getting me in trouble today. I already apparently am in trouble with the spies over at Frisco. I got enough on my plate.
All context.
I'm not going to deal with you two getting me in trouble. And she's been having a romantic relationship with Manny Acho.
Man, I feel like I've already had a conversation this weekend about something just very, very similar with this.
Yeah.
But
holy
this
cow.
And then
the hairdresser sees Joy in the hallways, and she's like, I don't know if you should be messing with Acho and the executive. And she goes, don't worry about it. Well, first off, when the hairdresser, who this story is supposed to be about, went to Joy and said, I'm getting harassed by Skip, Joy Taylor apparently told her, just shut up and get over it. Get over it. Okay? And then the hairdresser said, hey, I've seen you with Acho. I know about the executive. Maybe you shouldn't do both. And Joy tells her, mind your business. Don't worry about it. After a while, I'm dumping the executive, and I'm going to tell people that he was harassing me.
Right. So
these are all the allegations.
The way the quote is in the deposition,
this is amazing,
that she is also now powerful as well. And once he was no longer useful, she would follow through on her plan to tell the company that he forced himself on her. She would not allow herself to be forced out by Mr. Dixon like other women talent.
Wow. So Joy Taylor ends up climbing up the charts for maybe not doing anything illegal, although the hairdresser says that she was verbally abused by Joy. Joy was making religious remarks and insults towards her. You're not supposed to mess around within the company. That's not illegal.
Not illegal.
Sleeping your way up the ladder is not illegal. Skip's the one who apparently is dealing with the harassment stuff. But Manny Acho, who never shuts up, never. He's got to go live for anything in life. Mr. I just found God and all that stuff. Dead silent. All of them dead silent on the final day of the NFL regular season. Hilarious. Manny had his little sarcastic comment to Mike Zimmer when Zimmer got engaged to his fiance recently, and she's this younger Maxim, I don't know, whatever model, some young attractive blonde, and he made his little smart ass comment going, oh, you're on the Bill Belichick dating tree. And I was like, Now do yours. Because apparently Manny is going through his timeline and deleting certain things. He didn't tweet or come up with any new content, but he's trying to erase evidence.
He's gotta clear it away. He's got to clear away that history. I'm just excited for the next couple weeks to see what comes out.
Will they address anything today?
No, zero chance. I don't even.
When does the internal memo get leaked over there?
I bet you they're not even on the air today. I bet you they're kept off the air. And
because she's on now with Pierce and Irvin and Shady.
Yes, and so
is Shady on that show?
I believe so. Yeah.
No, he's not.
Is he not anymore?
It's Irvin, Pierce. I don't know. I know those two. Oh, Keyshawn. It's Keyshawn.
It's not a very good show. That's all I know.
Yeah.
I would bet they're not on the air today. I bet Fox is just. I mean, Fox's statement late last night was, "We take all allegations very seriously. We will have no further comment." So I would not imagine they'll even let them be on the air today.
But
is what I would guess.
I'm so happy. Gosh, please get Skip. Please, $1.5 million.
Game is free, bro. Game is free. It doesn't cost you anything to just have some good game.
Yep.
I will say the Acho one. This is funny. Years ago, literally 10 years ago, we were trying to figure out. This is before. Did you know who Emmanuel Acho was?
Was
10
he
years
at
ago?
DallasCowboys.com?
He was for a little bit. Yeah. Did you know who he was 10 years ago? Like outside of just he played in the league, there's an Acho guy. But did you know anything about Emmanuel Acho?
You knew the family through text.
Right.
But not really.
Yeah, not hardly at all. About 10 years ago, I was looking around there was a draft party with some people that I was working with that I was like, all right, we're going to see if we can get just some personality to be out there for it. What do you think his rate was a decade ago to show up per hour?
For how many hours?
2 hours.
2014.
His hourly rate.
$1,000.
$3,000
an hour.
An hour for Emmanuel Acho.
Yeah,
before he was.
That's like those cameo ones where you're like, huh?
Yeah.
Before he was sanctioned. Yeah, exactly.
It's like you make the price so high that no one's going to pay. They only pay because surely you're.
Oh, he replied with his rate. I was like, I'm not replying back to that, and he thought enough.
He's like Urk Sneed prices.
A week, without the dorky sweater vest.
Yeah.
A week later, he circled back.
Jackass.
A week later, he circled back, and even was like, "Hey, let's try to make this happen. Let me know further." And so, I was like, "No, I'm not replying to this."
RJ has a new Cowboy quarterback, and the reasons maybe history teaching us we shouldn't be replacing Mike McCarthy just yet. That's next on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan.
After we get you over to.
Uber Eats have Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hello, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
And Mariota with a play fake. Half roll to the right, throws it out to Ertz. Touchdown, Commanders.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Now the real fun can begin after this Cowboys season ended. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. All right, yesterday we were going back and forth on what we wanted to happen. If the Cowboys won the game, Bobby was going to have to shave his head bald on the show. His wife was terrified. How terrified were you? And give us your honest emotional roller coaster throughout this game. I was still rooting for the Cowboys to lose. I wanted the higher draft pick at 12, even over your own embarrassment. Peyton and RJ were rooting against me and rooting for the Cowboys to win. They wanted the bald head over the pick.
Yeah, I wanted them to lose yesterday for sure. Because
but when were you worried? How much were you sweating? It was Kristen aware?
The final drive. Yes, she was aware because I was like, let's lock in, and the girls were sitting up front because the girls were like, we don't want you to be bald. I was like, well, watch this game. If they score a touchdown, then I don't have to be. And so we were definitely watching. I'd tell you what, the moment where I got a little tense was when they took a little too long spotting the ball after Marcus Mariota's or after the completion to Zach Ertz.
Yeah,
that's where I was like, man, you took about 3 seconds off from me. But I was like, all right, 6 seconds up. They got 2 back shoulder fade opportunities. I didn't think
so. You celebrated out loud when McCarthy did the delay game and punt on 4th and 1.
Oh yeah, because they would have picked that up. They would have picked up that first down. But yeah, it was something where when they had 6 seconds left, I was like, all right, I can breathe now because I figured they're not going to kick a field goal. Dan Quinn's not playing for overtime, I don't think. I think he'll throw 2 back shoulder fades, see if they can win here. And I trusted one of those 2 will connect. They'll win this, and I won't have to shave my head, and they'll have the 12th pick. Maybe as high as the 11th. Ended up with the 12th, but maybe as high as the 11th. I was excited about that. And so, yeah, that's all great, but I also get to keep my hair. And again, my streak of when I put something on the line with nothing potentially in return other than just my own embarrassment, I'm undefeated so far whenever I throw these bets out there.
I was stunned that the Tolos were not more against you. They were team tank for the pick, 70-30. They wanted the Cowboys to lose for the pick versus Bobby embarrassment. That means your Q rating is going up. Chop, you were all in on the razor.
Oh, I was all on the razor. Yeah, and plus, if there was a difference between a top 5 pick and the 15th, that's a big difference.
Yeah,
there is not a hill of beans difference in the 12th and the 15th pick. You're in the same tier of player. You're not getting a blue chip player, most likely.
Well, I mean,
you know what I mean? Like the blue chip players are going to be your top 5, top 8 players. Now you could get great players. Like Cowboys got Micah at 12. I mean, you can get a great player at 12.
Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely a difference between 12 and 15 when you talk about Micah win at 12. And before that, the 3 picks before that were like Patrick Surtain and Penei Sewell.
Right,
like,
but
there is a difference.
But the Cowboys really wanted Surtain, right? And they settle with Micah, and it's like, okay, great, worked out. The Lions got Penei Sewell, worked out.
Right, but I mean, that's where you say is 9 to 12 as big of a difference. The further you go down, the more you risk it's a difference. It is absolutely a difference.
I don't. Yeah, like between 5 and 15. I'll take the loss. 12 and 15. Give me the head shave.
You want to go with the Cowboy quarterback signing or Mike Zimmer excuse?
Well, I mean, the Zimmer excuse, I think, is something that we're going to have to look at in the offseason on what they do with him, regardless of what they do with McCarthy.
Well, we're here.
Yeah.
We're in the offseason.
Yeah, in the offseason.
Because one of my star-ups yesterday, brought to you by Crown Royal, proud whiskey sponsor of the NFL, I had a star-up for Zimmer's first-half defense. 64 yards was the Commanders' lowest total of any half this year.
And they were getting at it.
The 4 punts tied the most for the Commanders in any half this year. And, of course, Jaden Daniels out in the second half. But first half, Cowboys defense locking down.
Yeah, and the pass rush was getting to him. Mike had a couple of sacks. It was just the defense really was flying, especially the pressure. They were very, very physical. Second half of the season, one of the things, was it the Tampa game? When they were just laying hits left and right. I think it was the Tampa game.
Yeah, that was the one where Donovan Wilson was laying people out.
Yeah, it was a super physical game. And, I just wonder, like, the first 6 or so games, this defense was maybe even more. Defense was just not very good. They were getting gashed. I mean, they got gashed by New Orleans, and they got gashed by Baltimore, and Detroit obviously put up 100 on them. What would have this season looked like had this been the defense all year? They probably don't lose.
So should they weigh in the adjustment period?
Absolutely. I think they have to. I think you're not paying attention to the sport if you don't. Like, anytime you change schemes, you have to bake in a built-in adjustment. You just have to build it in.
What do you think about that, Bob?
Because real quick, sorry. Last night on the Sunday night game, Collinsworth was talking about how physical Detroit's secondary is playing, and the Detroit secondary's coaching staff. And he goes, all the coaches around the league, they want you to play physical. They kind of build in a handful of aggressive penalties to the secondary, right? They know that you're going to get away with more than you're going to get called for. So they want you to hold, clutch, grab, be physical, basically interfere in every play, knowing that it's going to work out in your favor more often than it doesn't.
Well, that's why penalties, when we were talking about recently the idea of penalties and the way that they impact the game, and when Baltimore leads the NFL in penalties and things like that, it's like, well, some of that's stylistically. Some of it you're trying to set a tone. Some of it you're trying to do certain things physically. Other aspects of it are you've got dumb procedural things, like whenever, obviously, the touchdown got pulled off the board anyway because he didn't have his second foot down. But you've got the Cowboys touchdown down at the goal line, and it's like, well, that's actually coming back because they had, illegal formation or illegal motion. Those are the ones that you can't live with.
Right.
And that's the issue that I think is bigger than anything else is in terms of that talk. Now, wait, what was the question about Zimmer specifically?
Do you weigh in and try to balance out what your record would be or will be by saying, all right, we need to take the second half defense, weigh that against the first half defense, and factor that into what our team would be next year because of the new system and scheme? I think it's a very reasonable point.
No, it is, because I think the first 8 weeks of the season, especially when we had discussed this, the amount that they were going to have to learn and the amount that Zimmer was going to have to learn his personnel and understand, all right, what do I get here? I think there's got to be a grace period for how does this defense look as you're trying to figure it out. Once they settled in, they got to the bye week, they changed some things. I think you look at that and say, that was a pretty good defense relative to what their personnel was. They played pretty solid. They didn't have a bunch of bad busts. He figured out who could play, who couldn't. He helped develop Carl Lawson. He helped develop Oso Digizua, Mozzie Smith, Maris Leafau came along really quickly. I think you got to look at those things and say those are big checks in his favor. And if he wants to return, which sounds like a real question at this point.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is I think Zimmer's gone.
Yeah.
So who's coming now? Are you just elevating Al Harris? If Mike McCarthy's back, do you just elevate Al Harris? If it's not McCarthy, is it, well, they're going to pick their own defensive coordinator? Or will they, like they've done in the past, saddle somebody with a coach? Okay, that's nice, Mike McCarthy. We gave you the choice, and you ended up hiring Mike Nolan. So now we're giving you Dan Quinn, and we're giving you Mike Zimmer, and you're just going to take him.
Zimmer on if he wants to return, quote, I don't know. We'll see. It will take me a while. We will see. Micah Parsons was asked how low this was this year, and what about next?
Yeah, this is the lowest of the lows, I would say. And if you give myself another opportunity, you give this locker room another opportunity and attack this thing the right way, I promise you we'll be a playoff contender team next year. And, I know I can say it, but I've done it. And I know what it looks like. I know what I've been a part of. And I know what adversity looks like. I know the challenges that we face and how we can still overcome those things if we all still in it together. So I'm glad I went through this year. It's humbling, to be regrounded, reset, like, okay, hold on. Like, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. We're not blowing teams out. Every game's going to be a battle. Okay, I've been tested. It's part of my testimony. Now let's go play some ball next year.
I'm so conflicted now when it comes to Micah Parsons' audio. I started off, number one, he's by far the most interesting interview on the team. I started off when Micah, young, fresh energy. Oh my gosh, he's got this Kobe, Michael Jordan mentality. But then, like many things in life, the more we hear from you, the more it gives us an opportunity to roll our eyes and question you. And when you keep telling us you're Michael and you're Kobe, and you make delusional statements like, we're still a damn good football team, forget the scoreboard, forget about the 5 plays that actually decide a game, we're right there. I want to say Micah's white noise to me, but I still have to hear what he says because he's so interesting. I think he's interesting for the wrong reasons. Maybe that's the best way for me to put it.
It reminds me of Jordan Lewis gave a quote after 2018 where he was doing some media availability.
Like when Micah, I'm sorry, Bobby, real quick. When Micah says, when he says, I guarantee you, I promise, we'll be a playoff contender next year, I roll my eyes. That's white noise to me. But when he goes, I'm glad we went through this, it's humbling, then my ears perk back up. So I'm like, I'm in and out.
Yeah, see, that's Jordan Lewis gave a quote. He was benched for much of 2018. In large part just because of his measurables. He was too small to play in Chris Richard's defense was the thought. And he gave a quote where he said, I'll be honest, he said, I'm thankful for the bench. He said, the bench made me a better player. The bench made me look at things differently and do blah, blah. And when you hear it from Jordan Lewis, you go, wow, that seems genuine. And he really did seem to internalize it and build from it. So it's tough to say you don't feel that way, whatever Micah's talking about. I'm glad we went through this adversity. I'm glad we did. But also at the same time, you hear it and you hear so many different cliches from him or so many different buzzword things where it's like, but is it really? How much did you learn this? I don't think losing caused him to learn anything this year. I'll be honest. I think working with Zimmer caused him to learn some things. And I think the way that Zimmer pitched the idea of playing within the defense and doing your role, something that Dan Quinn struggled like hell to get Micah to understand. And not in any sort of a bad way. They have a good relationship, but it didn't click the same way. Zimmer helped him get that. And I think when we talk about Zimmer and the good that he did this year and the bad that happened with him this year and everything else, the biggest good he did was he changed Micah's mindset about playing within a defense. And it made Micah a better overall football player. And I do think that there is a genuine excitement from Micah of, I've tapped into something now that I didn't know existed and I can be better for this moving forward.
Micah was then asked, question included, do you want a new contract before Oxnard?
There's no taken care of before you go to Oxnard, the contract.
Yeah, I would think so, or hope so.
There's no question this is where you want to be.
Yeah, this is where I want to be. You know what I'm saying? I called upon the star. I landed on it. I'm grateful. I feel like I got one of the best jobs in America. I'm just super grateful for the opportunity that Jerry Jones gave me. And, I don't take it for granted. Every time I'm on that field, I really try to take advantage of every opportunity now. I don't take it for granted at all.
Choppy, one last thing. Micah was asked about Zimmer. He said, quote, if I got Zim back, awesome. I think Zim might want to come back. He's ready to ride off into the sunset. So what?
Might want to come back, might not want to come back.
Well, I'm reading word for word.
I know. I'm just saying,
I think Zim might want to come back. He's ready to ride off into the sunset. To him, it's not even about money. I think he's got to want to do it. Close quote.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things that Bill says all the time. If you, the moment you think about retiring, it's time to go. And that was about a player. That's about players. But also, I think you need to have that as a coach, too. Like, if you're not invested and this is what you want to do, and then you're like 100% all in, you're doing a disservice to the 53 that are there, the other coaches and the team. It's time to walk away if you're not fully into it. Now, if he's just not fully into being here, he still wants to coach, then fine, go somewhere else. But if he's already thinking about that, I mean, Jerry intimated that he wants people to be here that want to be here. Well, if he's already talking like that, does that mean that he really wants to be here?
How many inches are we getting this week? Don't play a drop, Peyton. And is Jerry Jones a better actor than general manager? All that and below the belt coming up right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Baker Mayfield looks, throws the ball to caught ball. Evans, he's got it to the 40-yard line. 1,000 plus. Mike Evans, 11 seasons in a row. How about them Buccaneers at number 13? And that would be the final play. There's the Cannons. Bucs win. Tampa Bay defeats New Orleans 27-19. Evans over 1,000 receiving yards. The Buccaneers conquer the South again.
Bucs radio with the call, and Peyton Russell scared me yesterday by saying that my favorite statistic in all of sports, a 15-year staple here on the program, was in jeopardy. Every year in the National Football League, it's an absolute guarantee that we will get at least 5 new playoff teams in. That means 5 have to exit. So that creates a segment, 5 in, 5 out. Pepe, give us an update.
I'm sorry, Sean. If we did 4 in, 4 out, we would be correct. Only 4 new teams in this year's playoff bracket compared to last year.
We got back to 4 a couple of years ago. It dropped down to 4. So the stat is still 4, but it went back up to 5.
I think it's probably on average 5.
Yes.
Like just because it's difficult for it. Now, who did we have in and out up there? I'm trying to look at
so
our.
I have a picture. Yeah, you can do it.
Sean had out Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Tampa, Cleveland, and the Rams.
Oh,
1. Wow.
In, he had Jets, Cincy, Atlanta, Chargers, and Chicago.
2.
1. Got 1.
Chargers.
I had out Philly, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Tampa, Houston.
Whoa. You just ran through yours very quickly. Let's slow down there, champ.
Let us mentally judge it. Say it again.
I can just read them easier. I had Philly,
Nope.
Pittsburgh,
Nope.
Cleveland,
Yep.
Tampa,
Nope.
Houston.
Nope.
1.
I had in Chicago, Jacksonville, Cincy. Oh, I didn't get any in. Atlanta and the Jets.
Ooh.
Bobby had out Buffalo.
Nope.
Boy, the Josh Allen. I'm surprised by that. Buffalo, Cleveland.
Yep.
Pittsburgh, Tampa, Cowboys.
2. I'm up.
2.
In. Oh, you're screwed here. Jets, Cincy, Jacksonville, Atlanta, Chicago.
Well, crap. Still, I'm up.
Paytone.
No, wait. Do my out ones.
Out. Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Tampa, Cleveland, Rams.
You just said Cleveland.
Okay.
Peyton, Tampa, Rams,
In or
Miami. This is out. Tampa, Rams, Miami,
Genius.
Pittsburgh, Cleveland.
2.
He had 2 out. Yep.
In Atlanta, Seattle, Chargers,
1.
Cincy, Jets.
3.
I think Peyton wins.
Peyton wins.
Hey, how about that?
Well done. So
Once
now
again.
it's 4 in, 4. Well, you didn't win fantasy. Pay me, Alec Medford, you cheap bastard.
Can't Venmo. He's going to bring you cash.
Well, he can pay in other ways. There's Cash App. There's many things out there. 4 in, 4 out, I guess, is the adjustment moving forward. And didn't you say the draft pick being as bad this year didn't help you as much in terms of your record?
Oh, yeah. No, if you were last year, the Chargers picked 5th in the draft going 5-12. This year, the Bears will pick 10th. They're barely in the top 10 with a 5-12 record. So, yeah, there's a greater chasm between the haves and the have-nots right now.
One of the teams knocked out yesterday, Tyreek Hill and the Miami Dolphins. You talk about bizarro world. Tyreek Hill, after the game, basically said, I'm done here.
I mean, for me, like I said, man, I just got to do what's best for me and my family, dog. If that's here, or if that's wherever the case may be, man, I'm finna open that door for myself, dog. As I'm opening the door, like, I'm out, bro. You know, so it was great playing here, but, you know, at the end of the day, bro, I got to do what's best for, you know, for my career and, you know, what's best. Because I'm too much of a competitor to be, you know, just
does that mean
just out there.
Mean you thinking about leaving here?
If it is, hey, it gets.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill saying he wants out. So I listened to more of this because I'm like, oh my God, the most dangerous weapon in the National Football League for multiple reasons. Maybe on and off the field. Could be free, could be available. I think Tyreek got ticked off because he got pulled from the game after Kansas City got smoked. Denver winning meant Miami and Cincinnati eliminated. But then I kept reading, and it was like Mike McDaniel kind of couldn't find Tyreek to put him back in the game. I think Tyreek is embarrassed and unhappy over his numbers. Every year, he's in triple digits catches. This year, 81. Every year, he's in four figures for yards. This year, 959. 6 touchdowns. It's like, dude, you didn't have your starting quarterback. Are you really that ticked off? I feel like right now, cooler heads will prevail. This was just emotional post game, and Tyreek Hill will back off of this. I hope he doesn't.
It's a perfect spot for him.
Where?
Miami. Is
it?
Well,
it didn't feel like it this year.
Well, Tua got hurt. The weather, because
Tua got hurt.
Yeah, but you're
you
still
that matters as a wide receiver.
This whole backup quarterback thing you're doing is getting a little bit annoying.
No, the idea just that for him to completely bottom out and act like it was just that situation, it didn't work out for him the same way.
He is Tua is perfect for him in the sense that
Tyreek Hill had one game this year with double-digit catches.
Oof.
He did not have 7 catches since November 17th. I'm sorry. He had, God, I always go up the wrong way. Disregard everything I said except for did not have one game this year. He only had double-digit catches. That's it.
Yeah, I just think Tua and him work so perfect because Tua's not like an improvisational type guy. He is so on time, and it works with the scheme really, really well. I think it's a good fit.
Oh, I don't think it matters if Tua's the quarterback. If anything, Tyreek would have better numbers with an improv guy too.
Well, he would have great. It would be different, right? It would be a lot of after the play breaks down kind of yards. This is just on time system scheme type yards. A lot of yak too. But he put up great numbers with Mahomes, and Mahomes is not a 1-2 out. He is all over the place.
I just look at this and I say that you talk about the fact that CD and others, Jefferson, have stepped up and been able to play well. Something is clearly not working out in terms of make sure Tyreek gets the ball. It's such an easy thing for a backup quarterback to lean on whenever, regardless of, I'm not talking about winning games, but just the volume. The numbers should still be there in large part for Tyreek, and they weren't.
For Lamb.
So I get the frustration level. I don't know that there's anybody, another city that could be going through a more tumultuous last little bit than Miami. Tyreek Hill talking publicly wants to get traded a week after Jimmy Butler is talking publicly that he wants to get traded, and there's all these rumors that eventually Sandy Alcantara could say, I want to be traded from the Marlins. It's just an awful run for that city right now.
All right, Bobby, you were ahead of this, at least on this show. This new TV binging that you've been doing went viral yesterday with Jerry Jones.
Landman. It stars Billy Bob Thornton, and it is very, very good. It's Taylor Sheridan's new show, which is Yellowstone, man.
And you finished up watching Yellowstone?
Got one episode left. I was going to do it yesterday, but the little man wanted to play Fart Night or whatever.
Oh, Fortnite's still a thing?
Still a thing.
Okay.
It never ends.
So, but you're disagreeing with the critics out there on Yellowstone.
I am. I thought Yellowstone season 5 has gotten way too much heat. I think it's fantastic. Not fantastic. It's good. It's very, very good. There's some parts in it where they drag it out. Especially I think the second to last episode, I could use more of the Jamie storyline, which I'm sure we'll get to in the finale. But I thought it was pretty good. There were a couple of, oh man, kind of moments. That's what I'm looking for out of a series.
Well,
just give me some, oh man.
Look, Landman's still really good because Taylor Sheridan has stayed behind the camera and isn't forcing himself into the storyline like he did the final season of Yellowstone.
Very true.
So, Landman's very good. It's about, it takes place in Midland. And it's just working in the Texas oil fields and all the dirt and grime that goes behind that. So in this episode yesterday, there was the boss, Billy Bob Thornton's boss, who's played by John Hamm. He's in there, and he was in the hospital.
Hamm or Ham?
I don't know.
Ham.
John Hamm.
Hamm or Ham, whatever it is.
John Hamm.
The most pop cultural of the show by far, is John Hamm.
Because I never watched that dumb show Mad Men. Now,
I hear John Hamm has got a ham.
John Hamm.
Their Hamm is pronounced Hamm in certain last names, like the old
Just
gymnast.
shut up.
The old
Just shut up.
gymnast
You
was the same
lost.
way. I did not lose. I did not lose. How many of your teams were in and out again, Sean? Anyway, so let's go real quickly. This is John Hamm is sitting in the hospital recovering from a heart attack, and he is a very powerful Texas oil man, and so it's Jerry Jones walking in there to give him a pep talk.
Now, I'm not saying I've done anything right, but I made my mind up a long time ago I was going to work with my kids. They're involved in everything. They're involved in my leasing, oil and gas, real estate. And so when I got to Cowboys, I got it so that we could all work together. I thought I was doing it for them, but the one that got the most out of it was me. I just know it's not going to be this time, but you're going to be sitting here sometime in the future, laying here sometime in the future. And this room's going to be full of your business associates and the people you've worked with all your life. And more than likely, your children and family are going to be there because they're your children and your family. But you could have them there because they're the people you spent your life with, you worked with, you fell down with, you got up with. Not just Thanksgiving, Christmas. That's who you want to be with. So when that time comes like this, it's a celebration of your life. And you're not wishing you'd spend a little more time seeing a few more sons come up. That's the trick. That's the trick. Because that's going to be your glory. But I'm pretty proud of them Cowboys. I'm pretty proud of the stuff we've done in oil and gas. It pales in comparison to how proud I am to have lived my life working with my kids. You got a chance to do something about that. I hope you will. And I'll tell you, young man, you're no spring chicken.
Yeah, Billy Bob.
And you ought to listen to little Liz yourself.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm a few eggs short of a spring chicken, that's for sure.
Think a lot of both of you guys.
Feelings mutual. Thank you, Jerry.
Okay. Don't make me get my rubber glove out.
Boy. Tell Jenny I said hi.
Good to see you, Mr. Jones.
Wow! That's fantastic.
That's a wonderful line.
That's a Jerry line. That is something I feel like Jerry would say to somebody walking out of their room. Don't make me get my rubber glove.
Yo, that was legit good acting.
He gets teared up. He's choked up.
Hey, do you think he's reading a cue card in the back during all that? No way he just did that.
As somebody who did sexual harassment, what was it called?
Slow down,
One of those
Skip.
things?
What are you saying?
No, don't bail him out.
It's it's called an industrial. So you know those
I don't know.
FS1 over here.
You know those training things we have to do every year for the company, the videos?
Yeah.
When I was trying to do acting, I did one of those.
You were in one of those?
It wasn't a video. It was a pamphlet. I was in a flyer. It was I can't remember what company it was, but I was a stock boy for one of these chip brands, these chips.
Yeah.
And they were like, now be really like creepy and just like stare like at this woman or whatever. So I was like,
you were the perv.
Yeah, I was the perv. Yeah, it was great. It's typecast.
Just like Kevin Costner, as Bobby
Kevin
would
Costner,
say.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But but they do they
stop putting your finger up on the
it's
camera.
It's not FCC regulated. They can do a lot of takes. So like obviously like they could cut it down to where he says like 6 words at a time. Like he goes if it's very choppy. So he can. And it did not look that way. It looked tremendous.
But people are loving Landman. They are not loving or loving the weather forecast. What are we getting? Are we getting 3 inches, 4 inches of snow?
I've heard
Friday?
upwards of 15.
I saw that yesterday, but I don't know if this guy is. I don't know. He's got a lot of followers. Ryan Maue. I'll get Bobby to pronounce it.
By the way, the TikTok meteorologists are the best.
Accurate?
Yeah,
Or just entertaining?
They're as accurate as anybody else is.
15 inches and freezing possible Friday. Medium outcome is 5 inches for DFW. If it comes Friday, I'm happy. I cannot be dealing with this Wednesday, Thursday driving in here.
Kristen was complaining about it potentially snowing. She's like, of course, you guys would be.
What is going to stop her from?
Because I'm off Thursday, Friday.
Oh!
So she's like, you would be off on a snow day.
Oh,
She's like, that would happen.
So it means like she would be miserable with you in the house?
No, she's just like, that was a waste of vacation days if you would end up being able to just broadcast from home potentially those days.
Yeah, light wintry mix late Wednesday night. high of the mid-30s, so it's going to be in the 20s at late Wednesday night. So Thursday morning could stink driving in.
Or after the show, we'll just get our access.
That's right. Because we're on Thursday, there's also going to be a snowy, wintry mix as well.
What are the NFL insiders saying about Mike McCarthy now? We have an update in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
It's first and goal at the 5. And he keeps it and runs around to the left, fakes everybody out, and dives in. Touchdown, Commanders.
The question from Jerry Jones might not be if Mike McCarthy will return in 2025. It's how he will return in 2025. That is the headline over at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram after Jerry Jones spoke with the media after yesterday's game about Mike McCarthy's future. And boy, there's a lot to get into. Let's kick things off. Let's jump back a little bit before Jerry spoke to the media. Let's talk about all the pregame buzz that was out there. I'm curious, for you guys watching pregame stuff, did you expect a little more? Like, did you expect a few more morsels from the insiders about Mike McCarthy's status than what seemed to be their belief, which is just, I don't know. Like, they all said nobody wants to call it.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Usually somebody will say, I expect him to be back. I expect it to lean this way. But for the most part, it's a whole lot of just putting their arms up and going, I have no clue, which makes me think Jerry genuinely has not tipped off to anybody what he's doing yet, is how I look at it. Now, the one person who maybe gave you a little bit of a leaning, and it was just I'm leaning this way, I really have no sort of clue, was Adam Schefter, who during NFL Countdown had this to say about Mike's future.
Again, this is one of those fluid situations where it certainly sounds like Jerry Jones is in favor of having back Mike McCarthy. I don't know that everybody in the organization feels that way. Mike McCarthy's contract is also up. He's going to have the opportunity to interview in other places. If it comes to that, I could see a place like New Orleans being interested in Mike McCarthy. Also could see this situation flipping and turning, but going into today, it is more likely that he's safe than out, and we'll see how conversations unfold in the weeks ahead.
So that's a big hedge from Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
I would lean he's this way, but it could totally change, and I'm not committed to this opinion at all.
All right, so Jerry, Steven, Will. Who else would have his ear on this?
That is, when you mentioned that was one of the first things I thought based on that is that Schefter put in the commentary line, I'm not saying everybody else is on board.
Yep.
Who is not everybody else? Because, I mean, gosh,
a small circle.
Slater can't stop texting us about how much all the players love him and want to have him back. And so it's clearly not a single player, according to Jane. Then you go, like, I mean, who else are we talking about? The only other people involved near the top that you'd be talking about, other people in the organization, I would assume he's only mentioning Jerry, Steven, Will. So are you telling me one of them would not be in favor of this? And if so, who's that?
I mean, look, I think Steven is, I think Steven and his dad are pretty much in lockstep on all. My assumption is they're in lockstep on a lot of things.
Is that why Will's contract isn't settled?
I mean, maybe.
I mean, it makes you wonder. And Will's contract is not settled.
If I had to pick one of the three, I'm not reporting, I'm not saying anything behind it. If I had to pick one of the three, I would guess McClay.
Yeah, and like you said, nobody's saying that's what it is, but it's interesting enough that Schefter would identify there may be people in the organization who don't feel the same way. Because I can't imagine he's talking about the third string linebacker doesn't want McCarthy back.
Yeah.
That's not what he's referencing. So interesting regardless. Now, if we were to rank the best insiders who have a beat on Mike McCarthy, number one would probably
Laura
be
Oakman.
Number one. That's not an insider. That's an employee. If we're going to say number one, it'd be Jay Glazer.
Yep.
That would be the number one name right there.
Yep.
And Jay Glazer yesterday talking on Fox.
Oh, Pelissero.
Pelissero, Glazer, those are the two I think that if you talk about the most, Glazer probably did the most lobbying for him on his behalf. Glazer threw his hands up and said, I don't know. I think this is an interesting representation. Schefter is probably going to be reporting more from the Cowboy perspective, Glazer from the McCarthy perspective.
Yes.
Which that sounds very much like where we're at now. Of McCarthy not knowing where he stands, just like Glazer doesn't.
Yeah.
And Schefter going, I think it goes this way, but I don't know.
Yeah, so I flush what Schefter says and focus more on Glazer.
Well, but Schefter could be talking about, like, if he's talking about from the team perspective, the assumption would be McCarthy does want to return.
When I heard the Glazer thing, I said, okay, Mike's not coming back. And then when I heard Jerry post, I said, because I assume Hay in the barn meant they had their decision. No, that just meant gathering all the info, apparently. And then when I heard Jerry post game, I'm leaning I'm leaning more towards like they haven't made up their mind for a final decision.
Yeah, that's. I mean, Archer made it sound like this morning he doesn't think they had made up their mind.
And
yet.
then Calvin Watkins saying he's never seen a head coach hug every single assistant going back into the locker room post. That made it feel like a final goodbye.
Yeah, or that McCarthy didn't know, and he wants to say goodbye in case this is goodbye. You're tired, aren't
I'm
you?
tired of this.
I can see.
I'm so exhausted by this. I feel really bad for lifelong Cowboy fans. I really do. You're trapped, and you don't see like a way out. You don't see like the real light. You have more light than Dan Snyder, than Al Davis at the end. Again, Peter Angelos, Baltimore Orioles. Maybe David Tepper. It sucks. It really sucks, especially hearing Jerry talk about his motivation for getting the franchise. When you compare what Jerry Jones said yesterday to Robert Kraft in announcing the firing of Gerard Mayo, basically coming out and saying, this is the city's football team. You know, I have to run things. Yes, I have to run things for the fans. Here it is. Since buying the team, I've always considered myself and my family as custodians of a public asset. I want you to compare that to what Jerry Jones said when Jane said, are you still going to be the GM? And Jerry said, yeah, here's why.
Well, I always hide from a fact that bothers me. I like to look at the fact that over the last 15, 20 years, we're the sixth winningest team in the NFL. I like that. I don't necessarily, I get to count other things. We all know what I want to do is advance in the playoff, but that's not really what I want to do. What I want to do is get in the Super Bowl and win it. And so it really, for me, is a thought about, well, you can't win a Super Bowl until you advance in the playoff. But you can't win Super Bowls unless you're one of the winningest teams in the NFL, and we have been for the last 15, 20 years. Not counting Super Bowl years.
Man, that is
that's RJ Choppyism right there.
Can't win Super Bowls with your head coach.
That is big time George Steinbrenner vibes. He would say the same thing.
Got to get in the dance?
Yeah, well, no, like back in
because George definitely would not have operated as conservatively as they do now.
During the early 90s, George would always say, we had the most wins of anybody in the 80s. He would always bring that up. Like that was like just try to be positive about it, right?
Yeah.
It was the old salesman. All these guys are salesmen of some sort.
Sure.
And it was like, all right, yeah, great. You had the most wins of any team in Major League Baseball in the 80s. And you went to one World Series and you didn't win any. And Jerry keeps pointing out, hey, 6 most wins and blah, blah, blah.
You know the line that really stung, though? Jerry said, make no mistake about it. This ain't Landman here when I bought this team. I did not buy this as an investment. I bought an occupation. And I said, oh, damn. That is a general manager sentence and statement. I didn't buy this, just to own that out. I didn't buy this as an investment. I bought this as an occupation.
It's a cold line.
That's a cold line.
I was like, it's hard to argue back. It's hard to argue back against that specific notion of just, hey, I'm in charge, all right? And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. I'm in charge. And say, I bought an occupation. That's like, all right. What can you say other than just, all right, fine. Then public lobbying, you got to at least make sure that things are in order the right way for your organization. If you're going to be the GM, if you're going to be the final decision maker, which he is not this, like when Bill Belichick had the title de facto GM. He is not the de facto GM. He is the general manager of the Dallas Cowboys. That's his job.
He's like the... who's that guy that bought a radio station just to be on the Nasty Nestor?
Yeah.
He's the Nasty Nestor of the NFL. Just bought a radio station just to be a radio guy.
So before yesterday, Jerry on Friday with KMC was asked if there's anything that could happen Sunday that would impact the decision. The hay is in the barn as far as our staff is concerned. I don't think something would happen out here Sunday that would impact where we're going to be moving forward. What about the coaching candidates, Bobby? Excuse me, Bobby, this is a question that you had for Jerry. We just didn't get to it on Tuesday. Are the other candidates Is the available field a factor? Jerry said not a big factor. Not a lot. That is a big key. But in this particular case, that is not a big factor of the other availables.
Which I had different people on the beat where we just chat about some of his answers. It felt like half of the people felt like, well, that answer is good for McCarthy. And then the other half, but that's bad for McCarthy. But what? You genuinely have no idea, and that's what he wants.
Jerry pregame with Christy Scales. What about input? I use a lot of input from key people that are associated with the team. Players, I use former coaches. I use input from really interested fans. I get it all. And then Brandon Graham off the Eagles was doing media for ESPN. Wait, why was he doing media yesterday? Didn't the Eagles have a game?
He's hurt. He's out. And
But
he's been
still.
purged from the locker room.
Has he?
Yeah, I mean, remember he was the one who stirred up
I know the
everything with
incident, but
he's not been around nearly. When you're hurt, when you're removed from the locker room, when you're on the outside like that, it's normal a lot of times for you not to be around. We don't see a lot of DeMarcus Lawrence right now, for instance.
Brandon Graham said, keep McCarthy so we can continue to keep beating him. By the way, when Dak plays, Cowboys have been 4-1 against the Eagles. So stick that, Brandon. Stephen Jones on the fan said a lot of Will McClay questions that Bobby kind of started and a bad cell phone added to it with Jerry on Tuesday. Stephen said he does not expect changes in the personnel department. He spoke very highly of Will McClay and the rest of the department. So that's where we stand with all that. And then I asked Tolos their prediction. I said, since none of us can figure it out, what will happen? 1,600 votes. It was 55-45. 55% said McCarthy's gone. 45% said he gets an extension.
Where do you fall down right now? Because it changes every hour. I'm leaning towards he's back. And the last night when I wrote my email, I said I think I was leaning towards he's gone.
I'm going 55-45 or 60-40 that he's gone. What I really think is...
When do you think you'll know?
Oh, God. I'm not...
Next week?
More importantly to me, what do I think is happening? I feel like they're going to try to go through some really difficult negotiation with Mike to get Mike to take less than like an embarrassing head coaching contract situation. That's my guess right now. They're going to see how much Mike's willing to swallow and how much more incentives are they going to be able to force Mike to take. That's where I feel like we're going next.
Two places that have
Two places
that have been brought up. One, I think it was Schefter yesterday who said New Orleans could be interested. Jeremy Fowler mentioned last week that the buzz around the NFL is that not necessarily they have this interest, but McCarthy would himself target, all right, if I'm not going to be here, let me see if I can get to Chicago. Midwest team, division I'm familiar with, quarterback situation, let's target that one. So Chicago or New Orleans could be the ones that have some level of interest or some potential if it's not going to be here. But you could be right. What if he is just setting it up?
John Gruden hanging out with Carr.
Man, maybe.
Where are you at now? I'm going 55-45. Mike is gone.
80-85 that he's back.
That's strong. I think I would go 51% he's back. I really have no clue because I don't think they know yet. And so we're just guessing what decision he's going to come to.
I also think that the list of candidates does and should impact it.
Yeah.
If it doesn't impact it, it's troubling.
I don't know about that. It's like
you've got to answer for results at some point. And so if Jerry says this is a reality and we just got to figure out if somebody else can do it, it's just like you've said with the quarterback position. It's fine. You can be comfortable with Dak, but like who's going to replace Dak isn't a good enough reason. Go find out who's going to do it.
Breaking news around the rest of the National Football League to kick off the final hour of Sean, RJ, and Bobby next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn It On, Leave It On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
2nd and 3 at the 7. Under center is McKee. Back, looking, fires, complete. Touchdown! E.J. Jenkins, the tight end.
That's the call on Eagles Radio. This is final hour. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you are new to the show and you're checking out the different radio dials, this is Sean and RJ with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We are your official station of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. We got Peyton Russell firing up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and Carter Freeman as well here on DFW Sports Station. TOLO stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and hopefully you'll give us a chance if you are stopping by and looking for something to check out. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com insider at 9:20. Let's go around the rest of the league. This is a very fun day. I'll put this right up there with NFL free agency, Black Monday, with all the changes that are taking place. Of course, yesterday, the big news, Gerard Mayo, one and done in New England. He's gone.
Super quick.
He really bumbled. I think this is also a lesson in press conferences. You might not think that press conferences matter, and speaking of the media, Gerard Mayo was awful. Inconsistent, up and down. He was terrible. And you can give him a break for coaching decisions. I don't give him any break in dealing with the media as awfully as he did because he was a player. He's a longtime player in the most buttoned-up organization. You should know how to deal with things when talking into a microphone. He was inconsistent. He was back and forth. And I think that the Crafts, Jerry and Steven may not listen to their fan base at all. The Crafts, I think, may have gone to the other side and listen to the angry massholes.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is the hand-picked guy. Hand-picked.
Yep.
They wanted, this is who they wanted. This was the successor. He was named the successor to Bill whenever they moved on from Bill. And, you can even say they pushed Bill out just to get to him. But this is also what happens when you hire a first-time head coach.
Robert Kraft said, I kind of freaked out and panicked when I saw him interviewing with people last year, and I didn't want to lose him.
Right.
So I don't know whether that scare tactic worked against them, and now everyone is looking at Mike Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel is the obvious, link, because he's got a link to New England. I don't know that they would have made this move necessarily if they didn't think that they were going to get him. I don't know. I don't know how they end up with anybody but Vrabel.
You got Drake May. You've fallen to 4 now in the draft, and you have $130 million in cap space.
There you go.
Sounds like I would be hiring an offensive head coach is what I would do, is make sure that somebody's there to bring Drake May along. I mean, they've had, who was the head coach before Belichick? Wasn't it Pete Carroll?
Pete Carroll.
And so, I mean, when you talk about that Jets run.
Before that,
the Jets
Parcells.
Yeah, you're talking about they have been on a longer run of defensive head coaches than the Jets have. At least Rich Kotite is sprinkled in there somewhere. Mm-hmm. But no, I'll tell you what, if Mike Zimmer's not going to return here, I would at least see about Gerard Mayo as a defensive coordinator.
Really?
Yeah. And I think that buy low on a guy who everybody in the league agreed a year or two ago was going to be a great head coach.
Sounds like everyone wants Saleh, too, as their DC.
Does anybody want him as their head coach, though? Because that's what he wants. That's what he would like. Now, I think it's genius the way LaFleur's used him, which is just to have him basically work with the offensive coaching staff of that. Hey, show me how you would attack our offense if you were a defensive coordinator. Show us how you do it. I think that's a really valuable resource that, to Mike McCarthy's credit, he's had coaches come in here and do the last couple of years. Brian Schottenheimer, Ben McAdoo, they were brought in to do similar things.
We played the Giants clip because they are bringing back their leadership. Brian Daboll and the general manager, Joe Shane, the Saquon trader, are back in New York.
They are back, by the way. I just looked up the Patriots' last offensive head coach. It was Raymond Berry. 1984 to 89.
Yeah, the former receiver.
Yeah. So, Giants. I mean, this is... they're the gift that keeps on giving. They really are. They're the lone holdover from the complete disaster that was the Giants and Commanders, because now the Commanders seem to be, they found their way, right? They found their way now. But the Giants do, and look, it's a good trait to have, patience and not wanting constant turnover.
Yep.
but also can cripple you sometimes when you just have the wrong guy.
And Stephen Ross, he cited stability as a reason that Mike McDaniel and their general manager are coming back, as Tyreek Hill in his postgame yesterday said, I want out. So the Dolphins bringing back their leadership, and so are the Indianapolis Colts.
You can hire somebody and it fail or fail having been failed at the time and still think it's the right person for the job. Like there's a lot of circumstances that go into the NFL. You got to find a quarterback. Sometimes you miss on draft picks. Like you can have a coach that isn't winning games, but still think he's the right coach.
Yeah,
it happens.
Doug Peterson, no surprise. It only was surprising he lasted this long. Doug Peterson is out in Jacksonville, and Trent Baalke is like the Jim Gray of the National Football League. Baalke staying as the GM, Bobby. That was Michael Lombardi suggested Belichick and others may want to stay away from that job because of Baalke. He's the one who fought with Harbaugh in San Francisco to drive Jim out. So Baalke's got some type of sway and pull with the Cons.
Trent Baalke got both of his GM jobs. This is from Albert Breer. Got both of his GM jobs in San Francisco and Jacksonville after his boss was fired. And in those jobs, he then survived the firings of Mike Singletary, Jim Harbaugh, Jim Tomsula, Urban Meyer, and now Doug Peterson. It said if you're familiar with the term managing up, Albert Breer says that's what you got there in Trent Baalke. It's wild. A guy who has no friends left in the league, it feels like. Everybody talks down about this guy. And yet he manages to have it just shows that the most important friend is the one that matters.
The Bengals fired their defensive coordinator, and that tells me Zach Taylor's coming back.
Fired their defensive coordinator and fired a bunch of assistant coaches, too. Frank Pollock, the old Cowboys offensive line coach, he got blown out. They also fired their linebacker coach. Several different Bengals assistants are out, so it does sound like he's going to be safe. They fired their offensive line coach, linebacker coach, defensive coordinator, and defensive line coach. So sounds like the entire defensive staff basically, and then Frank Pollock on top of it with the offensive line. So Zach Taylor seemingly good to go.
Detroit ended up blowing out the Vikings last night on Sunday Night Football. Lions secure the 1. Vikings fall to the 5. They're going to be at the Rams Monday night. Man, you have that regular season record, and you got to go to the Rams, who had a negative point differential. But for the sake and purpose of this segment, how about the story from Jay Glazer that teams are calling the Vikings to try to trade for Kevin O'Connell? What?
No.
Teams?
Teams. Like
man, that feels like that felt like an agent leak to me. I'm like, multiple teams are calling to try to trade for O'Connell.
Not that they have yet, that they're preparing calls, that they're preparing that, because the thought process, I guess, is
who's his agent? Do you know?
I don't. O'Connell is without a deal. He's got his deal.
He's heading into the final year,
right? And which is very rare. Teams don't operate like the Cowboys. They don't typically just let their coach enter the final year of their deal. But the idea being that if O'Connell is entering the final year of his deal, it might be O'Connell's desire to see it run out. And so teams are willing to just pick up the phone and go, hey, is there a chance you're going to lose him? If you're going to lose him anyway, would you like some draft pick compensation?
Just to clarify, this is not the final year of his deal.
No, the one next year would be.
Yes. He has one next year. You know who I think is going to screw all this up for the owners? I think Ben Johnson is going to, once it got out there that Ben Johnson wanted $15, $20 million, if I'm Kevin O'Connell, I'm doing like Lamb, waiting for Jefferson, waiting. I'm going to be like, okay, so you're going to hire Ben Johnson, gets 15 from Chicago. Mm-hmm. You got to pay me 15 and more. I've done more than Ben Johnson. Like Kevin O'Connell is looked upon as special. There's a sideline clip. He's talking in the headset. It was so good. I fell in love with this guy during the Netflix show. But let's have a little fun here. With now the Vikings told Florio, we love Kevin O'Connell, no trade. He's not going anywhere. But when you look at the history of this, the last one to get dealt was Sean Payton. And Choppy, I know you love the idea of trading for coaches.
He got a 1 and a 2.
Yep. And they got a third rounder back. Other coaches that have been dealt, Herm, Gruden, Belichick.
So, I mean, a lot of it worked. A lot of them worked.
Oh, I'm trading for him.
Like 3 of the 4 worked. Like, I mean, well, at least 2 worked.
But this guy has done the magic trick of taking a backup throwaway and making him an early MVP candidate and maybe someone who they're going to get rid of J.J. McCarthy for. This isn't just someone like with a breakout surprise year with an incumbent. He took Sam Darnold to 14 wins.
It was 14 wins. He looked bad last night, really bad.
Really bad.
And look, you could pick apart their schedule if you wanted to. They lost.
Oh my God! Look at Darnold's numbers. 18 of 41.
Oh, it's pretty gross.
Man, he was going to hyperextend Justin Jefferson's arms last night with those high throws.
He was high on everything. There are 3 losses: 1 to the Rams and 2 to the Lions. They did beat the Packers twice, and they beat Houston. So those are the playoffs. So they're 3-3 against playoff teams.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't. Regardless, 3 years ago, they should not have been a 13-win team. What I consistently see from Kevin O'Connell is he will get every last bit of whatever that team's potential is out. Like, I don't look at that as so much as I don't look at it so much as, oh, okay, these stats tell me you're not as good as everything says. It's like, no, to me that says he gets everything every single time out of his teams, that they have no business winning football games that they end up winning. That's why I would. You're telling me, I don't know that I want to give up immediate compensation, but if you tell me I give up a third this year and a first next year for O'Connell, I would make that trade if I was Dallas. I'd do it.
Say the comp again.
If you give up a third rounder this year and a first in 26, I'd give that up for him.
Choppy, I know you're going to shoot it down.
I can't give a 1 for a coach. I can't do it.
Who do you think is the best coach in the league?
Mike Tomlin or Mike McCarthy?
Well, Dan Campbell.
Okay.
But like I don't want one of these I'm smarter than you head coaches. I want a CEO.
Which, by the way,
I want a CEO.
I'm going to just say this because I've been
So you wouldn't give up a 1 for Dan?
Well, I'd give up 4 1s for Dan.
I've been thinking about this. I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
Uh-oh.
And we can put it up on the wall if you want. I think Ben Johnson's going to be a bad head coach.
I love it, Bob.
I mean, it's very possible. He might not be able to communicate with people.
I've said that for 3 months.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows what he's. I mean, he's clearly a very.
If you communicated better, Sean, we'd heard you say 3 months
If you guys
ago.
actually get your head out of your own ass, you give me credit for
He's
something.
a great.
I gave you credit for your Trey Lance wink.
Well, he's a great offensive mind. That is unquestionable.
Sure.
Unquestionable.
But you have to be able to communicate this to be like.
How do you get along with people? Is this guy social? Is he fun? Is he a tyrant?
I don't even know what he looks like.
Yeah, right.
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. When you see him, you're going to go, wow, that's Ben Johnson?
I have no idea. Like, we don't know. We don't know. That's the thing. You don't know about any of these coaches. They can be great at what they do. Wade Phillips.
That's what Ben Johnson looks like.
I mean.
You had no clue, did you?
Great
He
jawline.
looks like 19 kids and counting.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, like Wade Phillips.
Is that the story of the belts?
Jim Bob Cooter, or whatever his name was. Jim Bob Duggar. Cooter was the old
the Duggars.
offensive coordinator there.
Wade Phillips was like he's an elite defensive mind. I mean, he's a fine head coach. There's nothing wrong with Wade Phillips.
Yeah.
But he's not like this great. He's not as good of a head coach as he is at DC. It's very, very possible that Ben Johnson is just a very mid head coach.
So that is everything that is happening around the National Football League. How long are we going to have to wait on the McCarthy decision? What did he take from Jerry after the game? What did Mike do on 4th and 1? And should Trey Lance be the new backup? Nick Eatman for the final time. DallasCowboys.com next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, wait.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 153 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Looking into the end zone, there's the fade to McLaurin, and he's got it easily. Touchdown, Washington. Just a perfect throw by Mariota over the top of Deron Bland for the Washington touchdown with 2 seconds left.
Brad Sham with the call. In case you didn't know, we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. And for the final time this regular season, we have our insider from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, back from the locker room in Arlington. Good morning, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay. Doing okay. The headline, major or not, this team needs big changes. Before we get to that, I want to ask you a little bit about the game and your thoughts on Trey Lance and whether you would consider him as the backup QB next year over Rush.
Yeah, I thought he played better than I thought he would. He didn't turn the ball over, but when you look at those passes in the end zone, it kind of felt like they didn't let him, turn the ball over. Like, all right, we're going to throw it. You're going to throw a fade. I mean, there were so many fades. It was looking like a barbershop over there. Just how many times they kept throwing the ball like that. And it was like, let him run. I mean, let him do something on the move a little bit, or at least run the ball up the middle. So, the red zone play caller didn't help him out, but it kind of felt like they had the handcuffs on him a little bit there.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a backup for someone, but I don't think he's better than Cooper Rush. And so, I would try to keep Cooper Rush as the backup, but I do think he would be someone's backup quarterback.
Nick, explain the McCarthy 4th and 1, please. They take a delay game, and then they end up punting here in this game situation with 3:25 left on the Washington 47.
Yeah. I think the play before, if I remember correctly, that was a run to Rico, maybe, that they got stuffed. I think that's what happened, because I think it was third and 1, and they got nothing. I still would have tried something there. I wouldn't have tried the field goal, but I think you go for it because, if you can pretty much, I don't know if you would salt the game away, but it would be close at that point. And if not, then, you still got to hold them to a field goal, and you may have some time for you to get it, something back. But, I would have tried. I don't think Washington was stopping them that much, but I think that 3rd and 1 stop kind of changed their mindset of the play that they probably wanted to run there.
Nick, yesterday was a troubling performance, or just didn't look totally locked in performance from Jake Ferguson. Had the 3 big penalties in that one. Just in general, that game, but a larger conversation about what happened with him this season. It felt like he took a step back.
No doubt. And he was one of the guys that you were like, all right, we've got to take this leap here. He needs that Deron Bland type, season, because that's what they have to do. They don't have free agents. We know this. So their 3rd round, 4th round picks, they've got to hit into superstars. Deron Bland looked like, he was doing that. And Ferguson was on his way, was added to the Pro Bowl last season. So, and it just did not happen. He did not materialize. He got injured in the first game of the season against Cleveland. Missed, I think, a couple of games. Missed some games with the concussion. But just, wasn't a red zone factor, and didn't score a touchdown all season long. It just seemed like there was these mental lapses at times, just some penalty false starts. We saw it yesterday, but we've seen it. It just, it's just not consistent because he's got the ability. He's got a little bit more juice than Schoonmaker. You'd like for him to be that guy that can make some plays, and at times he does, but he wasn't as consistent, and that's what they needed. They needed, like, do they have a superstar tight end? And it looked like they were on their way for that. And I don't, that's not the case right now.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. A lot made of the Cooper Rush bonus. Do you think that Trey Lance played so that they didn't have to pay Rush $250K?
Not really. I don't really think that. I think that they wanted to play him, at some point. And a lot's being made, well, why didn't they do it last week and all that? I think it was I think they really wanted to have a winning record. I mean, I think that's what Mike wanted. Mike wanted to have a winning record. There's no doubt about it. He wanted to finish 9-8, and that didn't happen. They thought they had a shot with Philadelphia. Obviously, didn't look that way at the end result, but I think that was what they were playing for. I don't think so. And now, I haven't looked that closely on it. I thought from what I was told, he had to play. He had to play quite a bit, like even into overtime. Was that for the $500,000?
An extra 250. Yeah, he's already earned 250. It would have been an extra 250.
Extra 250. Yeah, from what I was told was that it was gonna have to be like an overtime type situation. Again, I didn't ask specifically on that. I don't think that is the case. I like to think that they don't operate that way.
Do you think they were generally pleased with how he played?
Trey Lance or Cooper Rush?
Trey.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I mean, I think they were. Yeah, he moved the ball. They moved the ball. They didn't punch it in. And he had an opportunity to do that. Some of that was on him. I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's what makes the good ones, great, is that you do it all. Like, not only do you see it, but then you feel the rush and you roll out and you get away from it. And now you're rolling to your left and you throw and you find, the running back, and you did all of that, except that he short hopped it, And so that's what makes those great ones great, is that they can do it all. And he just hasn't played enough to get in there. I mean, I think if he played more, he would be a solid backup. And he might be the backup here, but I think if the Cowboys had their choice, they're going to try to sign him. And also, and it's interesting now with the Cooper Rush situation, because I don't think he's got a decision to make as well. And so if they did that to leave that money out there for him, he'll remember that, and that might affect his decision making as well.
Jerry Jones, Hay in the barn. Anything is possible. Incentives this year shouldn't count. Taking other interviews. Where would you like to start with Jerry Post?
His acting career.
Are you watching Landman?
Yes, I am. And I watched it last night. It was phenomenal. I love the show, by the way. I love the show way before I knew he was on it, but I thought that was incredible. I thought he did a really good job, honestly.
He did.
But and it helps that it was probably somewhat of a true story and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And everything he said is what he believed, which is he's living his dream. He's worked with his kids and he's doing that.
Thanks, Siskel. As for does everyone know that reference, Bobby?
I do. Gene Siskel. Yeah, Siskel and Ebert.
Right. I didn't know. John Hahn.
So
he was the skinny one.
He's a golfer.
Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'd kind of forgotten the 4 or 5 things you were saying. Hay in the barn. I do believe in that, but then he talked for like 45 minutes yesterday. It was oh man, it was tough. Because he's just saying so many things, but the one that I caught was the hay's in the barn, but I've got all the information I need to make a decision. That doesn't mean I've made a decision,
right?
So, and then he'd come back with, who says that there's a decision to be made? I think he's just kind of
messing with us.
He's having fun at this point.
Yeah, but what about the incentive thing he was talking about?
I don't know. I'm just gonna say I don't understand that one. I heard it. I shook my head like I don't know what that means. And I think that's part of what he's trying to do. He doesn't want people to know what's going on and what's happening here. He wants them to shake their head like, what was that? And that's exactly what happened for me.
If you were Mike, would you set up other interviews right now? Like, even if Jerry found out about it, based upon Jerry saying, well, I want people who want to be here.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, but Jerry can't hold him against that. No coach wants to go into the season on the final year of the contract. So, that kind of stability is what all these coaches would covet. And so, if Jerry could have signed him earlier. We all know that. So, I mean, Mike's got to do what he's got to do. And so he has to do that. If he doesn't have a decision in place, then he's going to have to do that, because it's like musical chairs. I mean, you're going to be left without a chair if you don't do that. So if there's interviews to take and he's got them, of course he should do that.
I agree that he should do it. I just thought Jerry's quote was weird when asked, would you let him talk with others? And he's like, well, I want people who want to be here. And I was like, is that a veiled threat? Like, what are you doing? Why are you saying that? So you just want him to sit and heal next to you, waiting for your decision, and anything else may be looked upon as like minor, betrayal or out of pocket. I don't know. It was weird.
That is weird. That is weird. And I've heard coaches, on both pro and college level that kind of have that. They get really upset when other coaches are talking to other teams, but they have to. Yeah. They have to do that. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I think that conversation's real easy. Hey, I want to be here. Okay, are we doing this?
Yeah.
Are we getting a deal done? Because I've got this team, and this team calling. I don't want to go there. I want to be the head coach here. I want to stay in my office right here. But if it's up in the air, then I've got to do what's best for me. Everybody would understand that.
Nick, you've got your head coach out of contract and your 3 coordinators: Mike Zimmer, Brian Schottenheimer, Bones Fossil. Out of those 4, how many would your best guess? How many of those 4 are back here next year?
2.
You want to tell me which 2 you think?
Well, I would say McCarthy and Zimmer, but I don't know. I guess or McCarthy or Fossil. How about that?
You wrote on the website, major or not, this team needs big changes. What are you referring to?
Well, I mean, they need to make some changes with the play calling. I mean, that's one of those things. If that's a package deal with McCarthy, then I think that needs to be something that has to be addressed. But it doesn't have to be. It hasn't been a package deal his whole career, and so I think there needs to be some kind of new changes on the offense, on the play calling. I think there needs to be some changes with the free agent mindset. And it doesn't have, you don't have to go and spit and get 3 or 4 free agents, but they need to have a splash in March. They need to do that. I think this fan base needs it. Yep. I think this team needs it. I think the coaches around them need it. I think Mike McCarthy needs that kind of, and we saw this year, free agents are really, they're changing teams and they're making a difference. We saw it at the running back position, and I think the Cowboys and other teams probably learned their lesson a little bit. Like, just because a running back is changing teams doesn't mean he's done. And they have a rule that they don't pay running backs into a 3rd contract. Well, I think Barkley got a 3rd contract. I think Derrick Henry got a 3rd contract. I think Tony Pollard got a 3rd contract, and I think that those guys did well. So I think they need to rethink some of their strategy on free agency.
Don't go too far. Awesome. Again, throughout this regular season, we know you'll be on standby. We'll be using you. Thank you for a great year, brother.
Thanks, guys. It's always a pleasure to be on with you guys. I really appreciate it.
The man, Nick Eatman, for the final time this regular season, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please, game responsibly. Are they back? Do we actually have?
2 of them.
All right,
two of them. Yeah.
Let's cross.
Mike's observing January 6th.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
4th and 1. Snap is back. They hand it off. No, he kept it and ran through the middle on a quarterback draw to the 20 and all the way down to the 15. What a great ball fake by Mariota. They faked it to the back, who got stuffed, but Mariota kept the ball.
As Malik Hooker was celebrating and then said, whoop, never mind. What, Bobby?
That's what Malik Hooker did. He put the finger up like, yeah, baby, got him.
Crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece, the return of Kevin Hagelin.
Well,
where you been?
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
I was scheduled. I was negotiating. I was going to join the.
I thought your contract was done.
The Skip Bayless show.
Oh.
They texted me over the weekend and said a lot of stuff was up in the air right now, so I'm back here.
Oof. Okay.
Either that or I lost my voices.
Did you get to the Joy Taylor stage of the interview?
Jeez. What did you have?
Good gosh.
What do you have? And when did this start? When were you supposed to be back?
I was supposed to be back last Monday.
Oh.
The whole week? And
And it still sounds like this.
And what is it?
So, sinus infection, bronchitis, and laryngitis.
Ooh, big fan of bronchitis.
Oh, are you?
Are these contagious at all?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Bronchitis is like a state of your airway.
Z-Pack? They give you the Z-Pack? They don't do the Z-Pack anymore. A lot of
No,
places.
they gave me a
No, I hate that. Z-Pack works great.
different kind of steroid.
But they don't give it to me, and nobody gives it out anymore.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea, but I can't. I try to get it all the time. They're like, no, we don't really do that anymore.
And this weather this week should really help you out.
Yeah.
Did everyone winterize? Did you winterize yesterday?
What do you mean?
Did you leave your
You know what I mean.
dripping?
Delkus.
Oh, like the faucets and everything?
Yeah.
No. No.
Did you wrap them outside?
I wrapped
Did
the
you leave
plants.
them dripping?
I wrapped the plants.
You wrapped your plants.
Yeah, because I have desert fauna, Sean.
Oh.
Like cactus and agave, palm. So I wrapped those. But the faucets, no, I did not wrap. I will. I just didn't do it yet.
Corey, did you? Well, I mean, last night was kind of the night to do it.
It was chill. Well, it's going to be lows the same all week.
Corey,
Yeah.
did you?
I brought all the plants in weeks ago, and we've had the caps over the faucets outside for once the weather starts to dip. I just go ahead and throw them on because I don't need the water hose at all or anything
smart.
else. And then last night I did walk around the house opening cabinets and dripping faucets.
How
and all
long does
that
it
stuff.
take you guys generally
Oh my
to
God.
get the perfect in? Have you guys
You
talked
don't
about
want
this?
you don't want
the perfect drip.
drip. You want drip.
Yep.
Drip. Like
Yes.
that's kind of what you're shooting for because you don't want to waste water.
Takes a while. You're constantly like tapping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to constantly tap it.
Do that again on the fan can.
Yeah, he is tapping it.
Like
You know,
that.
speaking of, he said bring the plants in. Ansurrection's having me come over today.
Oh, to
bring the
celebrate?
plants in.
Anniversary?
She'll be
Happy
there.
anniversary,
She'll
John.
be celebrating. She's gonna have a party.
Is that where Bassick is?
You're gonna go invade her house.
Interestingly enough, I do think Mike will be back tomorrow. So that is odd time.
I'm gonna
not
walk
too
in there.
hungover.
I'm gonna walk in with a podium, just a giant podium, like walking out of the house. The podium.
He's in Mexico.
Okay. What's coming up?
Guys, we do have Stephen Jones joining us at noon today, so we
Really?
will talk with him. We've been told it's confirmed, and then we'll get into all the Black Monday stuff and Mickey Spagnola.
Wow.
For the last hit of the year.
Oh,
for all the Tolos out there.
Not the last hit of the year.
Of
the
1020 or 1040.
All right, we got to get
And
to
then
the.
we'll hum it up all day. So
That's very good.
Well done, Corey. Now, Corey, do you think that the cheerleader that Brandon Aubrey hit was the Bengals kicker's girl?
I think it was.
I don't know.
I think it was because she
Really?
has a specific short hair bangs, and then it's long on the backside. I think it was her.
So, what happened with that kick? What the hell was that?
So that was they were kicking from like the 50,
Yeah.
right? And so I don't know, he was trying to do something directional or goofy. And then I think the camera well guy who jumped up, I think he may have accidentally caused a ricochet that then hit her.
She got hit so hard that tears came out.
Oh man!
Like I don't think she was crying out of pain. Like you know how you just get hit in the nose and your eyes well
you
up?
see stars a little bit or whatever. Yeah.
I think that's what happened. Aubrey.
That's tough.
Taking out the cheerleader. All right. The FS1. Are you guys talking about this? Were you
I do believe we have that slated somewhere in the 11:20 hour.
Right.
So yes,
Kevin,
it's in Wanker of the
yourself
Weekend.
This was amazing for me yesterday. I could not leave the coverage of this. Are you aware of everything?
I think so.
All right. Apparently Manny Acho is on air today as he was apparently messing around with Joy Taylor. Joy Taylor tried to mess around with Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless tried to mess around with the hairstylist there, offered her $1.5 million to sleep with him.
I know that's not really the point of the story, but that's too much, right?
What do you think is the point?
Just like, are they going to get fired or canceled?
Okay.
I'm assuming that's the direction we're going. But if you did want to talk about like what's an appropriate amount of money,
I mean,
$1.5 million?
too much.
It's better. Never mind.
Better what, Corey?
Be made of something amazing.
I guess, like I said,
I think it probably
game is free. Game is free. You don't have to fork over $1.5 million if you're just a little bit charming, Skip.
I love how this guy's talking like he's the freaking
Mr.
Casanova in here.
This is you're gonna make, as I've said several times, you're gonna make me cheat on my wife just to prove a point now, Sean.
You know what? I have no doubt that you would
to prove the point.
Just to prove a point.
And then Joy Taylor apparently slept with an executive to move up the ladder there. Skip did not want her on he and Shannon show. He also accused Shannon of sleeping with Shannon. You following along?
That's my Michelle.
And then you think that's Michelle?
No, but that's
what was Skip's line to the hairdresser?
Skip.
Oh, she said, Skip, like, I have ovarian cancer and you also have a wife. And he goes, well, isn't your dad Muslim? Doesn't he have 3 or 4 wives? All praise to Allah. There you go. There's your setup. Bobby, I got bad news for your week, for your read. I got bad news for you, Bobby.
That is messed up.
You think you can outmess me? No, I got you back. So that's what's happening. Skip Bayless.
What a weird response to.
And you too.
I have cancer.
And you too back there.
Oh, and you have a wife.
Don't invite me to your wedding.
Well, then she was like, "Hey, by the way, my dad's dead," and he was
the
like,
dad was dead.
Yeah, sorry about
It's probably
that.
tough to come back from that to get to like in a hookup situation.
Yeah.
Hey, my dad died. Well,
yeah. And
grief is nature's most powerful aphrodisiac. That's what Will Ferrell said.
True.
Grief.
I've seen that before.
Oh wow,
I've seen it play out.
Point. Yeah.
Every time you go in funerals.
Yeah.
Have you been worked up lately?
No, not worked up. No.
Choppy's father passed away last week.
yeah. So I actually
Got
learned
choked
that
up?
from my wife, who said she saw it on social media.
Yeah, I was doing a cookie review.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you
man.
dropped it in the cookie review?
Yeah. So
Hey,
What a
by the
weird
way,
spot to break.
I was just watching that on Facebook just now.
The cookie review?
Yeah, it's Crumble, right?
yeah, so our friends Shannon and TK they sent us crumble cookies.
No free
Did
ads.
you get Botox or did you do your eyebrows?
What?
Or
not get Botox.
was your hat just pulling your eyebrows up? Do you think that was what was going on there for me?
It might have been.
RJ has a weird. Yes, he's got. My dad has this in the mirror. You have a crooked face on your videos.
I do.
Oh.
It's weird. Your eyes always look like you've been drinking. That's probably true.
I have.
But your face, it's like your eye. It's like you're having a mini stroke.
Yeah, my half
It's a
my
quarter
mouth.
stroke. It's not a half. It's like a quarter stroke.
Half my mouth doesn't move. I talk like Chipper Jones.
You talk like Chipper Jones in a lot of ways.
Chipper's a side talker. Chipper always talk like this.
But you see it, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's there.
All right, Kevin, you've been out for McCarthy watch.
Yeah.
Where are you now in terms of guessing? And what did you make of Jerry post?
I think there's a better chance Mike McCarthy will still be here tomorrow than I will. Oh,
wow.
Dang.
Like alive or?
I mean, hopefully I'll be alive.
Okay.
He's keeping his job. We just have to deal with it, right? Right,
Probably.
Bobby? I'm sorry, buddy.
Are you pretty convinced?
I'm pretty convinced.
Wow.
I should have taken Mike up on that $1,000 bet. That's how. Because I said 88% at the time, and I told y'all last
Mike
week.
was like 1%.
Yeah, it caused a very weird fight in here.
I've never dipped below 50%, and I'm still now I'm like even more so because they did play hard yesterday and could have quit.
What
That's
did
your
you
Super Bowl, baby? Did you play hard?
What did you guys make of Jerry's incentive talk? Is that a crumb that he's trying to throw to the fans? Fans want incentive deals, so maybe we'll look at that for the next coach's contract. What?
Oh,
No, they want Ben Johnson.
Is that a real suggestion, do you think, by the way? Or is that kind of like a sarcastic jab to the fans like, oh, you guys want these incentive deals so much, maybe I'll give one to the coach?
No, I think it's a real
I think it is
suggestion.
too, which is sad.
I think they're going to approach McCarthy and be like, all right, so you can make $3 million, and then if you want to get back up to $5 million, that's playoff wins, division title, Super Bowl. Like, it's just, what?
There's no other coach that does anything like that, right?
Matt Rule had one in his deal, but it was like he could go from 7 years, $60 million to $770 million. But he was also coming from the college ranks where those are more common.
You know, you're not being very helpful in this crosstalk.
I'm really sorry.
I mean, why even in here? You know, how are you going to talk? You're going to have to do more talking with him than you do with Bassett.
We already discussed this last night. I was like, I feel like I'm probably actually leading the show today.
You got Medi. Medi back there. He can help you.
Medford's done some phenomenal work. So maybe Kevin just goes to the board today.
Trying.
And
when was the last time you ran a board?
I don't think he's ever touched the board. I don't think he hasn't even been in that room.
Have you?
He doesn't even know what that studio is like.
Are you the only one in here who's never run a board? I feel like that's usually step one in radio. You've never had to do it?
No.
Did you have to run a board ever?
Yeah.
And he was the sheriff.
I know you did. I know you did. I remember you used to listen to you fill and do tickers or the Sports Center update for Mike Taylor.
That's right.
And then did you run a board?
No, I learned how, but I don't need to. I was like,
I don't need to.
Yeah, Clarence Carter. Actually, it was I was interning for Ben and Skin, and Clarence Carter was the board op over there. He's awesome. Love that guy. And he goes, Frito goes, hey, you need to get some board work. And I was like, all right. So I step over there and I start doing stuff, and everything fell apart. And Clarence pushed me out of the way. I was like, never do this again.
Did you juggle that while like microwaving Ben's coffee and making sure that 8 ice cubes
that was
in
the
every
moment he
glass
was
and
like,
cup?
hey, water. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
The KNC. Well, we don't know what it'll be. Find out from
point.
Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors next on The Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and I think most of us are back here. I know myself, my co-host Alec Medford is here.
I'm here.
Kevin Hageland is also here.
Who's that?
And things are different right now for Kevin, but also similar to the same.
I've seen a lot of people already say I sound like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Okay, yeah, somebody, hey, please don't ban Coke Zero is what they threw out there since you're on the
promise.
show.
Amen.
I will not.
I will say this. He sounds shakier than you. And I'm going to be very honest. I have no clue what his condition is or anything like that. I'm just going off the simple, like, physical sound of it is shakier than what you're doing right now.
And I have sinus infection, bronchitis, and laryngitis.
All right, so deal with
But I needed to come back, and so far, it's not going super well.
How many days in total have you missed, including paid days of vacation? Is this 2 straight weeks?
Yes. This is the longest I've been off, I think, in 18 years is what I determined. Now, one of those was vacation, which ironically enough, I could talk that week.
During the week of vacation.
But then the week when I was supposed to work, my voice crapped out. This is the best it sounded, by the way, in the last 10 days.
Yeah, so last Friday when Kevin was supposed to be at Buffalo Wild Wings and you got me instead and Alec Medford, then it was because Kevin still couldn't talk. And so we're kind of still going through that a little bit. So help us out, Tolo's out there. Send some encouraging messages to Kevin.
Not all your stupid, I haven't heard you since last year messages, though.
So yeah, let's. I think we should have more of those messages because Kevin, it is true. It has been since last year that most of the Tolos have heard you. So that's a nice thing.
Okay, and I will tell you, I do have another doctor's appointment set up after the show today, and then specialists with ear, nose, and throat. I have 2 of those scheduled.
Oh, wow.
In ensuing weeks.
Okay. And I will also, now that, because of Friday, Alec, I appreciate you giving me the C block to be able to talk about what I was dealing with. Since then, no new news on my situation.
They're taking away your gallbladder?
They're taking my blood. They're taking everything. And they're like, hey, we could guess that it could be one of these 6 things. So that's where we still stand at this point. But I do feel a little bit better. So we're going to be rocking. We're a show that's not 100%, but we got Alec Medford, so I think we'll make it, man.
I just got a text from somebody I really, really like and said, "You sound terrible, mate."
Nice. So they're British.
I don't think they are, though.
Oh, so it's Ian downstairs that's texting
Oh
you.
yeah, he's been around here. Didn't he train at this on this floor with y'all with y'all?
He did some night shows here
That
for
is
a while. Now he's
amazing.
back on 103.7. Yeah.
That is amazing. All right, now if you want to go ahead and dive into the real sports conversations, or we could just do this for the rest of the day. Doesn't matter to me. I mean,
about that one.
I'm totally prepared to take a load off for the entire day until Kevin gets back and gets better.
So many loads.
I mean, do you remember how many loads off we took on Friday, Alec? It was so much
lost
fun.
track after the 10 o'clock hour, man.
The Cowboys put the miserable regular season to bed. We'll start the first question of, did you watch, did you care, did you listen at all? And Kevin, I watched every second of this game.
I did too.
Here's what I told you earlier. I am at a point now where I am a football fan. I'm very excited about these NFL playoffs. I'm very excited about the matchups we have in the playoffs. And as far as being a Cowboys fan, that's over for me now. But I wanted to get, whatever was left of it. I wanted to get whatever was left of the Cowboys season and see it. I was intrigued that Trey Lance was going to be starting. Alec, Mickey told us, and Mickey should be joining us here at 10:20 or 10:40. I haven't got a confirmation there yet. But he told us, hey, I would expect Will Grier as the backup. And once I saw that they signed him, I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. He's going to be the backup. Trey Lance is starting. Made complete sense. So we got to see a Trey Lance version. He still needs more reps in the NFL to be able to be a good quarterback. There are things that are nice and a lot of other things that are still problematic. But I did care about this game. I felt like I needed to watch it to wrap this season up and have a good understanding of where I felt about McCarthy and this team.
Cared how? Did you care that you wanted the team to win or lose?
No, I didn't want either thing, honestly. I didn't care how the outcome was. Did not care about the outcome until the end when I felt like, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and take out those Washington Commanders. So it was the end of the game, Kevin, when I was like, don't let them score. Don't let Terry McLaurin, my fantasy team, I could use that. So I was okay with it because it's Terry McLaurin.
Was there still fantasy stuff happening this weekend?
Yeah, and it's stupid if your fantasy league does it. I have one fantasy league that's me and my friends, and I've been voting for probably 6 years now to not do it on the last week of the season because you end up having the championship game for all the money, the thousands and thousands of dollars that you're betting here. You're having to go and scramble to put together a roster because everybody's sitting out. So it's awful.
And not really representative of the rest of the season.
No.
I mean, all you had to do was start Joe Milton. You would have been fine.
Joe Milton and Damian Pierce from the Texans, you would have been all right there.
Everybody you expected to go off in Week 18, right?
Yeah.
This is a side question. I think Mike would be proud of me for this question. Do they still give out the steroid shots to help you out? Because when I went to the doctor last week, they gave me a bunch of pills, and I don't really feel like those did a great job.
Can you not take pills still?
I can.
Okay. There was a time, Alec, when
my God.
Kevin and I worked at a newspaper together, and I had a gigantic jar of vitamin C. And if Kevin ever felt ill, I would be like, would you like a vitamin C? And he's like, is it chewable? And I was like, are you a 4-year-old? And he was like, well... And so he would never take it. But now you can swallow pills. It's awesome.
It came down to dollars and cents because one of my medications, well, you know what? We're sharing everything. Who knows if I'm going to be on again this week. I have a medicine that I take for depression and obsessive compulsive disorder. So it got to the point where they were like, hey, we can keep giving you the liquid form. It's going to be $40 a month. Or you could, I felt it implied, be a grown-up, take the pills, $4 a month. And I was like, you know what? That's a lot of damn money. That's like $400 difference for the entire year. I will figure this out. Go ahead and give me the pills.
$420.
I don't think that is correct. I think it's $432. But the point is, that's a lot of money. And so I was like, I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Isn't it amazing how expensive convenience is nowadays?
God.
Like, because I would much rather take like the chewables and the liquid forms. I can do pills. That's fine. That sounded weird, but like I can handle those. But at the same time, it's like it's more convenient. Like the little melatonin gummies. It's like, why would I take a little like dusty pill when I can take a gummy that tastes like a fruit snack?
Yes,
I think
snacks are amazing.
I think these doctors got too cocky with me because one of the pills they gave me, it was like you had to break it in half to even make it reasonable.
It was a horse pill.
It was. Like, how does somebody swallow? Well, never mind.
You just
finish that.
More water. More water, Kevin.
I need more water.
From the 903, yes, the shots work a lot quicker. From the 806, I also can't take pills. Thank God it's not just a me thing. Well, it is because Kevin can take pills now. So now it is just you, I think, at this point.
I feel bad to abandon that person.
Hey, Joint, come to our side.
I did it strictly for monetary purposes. I was like, I got to change.
What is
this.
Kevin motivated by? Cash.
Oh my gosh, for sure.
So the Trey Lance effort that you saw Alec out there, what was your feeling when you got to see him out there? Because there's still inaccuracy when throwing. He should have had a touchdown in the end zone. Short armed it. Didn't have a good one there.
Did you like the effort by Dowdle on that play though?
Yes, I honestly did. He did everything he could to try to get to the ball, and it just wasn't there for him. The offense itself stalled consistently. I'm not going to blame him for the offense stalling in the red zone because it was continually, is it Jake Ferguson? Is it Tyler Guyton? Which one of these guys is going to false start or hold? Something was going to happen around there, but it did continue to stall. So there's something, I don't know if it's about Mike McCarthy's offense specifically or the lack of focus and discipline there, but that's the big factor for me. But Trey Lance, he looked like a guy that is not an NFL quality quarterback.
Yeah, and it hit me quick whenever you saw some of the inaccuracies just generally where a ball would sail on him. It would get away from him. And then you got that nugget that Jane Slater put out before the game where she mentioned, compare some of the other young quarterbacks around his age in the NFL, the amount of attempts that they've had between their current NFL careers and college combined. Bo Nix has like 2,500 at this point. Jaden Daniels around 2,000. Going into yesterday's game, Trey Lance had 427 attempts in the pros and college combined.
Yeah.
Like that, he has not thrown the football a lot in a competitive manner, and it definitely looks that way. You see the traits that made sense, but you just generally see an experience.
I saw the traits that if the American football field was 5 yards or so wider on each side, Trey Lance would be a menace to this league.
When he tries to throw downfield and on the sideline, it's just, he's not there.
He misses it every time.
And he's on the run,
Most
and that's
times.
something you're like, okay, I like seeing you on the run doing that. And I feel like I agree with you. Either make the field wider or become a better get more opportunities doing that. I'm going to say that the only real option, Kevin, is to go ahead and give him more opportunities. Actually, maybe not at this point. Maybe not. But I don't think he's coming back as a Cowboy. That's what I saw as I see them going, that was enough for us.
The timing of all of this makes no sense to me because I know some people think the Cowboys did this to get out of the bonus to Cooper Rush. I don't know that. We can ask Steven that. Jerry said, I'm not even familiar with that. But, like, what were you going to learn in this game? So, let's say he goes, what was it, Jerry Flynn? Who's the that might be a wrestler, actually. Who's the quarterback who had one good game and they're like, I'm going to give you all of money? I know Osweiler did it too.
Pretty much.
But what were you going to see? Let's say you won this game 35-10 and Trey Lance threw 4 touchdown passes. Were you going to give him all the backup money because of that game?
I probably would have felt a little more comfortable replacing Cooper Rush.
Okay.
Like saying, okay, Cooper, it's we understand what we have with you. The reality of the team not being good really doesn't give you a good understanding of whether or not Cooper Rush is the best guy, the best fit for if you have something break down on Dak next year. And you're in that, the team's rolling right now. We can't miss it. Is Cooper Rush? I still think he's the
Matt
guy.
Flynn.
Matt Flynn. Did you say Joe Flynn?
I said
Joey
Jerry Flynn. That is definitely a prelim wrestler from WCW.
You're just focused on getting home to Netflix tonight. That's it.
But I'm totally in the boat of looking at what you saw and saying, okay, you can go out and find whatever contract you'd like with any other team out there. And if you don't come back here, well, that's what it was.
Do you just say that to Lance? Do you say that to both of them?
Well, I mean, you're going to have a backup.
What?
So I would probably just say that to Lance, and nobody's going to want Cooper Rush.
I don't know about that. I'm not saying to be their starter.
He missed a season, Kevin, and then came back to the Cowboys. Nobody wants him. Otherwise, he would be somewhere else. I don't know. Did the Cowboys just say, hey, here's all the money we have to pay you?
I'm just curious what that number is. Like, if another team says, hey, we will give you $4.5 million to be our backup. I mean, that's more than the Cowboys want to pay. That's more than he's been making. But for him, that's like 2 to 3 times what he usually makes in a season. Hell yeah, I'll take that money.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's him, then yeah, he would. I just don't see any other team saying that they feel like they need him that much.
Okay.
I think he's more valuable to the Cowboys than he is to other teams out there. But that's just, I don't know, maybe other people out there disagree with me on that. I mean, somebody did point out Sam Darnold, look at him.
I mean,
Cooper Rush, Sam Darnold, same guy, kind of. That's a joke.
And what do you mean by that, Corey?
And I get it.
Sturdy.
Now that Sam Darnold's hitting, like, what in the build-up to that led you to believe he's about to go off?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Trey Lance goes somewhere else and dominates, I'll be like, fine. There's no way I thought that was going to happen.
From the 940, did y'all not watch the game? Lance was nailing his throws in the first half, hitting those crossing receivers. I watched the rest of it, too. Not just the first 15 plays where he was throwing the same passes that he worked on all week to set up for it. that was something that like he understood and knew, and those receivers were wide open. When it came to crunch time, when it came to big moments of, hey, now you actually have to make a big time play for this
Or
team,
sideline work.
Yeah, he wasn't able to do it. So yes, those crossing patterns, those were great. Those were receivers that, again, they got open because of the routes. I saw all that. Now, if you're joking, if they're being sarcastic about that, I'm joking with you. I get it.
If your takeaway from that game was he's ready to go, okay. I guess we did watch a different game.
He could be a steal for somebody. Like if they want to invest in him and really work with him, he definitely could be a steal because I don't think the value of it is there very much. The rest of the game, Jalen Tolbert finally opened up a little bit. And we kind of been waiting for that. Jake Ferguson, Kevin, I don't know, man. This year for Jake Ferguson,
It's been rough.
False starts, just lack of focus, just moments where I'm like, that's not what we expect out of you. And that screwed a lot of things up this year. For
This might be a conversation for another day, but are Jake Ferguson and Tyler Guyton, they both got to be pretty high on your list of biggest disappointment seasons, right?
Yes. Well,
I'm not saying they have to be 1-2. But...
Ferguson biggest.
Okay.
Guyton, I'll say he's behind Dak because Dak's a disappointment with the injury and everything. But I knew that Tyler Guyton had all these other things. Well, we talked about that Friday with Alec. He has all these other qualities that you're kind of like waiting to see him grow into. Here's something that I heard Brad Sham and Broadus and Zach Wolchuk in the post-game show yesterday were kind of discussing in the line of next year they're not young players anymore. They're just players. And that's that sign of Jerry talked about this all season long is, hey, we intentionally went young. We intentionally went with less experience, but next year we're going to get the benefit from it. And that is going to be the point of next year. The expectation is when Cooper Beebe lines up, he's a veteran at this point, a second-year starter. Next year when Tyler Guyton gets out there, those stupid mistakes can't happen anymore. So that is where you kind of look at it and go, yeah, it was this, but the experience they got, hopefully they learn from that experience, they use it, and they go rock with it. Otherwise, it could be a very bad situation. Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, it could be Mickey Spagnola. It could be NFL's Black Monday. Who's staying? Who's already out? We'll go into it next on the...
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are we
Angel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No. I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at carsforkids.org, and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
May has now gone over 200 yards passing, 16 of 23 for 204. May to sling it again. Step and throw, intercepted! In the end zone, Cam Lewis.
That is Drake May right there, intercepted. His coach fired last night, and he's probably going to get a request to be interviewed by the Jets. As it sound, if you haven't gotten your request yet, just check your junk email box. You may have gotten a request from the Jets to interview for the head coaching job.
I got mine 2 days ago. Had to put it off because of the voice issues.
Okay, you didn't know if you could actually.
Maybe next week.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's that looks like an opportunity there. No, everybody's this morning. It's like Bobby Slowick. They've requested him. Every single person that you can think of.
You could have just said Rex Ryan.
Yes.
And that's when I knew they were like
anybody.
Whatever.
Well, and I guess that is a reality. I didn't ask this to Jerry last week, Alec, but I kind of wanted to, and that was, do you even want to do a coaching search? I did see Tim Kalashaw's column, and it was, does he even know how to do one? And I was like, oh, man, that's interesting. The Jets, I don't know that they're doing it the right way because they haven't done it the right way for 80 years, it feels like.
Right.
But they're asking for everybody. Now, the question is, when they sit down and have conversations with these people, do they know what answers they're actually looking for? And that's what, when in times, Kevin, when we talked to Frank Provenzano,
yes,
a lot of times, because he was the assistant GM for the Stars, he would ask the questions, and he knew what he wanted to hear from them. And if it wasn't in that line of something, then they weren't the right candidate.
Okay, let me ask both of you guys this in terms of questions and getting the answers you want. If you go to a doctor who won't give you a steroid shot, do you think I'll get flagged or anything if I'm like, hey, do you know a doctor that will give me a steroid shot? Like, is that going to get me in some sort of trouble?
I would say no. I don't think, because, I mean, you're probably going to want to ask a different doctor for that recommendation, I'm going to say, just as a suggestion. But he probably knows somebody. He's probably like, you know what? I know so-and-so at this clinic over here.
Okay.
Go in there, ask for the fruit platter, and he'll know what you're looking for. That's probably an opportunity there.
My wife is convinced there's a vacuum repair shop that's been on Broadway, like, ever since I can remember. She is convinced it's like a Breaking Bad, get you out of town scenario, because she's like, there are no way that many people need their vacuum cleaner fixed.
I saw it in an episode of Bosch, Kevin. I've seen this before. And actually, that was pretty much like a third season of Bosch was a behind-the-scenes place for drugs. So it's out there.
So Gerard Mayo fired. Y'all's basic thoughts about firing a coach after 1 year?
I hate it.
Unless they, like, screw around with some girl in a video that gets caught by everyone and then Mike calls you Fingers Magoo.
Yeah. I definitely hate it because why did you hire the guy? And it feels like if...
And maybe push Belichick out to make it happen.
It feels like if Vrabel is the future candidate there, that makes a lot of sense. Dude, has been a head coach already, has a history with that team. It makes a lot of sense. So you gave what's it that Jesse Holley always used to say? You don't want to be the guy that replaces the guy.
Yeah.
You want to be the guy
the
after
legend.
the guy.
Yeah.
And Belichick was the legend. And Mayo had to come in and replace the legend. And now it's like, okay, we had the buffer year where we knew he was going to have to deal with a crap roster.
Yep.
We knew he was going to have to deal with the growing pains of a quarterback that's very young.
Yep.
We knew all these things, and we can just say he's the reason and move on from him because he did call his team soft at one point. So that's
was he wrong?
I don't think he was wrong, but a lot of people take offense to that. Maybe it should motivate him instead. But he did do some things that they're like, we can justify this, and you also didn't win. Let's go get a better candidate for this.
Okay, you said a better candidate. I want to ask both of you guys, was this move made specifically because they heard that Mike Vrabel was available and interested, and they were like, we want him, let's move?
Was he not available and interested last year? I don't know the timing of all this last year. I just feel like last year they could have gotten him then, but maybe he just needed to have
I
that
think they
step
thought
away.
Mayo was the guy.
Yeah, I think they legitimately did. And Vrabel, by all accounts that we had seen, had Harbaugh not taken the Chargers job, he was next in line. They said he aced that interview, but they got their dude. It feels kind of like the same situation that happened in New England. They thought they had their dude, and in this case, in short sample size there for the Chargers, it looks like they were right. But for New England, it seemed like that was Belichick's next to the throne. Like everybody in New England seemed like they really liked him and they really wanted this guy to succeed. But like you were saying, Corey, I think he just rubbed some people the wrong way. And that's ultimately what was his downfall. And they looked at what was available and said, hey, a guy that loves this organization, a guy that's played for us, a guy that has skins on the wall, we have a viable replacement because, like Jerry told us last week, that doesn't really matter, but other teams know that it matters. So he said, Kraft and Elliott Wolf, the de facto GM out there, they're like, we've got a dude sitting right in front of us. Do we want to keep this when the locker room doesn't really mess with them? Do we want to get a true leader?
Yeah, that's where they land with that.
Now, the next one up on the chopping block, not surprising. Feel like this has been
surprised it took
done
this long.
for 2 months. Doug Peterson out with Jacksonville. The interesting note about that is Trent Baalke, their GM, is staying, and Mr. Khan specifically said, we're going to get with Baalke and figure out who the best candidate is. So they're like, no, he gets to say somehow, but Doug Peterson is fired.
This is one of those situations where the warning is there. You don't want this job. It's bad. It's a bad job. They can't get anything right in Jacksonville. And it's what's weird about it is, what does everybody blame the Cowboys' failures on? Jerry Jones and his meddling. Which does seem that Jerry Jones has in the recent years done less meddling than we've ever seen him do. Although this year was one of those where they went in a certain direction and he's catching all the flack for it. But I don't know. Does Shad Khan get a lot of, hey, you meddle too much in the business, or do they just not have enough discipline in that building? Because they literally can't keep a coaching staff together. They're turning that thing over constantly. You don't want the opportunity because they're going to lose patience with that thing immediately, and they don't have the talent on that field to even compete the way that they want to.
Yeah, but the guy they're keeping to help make the next decision
is in charge of getting the talent.
I saw you shake your head, Alec. Yeah, you're far from alone. A lot of people are like, how the hell did Baalke keep his job?
He's got to know where the bodies are hidden or something at this point, because he was hired to be their director of personnel back in 2020. Since then, they've gone through 3 head coaches now. 3. Since 2020, if it was like a 10, 15 year span, you're like, okay, that's still not a great hit rate, but it's at least a little bit more believable. He has gone through 3 head coaches in now just over 5 years, barely even 5 years. It's incredible. And now I want to know who wants that job. It's got to be,
don't take it.
It's got to be like a poor David Culley who left the Ravens to be the Texans head coach, and he was one and done because that was bad money all along, but he was at the end of his coaching career, and he said, look, you only get so many shots to be a head coach. It's got to be one of those situations unless they absolutely money whip someone to come take that job, because I do not trust Baalke to put the right players in the right positions or just to even have a good PR stunt. Like at this point, there's no respect for him. It feels kind of like Dennis Allen whenever he was with the Raiders. You hear Amy Trask talk about it on CBS Sports all the time. Like when the Saints hired him, like why? Nobody in the league respects him.
Okay, you brought up something interesting to me. Do we not factor in the GM enough when we're looking at, I know a lot of times both positions are open when you're hiring a new coach, but I feel like usually we're like, what's your quarterback? What's your draft pick? What's your salary cap space? We like kind of rank the desirable jobs. Are we underselling how much coaches are like, yeah, I trust that guy to get the groceries.
Trust the GM to go get that. And we kind of discussed that a couple of weeks ago. The college level, Kevin, is the college level GM now the most desirable job in all of sports? Doesn't that feel like you want to be in that role? The hiring thing that we've seen of late has been, you're hiring the coach and he requests a certain GM. And the standard on that is Shanahan and John Lynch. There are a couple of other instances where that's the case as well, but you got to know that those two guys can work together. one of the reasons that the Dolphins felt like they were doing well was because McDaniel and his GM worked really well together.
Yeah.
They should kind of be hand in hand if the head coach isn't going to be the one that's doing the shopping and the cooking at the same time. They should have lots of similar philosophies and be able to work together well. They also should be able to have discussions where they can say this isn't good enough and we have to get better. But man, when owners are here, Kevin, and they're like, maybe they don't know the most about football, they're just hiring people they're hoping a lot of times are the right people for the job, and then not giving them, in my opinion, enough time to complete that job.
Which feels very much like the description of a draft pick or a quarterback,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Like maybe, I'm not saying you didn't scout it, but maybe you still think it's a little bit of a crapshoot, and did you build around?
What's the track record of this guy? You know, did you hire a first-time guy? Because, Kevin, if you're a GM, what are you good at? And if the people are like, man, that dude is good at putting a roster together. That's what I need. He knows exactly what to go find me. That's what I need. I don't really need somebody to be the face of the franchise as much as I need somebody that can really go find the groceries, go find the team, put it together, and then trust their scouting staff along the way to make sure that our draft's going well.
Man, if you get the opportunity, because this is the person who pops up in my mind every time you say the groceries, is Bill Parcells. If you have never seen it, go back and watch the two Bills.
It's great.
30 for 30.
It's wonderful.
It really is. And it popped up again, and I got caught watching like another 30 minutes of it. It was just fascinating to see, like, even to this day, they still like, let's just agree to disagree on that. Couple updates from the 972. My name is Michael. I work at Broadway Vacuum. We listen to y'all.
Is that the one you're talking
yes,
about? Okay.
That is absolutely the one I'm talking about. We listen to you guys every day. We do sell high-end vacuums and help fix maybe the Walmart vacuum that you bought that didn't work out.
Hey, hold on. Can I ask a question real quick? Can you rank these for me? Just text in real quick. Auric, Shark, and Dyson. Just give me a ranking of what I'm working with there, because I feel like I have a good understanding of what I'm doing here with vacuums.
And multiple people. I work in an emergency room. You can absolutely request a steroid shot as opposed to the pills, but don't get that shot more than every 3 to 6 months. I haven't had one of these shots in years. I'm not looking to start, just the one. And then somebody said, ask for prednisone. That will help.
Lucy's taking that right now.
That is the name of the pills that they gave me.
Did they give you the pack that has 7 the first day?
Yes, and then it's 6 the first day, and that scales down to 1. And they have very specific directions. Although
take these 3 in the morning.
When I read it further on day 1, it was like you need to take 2 this, then 1, then blah, and then it goes, if you are unable to do so, you can take all 6 at once. And I was like, the hell? Why don't we just do that? And then one more I wanted to throw out. Did you see the Giants already released their statement?
Yes.
Preemptively, they're like, hey, I know you're waiting to hear that we fired our GM and coach. We are putting out a statement, which is, I mean, it's good that they get to keep their job. It probably doesn't make you feel great if your owner needs to put out a statement.
The job that you did was so bad that we need to tell people out there we're not letting you go, because they're all going to start asking the questions.
Like, I imagine...
And the next question should be, why not? Like, what's the reason? Tell us why.
I imagine tonight, Corey and Gavin will put out tweets saying that I'm still employed by the Fan, and they'll determine on a day-by-day basis whether or not I get to stay on the air. But for now, well, the Giants have said definitively, hey, it was tough. We're keeping our GM. We're keeping our head coach. So go worry about somebody else.
For all the people also that are working in ERs out there, can you let me know if you say that your pain is a 10, or if you're like, hey, I'm going to tough it out, it's only a 6. Do they give you a less amount of morphine based on what your number is? Or are they like, oh, your pain's a 10, we got to give you more morphine? Because I was trying to be the tough guy in the ER, and I was like, it's a 6. When it was really probably an 8.
Okay, so instead of getting better medical care, you wanted to show those people that you were tough.
They're attractive.
He had a point to make, man.
Okay, so hold on. Follow-up question. was really
They were very
it
pretty
was
nurses.
an ugly nurse. It was a male nurse. It was whatever. You'd have been like, it's an 8.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I do feel like
Yes,
I
you
went
do.
low.
Yes, you do.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, before Kevin asks any more questions, we talk with Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola next on The Fan.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
In Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside my co-host Alec Medford. Kevin is also here. Hey,
that's fair.
Whatever. Look, man, we don't know how long you're with us, and that's just the reality of Earth. All right. But on top of that,
I got asked in the hallway if I was in there, if somebody was in my will.
Oh gosh, that's from the boss too, I bet. All right.
I specifically said somebody.
Right now, though, it is time for maybe our last talk of the season with one Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Mickey, how are we doing today, man?
You don't have to make it so terminal.
Yeah, well,
that's because of me, Mick, because it sounds like I'm going to die at any moment.
Yeah, I was glad to see you were still on the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the earth.
I'm glad you didn't text Corey like, finally got rid of him, huh?
That was last week.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Now, I'm hoping you can set maybe expectations for people because you know how it works. Not just this year. I'm sure every fan base is like this, probably many, many years. People are like, I demand action and I demand it now. Do the Cowboys, do you think they'll put out like a statement or something saying they got a new McCarthy contract or anything like that while people are waiting to see if he keeps his job?
Well, I think in due time, we will find out. I don't know that it. I'm trying to remember last time a coach contract expired, they didn't hold a press conference to say, okay, he's gone, right? Or he's here. If the contract wasn't expiring, I think they would just say you're going on as normal. But yeah, I think if they get to the conclusion that they're re-signing him, that they would maybe do more than just a statement.
We have maybe two statements is what I'm looking for here, Kevin.
You want two statements.
That could be.
Well, look, and then when it comes to the staff, I think normal, unless it's the coordinators, I think their standard procedure has been when it gets completed, then they would release the entire list of assistants because you want to, get it all together and know what everybody's job is going to be before saying that. But, the list of staff is pretty long, by the way.
Yes.
You get to all the other people that are kind of behind the scenes. So
I've seen
that
people
takes
listed
some
not
time.
getting their contract picked up that I didn't even know were part of the organization in the past.
Oh,
So
I'm sure.
I'm with you.
Yeah. It's a pretty. I mean, I bet that list comes to about 20.
Oh, I could see that for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, in due time, we will be told. Let's put it that way.
Okay, and you didn't get any real feeling then from Jerry. It sounded like McCarthy was really putting himself out there of like, hey, I can do this stuff.
Yeah, he did, and he also said when someone mentioned to him that he's been listed with maybe other teams. Do you want to come back here? And he said absolutely, and then kind of went into his explanation of everything he's put into building this team, building the roster, and sure sounded like his objective was to finish the job.
When I know there's a lot to be done here, but what was the biggest roster failure this season for you?
Staying healthy.
Yeah, that's
not being on injured, having 7 Pro Bowl guys at some point on injured reserve, and about 4 or 5 finishing the season on injured reserve. And the fact that, and I'm saying Pro Bowl from the previous season, and losing a guy like DeMarvion Overshone who could have, make a run at a Pro Bowl this year the way he was playing if he had finished the season. It was just go look at the 14 teams in the playoffs and see if any of them got there with their starting quarterback missing 9 games.
I definitely get that point. I guess one of the arguments that, and it's not the quarterback, I can see that absolutely, but don't you think Detroit would have a pretty big argument for being pretty decimated?
But they had their quarterback.
They did. They did.
Your quarterback can overcome a lot, right? When you, if you go back in and I'm doing this off the top of my head because I was going to save it for my column on Wednesday, but every losing season they've had since 1997. The starting quarterback did not play the entire year.
Really? For the Cowboys?
Think about it.
That is wild.
Yeah. Or let's just go back. 2020.
Yep.
Dak missed, right?
Okay, can I pause you right there?
Yeah.
I would make the argument that healthy Dak, not healthy Dak, both 2020 and this season look like they were headed for losing seasons when he was healthy.
I think the team got better as the season went along. And I think if you had your starting quarterback in there, it might made a difference.
Looking forward.
I mean, look how close this game was.
Yeah.
All right. And you started your third string quarterback.
That's true.
All right. The Cincinnati
Though, to be
game.
fair, they ran their backup out there too.
Well, I sure didn't play like a backup, right?
Yeah.
And they had a little bit of an injury problem also. But it was still close down to the last 3 seconds, right? Think about it. Cincinnati, another close one that, got screwed up by a block punt. You can go back to Baltimore. Now, Dak was playing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they were, close to the 2-minute warning and had them 2nd and 9, Baltimore did, and they needed another first down. And Lamar Jackson goes for 10 yards, and it's over. But they had a couple games that were very winnable that they didn't close. And I understand, you probably win some that it was close. But, 7-10, and your starting quarterback played 8 games.
Yeah.
So and I understand your point, but you're dismissing the fact that the team could get better as it was moving along.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. I just viewed them as like they were 4 games out of making the playoffs. So, like that's where I'm coming from. But I hear you.
This offseason,
I hope you can hear me. I know I'm scratchy.
This offseason, Mickey, I'm kind of looking at this feeling though of not only do you still have some other areas of need, but you also, because of injury, you got long time without Diggs and without Overshown. How can the Cowboys fill those voids and the other places that they need at the same time?
Yeah, assuming those guys won't be ready to go. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it.
And what about Lamb?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that one's going to be pretty close too, although he doesn't really have to undergo surgery, so he just needed rest. But yeah, they need help at linebacker. Absolutely. They probably need some more help on the offensive line. The quarterback position is not settled by any means, right? You're hoping you get Dak back at Dak's healthiest best, and there's no residual effect over a serious injury and surgery that he had. The cornerback position, for sure. Do you realize they started 8 different guys at cornerback?
Cornerback and defensive line is the amount of people they've had to go through this year was bananas.
And half of them, I think, had to be elevated off the practice squad. I asked Malik Hooker, I said, you realize you started 8 corners in front of you. Did you know them all? And he did. He just he just mentioned everybody that started at corner. And the one we forget about who was starting the season was Kalen Carson.
Yeah.
Right? And then he kind of got hurt, and then he lost his confidence, and then he ended up on injured reserve. But I'll guarantee you people didn't know Josh Butler, Amani Oruwariye, and Andrew Booth, and ending up with Troy Pride starting? Seriously. They'll understand that the cornerback position needs to get a boost there, too. And we forget about losing guys that had been playing some in the secondary with Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell, ended up on injured reserve. So, yeah, those guys, that ended up taking a hit. So, yeah, you've got to make sure that, you got to plan ahead and not just assume all these guys are going to be back. I mean, we just got done talking to DeMarvion Overshown, and he's got a big old brace on that knee, and he's on these real metal-looking crutches, and he's not running anytime soon, and he understands it's probably a 9-month process.
Oh yeah, if anybody understands that, it's him for sure.
Yeah, and that gets him to September, and that doesn't mean he's ready to play, right? And the interesting thing, so when they repaired his, so this is his right. So when they repaired his left knee, the ACL, they did it, created the ligament with his tendon from his right knee. Well, now when they did this one, they looked at the knee they repaired and they go, oh, that patella tendon's good. We'll take that one and put it in the right knee.
Huh.
And I said, so are you out of tendons? And he goes, yeah, pretty much so.
Oh, no.
And they have to take it from a dead body.
Right,
No.
That's what
they do that. No, they do that. Yeah.
Do you have to sign like a waiver for that?
I'll ask my wife. She had that done twice.
They just have dead bodies at the Star just hanging around just in case?
No. They don't do the procedure at the Star.
Oh, okay.
It's at the local medical facility.
They should be able to 3D print
people think their tendons are important. Don't make jokes about them.
You're right. You're very right about this.
But, that's, that process that he's gone through. So, I think, obviously Eric Kendricks is an unrestricted free agent.
Your running back situation is like, I don't know what it is at this point because Rico was he was really good. I liked Rico Dowdle at the end of this year.
So I looked it up. He ended up finishing 12th with 1,079 yards. No, he was tied for 12th. Guess who he was tied with?
Derrick Henry?
No.
Tony Pollard.
Oh, there you go. So
that's fun.
Good replacement right there.
The cash layout for Tony Pollard this year was $8 million, and the cash layout for Rico was $1.25 million.
I accept. Can we get him back on that number?
Well, I don't think so.
All right.
Well, but, go ask the market. They'll tell you. Because, if he gets in there, somebody says, wait, no, I'd like to pay that guy $5 million and have him as, a part of a 1-2 punch at running back. And I'm sure the Cowboys probably, got to consider that the same way. And then depending on what they do in the draft, but I don't know that it's totally necessary to use a first-round pick on a running back, which everybody seems to be against, right? And then you look at Jamar Gibbs last night.
Man,
go back and look. I think it's Tom Pelissero.
Yes, it is.
Has a tweet out there that he was like, and this was from 2023, where he said, "Hey, Detroit was willing to pick him at 6, but they wanted to trade back and get assets." And the comments, Mickey,
it
were
destroyed
insane.
him.
And then now everybody's like, "Well, I guess I wasn't." Nobody will admit to being wrong about it.
No one admits that, right? How about those that say you don't pay a running back the second or third contract, right?
I'm still probably in that boat a little bit.
Derrick Henry?
Derrick Henry and Saquon.
There are some exceptions.
Pretty good.
So you don't just look at that as a rule, a hardcore rule that you got to follow. You got to look and see what you're getting when you do that, I think. But maybe that changes people's minds about maybe keeping a running back if he's a good one and doesn't look like they're in decline, because decline for running backs usually starts at about 28 years old.
Hey, just play your games in front of Mark Sanchez. He said yesterday that Zeke still had plenty of tread left on the tires. So,
he's an expert. He's a quarterback.
Mickey,
I guess.
Thank you very much for your time, good sir.
Yes.
We will hope to just forget about this season. Hope that the players don't, and they get better from it.
No, you can't forget about it. You got to build off of it, right?
That they do. I don't.
That's right.
All right, Mickey, have a great one, man.
All
Looking
right.
forward
Good
to
talking with
you
you guys.
There
Take
you
care.
Bye, Mick.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan.
Not Mickey, Mark Sanchez. He really said that.
Why?
And I was like, what is that based on?
Coming up next, we break down one of the most consequential regular season games in NFL history. Next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, coming up here at noon, you ask the questions that you want to ask to all the people that run the Cowboys. You ask those to us, we'll ask those to each other, and we'll have a great conversation about it.
Is one of those questions, is it okay to be like, hey, is that cheerleader okay?
Is she all right?
She got smoked by that.
She stood up afterwards. It might be
Sometimes they say afterwards, though.
Dude, can I break away for just a moment here and tell another little story? All right. So right now...
No, actually, please do.
Okay, so during this holiday break, as we're going through all the chaos, I documented this pretty well on Friday of everything that I've gone through. Thank you so much to the Tolos that reached out and gave some really motivating messages to me. My DMs were very, very motivating, especially this morning. Got one from one of the Tolos that won Mike's chair one year. He said, look, man, I know you've been through a lot in your life, and you've always been able to do it with the chin up, and that's one of the things I think is great about it. I really appreciate those. I really do a lot. In the midst of all this, though, Kevin, I'm in pain in the abdomen. It was a 6, but it was actually like an 8, maybe a 10. But I was trying to be a tough guy.
Why was that again?
Because I didn't want my wife to call me a wimp. That's why.
Hot nurse.
The in the midst of all this, I'm going to Adrian's car to get something out of the back seat, and the back seat is leaned forward. And so I'm sitting there, it's like stuck, and I couldn't get it to unlatch or whatever. And in the midst of this, I look behind the seat and see something. And as I go to reach for it, the seat unlatches, and the heavy plastic part of it smashes my head at full speed up against the frame of the door. And from temple to temple for 5 days, I had pain in the forehead. And I probably should have said to another doctor, hey, this one's a 10. This was a really bad one. So watch out for those seats that are just going to eject and hit you in the face. Now, though,
Is that a rampant problem?
Adrian said it's happened to her, too. And she said it's the worst thing ever. But that's what I was pointing at, is I might have been concussed. Kevin, one of the most consequential regular seasons in games in NFL history, I do believe, will be the Detroit Lions and the Minnesota Vikings.
It was. Night. It already happened. It's done, by the way. I actually
didn't go how I expected it to go, honestly.
Did you play against Gibbs in fantasy?
No. Actually, our championship game did have a lot of those players in it. But I really expected a better offensive outing from the Minnesota Vikings. I've known that the Minnesota Vikings this year have been one of those teams. They're gritty. They can play with the lead, but lately it seems like they've been having these late game surges. But I expected a better game out of those two teams. You did get the best version of Jahmyr Gibbs that I think you'll ever see. And that's the fully realized version of him right now.
Can you give me cut number 20 to go along with that? I was almost going to say cut number 4, but this is his 4th touchdown.
The time that they didn't. And first and goal. And the inside run for Gibbs. Still going to the goal line. Number 4 on the night.
Now, the Lions destroyed the Vikings, and I'm curious if that impacts your general thoughts about the Vikings going into the playoffs. But the reason why I think this was so historic, never before in regular season history had any two teams with this many victories met in the regular season, let alone with a division title on the line. Obviously, the Lions get that, and they get a bye, and the Vikings fall to number 5.
Wow.
These are the two teams with the best record in all of the NFC, and then they're like, hey, whoever wins, you get the number 1 seed. Whoever loses, you get to go on the road to start the playoffs. And you're like, well, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And
could have been in any other division.
Yes,
I would have been in a better off situation here, but
absolutely,
that's why you play the games.
You'd have been fine. And so the Lions are just the 9th team in NFL history to finish the season with 15 wins or more. And then you have the Vikings, who now have the honor, I guess, of having the best record ever for a wild card team.
Yeah, that's a really cool thing.
You don't want that.
But you're carrying that loss into the playoffs.
Yes.
Now. Your quarterback looked like he was struggling throughout the evening. He couldn't get on the same page with potentially the best receiver in the NFL. We can debate that all we want. Jamar Chase had a phenomenal year. But you couldn't get on the same page with him. And that Detroit Lions defense, for all the injuries, Kevin, they've had, they made it look. Aaron Glenn did a phenomenal job of making sure that group was prepared. And they were prepared for the moment. Kevin, what I saw last night out of Detroit made me think that's the Super Bowl champion. They are the best team in football right now for me.
And I really thought that the Vikings had a genius strategy going into this. Did you guys? I don't think this came out until the weekend. Did y'all talk about the ticket buying strategy of Minnesota?
Oh, I did not see this buying strategy.
Oh my God, this is amazing. So Kevin Seifert, or Seifert, if you're fancy, said that the Vikings bought 1,900 tickets near the visitors' bench off the secondary market for this game. As you can guess, with a game with this much on the line, tickets are expensive. They're about $1,000 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
So that means the team spent $1.9 million, give or take, to buy all these tickets. And then they offered them back to their team stakeholders at face value cost.
Nice.
So about $200 to $300 because they wanted to pack that side with people that they knew loved the team, people that they knew would be loud. And I thought that was a genius strategy. And you're taking a gigantic financial hit because you're like, well, the hell if I care or not. I mean, we haven't been in a game this important in a while. And then it didn't go so well. But I really thought Minnesota, I was like, man, they're already outsmarting them off the field. Here we go.
Well, and I appreciate that part of it, Kevin. And it is, Jerry has said the NFL is a soap opera. It's a daily thing, and that adds to it, right? Like that's more of the addition of the idea of that news cycle just continuing on and continuing on. But I think that's a better thing to do in the playoffs. If they match up again in the playoffs, do that again. See if that works in your favor next time. I think that's fun.
Absolutely. I think it's a great idea. And then I see the text. We've seen this story before. Detroit will get bounced in their first game. I mean, like literally last year, they won 2 playoff games and made it to the NFC Championship game.
And if you go back and watch that game last year, that first half against San Francisco on the road, they had every ounce of steam that you could ask for. They were going to win that game easy. Then the physicality of playing against the Niners was the hindrance in them trying to pursue a Super Bowl championship. They weren't ready for it. There's so much more that the Niners were ready for, and the Lions weren't last year. And you could see Sam Laporta by the end of that game was worn out. They maxed themselves out to start the game, and so but last year you did see them go all the way to that point where they were right there, and then they follow up this season with this kind of outing. And Alec, how many times last night during this game were you watching and you were thinking to yourself, go ahead and kick the field goal? Or Chris Collinsworth is like, hey, I'd kick the field goal here. And I'm sitting there going to myself in my mind, I probably would too. But Dan Campbell is not a coward, and he does what he does.
And it's amazing because Kevin O'Connell did the same thing a few times too. Yeah. It was almost like he was trying to match that chaotic energy, which it only ever seems to work in today's NFL for the Detroit Lions. It feels like it goes against every other person and every other team that tries that. But yeah, there was plenty of times where you can always tell as soon as a third down does not get converted, they pan the camera immediately to Dan Campbell. He has this look on his face. I'm not making this up. Every single time where you can just read his expression and say they're going for it. Every single time he's pacing back and forth, and he's just got this like dead stare towards the playing field. That's how you know he is going for it every single time.
And that mindset right there that you're talking about, that the way his team knows. When your team knows and they don't have to think about it, they don't have to think about what are we going to do here. They probably already know the play. They probably are like thinking to themselves, we're running this play. I know we are because this is the one that we're going to run in this type of situation. We've done this before. We're used to it. And then, like you said, the moment comes where you finally get to that point and you're ready to do it and you say turbo test or whatever. Right. And they jump off sides. And you're like, because we do this so much, because we go for it on fourth down, now they're in their own heads and they don't know, even though they know we're going to do it.
From the 940, I get you. Doesn't matter what they do. Patrick Mahomes still exists.
That is true.
That's a tough counter. That's a tough argument to counter. But I will tell you these two things. Do you know how many times the Detroit Lions have been the number 1 seed?
Never.
Now, they didn't start seeding until 1975. Before that, every team that made the playoffs,
Kevin.
They wrote their name on a piece of paper, threw it in a hat, shuffled the hat up.
I remember that.
And then drove the names out to determine who would play. Don't fact check that. But also, the Detroit Lions led the league in point differential. Do you know last time they've done that?
Never.
False.
1990 something with Barry Sanders.
That is way too recent.
1973.
Give me another generation on top.
1921.
Ooh, too far.
1939.
1952 is the last time the Detroit Lions.
That was the next guess.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. 1952 is the last time the Detroit Lions led the NFL in point differential. You know what happened that year?
They won the NFL championship.
Exactly. Don't forget, before the Super Bowl existed, the Lions were actually quite good. I know you're like, there's no way I would have.
What happened there? When did the curse happen for them?
Are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
I don't
Should
know.
be.
That's a good question. But they have the best point differential in the league as well. I get it. Kansas City is going to be the favorite for a damn good reason, but I can't wait to see what Detroit does in the playoffs.
From the 682, the Chieferees in Vegas won't let Detroit win.
I get that.
Because they're saying that the referees and the Chiefs are together. And then from the 817, just started listening. Is Kevin okay? I can bring some chicken noodle soup.
I have brought my own chicken noodle soup.
Oh, well.
So I'm not gonna lie. This kind of inspired a future segment I want to do.
Have you ever rocked out the double noodle?
There's
more noodle. I just got it over when I was sick, Kevin. They said eat all the bland food, and I got double noodle.
Okay, this is a segment I want to do at another time. What really cheap thing do you love no matter what? I love these 99-cent cans. I realize this is a different soup, but it's still Campbell's. But I love the $1.29, the 99-cent can of soup where they're like, hey, we just threw some noodles in there, figure it out. I think it's delicious every time.
Saltine crackers.
Okay.
Saltine crackers. And I happen to have them today because, again, they're like, hey, eat all the bland food. I love, as good as I think, Ritz are great. Club crackers are fantastic. It's an argument between those. But I'll eat some saltine crackers all day long, man. No matter how dry they are, crumble them up, put them in some soup, and they just dissolve. You don't even know that they're there anymore, but now it's a little cakier, if you will. I don't know. That's not a word.
Man, you just kind of blew my mind about this double noodle.
Double noodle's crazy. I didn't know. Kevin, it almost was too much noodle. I'm not going to lie. It was almost too much noodle because I didn't even get a spoon. I was just drinking it out of a cup. And all of a sudden, my mouth and throat are full of noodles. It was weird.
Here's why I have a tough time believing in the concept of too much noodle. They put too much broth in there because they're like, hey, you need to eat all the broth. And I'm like, whatever, man. And then it turns into this underwater expedition.
To find the noodle?
Yeah. And you're like, no. Like the Loch Ness Monster in Scotland. I know I saw a noodle pop up. All right. I'm going to find that noodle, and so you're just searching and searching and searching, and
then you have to,
I'm excited about this concept.
Trust me, there's not much broth in there because it's double noodle, so you're dealing with that. By the way, sources say that the Seahawks have fired their offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb after one season.
Take that, insect.
Quick question about that. That's nicely done. Every time you hear that, do you think that's an indication the head coach is staying? They're like, hey, we fired all these coordinators. And you're like, all right, so your head coach is fine.
Yeah, Schottenheimer's name pops up. We're like, oh, McCarthy's sticking around, probably. By the way, the Jets, 2 more requests have been put in, Kevin. The boogeyman, Brian Flores, with the Minnesota Vikings. No, quarterbacks coach, Josh McCown. So they're going with those 2 that they have requested. Again, if you haven't seen your request from the Jets, just check your junk email folder. It might be in there.
Let me check.
Now, Alec, I'm going to turn it over to you. Do you think Brian Flores would be good as the head coach?
Yes, I really do. Obviously, there's some weird extenuating circumstances surrounding him in the league, not exactly getting along with each other. But outside of that, he seems to really grab the locker room where he goes, and that sounds cliche. That sounds like it's almost degrading his coaching ability, but it's like he's really good at what he does on the field, but his guys love to play for him. I have not seen the Minnesota Vikings have this much fun in a long time. I know a lot of that is from the top, from Kevin O'Connell, but they look like they're having a lot of fun on defense with all the dances and stuff, and he's kind of promoting all of that. I think he's a great coach.
Here are all the names so far, Kevin.
You have all the names
that they've interviewed, plus the ones that they are wanting to talk to.
Jeff Saturday.
Vrabel, Ron Rivera, Rex Ryan, Brian Flores, Josh McCown, Joe Brady, Matt Nagy, Arthur Smith, that's the offensive coordinator from Pittsburgh, Brian Greasy. What? Aaron Glenn, Vance Joseph, and Bobby Sloak. So they're all the hot names that you could possibly think of, and then Brian Greasy. And so
Ron Rivera.
And Ron Rivera makes sense because he has been to a Super Bowl when he was in Carolina. That's Carolina's a bad situation. No, in Washington was a bad situation. Maybe the Jets would be just as bad of a situation. But the name that sticks out to me the most on that list, Joe Brady. Joe Brady is the first person I want now. I know Ben Johnson's the one. Joe Brady has done a phenomenal job with what the Bills' offense is. Now, granted, go look, he also has one of the best quarterbacks in the league. That helps, and he would probably say the same thing. But Joe Brady would be a candidate immediately for me. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for Wanker of the Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. FS1. Yeah, we'll do that next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats? No, that's absurd. Hey,
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jerome's a perfect 3 for 3. That pass hits the heel of Allen after it was deflected by Mitchell. Here goes LeVert. He took some contact. Oh, a circus shot by Karis LeVert.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, Kyrie is out tonight for tonight's game, so that does exist. Kevin, did you hear about what's going down this Thursday here at 105.3 The Fan? The Rangers winner. What's that? Well, yes, snow is expected. Oh, crap. All right.
Hey,
in case it
snow
doesn't.
might happen the night before.
Yeah.
Hopefully everything
Thursday
will be fine on
should
Thursday.
melt off and we'll be fine. The Rangers Winter Caravan Tour presented by Coca-Cola is this Thursday, actually, at the Fan Showroom. That's right downstairs from where we are. I know a bunch of Tolos at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're all talking about meeting up here on Thursday as well. You're going to be stopping by Whataburger. You got food being given out while supplies last. Awesome Rangers giveaways beginning at 6:30. Autographs from Marcus Simeon and Cody Bradford and Matt Festa. Free autographs. And then the guys are going to join Jared Sandler from 7 to 8 for 2025's fan debut of Rangers Hot Stove. So massive night for the Tolos this Thursday. Our performance showroom. Autographs start at 6:30. You don't have to sign up. We just want to say thank you. We love you. Y'all are the best listeners in DFW.
I'm going to argue you should show up for this. Have the determination. I think it will pay off very well for you.
Okay, so hold on. That look, when he does what he just did, there's something else going on.
People
I'm
get
dead serious.
scared
Interesting.
about even potential weather.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, stay focused.
Yeah.
Stay determined.
Determinate.
This could be a great night for you.
Gotcha. All right, yeah, because Marcus Simeon and Matt Festa, of course, and Cody Bradford, a rising star in Major League Baseball. But right now, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, you brought up Kyrie. Kyrie's out tonight. Obviously, still Luka. Obviously, still Exum. So, and by the way, Kyrie's not sick anymore. This is now a back issue.
Yeah.
And
From
so
having to carry this team.
I mean, that could be right. So I just wanted to throw out Mavericks injury and illness.
His Wanker of the Weekend.
And probably last weekend too.
On Friday, Kevin, we did the combo platter, as one does. And the combo platter was J.R.R. Tolkien Day. So it was who's your favorite author? Ooh. And your sports opinion. My sports opinion was that the Mavs will never win another game until Luka comes back.
Oh, no.
How am I doing so far on that? Have we won?
No, I'd rather not comment.
Right. So I also did say that if they beat Cleveland that night, that I could totally change my mind about them. But here they are in a rough situation, and it's going to continue to be rough until everybody gets back together and gets this thing rolling.
Now, I got a question. This is kind of an either-or Wanker of the Weekend. Is it Jimmy Butler, or is it the people who updated his mural in Miami?
Hold on. First off, there's already a mural of Jimmy Butler.
It's been there for a while. It's
okay.
awesome.
All right.
It's awesome. And it's got his...
Cooler than the one of Luka where it said, get this guy some help?
Probably not, but it does have his Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3 hairdo.
Nice.
In the mural. So, I mean, that's pretty cool. So it's Jimmy Butler, who obviously, y'all know, got suspended, probably for good reason. Or is it the people who updated the mural? So on his headband, they wrote, I quit. And then they added a kind of that introductory sticker you put on there. And it says clearance trade with an exclamation point on Jimmy Butler. Who takes the blame? Is it the people who added?
That sounds like those people are tired of Jimmy Butler's stuff.
I mean, I think the Heat are too, right?
Yeah. I mean, going back to last year, it seemed like Riley was already kind of like, hey, man, shut up. If you can't be on the court doing anything about it, then don't put any more extra pressure on these guys out here. But it does sound like the fan base has turned on Jimmy Butler. And at this point, I get it. I'm not sure that maybe his trade value went down so much, they're saying it's practically giving him away.
Okay, so let me add another person to this conversation then. Let's go to gun number 30. What, does Tyreek Hill land on this list for, I don't feel like they pushed him that hard to say, yeah, man, I'm out. But Tyreek Hill talked for a while after the Dolphins' last game.
I mean, for me, like I said, man, I just got to do what's best for me and my family, dog. If that's here, if that's wherever the case may be, man, I'm finna open that door for myself, dog. As I'm opening the door, like, I'm out, bro. You know, so it was great playing here, but, you know, at the end of the day, bro, I got to do what's best for, you know, for my career and, you know, what's best. Because I'm too much of a competitor to be, you know, just
does that mean you're
out there.
Mean you thinking about leaving here?
If it is, hey, yeah.
Oh man,
I like that he confirmed after he said, "So I'm out."
I mean, I'm not out. But
Thanks for having me play here and everything.
This was a bad season for him, and the thing that I heard the most of his reasoning. I don't think he doesn't like the coach. I really don't think it was him not being on the field. And there's two different stories you hear there. One is that Mike McDaniel pulled him. The other one is that Mike McDaniel couldn't find him. So I think that's going to be a conflict there. But I think it's Tua's injuries. He's like, look,
he did mention that in this discussion.
In that little clip there, that's where he's saying it loud. It's tough for me to go get my numbers when my quarterback is some dude they just had to randomly pull in here. That was the biggest thing is I need to be able to play with a quarterback that's going to consistently be on the field.
Now the good news
Not
is
one that's going to have a throat injury.
Hey, that's a fair point. It's been a while since this has
Only
happened.
your friends can say stuff like this.
That's
though.
true.
Anybody else?
Hey, if the Dolphins just moved on from him, the dead cap's only $57 million.
For Tyreek or for
Tyreek?
Tua? What?
Surely it's higher for Tua, but
57.
I'm assuming they would find a trade that would help mitigate some of that. But man,
I think that's the prime factor for sure.
Speaking very matter-of-factly about this.
He doesn't want to play with this quarterback. I'm too good to just be out there. When he says out there, I think he's like, just to be out there as a decoy on the field, I need to be used like CeeDee Lamb. I need to be used like you need to go to me on every play. And Mike McDaniel, I do know, is like, but I got Achane and I got Jalen Waddle and Jonnu Smith popped up this year and he's phenomenal. Like, what do you want me to do here? And Tyreek's like, I need to be used better. But quite honestly, whenever Tua's injuries happen, which you got to plan that you might not be with him for 9 games a year.
Right.
Like, that's a possibility. You got to be ready for that.
And if you go into cold weather, probably not going to go super great.
Yeah. So I feel like that's where Tyreek Hill, he probably is definitely in that mentality of, I got to find myself in a situation where I know what my quarterback situation is going to be.
Now, there's a lot to choose from in the, I'm going to say FS1 debacle, with whether you think it's Skip Bayless, whether Joy Taylor doesn't look good in this either. What's going to happen here? Like, I know accusations don't make it true. It's interesting how many people are covering this story, but when the accusations were against somebody they liked, they're like, how dare you? This is an affront to journalism and blah, blah, blah. But here it's fine.
Yeah.
This is somebody people don't care for.
Man, you got a really good point there.
I'm just saying.
Nobody likes that guy.
Exactly. Nobody likes Skip Bayless, and that's why it's fair game to cover this story. If it's somebody people like, you got to wait. Accusations don't mean it's true, which obviously I agree with, but that's the same thing with Skip Bayless. It sure does sound like in the last 24 hours, Skip Bayless has been presumed guilty by a whole lot of people.
Yeah, because they definitely do not like that man. I think it was David Wallach, the attorney that we've seen pop up in these situations a lot. He had a little bit of a couple of different notes, and one of them was that he feels the stylist, I can't remember her name.
Oh yeah.
Her accusations are followed up with probably some more concrete evidence based on some of the things that she said. And so that's where I'm like, that could be a lot more interesting. The story itself, though, man, is like they're trying to attack specifically. Look, Fox has had these problems for years. The culture behind Fox doors is like this all the time. That is a feeling that I saw, as I was reading around about this last night. But it's a weird situation to be in, and that's one of the reasons that I do everything I can to just keep my head down and work. I don't have $1 million, Kevin. I don't have $1.5 million. And guess what? I'm not going to spend it on.
If you did have it.
If I did have it, I'm not going to spend it on that.
Not for sex.
No. I'm going to go invest it in other things.
Hot 5-on-5 action. Why do we still have that drop?
Was that you brought that to the table, didn't you? That commercial that
I'm very proud of it.
And we still got
that's why
I love
we
it.
still have that drop. Okay, so my next question is, because there's a lot of damning accusations in here.
Oh,
but
for sure.
That doesn't have to mean anything. Like I said, Joy Taylor, if these accusations are true, she does not come out well in this at all. Skip Bayless is a humongous name in the sports media world. And we talk about this all the time. Like, how big is your name versus what are you accused of doing? Do you think this is going to be a wrap for Skip?
Skip, that dude, they say cockroaches, live through nuclear explosions and everything. I think that dude will live no matter what, because he can tell them, look at the ratings that I bring, or look at the entry. All I have to do is say a word, and social media is going to go insane with whatever I say, even if it's not true. People are going to go nuts of it. Now, I have no clue what their ratings are. I feel like I heard hashtags or hash marks a lot when it came to that, very low numbers. But for whatever reason, maybe he does have something on somebody, he keeps popping up in situations.
And that's an interesting side note. I know that's not really the point of this, but it's interesting how the low ratings make it less acceptable, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's say every single one of these is true. Skip Bayless had the #1 rated TV show on all of cable. 8 million people, for some reason, were watching it every single morning. Then, don't you think the executives have a different conversation of hey,
we can't lose this guy.
This is not great.
This show's important to
I'm
us.
not saying that's right at all.
What they're probably going to do in that situation, Kevin, is, and they might even do it this way, try to find a way to navigate it and humanize it, and
I could see that.
Create a scenario where he does need to talk in a different manner, and you know what, I accept this truth and this reality, and I have to be a better person, and from here on, those kinds of things. I can totally see them sitting up and doing that. What I thought was really nice to hear from the story also was Colin and the other show, Nick. They were like, these are beaming, glowing. They're great. They got great reviews from everybody.
It's another thing we talked about earlier.
They're not trying to sex anybody for $1.5 million.
When you have to put out a statement that because you're so bad at your job that we're like, hey, we're going to keep you. When you get a statement out, it's like, who didn't harass us though? That's not the bar you're trying to clear. I mean, you should clear that bar.
Yes.
But hopefully the bar is higher than, hey, you didn't harass anybody. Good job.
Yeah, here is your medal for not harassing. Good job. You know what, Kevin? Nice work today, man. You can go home now. Coming up next, no, I'm just joking. I actually need you here. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to dip into some gridiron gravy next on the Fan.
Pepper lady.
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens.
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has lower fee products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Mayfield throwing. Evans. He does it. Jerry Rice has company.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your house? Kevin.
RhinoShieldTX.com.
On Friday, the entire Buffalo Wild Wings did it again, and it was awesome. Alec,
love it.
Alec, I want to give you a quick second here. How much did you enjoy the Tolo's interactions with the show out in Buffalo Wild Wings?
Dude, and even, 2 weeks ago when it was me and CA out there in the left bank, they showed up. It was fun, and it's so much louder in person. It actually travels over the radio really well, but it's a lot louder in person. You got the headphones on, and you can still, it's like a punch in the face in the best way. It's a very nice punch in the face. I like it.
It's awesome, man. It was a great time.
What a great way to describe that. Now, I want to talk about Mike Evans, but real quick, we talked about this earlier today. The Giants, they're keeping their head coach, their GM. I guess. John Mara came out and said, Mara, you better not take too long to start winning because I've just about run out of patience. All right. You're stoked you get to keep your job.
Mm-hmm.
But when your owner steps out and was like, hey, but you better hurry up.
Yeah.
How nervous does that make?
So when you've been like probably blaming everything else along the way, because the defensive coordinator was fired 2 years ago or last year. You made a bunch of different bold moves to replace this and that. You moved on from a quarterback that you were like, hey, let's go ahead and sign him to a $40 million contract. When you've been blaming everything else, then you have no fall guy left. That's when you're probably stressed the most about it, especially if you don't have a plan. Okay, and I don't know that Dable and company have a plan right now because everything they've done so far has failed. So if I'm Mara, if I'm looking at what they've put before me so far, they don't have much leash with me at all. I'm probably going, did I do everything that I could to ensure that you got the best opportunity? And then I say, you know what? I fell short in a couple of places too. If I'm the owner, I fell short in a couple of places. I'm going to do all the best things to make sure you have those tools at your disposal. And if you still aren't winning, then if you can't get this team on the same page, then you got to go. And you know what? That's a good opportunity too, because Malik Neighbors had made some suggestions that it wasn't just Daniel Jones, that there were other problems too. I don't know if he was specifically saying Dable. But you got to get the guys in that locker room to start fighting for you, too, because that level of play was miserable this year.
How excited are you for Geno Smith, who cashed in on not one, not two, but all three of his contract elevators yesterday? Each one of them was worth $2 million.
So that's $6 million in his pocket right there.
Correct.
And his offensive coordinator got fired today. So that's a weird thing. You're like, I am cashing in this bonus, but I still was not good enough to keep you around.
Do you think he's like, hey, if he hits these incentives, you're gone. But if you guys don't play well, you're gone. And you're like, hold on.
Yeah, no, I don't think that was exactly how it went. But yeah, that is cool for Geno Smith, who, let's face it, all of us had given up completely on. Everybody had until Reggie. Until Reggie said that was the year, and he did. He put it all together and did pretty much as good as he can do since then. He's been the best version of himself since he landed in Seattle. That's for sure.
Now, we played the Mike Evans cut, 11 straight seasons of 1,000 yards, tying Jerry Rice for the most. By the way, $3 million incentive for hitting that mark.
Really? Wow.
But does that, because we've talked about Mike Evans a couple times in the past, does that stamp him in to the Hall of Fame, you think?
I absolutely think he's stamped into the Hall of Fame. He's got the Super Bowl. What does he have? 3 All-Pros, you said? He was All-Pro second team twice, All-Pro his rookie year, and Rookie of the Year third place. So
think about that.
But his numbers and the Super Bowl addition to it say everything. And we talked at length before about his, he was so good but so underrated the entire time, and then he finally gets on the stage with Tom Brady and gets into the Super Bowl, wins it, and he's a key factor in it. He's still that dude. He is a Hall of Famer in my opinion. It's just that one underlying thing of fame, and that is a factor, and that's why he's been underrated this whole time, even though he rolls out of bed and gets 1,000 yards.
Would your mind have changed whatsoever if he didn't get 1,000 yards? Like they didn't throw that last pass?
No, not necessarily. I mean, 31 years old, everything that he'd lined up beforehand and the Super Bowl to go on top of it puts him in that category.
I was just looking at the numbers. I saw someone tweet this, so I wanted to confirm it, and I just did. The last time he did not have a 1,000-yard receiving season was his senior year in high school.
Wow.
So it has been since 2010, 2011, since he has not had a 1,000-yard receiving season. So yes, he's absolutely up there with the all-time greats.
Let me ask you this question too, Kevin. This guy a Hall of Famer? You can say yes or no. This is actually, Alec, you can do it. Jerry Rice?
Yes.
Okay. Randy Moss?
Yes.
Terrell Owens?
Yes.
Chris Carter?
No.
Marvin Harrison?
Yes.
Larry Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Antonio Gates?
Yes.
Tony Gonzalez?
Yes.
Those are the 8 people with more touchdowns receptions than Mike Evans. Mike Evans is currently at 105. So obviously Jerry Rice has 197. He's got a while to catch up to that guy. And Devontae Adams is at 103. They're right behind him. So those two guys are in lockstep when it comes to touchdowns. But you can line it up the way you want. The numbers say, Chris Carter, 4th all time with 130.
And by the way, I thought you were just asking my opinion.
Yeah.
Chris Carter is in the Hall of Fame.
Even still though, you line that up and you say
my Hall
those 8 right there, they're all in with those numbers. Again, I think Mike Evans can continue to add to that, but I think he's already there right now.
Okay. Now, let's go from that to, would you trade for Kevin O'Connell? And if so, what would you give up? Now, this doesn't have to just be about the Cowboys. It can be about the Cowboys if you're
a coach.
Just be generic.
If you're an owner of a team, I hate trading for coaches. Okay, but their value to your team is real. Baseball, I think we saw the true, a manager is a real thing. Bochy comes here and we win a World Series. The best that's one of the best managers we've ever had. The best manager we've ever had? Yeah. Okay. And there was a high bar with Johnny Oates. Ron Washington got you to a place. But then Bochy walks in and gives you that. I will never think that coaches don't matter in the NFL either. But I just don't like trading those assets of players. I'm trading away potential draft picks that could give me better players to get a guy that's going to come in here and go, damn it, I wish we had more of those draft picks right now. And maybe Sean Payton had to do a year of service before he got everything rolling with his team too. So maybe it can't happen. I think that O'Connell is very talented coach. I'm not trading for him. I'm not.
Okay.
And this is coming from somebody who might be one of his biggest fans.
Are you embarrassed at all for the Jets, just in general?
For how many emails they've sent out to people for their job
interviews? How many coaches they want for this season, or for them putting their flag out upside down yesterday?
What? They put a flag up? The Jets flag or the American flag?
The Jets flag.
Okay, all right.
Like out on the field when they're like, hey, we're the Jets. And you're like, oh, we're the Stedge. I don't know if anybody said that. That was just the thought for me.
Never heard this. I hope the Stedge isn't like a,
No, I feel like that's a product at IKEA or something.
Yeah.
It's a bookshelf.
Yeah.
Right by the Yorks. Not the singer.
That is just, it falls in line. Like you would expect that out of their calamity show. Is you would expect something like that to happen. That's just the way that whenever it's bad like that, stuff like that happens, and you're like, nah, that's just the way that they are.
Okay. I mean, to your point, you told me that the Jets asked to interview Mike Greenberg, and I legit
didn't even bat an eye.
I legit thought you meant the media guy and radio icon because he's such a Jets fan.
Yeah.
Then you're like, but not that one.
Yeah, it's the.
But I just assumed it was.
It's the Mike Greenberg, who is, I think, the assistant GM for the Buccaneers.
Okay.
Who they are now. Yeah, they've also asked to talk to him. And so, yeah, man, like that's when the Jets do something and it sounds off the wall, you don't think about it because it's the Jets.
Exactly. You know what? It's funny that you say that because another thing that came out, did you see that Woody Johnson said that no, his 17-year-old, is his son or grandson, is not involved.
I think it's his son.
In making decisions
Brick?
for the organization.
Okay.
But like that's another thing that the Jets and I'm
Cowboys?
not gonna lie, maybe the Cowboys would have to step out and say something about. Yeah. Because the Madden rating thing is when people are like, hey, I think his kid's like telling him what to do. So you had to come out and say, no, not true.
Yeah, well, I mean, wasn't it Jerry's told us that his grandson was sitting next to him in the draft room and said production, and he was pointing at one of the players.
Hey,
and
you showed me that clip from Landman.
You know Jerry wants to work with his family.
Yes, he's very straightforward about that. What?
Sorry.
What does that look?
Somebody on the text, they said they put the flag upside down, not backwards. The words were read backwards. I mean, isn't that
Man.
I don't understand what I'm
Is that
I don't want to argue today.
of all
It's
the
New Year.
Of all the things that get said on this show, that's what's jamming you up.
It is a new year, Kevin. It is a new year, and I'm turning over a new leaf.
And
all
depending on which side of the field,
you could read it as feel instead of leaf. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, fail. Coming up next, we will ask the questions that we should ask the owners of the Dallas Cowboys next on the Fan.
Or hair. Okay, great.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Was it Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Text in your questions that you want to be asked about this season to the likes of Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones. That conversation of, hey man, we need to ask these questions and really dissect what we can do better for this team. Because, Kevin, I'm looking at the playoff slate, and I'm like, man, this is a really fun slate of playoff games. I really do like this first round of matchups, the rest of the matchups we're going to see.
Except for the Steelers.
I don't see the Cowboys in there. Well, that's actually not a game that I hate. I like Baltimore and Pittsburgh. That's a fun combination there. But the Cowboys aren't involved in any way. What can they do to fix this thing? And, Kevin, my first question right now, because I feel like this is the most prevalent question to everybody's mind, is what is the best thing coaching-wise for this organization moving forward? And in my humble opinion, it is not changing coaches. And it's not because what other coach you're going to find out there. If that's somebody's answer, they're GMing scared. And you know how I say this.
Yeah.
Don't GM scared. If you're going to be a GM, you make some bold moves. Hell, look what Brad Holmes did. Hey, we're going to draft Jahmyr Gibbs. Everybody was like, you fool. You're going to be gone soon. Guess what? Here he is. And they're looking really good right now. But I'm not moving on from head coach Mike McCarthy. Here's why. I think his philosophy on football is right. I think the way he sees football is correct. I think the play calling needs to be upgraded, updated, if you will. So I'm not asking, get me a different offensive coordinator if you can, but I don't think that I'm ready to move on from that guy. Another thing, though, is coaching-wise, I'm probably losing my defensive coordinator. It didn't sound like he really was like, I'm ready to be here again next year. It sounded more like he was, hey, I'm ready to go ahead and move on to greener pastures here, or maybe just ride off into the sunset, as Micah Parsons said. And if that's the case, I got to now come up with a new defensive plan, a new defensive scheme, and go through the pain that I went through at the beginning of this year again? Or do I just say, Al Harris, it's your time? I don't know. But in my opinion, what is the best thing coaching-wise for this organization moving forward? Keep the head coach, add new staff around him.
So outside of the obvious, hey, is that cheerleader still okay? I would ask, hey, did you really not know about the Cooper Rush incentive? Follow-up. Will you give him the money anyway? Follow-up. What did you learn from just seeing one start of Trey Lance? Because, I know people think they didn't play Cooper Rush because they wanted to cheap out on it. I don't know. I can't dispute that.
Yeah, I don't have facts on that.
But if
yet.
they're like, hey, we're still going to give him the money anyway, then I feel like that kind of kills that narrative. But I also don't think you learn like so much from watching a quarterback start one game.
Do you feel like you are going to see a major personnel shakeup on this team?
No.
Or you're going to see another round of spending cheaply on the free agent pool just to fill holes and drafting and developing?
I think it's going to be that one. And
because they have, again, Overshown and Diggs, you might have to fill that and deal with that.
So I heard Steven Friday with G-Bag. That was an excellent interview, very insightful. The way he breaks down the cap, look, what I think compared to him doesn't matter because he gets to make the decisions and help write the checks. But I just don't think it's consistent with what you can actually do. Because one of the things that he talked about is like, oh, you got to push money down the road and like, you can't afford to do this. We couldn't afford to do what other, blah, 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 blah. All right. If I told you that you could have a running back as good as Derrick Henry next year for $5.1 million, would you do it?
Sure. Why wouldn't I do that?
Exactly.
That's a great price for a fantastic running back.
Now, if I told you that you could get a running back as good as Saquon Barkley for $3.8 million.
Deal.
Okay.
And now I don't have to use that draft pick to replace that production.
And now,
unless I want to draft a guy that's the future running
true. I understand both of these were kind of viewed as maybe to some people sort of risky. And now on the other side of it, you can be like, oh, yeah, good job.
Mm-hmm.
But that's...
somebody did text in Kevin earlier, and they said, I'd do it, I think, 19 times I would say no to this. And I might be wrong that one time, but every other time I'm going to be right about it.
And so that's the issue I have with the way the Cowboys describe, oh, we don't have any money. We don't have the... That was the cap hit for Derrick Henry this year, $5.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
That was the cap hit for Saquon Barkley this year, $3.8 million. And if people are like, yeah, but what about after that? All right, let's...
Because that was my question, Kevin. A lot of times when we have discussions, it does work into a year. And I wonder, does Steven's models or his 8-year increments or his, and Kevin, this is nothing against... I think you think in a great way when it comes to budgeting. I just have not ever asked you this question. When you're budgeting, are you thinking in 8-year increments or because he's told you 5 years, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm thinking in those long-term increments.
Okay.
Because let's deal with the fallout of that deal. All right. Let's say Derrick Henry didn't work out and you wanted to cut him. How screwed are you? $4 million more in dead money, which you can split up over 2 years because the Cowboys love to do that. You're giving more money, dead money to Michael Gallup. You gave more dead money split to Zeke. All right, let's go to Saquon Barkley. His cap hit next year, $6.3 million. Think about that. So they got 2 years of Saquon Barkley this year and next year for $10 million. Now, I realize the issue that comes up with that is on the other side. Let's say he's done after that. What's your dead cap hit? $16.6 million, which again, that's what the Cowboys break up. That's not too much different than what you did with Zeke.
How many of those types of contracts are you willing to do per year in that 5-year window? And I'm asking this as give yourself I know I can hit and miss on so many. And if I miss on all of them, then I'm going to have a significant number to deal with. But if let's say I have 5 and I hit on 3 of them, then those 2 I'm not that worried about.
Exactly. And that's why I think 5 is a good number. Because let's say you busted on both of those contracts. Well, your dead money coming up in a year for one would be $4 million. And for the other $16 million, which again, the Cowboys love to post-date that release and split up the money. The other thing about that is by the time that money comes due, you can do that with a whole new set of players. Or maybe your draft picks are working out, or whatever the case is. Like, we've talked about this.
Right now, it seems like CeeDee Lamb, Dak, and Micah are those three of those 5 guys. Trayvon already got his.
And Trayvon Diggs is a great example. I'm not saying that I advocate this whatsoever. I'm going to double check some of the figures here. But you can move away from that Trayvon Diggs deal now if you want. So, I'm not saying that would happen. But your dead cap hit on him is $12.7 million. This is the way that people love to do this. All right. So you split it up by 2 because the Cowboys will post June 1st it. So let's say that's 6.4 per year. This year, upcoming year, Trayvon Diggs is scheduled to make $14.2 million. And that's where this is tough. Would you take, and I realize he's injured and coming back, so this is a theoretical. Would you take Trayvon Diggs off your team for $7.8 million in cap space?
Probably not.
Okay.
Because I think he's a valuable position.
Fine. And that's fine. But that's how you answer those questions.
And there are a lot of people out there that are like, yes, because I have Deron Bland and he's my number 1. I like having a number 1 that's Diggs and a number 1B that's Bland.
And I'm totally fine with that. I just think that maybe it feels like, just to me, the Cowboys do not do a good job of line by lining this. Because what I feel like happens is, would you want to cut Trayvon Diggs? Are you insane? Trayvon Diggs is Trayvon Diggs next. Instead of going, hey, we get $7.8 million in usable cap space this year if you were to move on for him. I'm just using him as my flashpoint example.
And then the other part is, how much work is it to replace him? How much work is it to negotiate another deal with somebody else? And do I even want to do that part of it? And a lot of times I feel like the Cowboys are in a situation where like it's just easier for us to draft and not have to negotiate with people, because when we negotiate, we usually just end up screwing ourselves.
And one of the things that Stephen Jones told us, this was earlier, I think it was this year, maybe if not, it was last season, that they try to project out the salary cap for the next like 3 to 5 years. And they know the metric by which the NFL determines this because they can look at all the freaking data. So they're like, hey, I saw this, I saw this, I saw this. Salary cap should be about this. So people are asking about the increase in salary cap. They have a good idea of projecting that as well.
Yeah. The question number 2 from me.
Okay.
How soon would you like the coaching decision to be made? And I'm not answering it as Steven. And you know what? Honestly, here, let's play this game. I asked that question to Steven. I asked that question to Jerry. Am I getting the same answer?
No.
You're getting from Steven probably, let's go ahead and get this done now. And Jerry's like, when can I get a headline? When is it going to be a downtime for me to get a headline? No matter how much it might cost me or that it might cost me my head coach, I just got to see how I can navigate this so I can get the biggest pop.
And that's why I would try to put some pressure on him and say, coming up in 8 days, you no longer have a coach under contract. And
that's when
it doesn't even have to be a question.
I have no urgency when it comes to that. And then he throws out the line of, I want people that want to be here. And you're like, oh,
okay.
That's frustrating because the guy's already said he wants to be here. Well, he didn't. What did you show him? How much do you want him here?
And this is, I'll concede this point. I don't know if this is all real in the room or in the facility versus how much of this is,
being just played out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I get it. At least some of it's just BS. Jerry has told us that. Legitimately told us in the tent last year at training camp.
I sure do know how to BS.
Exactly. And I love the circus. And that was with us. But when you say there's no urgency, that's a terrible thing to say. And that's why I think we don't win. Because let's take a look at that. Let's take that, Mike McCarthy and Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons was asked this morning, do you want to stay with the Cowboys? And he said, I called upon the star. I landed on it. I'm grateful. I feel like I got one of the best jobs in America. All right. Obviously, you can give him an extension this offseason or last offseason. He said, I don't want to hold anybody up. I want to see some of these free agents back in this locker room. We have a great opportunity. I want to see change. I want to see players here. I want to be as aggressive as we can be. All right. So the sooner you decide who your head coach is going to be, who who your defensive coordinator is going to be. It has that trickle-down effect. Maybe you're not going to get rid of Micah Parsons either way. But when coaches are like, hey, I want to get this done now, you can hardcore negotiate with them now if you want.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And Micah's saying all the right things right now.
And behind the scenes, that's another thing. He could be like, if you don't give me $40 million, F you guys.
It seems
I'm
like,
not saying that.
It seems like when, he's saying, I want players on this team.
Yep.
And I don't know his negotiation. He's probably really doing the thing that everybody says and letting people do the backside of it.
Sure.
But he's like, but I also know how to play this media game. Let's
Sure.
have some fun with that and get some fans on my side at the same time. But I also feel like Micah doesn't say things just because. I think he says things that he really is. He wants to, hey, get some players in here I can win with. It does sound like he's having more of a, I'm ready to be a leader. I unlocked a little something in myself that I didn't know about. And Bobby was talking about it this morning. You probably saw it a little more. He learned how to play within a system rather than being a free baller out there.
Huh.
Freelancer.
And he did say getting, I can't remember if he said 30 or 35 million. Sounds a lot better than getting 40 million and being double teamed every single time.
Yeah. From the 945. These are questions that people would like to ask Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. Would Derrick Henry have made a difference beyond this year? And quite honestly, for most of the season, I would have said no. Then I saw what Rico Dowdle did when the offensive line finally got their S together. And Derrick Henry absolutely would have made that much of a difference for this team. He now, would it have gotten the championship? I don't know. But it would have put Dak in a position where Dak didn't have to be the one out there running all over the place, getting himself injured. And that's something that they missed out on. But Jerry Jones even told us, we paid Dak all that money, mostly because we were screwed and we got out leveraged. But we paid him because now more falls on his plate.
And by the way, that was another thing going back to the interview on Friday. Stephen was preparing people for. He's like, hey, we still baked in that last $40 million that we hadn't given Dak yet with this deal. So remember, Dak's new deal hasn't even started yet. It starts next year, and his cap hit is $89 million. And I know they're going to flip the switch, but just remember, that's what you did last time. And that's why you ended up with $40 million still due at the end of the deal.
From the 817, they said, do you think that Jerry would money whip Zimmer to keep some defensive consistency? Zimmer might be a situation where maybe the money isn't the thing. Maybe it's just more about, do I really want to keep doing this? He felt the need to do it this year. Is he really that invested in it? Was it a buffer year like Mayo was for the Patriots?
Okay, this might be too much, but why does Jerry need to money whip somebody when he doesn't care about having their title? Doesn't he money whip the people that he needs to stay while still keeping their titles?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. And I know,
he doesn't want to be the defensive coordinator.
Broadus has said this plenty of times too. If you make it seem like somebody else wants you, Jerry's more likely to want to keep you around. And that could be a situation where maybe that is where Zimmer is. He's just like, I don't need this necessarily. If somebody else came calling, maybe it's a little bit of leverage I can work with. Coming up next, let's go around the NFC East. Some impressive marks, one really depressing record set on the final day of the regular season. Next on The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And Mariota with a play fake. Half roll to the right, throws it out to Ertz. Touchdown, Commanders.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, that is Brad Shams. Is that the last time we'll hear him call on Cowboys game this season? Yes, Kevin, the answer is yes, because the Cowboys are not playing anymore this season.
But we could play another clip tomorrow.
Oh, you know what? You got a very good point about that. I was just talking about him calling the game. It's now time to go around the entire NFC East and rumble through the East.
Always choose your own adventure here. Do you want to go with the Eagles, Commanders, Cowboys, or the Giants?
I say we start with the Eagles because they are first place. Kevin, the Eagles' third-string quarterback, Tanner McKee.
He looked good yesterday.
Did he? Or was it the Giants?
That's
how often do you look at a score or you look at something and you just go, who were they playing though?
That's a fair point.
269 yards, 27 of 41, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Are you taking him and signing him into a Matt Flynn contract? I feel like that's the plan now.
You don't mean Jerry Flynn?
Jerry Flynn.
What I believe I tried to push earlier. Look him up, kids.
Honestly, I had the red zone on, but anytime Eagles popped up, I just moved on. Like I just immediately didn't even care because
you knew they were already set.
They're already set. I really wasn't going to gain much from that game. And Tanner McKee, who he's the new guy.
No, he's their third string.
You see
quarterback.
those numbers, Kevin? Almost 270 yards. He was 1 yard away. 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many touchdowns Trey Lance threw yesterday?
How many?
0.
Do you know how many interceptions that Tanner McKee threw? 0. You know how many interceptions Trey Lance threw yesterday? 0.
What?
I'm hearing we give up a 2027 fourth-round pick for him. That's what I'm hearing.
Maybe third.
Sign me up.
Right now, you take Trey Lance or Tanner McKee?
Tanner McKee. The numbers tell me what I need to know. That being said, the Giants are a bad football team. B, even the depth for the Eagles is better. You know, like that's another factor that rolls into this is the depth for the Eagles is pretty good.
Are you excited? I know you said good playoff slate. Green Bay, Philly, you get the rematch from Brazil.
I have
it was from Brazil.
I totally forgot they played a game in Brazil this year.
It's a really entertaining game too.
I like this matchup. I am a little concerned again about Jordan Love's health, and I feel like that's been a thing all season long as Malik Willis was, running around on the sidelines. What do I do? And then now that Christian Watson, it looks like, did we see torn ACL? I want to make sure of that. But
it was ACL.
ACL, okay. So we see that. So that's another. They've had so many struggles at the wide receiver position. They have so many talented receivers in Green Bay, but they just all seem to either get hurt or not want to go out there and play. I am excited about that matchup between those two, though, because I think they're two teams that match up well. I think it's going to be an Eagles win, and they're going to be in the next round.
Since the Eagles beat down the Giants, do you want to knock out the Giants next?
Yeah,
I know that's out of order.
Yeah, let's go ahead and punch out the Giants.
This is a depressing statistic if you're a Giants fan, or maybe you love it because you're against the Giants. That was their 14th loss for the season. That sets a franchise record for the worst ever New York Giants season.
You had your worst ever season in the history of your team.
Correct.
And you still didn't land the number 1 overall pick. Not that, and you kind of do need a quarterback. Tennessee kind of needs a quarterback. Cleveland kind of needs a quarterback. And now
supposedly that quarterback wanted you.
Yeah, exactly. So like you were that bad and still not bad enough to get the number 1 overall seed because you tried really hard in another game.
The game before, right?
Yeah, and everybody freaked out and lost their minds about that. So, well, hold on. Actually, they're on they were on a 1-game losing streak. So, I saw 6.
They lost a ton.
It was Tennessee and Cleveland that had lost 6 straight. So, that stinks to have for a fan base to have to go through a season like that and still be like, and what direction do we have? Like, how are we going to get any better? What is the vision here? That's what freaking Myles Garrett's feeling right now too, right? I know this is around the NFC East, but he's got to be feeling that way for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. How impressed did you end up for the season with Malik Neighbors, who rewrote several records?
That touchdown that he had yesterday was sensational. And I think that everything, I told you, I read my notes on him, and I know a lot of people were like, Rome Odunze's the next one. After Marvin Harrison Jr., I was thinking to myself, man, Neighbors might be the first one. There was nothing about Marvin Harrison Jr. that suggested he shouldn't be the number 1 wide receiver picked. Malik Neighbors had everything that I wanted, the qualities of speed, quickness. He has this cachet about him. Like, there's this personality that comes along with it. That's a dude that what an awesome rookie year for him. But you said, did he have the record?
So he set the Giants record for most catches in the season.
Gotcha.
So, like, he can look at it and be like, hey, this might be the most losses we've ever had, but I had the most catches.
Yeah, Leon can't do everything.
And for a minute, how many people still know that reference?
If you remember Leon can't do everything, text in right now what commercial that was for.
He briefly held the rookie record for the most catches, but then he got surpassed by Brock Bowers.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
He only had the second most
Man,
catches.
what a year for Brock Bowers, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. And so, second most ever, Brock Bowers passed him, but most catches in Giants history for a single season as well.
Impressive. We sticking with the Giants here?
Done with them.
You're done with the
They
Giants?
suck.
That was a team that's terrible. I think we should go on to the Commanders then.
They're better.
They made the playoffs. You were kind of, when we were talking with Mickey last week, every question that we asked was followed up with, but how much are they going to care? That's what Mickey would reply back is like, tell me how much they're going to care and I can give you an answer to this. And it seemed like they kind of cared in the first half. And then after that, they were like, hold on.
Okay.
Maybe we still need to care, just not with our starters.
Hold on. That's a great point. Because I was going to say, did they care? Or if we can go to cut number 6, did this specific gentleman care a lot?
4th and 1. Snap is back. They hand it off. No, he kept it and ran through the middle on a quarterback draw to the 20 and all the way down to the 15. What a great ball fake by Mariota. They faked it to the back who got stuffed, but Mariota kept the ball.
I felt like he cared a lot.
Yeah, it did feel like he cared.
The rest of the team, I mean, you know what? The other person who cared, Jaden Daniels, looked freaking hyped for everything that was going right for them.
Dude, the touchdown for Terry McLaurin to become the greatest Washington receiver.
I mean, that's just the most touchdown catches in a season.
Yeah.
So no one gets angry.
For the Washington Commanders. Yeah, that is like that's really cool for him. You know how much I really think highly of Terry McLaurin. He's been one of those guys that I've championed for his entire career. Yeah, but he doesn't have a quarterback. And this year you put him with a quarterback and look what happens. He's also very motivated to show that too, because he's been kind of living in that. It's been terrible around here, guys. I'm ready to go ahead and turn this thing up a little bit. And they did there as well. And then, being in Cliff Kingsbury's offense, that really helped open things up for him. He didn't necessarily become the, hey, throw me the ball 15 times guy, but it was always, whenever I make a play, it's going to be big. It's going to make an impact on the game. And I think that lived up for him. So congratulations to Terry McLaurin and Jaden Daniels for what I think is a phenomenal season.
Also, congratulations to the Rangers for getting money for a player that they DFA'd. So Owen White got sent to the Reds for cash. And
how much cash?
Ooh, that I don't know.
I always want to know the answer to that question, because how much of a difference does that make?
$32,000.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that they are using it this year for something specific, but they at least have those funds from a player that they weren't really going to use. Like, they weren't using him.
And the other thing going back to the Commanders, a couple big things for them. Jaden Daniels, only player in NFL history with 3,500 plus passing yards, 850 plus rushing yards, and 5 plus rushing touchdowns, which is impressive. I will say Lamar Jackson surpassed those first two numbers, but only had 4 rushing touchdowns. So technically he's not in this, but we talked about this with the Lions earlier. The last time they led the league in scoring differential, they won the 1952 championship. The last time the Commanders had 12 regular season wins, 1991 or more. 1991, won 14 games, and then won the Super Bowl.
Okay. All right. So you're saying here we're going to see Washington and Detroit in the Super Bowl this year.
That feels impossible.
I know that feels impossible.
Something's got to give.
Yeah.
Right?
What will give, history or future?
Would you root for the Commanders to win the Super Bowl?
No.
Because the last time they won the Super Bowl, Cowboys won 3 of the next 4.
Well, here's the thing. What are you doing?
3 of the
Reverse psychology, man.
That's not how this works.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You just tried to put 2 NFC teams in the Super Bowl. I'm going to say that this is going to work mathematically.
Okay, I'm not going to root for Washington. Okay, I'm just not going to do it. It's against every fiber of what I've known in my history of being a fan. I just can't do that. And there's no dislikable team on the AFC side. I'm pretty much rooting for all those teams.
I think there's a decent amount of people who think the Chiefs are unlikable.
That's fine. They can feel that way. I'm still pretty happy with what they are. That is not a team I'm going to root against when it comes to rooting for Washington or against them. So no.
And for people asking, am I in pain talking like this? Answer, a little bit.
Oh, man. Hey, if you need to stop talking.
I got my chicken noodles.
You do have your chicken. It's not double noodle, but it is.
I didn't even know that existed until earlier today.
See if I can find some double noodle for you down the road.
Please.
Here. And then let's go ahead and dive into the Cowboys just a little bit here.
Did we win?
We did not win.
Are you sure? Cut number 7. They were winning right until the end of the game. I just want to make sure you're sure about this.
Looking into the end zone, there's the fade to McLaurin, and he's got it easily. Touchdown, Washington. Just a perfect throw by Mariota over the top of Deron Bland for the Washington touchdown with 2 seconds left.
Well,
you're a guy.
Now you have the proof. And thank you, Kevin, for pointing out the proof, because otherwise maybe I would have believed we won.
Man, the disinterest level on that game was so high. I wonder how many people who are like, usually pretty big Cowboys fans, like, I didn't know who won until last night or maybe even this morning.
My wife, as the game ended and I was doing laundry or whatever, she was like, "Hey, did the Cowboys win?" I said no, and she was like, "Oh, are you sad?" I was like,
"Not really."
Huh? Why would I be sad? And she said, "Well, because I was like, babe, the season's been over for a while."
True.
I mean, Kevin was telling me almost 7 weeks ago.
Was I right?
Cowboys season. Well, I mean, eventually you were like you really hedged your bets on that one. Like eventually you were going to be right.
I said they weren't going to make the playoffs.
But their season's over, and why would we be excited? Like, why would we get excited or worked up about that game? I was watching the game for the interest of I'm watching the Cowboys for the last time this year. That was pretty much it. But I did, wind up having it all. The Bears have requested to speak with Giants offensive coordinator Mike Kafka for their vacant offensive coordinator job, and that's weird. Because don't they have a vacant head coaching job still? Yeah. And so now they're like, let's go shop for the offensive coordinator first.
Hey, that's what the Cowboys would do.
From the 940, so sounds like Corey's trying to tell me how to fan. You know what?
That's a good point.
You're right. You fan the way that you want to. You fan the way. I'm not going to try and tell you how to fan. I'm just saying I will not be rooting for the Commanders if they were to make it to the Super Bowl.
It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah, I'm perfectly okay with that. Did you have anything? Oh, did you want to dive in on some of the Cowboys here, Kevin?
Yeah, but I also wanted to ask, but what if you knew that means the Cowboys would win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years?
But you're not saying that if I don't root for them, that they won't win.
Correct.
Still won't do it then.
What?
Because then I would sit there, Kevin, what if they made it to the Super Bowl and I didn't? And then I get the Super Bowl. I never had to root for them.
Well, all you had to do is root for them in one frickin' game or one frickin' playoff run, and you get a guaranteed Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I can
wizardry.
also might get a Super Bowl without having to do that, without having to sacrifice my fandom.
What in the last 29 years leads you to believe that?
2.5 sacks. Micah Parsons finished 2024 with 12 sacks. He joined Reggie White as the only two players since 1982 with at least 12 sacks in each of their 4 seasons. Congratulations to him. And then Donovan Wilson tallied a sack, finished with 4.5 sacks in 2024, which is what you always want, is your safety to have a bunch of sacks.
Okay. And so he was second in the league behind Derwin James, which again, it's like having the most wins for a wild card team. Is that a record or a mark you really want?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah. And then, this was... Ultimately, this season will go down as one of those. I keep saying forget about it, and I know everybody else is like, but you need to build off of it. I heard Mickey say that earlier. You need to learn from it. That's fine. They need to learn from it. I don't ever want to remember that this season happened.
Oh.
Or I just want to point back at this season and be like, that was the terrible one.
Okay, don't listen to this next part then, because I have other positives from the season. Hey, Alec, I don't know if you wanted to know this. Corey does not. Rico Dowdle, 1,079 yards, most yards rushing by Cowboys running back in 5 years.
It's pretty good.
That is pretty
good. I like that.
But you need more?
Yeah, I think I need a little more.
Okay.
A little more.
Cowboys had 6 sacks against the Commanders. It was their league-leading 4th game with 6 sacks or more in 2024. Don't worry about how many of those happened when they still probably could have made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. Is that good enough? You need more?
Yeah, I mean, with those kind of numbers, you think that you're winning a lot of football games and you're holding your opponents to very low amounts of points.
And you're great on special teams. Cowboys, 32.1 yards per kickoff return. That is a single-season NFL record. And you finished 4 games out of the playoffs. Make no mistake. Look at the standings. 4 games out of the playoffs.
Well, do you think that means you hadn't been so injured, you would have made the playoffs?
Yeah. Look, we don't always have to agree, and I just disagreed with Mickey this morning that if Dak was healthy, this team was making the playoffs. I don't see that whatsoever.
It would have taken. I don't think it was just Dak. I think there were a lot of other things factored in there.
That's fine. But then you can point to the Detroit Lions and you're like, hey, well, we did pretty good.
And it would have taken as Razor says, a Mastodonian effort to go ahead and make that turn around the way they wanted to. But it would have been awesome if they could have done that, but they weren't going to.
Man, if that double noodle soup really does exist, that's going to be amazing.
I'm telling you, I'll find it for you. Right now, though, it is time for AM on the FM.
You know what's really convenient is my computer just froze.
You're
so
kidding me
while
right
I
now.
set this up to
Kevin
play,
Walker, you're okay.
Yeah, he can live now. He can breathe. The question of the day is coming your way here in just a second, plus a follow-up from JJ Redick to Charles Barkley after this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, especially because I'm pushing the button now. I make the decisions. Yeah, I make the decisions. You push the button to order that soup. That's what you need to do.
Okay.
Because we need you here. But my co-host Corey is here, so we can still carry on this segment. It is the people segment, as I've dubbed it in your absence, Kevin. I know you haven't been on the radio since last year, but that's what we came up with last year. So we're going to run with that now. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Want you to answer the question of the day there. Plus, we're going to get to some fun college football nuggets where, one man's trash is really another man's treasure. We're going to get to that here in just a second as well. But we go to my favorite resource, my favorite asset, the National Day Calendar. And we see that there's actually a lot of good options to choose from today. But we're going to go with National Technology Day.
Oh, I love
National
technology.
Technology Day is what today is, among many other things.
Hold on one second, Alec. I appreciate where you're heading with this.
Mm-hmm.
I just said I love technology. And Kevin said,
I'm a slow adopter of technology.
You're very conservative in that approach?
Well, like, people make fun of, like, oh, obviously you got to get a new phone. I'm like, why? This phone works.
But whenever, like, you go from having a rotary phone to a cell phone.
Hey, look.
You didn't carry a rotary phone around in 2010, did you?
It's a great advancement, but my family will also tell you they actively make fun of me within the last 2 years. Okay, people? 2 years. I told them that there were headphones that you could get that didn't need a wire to listen to your phone at the gym. That was within the last 2 years, I swear. So I'm not an early adopter or even a decade close adopter of new technology.
All right. So back to you with technology talk.
I think I got my first pair of wireless earbuds when I was like freshman in high school.
Well, that could have been 4 years.
They're necessary.
That was actually like 7, thank you. I don't know the math on that. What was that, like 2016, I think? Yeah.
Yeah, like
that.
4 years ago.
Yeah. Thanks, man. So the question of the day is going to be outside of your cell phone, because that is the easy cop-out answer. What is your favorite piece of technology right now?
Ooh, this is...
It's not going to surprise you to know it's the wireless earbuds.
It's a full circle moment.
You can go to the gym and just like pop them in.
Yeah.
And watch whatever's going on your phone.
It's great, isn't it, Kevin?
It's amazing.
My kid still wants the wired in version, and I got him.
No.
Santa got him the wireless ones for Christmas, and he looked at them and he was like, "Oh," and I was like, "What are you doing for?" And he goes, "Well, I guess my earbuds won't get ripped out of my ears whenever I'm on the bench press anymore. So I guess that's what they're good for." And I was like, "They're better than." I refuse to get AirPods. I think AirPods are a ripoff. He says, and the kids are like, "No, they're not a ripoff." I'm like, I have a fantastic pair of earbuds that I got for $30.
Your son needs to take a seminar from my mom. Because when I was a kid, we would practice opening gifts. And you had to imagine it was the worst gift in the world. So she would be like, "Now, pretend you just opened this box of rocks." And so we weren't done with the exercise until you like sold it to her that you were digging this box of rocks. So
I think it was 8 years old whenever I got something and looked at my aunt and said, "Thank you." I mean, I already have one of these, but thank you. And that's when I learned, hey, that's not how we do that.
Don't do that.
And I was like, I had never gotten a double gift before. How was I supposed to know that a double gift, like you're not supposed to let them know that you already have one.
All right, as long as we're talking about gifting, just real quick, I know this is not in the technology realm. Several years ago, I was informed that the way I distributed gift ideas was not appreciated.
Oh.
Because I would distribute Brandon's gift ideas and assign people what I thought that they should get him. Because I know what the budget is for all of these people.
That's fair.
And I was told it was sucking the fun out of gift giving, which I get, I guess. But the very first time at the same sitting, he got 2 of the same gift. I was like, and that's why.
See, if I'd have if y'all would have let me be me, then we wouldn't have 2 of these in the same sitting.
I don't know why Kevin's practice gifting made me think of that Vine from probably like 2015 now, probably 10 years old at this point. The little kid, he unwraps the gift as an avocado. Like an avocado. Thanks.
Exactly.
I'm seeing a lot coming in early. A lot of Xbox texts. Like numerous people right when I asked the question come in with the
Specifically
Xbox. Yeah, the Series X is what the 817 specifically said. So the newest one, I'm assuming. I'm not an Xbox guy. I'm a PlayStation guy. PlayStation and PC. That's where I get my gaming in. So I wouldn't know. But that's probably been me here recently. I built a PC a couple months ago.
Nice.
And because I was running off a laptop that I bought during the pandemic, and I put that thing through hell. Like I've asked it to edit so many videos, audio, stuff like that, recording podcasts and whatnot, and then gaming on top of that. It was on its last legs. I finally just broke down, went to Newegg and built a PC on their PC builder, and then ordered all the parts, got them in on the same day. It was amazing. And then my dad and I built it together. So a little bonding experience. Plus, you know, it's a machine too. Like it's a workhorse. I've been gaming on it, been editing audio and doing some stuff on my own for some future projects and whatnot. You know, it can handle anything I ask it to. So it's been my biggest prized possession lately, just because I've been like bound to the limits and constraints of a laptop for years now. And now I've got like the iPad and the PC, so like I can choose, do I want to be in the comfort of my bed or on the couch being productive, or do I want to sit at the desk and use the workhorse? There you go. So that's been really fun. Why are you looking at me like that?
I just like the way you just said that.
I don't like the way you looked at me. That must mean it was something crazy. So I'm not going to go back and listen to this segment anymore. Thanks, man.
No, you're doing great.
Thank you, Corey.
I have 2 items, if that's okay.
It's up to Alec.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Alec, this once.
Number 1. And I was told this a long time ago because I think the big green egg is a cheat code. Like the big green egg, you get that thing set just right, it can smoke for a long time. You're all good to go. The temperature kind of stays where it is. But somebody told me I wasn't cheating well enough or good enough, and they said,
but it was still about cooking.
Yes.
Okay.
It was about cooking still. And they said, have you got the fan for it? And I was like, yeah, 105.3 the fan. They're like, no. The little fan. And I said, what do you mean? There's this little fan that you attach to the bottom of the green egg, and that's where the air comes into the green egg and then it goes out the top. Well, this little fan has a box that connects to it that is also Wi-Fi capable. So anywhere on Earth, I can know what the temperature of my big green egg is. And if it starts to go low, the fan will just blow a little air across the coals and it heats back up. And so I don't have to worry about it. Smoked for 36 hours.
That's a lot of
hours. I had
hours.
that thing just.
I knew
was
some
like,
people like that in high school.
And
me too.
So that one right there, I love that capability whenever, because as we were discussing Friday, Alec, that's my happy place when I'm in the backyard cooking. The other one, garage door opener. Garage door opener
that's solid.
Is clutch because I enter through the rear door all the time. That is where we don't park in the front of the house. We all park in the behind part of the house, and we enter the house through the door in the garage. And that's how, this is my whole community. It looks like the whole community in Plano is rear door entry people. And so that is where that's how we get into our house.
That.
I love the garage door opener, but even more than my little button, the little box.
Tolbert Garage.
Oh yeah. Tolbert Garage, by the way, did hook up mine. That's what they did. Even more than that little box that you push it's the one that's connected to your car. If you have the ability to push the button in your car, that's even cooler. So there you go.
I will say my beautiful new car that I got a couple weeks ago, it has an app, and I can turn on the car from the app. And I can see how much gas I have in the tank. I can see what my fuel range is. I can see what the oil life is at. I'm like, I don't have to actually check anything on the dash anymore. This is wonderful.
That's one of the other really cool advancements in technology is the reverse camera on cars.
Yes. Oh,
Huge.
it saved my life. Yes.
Huge.
Has that spoiled you though?
Yeah. Well.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. 1000%.
Sometimes like I'll go into Target and come out. And I'm like, boom, just start looking. Don't even look around. So sometimes it does catch me off a little bit there because that would be a bad situation.
I feel like sometimes I almost take the boomer approach of like, I don't trust the camera sometimes.
That's how Adrian is.
I still like, especially when it's a really packed parking lot. Like, let's say going to the American Airlines Center and there's just a million cars everywhere and you can't find an open space with an open space next to it. Sometimes I'll whip the head around, put the arm on the passenger seat. Like, nope. I am trusting the eyes more than I trust the sensors on this car.
Yes.
Like, I don't know why I do that sometimes, but I still do that. But most of the times, especially like I back into the driveway at the house, and it's like, that's perfect because my dad drives an SUV too, so I don't want to get right on that center line because he's going to hurt my car. That's not nice. So I got to make sure I get with a perfect line into that parking space, and that's where the camera helps because it gives you the little guidelines.
Camera's great, man.
Cameras are
so
cool.
nice to have that camera there.
Cameras are awesome.
Adrian's car has too much technology though.
Well, how's that?
She has sensors like everywhere on the car, and there is a part. I have to turn this off when I get in her car. It will. If I try to change lanes without using my blinker, it'll push me back into my lane.
The lane keep assist.
And I don't like that at all.
Yeah, I have that in my car too, but it's off by default. I have to turn it on if I want to use it, which is nice. But like I think I tried it out for the first time, might have been New Year's Eve. I was on the highway. I was like, I've never driven a car that has this. I want to try it. So I was like, nobody's around. I'm going to try to move. And yeah, it veers you back. It's like, nope, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. I'm not a fan of it because I'm not used to driving that way. You know, like I'm just nuts.
Sure.
And I drive, I give myself a lot of space, Kevin, when I'm driving by going fast. And that's how I like give myself space. And I'm like, I don't need to use a blinker because I'm far enough away from all the other cars right now.
I don't like the idea that my car can overrule me.
Exactly.
I mean, it weighs like 10 times what you do, so I think that's kind of fair.
Still,
like it's a big machine.
Doesn't have a brain like me.
Well, I mean,
I'm
it's got a computer.
Your car.
It's got a computer. Computers are smarter than me. I can't speak for you, Corey, but
hold on. So, would you rather drive in the car with Corey or in a self-driving car?
I haven't driven with Corey yet, so I can't really answer that question fairly.
It's
fun. What's that definition?
We get there safe every time.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's what I say.
Right? We do. I mean,
yeah, that's true.
Carter's driven in the car with me before. He knows. Oh, that was in the truck, though. I'm a little different in the truck. I drive a little slower.
Huh.
Gas mileage and it's just bigger vehicle anyway.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, sure. From the 817, they say their GPS is their favorite piece of technology. I fully agree.
Yeah.
Even though I know how to get places without a GPS, I do it just to find the quickest route.
Man.
Like, I just want to get there in a very efficient manner. So I map my way to work every single morning, even though I know the 4 or 5 different ways I can get here. Like, I just want to know what's quickest at that time, and I want the on-the-fly changes. So, totally agree with that. Lots of people saying some household stuff like the smart TV came up from the 817, my dishwasher from the 210. Some stuff that we just take for granted, like the dishwasher, especially during the holiday season. You see how many plates you go through and bowls and stuff, and you're like, I'm glad I don't have to hand wash all of this. This is great. From the 817, my Apple TV. I advanced to that a couple years ago from the Roku. I love the Apple TV.
Smart TVs are dope. Like it is
That's
cool
a
to
good
have a
answer.
smart TV. Like I know DirecTV is still a great old-fashioned approach to it and everything, and they've been pretty good with their standard. But it is really cool to have the ability to have a smart TV and just hook up to your Wi-Fi and be like, all right, I'm ready to rock now.
See, my favorite part of the college football playoff is the random contract agreements that teams have with the different conferences and the bowl games for payouts on these things. So the Oregon Ducks season came to an end after that big blowout loss to their Big Ten rival, Ohio State. The loss was extremely lucrative for a pair of programs on the West Coast, Oregon State and Washington State. The lone remaining members of the Pac-12 were paid handsomely after the fact. Due to the Rose Bowl's contractual ties with the league, the Beavers and the Cougars got massive paychecks of $50 million each.
Wow.
So Oregon State gets to laugh at Oregon getting blown out, and they get paid $50 million rather to watch that happen. $50 would still be cool, but
take
you know,
the 50 too,
yeah,
for
$50 is $50 to me, so I'd take it. But they get paid $50 million to make that happen there in the Rose Bowl. So that's fun that a rivalry in state is just like, haha, you got blown out and we got paid for it. You didn't. And then one more thing, Corey, if you remember on Friday, we ran that sound of Charles Barkley clapping back at JJ Redick.
Yeah, he did.
Where he just went in and said, you can put as much makeup on that pig as you want. It's still ugly, talking about the Lakers. He said, you're a dead man walking, because every good coach gets fired over there. And JJ Redick was asked if he had a response to that.
I didn't make it all the way through the clip, I gotta be honest with you. My resting heart rate is probably 64. I watched the clip, it was 64. Literally don't care. I have other thoughts, but don't care.
I literally don't care. That was kind of a banger of a line, too, saying, when I started the video, my heart rate was at 64. When I finished the video, 64. that is such a great. This is how you know he's got that media seasoning. He's got that podcast background, because he's got so many good one-liners to reply to these reporters. It's like, stop being so good. Like, I just enjoy his pressers more than, just like Dan Campbell. His way of coaching football irritates me sometimes, but his pressers make everything worth it.
And if he was on any other team,
you'd root for him.
You wouldn't know. You would never hear him.
That's true.
At all.
Where he is why he gets that kind of audio.
So there you go. That's my time.
Thank you very much, Alec. Good job right there, good sir. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring me, next on The Fan.
Join us this Thursday night in our fan showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway, as Coca-Cola and the Rangers kick off their winter caravan featuring
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, I did see this note. Antonio Pierce says everything that he's hearing is he's going to be back this year. All the other mess is from the outside, not from the inside. So Antonio Pierce currently feels safe as the head coach.
Also not fun
of the Raiders
when you have to like step out and be like, hey, I know what you're thinking. I think I'm going to stay.
A preemptive strike on hey, just it's not going to go this way. So don't even ask the questions right now because I don't want to hear them. Right now it's time for the C Block featuring me. It's always weird to say it that way, but here we are in the C Block. Kevin, do you have any questions?
I was going to say I can't do the same grand introduction, but I can say it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The thing that we've been tracking all season long.
I know this.
And what really made me happy was last week when when Alec was sitting in for you, Ian CA did a wonderful job sitting in with the show. Alec said, I love this stat. And I was like, oh man, thanks. I really appreciate that because it was just something out of nowhere I started tracking for some reason. The top 10 passer records from this week. And by the way, the last 2 weeks, 7-3. Good job for the Passers
stepped it up
in the last 2 weeks winning football games. So 7-3 for both of those. That put it at, on the year, each week, we track the top 10 passers and whether or not they won and lost, 91 and 89.
Okay, so like pretty close to just 500.
Pretty close to just 500. Tracking the top 10 rusher records for the year, by the way, the last 2 weeks, 6-4 and 5-5. So a little down for the majority of the year. But Kevin, not one time did the top 10 rushers have a losing record. Not one time this year. Whereas the passers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times had losing records.
Wow. So it's better to have a good running back.
121 and 59. If you're running the ball well, you are going to win football games. That's the reality of what we've seen. And I know that the game is built for passing, and I know that people just got out on, hey, paying the running back, drafting running back. If you have a really talented running back and you draft him high, man, use that dude. Use him do what they did with Zeke. Use him until he can't do it anymore.
So like if you had the number, I don't know, 12 pick in the draft, and there's a really elite running back that looked like he was going to be there, you'd go for it.
Yes. Okay. I actually would, especially since you don't have a running back. Your running back right now is Deuce Vaughn or bringing Zeke back.
Hell yeah.
Listen, man, are you...
Mark Sanchez told me Zeke's got plenty of tread left on the
what
tire.
do you do? Don't do that. Don't do that. Mark,
what a stupid
you're being
thing
sarcastic.
To say.
He was being sarcastic too, I think.
I don't think he was.
That's the concerning part. Is that he probably wasn't being sarcastic. He was probably being real about that. And yes, that was passing. So that for somebody said passing, receiving yards, that was passing yards. Passing versus rushing. So again, if you have good rushers, you're doing pretty good. We're gonna start with Cowboys hits and misses right now. Kevin, hit. When Trey Lance starts, the Cowboys almost win. That is a hit right there.
But do I need to play cut number 7 again? They lost.
No, you don't need to play it again. But I will tell you, Kevin, you asked earlier if there was a point where I was rooting for the win, and there was a point where I was rooting for the win just so I could say, every time that Trey Lance has started, he wins. The Cowboys win every time, but they didn't, and therefore we can't, so we got to move on from the guy. If you lose, you're out of here. That's the way that it is. Another hit, Jalen Tolbert. 4 for 98, 24.5 per reception. Big day for him right there. Again, I still need to see more out of him this year, and I didn't get it. But for this one specific game, that was a very good outing for him. He looked very comfortable at the receiver position.
What are your thoughts on him going into next season?
I mean, why did you bring in Jonathan Mingo? Why did you trade?
Okay.
Because you don't
think
don't feel like he's the guy. You don't feel
he's a different receiver.
Yeah, you don't feel like he's the guy opposite of CeeDee Lamb that's going to make that big of a difference. So he got chances in this game to be the one. He got chances to get those opportunities. So did Turpin. Turpin had plenty of opportunities in this game too. But Jalen Tolbert has done nothing to jump off the page for me other than continually underperform for what my expectation was of him. My expectation was pretty high, and he has not lived up to it. Another hit, though, Kevin, is another receiver, and that is Jonathan Mingo. 2 catches for 24 yards on 2 targets. Let's live it up with this guy. Dude, he was thrown to twice, caught both of them at 12 yards a catch.
Now that's sarcasm.
A real hit.
We'll be all in.
Thank you. A real hit. Micah, 12 sacks to finish the season. Nice work for Micah Parsons. Now let's go to the hits and misses from the rest of the NFL before we get to my big topic that I've wanted to talk about for about 2 weeks now. Misses, number 3, Carson Wentz. Romo said it was a big game for Carson Wentz.
Oh.
I was watching that, and I was like, oh, big game for Carson Wentz. He was like, and I remember the line was like, he's been like through 5 or 6 teams or something like that, and now he has a chance to show everybody in the league what he really can do. I was like, what? Everybody kind of knows. So, Kevin, what does he do on a day where he gets to show everybody? 10 for 17 for 98 yards with a 22.2 QBR.
Plenty of tread left.
Is 22.2 bad on QBR?
That is abysmal.
Oh, man, that wasn't good at all. So, Carson Wentz, that's a miss right there.
How old do you think Carson Wentz is? Because it feels like he should be like 45, right?
30?
He just turned 32.
32? Yeah, he's got plenty of arm left. Look, I'm rooting for that guy now.
Ooh, would you rather have Carson Wentz as your backup quarterback next year or Zeke as your backup running back?
Wentz.
Yeah, I'll have to say Carson Wentz because although I do know he's probably going to play about 4 games. Like that's just the reality of what we're dealing with here with our current quarterback situation. I can't go into another season trusting that Dak is going to be healthy. I have to be prepared for a situation where he's going to miss some time, and I'm going to have to turn to somebody else and say, get us out of this hole, and hope that that's good enough. But I can't. I'm in that spot right now. Number 2 on the misses of the weekend, Tyreek Hill. He notched more than 40 yards once in his final 4 games. Sunday, 2 for 20, and now he wants out of there, as we heard earlier today. Tyreek Hill was a big miss again. And now that we add into this the conversation of, hey, were you missing because you couldn't be found, or did the coach pull you out? Is another part of the conversation of, what is this guy? You know, what is he not happy there because what? We feel like it was mostly because of Tua. I feel that way. That's what I gathered from that audio was, look, man, I can't make plays because I got crap quarterbacks back there. Although he did say Snoop was pretty good. And he did give him some credit on that, but he was like, he's just doing his best. Number 1 on the hits and misses of the weekend for the misses, Sam Darnold turned back into a pumpkin. When they were down 31-9, Sam Darnold was 16 for 35 with 157 yards and 0 touchdowns. He didn't look good at all last night. I will give credit to the secondary for the Detroit Lions. They were all over every receiver. It was a great competition with Justin Jefferson last night, but Sam Darnold didn't do himself any favors. A lot of his throws were inaccurate, overthrows. Jason Garrett said it, and I was feeling the same thing, and I was surprised Jason Garrett said it the same way. I was like, man, that guy looks like he's just too energized. Like he's just got too much going on, and he doesn't know how to handle this moment. And there he is. Very bad night. I think he ended up finishing the night. They were down 31-9. He ended up finishing 18 for 41 for 166 yards. Ooh. Kevin with a QBR of 17.4. So even worse than Carson Wentz, who had less yards. So that's that. Now let's go to the hits of the weekend. I will give honorable mention to Bryce Young. Bryce Young threw for 3 touchdowns and finished the season with 7 touchdowns and 0 picks in 3 games with only 8 sacks given up. That's pretty impressive for Bryce Young, who I think we all kind of were going, man, I think they're going to have to give up on this guy. But yeah, the last 3...
He's back.
I'm not saying he's back, Kevin, but that's a strong showing to end up that season. So I'll put him on the honorable mentions for the last 3 games rolling out there, especially after everything he went through. Number 3, Drake London. 10 catches, 187 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he finished this year with some pretty big numbers. Did you see his touchdown that Penix threw to him? Penix threw.
I don't think I did.
He threw a laser on a slant right over the middle for a touchdown, and it looked like it just stuck in Drake London's chest. Nice throw by Penix for one, but on top of that, Drake London's put out one of those seasons where I was like, what is he? I just don't know. I figured he would be a little bit better because Kirk Cousins was there. I didn't realize that he was going to take this much of a step up. He is a dangerous weapon. Number 2 on the hits of the weekend, Bo MF and Nix. 321 yards, 4 touchdowns, 152.4 rating. That's not his QBR, but his rating. Toss in about 50 yards rushing. Big day against Kansas City's backups. I mean, like that's nice.
Kansas City let you know straight away. They did not give
anything.
a crap about that game.
But Bo Nix, they knew Cortland Sutton needed to meet some numbers to get to some of his bonuses. And they start off, he's like, I'm throwing the heck out of this football down the field to Cortland Sutton. And he did, and Cortland Sutton was like, thank you very much. Bo Nix, again, I tweeted this out the other day, add in the majors on Twitter if you want to give it a follow. And I was like, hey, I really was high on Denver before the season, and I was high on Bo Nix, probably more so than anybody at the station. And I'm not certain about that, but I feel like, Kevin, would you agree that?
I think so.
And I still didn't expect him to be this good. He's been really good.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, hey, this is a nice pairing with him and his head coach. I thought that was a good pairing between the two. And then as I watched him in preseason, I was like, this is nice. But again, we talk about this all the time in spring training. It's preseason. You know, he turned it into reality as the season went along. They didn't start off well. The defense being good was really nice, too. Number 1 on the list for the hits of the weekend, Jahmyr Gibbs. 4 touchdowns.
Unbelievable.
Mr. Everything for the Lions as they rolled the Vikings last night. He was awesome.
Give me cut 19. Let's hear just another one of those Gibbs touchdowns.
The 13. Gibbs left. Jahmyr Gibbs accelerates into the end zone. He's got the hat trick.
He was
amazing.
It's the one you see him get to the lane and you're like, he should be tackled now. And then he's through and taking off and you're like, whoa. Like he gets to that place so quickly. And granted, give the Detroit Lions offensive line credit for opening those holes for him too. But as Chris Collinsworth pointed out last night, give him a small seam and he seems to find it and get going really well. Jahmyr Gibbs, what an interesting story for everybody that said he was terrible and it was a terrible pick by the Detroit Lions for doing what he did. And then, Kevin, I wanted to get to this story. So that is the hits and misses of the weekend. I wanted to get to this story. And I don't know why I wanted to bring this up, but I did. Do you like showers?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Lucy.
Intriguing question.
Yes. You're shower over bath person?
For sure.
All right. You're a shower over bath person?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Lucy's currently without wisdom teeth. She had 2 wisdom teeth taken out, 2 molars, a couple of teeth uncovered, a bunch of stuff. And she's been resting a lot. And it reminded me that when Avery, my oldest, had his wisdom teeth out, he was very adamant that he was on a streak of not missing a shower for 628 days. He had tracked 628 days of I've showered and I have not missed a single one of them. And I was like, that he was proud of it. Like he was on a streak.
Are you more impressed by the streak or the fact that he kept track?
The keeping track part was pretty impressive. That being said, when he did have his wisdom teeth taken out, we convinced him that he had slept for 2 days and that he had missed one of his shower days. And he went into like this big depression for a while of like,
oh no,
how long do you hold on to a bit like that with somebody that's all drugged up? Because I thought it was hilarious, but then I was like, oh, he looks really sad that he missed his shower. He was like, I'm going to have to shower twice now to catch up. Like in his brain, he was trying to justify it all.
That's not how that works.
What's your best streak? We can discuss that more tomorrow.
Oh man. I want to say a lot, but I don't know if I've ever like kept track of
it.
And
doesn't necessarily have to be a shower. What is the streak that you're like, you know what? Yeah. I kept that streak alive for a long time.
One time I went to the gym 49 straight days.
Look at you, man. That's impressive. keeping track of it, too.
That was in the before times.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, all the records set by the Ravens and Steelers totally screwed in the playoffs. Next on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC? Delicious. Spend your lunch.
Uber Eats has low-of-fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Zappia looks to throw, he threw a pick, threw it right into the hands of Nate Wiggins, and the rookie walks in for an early pick six.
Oh, my gosh. The KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Kevin Hagelin. We got Alec Medford hanging out with us as well. If you would like to text something to Kevin to say, hey, man, chin up. Everything's going to be okay. Go ahead and do that right now, 877-881-1053. Also, don't forget, this Thursday, the Rangers Winter Caravan Tour presented by Coca-Cola kicks off in our fan showroom downstairs Tolos are stopping by. You got Whataburger while everything lasts. Mark Simeon, Cody Bradford, Matt Festa at 6:30 for autographs. That's a festival right there. If I've ever seen one. Free autographs, and the guys are going to join Jared Sandler for the fans' 2025 debut of Rangers Hot Stove. That's from 7 to 8. So yeah, get here for the free autographs with Marcus Simeon, Cody Bradford, and Matt Festa. That's going to be at 6:30. And you don't have to sign up. You don't have to go online or anything. Just show up down here, 4131 North Central Expressway. And we just want to say thanks for being the best listeners in DFW. Actually, not even listeners, Kevin. I like to think of it as teammates. But right now, let's discuss the Ravens and and how their offense was phenomenal. And I know, Kevin, all year long, you've been very steadfast in MVP discussion. We might have this a little more tomorrow, that Lamar Jackson cannot do it.
I agree.
He just put up so many convincing numbers this year that you're like, how can you not? So I'm very interested to see how that comes down this year.
And I know people will argue he should win MVP this year as maybe opposed to last year, but that's not the way it played out. And Lamar Jackson has 2 MVPs and not a lot of playoff success. I think that gets held against him. And I think that's why Josh Allen is going to get it, because he has no MVPs.
Yeah.
Now, I realize the Chiefs are there to stuff everyone's playoff success, but I think that's the difference maker. When people are like, oh, compare these stats side by side, I hear you.
But I did it too. I've done it multiple times, and I'm just like, I know which one I'm picking.
And I think they're going to be like, yeah, but he already won 2, and then he failed again in the playoffs. And I love Lamar Jackson, but that's why I think Josh Allen has got it.
Gotcha. All right. Now the Ravens offense, Kevin, I benefited a lot from making a trade for Lamar Jackson, but a lot of other people benefited a lot too, in like Zay Flowers. I know Isaiah Likely actually did really well. Mark Andrews, Derrick Henry. What else do we know about the Ravens?
I really like that question.
Am I okay? Hold on. Let's peel back the curtain here just a second.
crud.
All right, Kevin, you tossed together some run sheet stuff.
Yep.
And here at 120,
I'm about done.
It says all the records set by the Ravens, and are the Steelers totally screwed in the playoffs? I really don't know all the records, so I'm kind of running around here going, all right, we'll see how it works. But your voice is also giving up on you right now.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure it all out.
All right.
What can we do here?
Lamar Jackson had 41 touchdowns and only 4 interceptions.
Wow,
okay?
that's impressive.
Prior to him,
seriously, that's
absolutely
extremely impressive.
Remember, Bobby said he wasn't really a quarterback.
This was the best throwing season I've seen.
For sure.
I've watched a lot of Lamar Jackson over his career, and I've never seen him look this comfortable throwing the football.
Agreed. Now, Lamar Jackson, the previous high for touchdown passes with only 5 interceptions or fewer was Aaron Rodgers, who might have played his last game. He had 37, and Lamar Jackson 41. So this is the most impressive stat line that we've ever seen from a touchdown to turnover perspective with this many touchdowns.
And quite honestly, I don't think he does it the way that they did it this year if they don't sign Derrick Henry. I'm dead serious about this, and I don't want to. I'm not trying to crap on the Cowboys for their decision here. Having Derrick Henry in that backfield forces teams to do so many different things to try and stop him. Even Myles Garrett was saying, look, I have to stop him from getting to the second level because it's more difficult for guys at the second level to tackle him than it is for me. That being said, he's fast through the hole, and I'm not going to be able to always make that. So I have to do everything I can. So you're already putting pressure on your defensive front to make decisions when it comes to the way they run their RPOs. And then the fact that there's now more space in the secondary to throw and throwing lanes to have, it did make it a lot easier for Lamar Jackson because he had a threat at running back this year.
Lamar Jackson became the first quarterback in NFL history to have at least 4,000 passing yards and 900 rushing yards in a single season as well. But you mentioned Derrick Henry. He's the first player in NFL history with multiple seasons running the ball for 1,800 plus yards and 15 plus touchdowns.
That is...
So I know he's not going to be in the MVP mix because if anyone was, it would have been Saquon. But that's still pretty damn impressive, too.
And I know to start that game, he wasn't as close to 2,000 yards as he finished. He was, 130-something yards away. He had 130-something yards at the end of that game and was close to 2,000. That was impressive, too, man, to be that close to it all, to finish it up that way. And I do wonder how much it eats up guys like Barkley. I know Barkley said all the right things. How much it eats him up at him to be like, you know what? I would like to go ahead and be the one at the top of that list and set the new record.
Now, this is 4 straight losses for the Steelers. But don't tell...
They're falling apart,
Well, don't tell Russell Wilson that. Let's go to cut number 29. Hey, do you have questions about the losing streak they're on right now? Here's his response.
I don't really want to talk about the past just because I think, we've been in that for a little bit here. I think the best thing we can do is get ready for the playoffs.
He doesn't want to talk about it, even though that answer was given right after they lost that game that day.
Yeah. Well, and that was in the past, though, Kevin. And didn't we read a story on him that he lives an ultra neutral life?
What does that mean?
He doesn't want to remember good things or bad things. He just wants to be in the middle of everything. So he doesn't get him. That's the whole idea of even keel and not getting too high or too low.
Mr. Unlimited.
Or being unlimited. Which again, every time I hear the song from Wicked, that's all I think of. But when he's one of those mentalities that and it's a very specific thing. I got to go find this story, Kevin, and send it over to you because it's a way of life, a way of thinking. And so I see that, but they have to figure out what's happened to the offense that kind of showed up a little bit and is putting too much pressure on their defense to carry the load for that team. That defense has to be able to take a load off.
Okay. Are they? I think they're screwed in the playoffs. I think they're going to get walloped. I'm a huge Steelers fan. Well, yet here we are.
It sounds like you're a realist then, because their offense can't. You think they're? I don't think they're going to get blown out. I just think that they're not going to be able to score enough. Does that make sense? I think their defense can keep them in games, but their offense just. Pickens was non-existent on Saturday. Pickens is the receiver they need, and every time they put the ball in his direction, it was either over his head, it was behind him, it went right through his hands. That was terrible. The Freiermuth was their best receiver in that game. Najee Harris was a reliable source, but they didn't have a receiver they could go to on the outside, and that ended up screwing them over. So they got it. Pickens, if he wants to be that level of a wide receiver, he's going to have to show up in this playoff and show something he didn't show in the last game against the Bengals.
I know we've talked a lot about football today, but Alec, can you give me cut number 22? It also feels like we might need to puck around and find out.
Duchesne couldn't stuff. Harley, he scores! Another overtime winner for Thomas Harley. This one completes a perfect homestand.
Now, I know that Utah is technically the home of this team now, but the owners of this team are the Dallas Stars.
Yes.
In their last 26 games against the then Arizona Coyotes, now Utah Hockey Club, the Stars are 23-2-1 against them.
That is
that's astounding.
I don't think you could ask for anything more.
Hey, 26-0,
or maybe a cup. Like that would be a nice thing. Let's go ahead and get the cup while we're at it.
I would agree with that.
You're okay with getting
Let's
the
do
cup?
it.
All right, that sounds good to me.
This year?
I'm in, man. This is one of those years where I'm saying strike, not like strike where like,
oh my God,
sorry, radio industry, we're striking. No, it's not how it's going to be. Strike with this team. I think you're getting through this regular season and you're getting ready to go on a fun playoff run with the Stars, man. I'm excited about it.
One good thing, another reason to be excited about the Stars right now, they've won 4 straight. So that's tied for their season high winning streak, which is how they started the season. So they got Tuesday. They're going up against the New York Rangers, not to be confused with our baseball team. And they have an opportunity to put together their season best 5-game winning streak.
I'm totally about that, man. I'd love to see that happen immediately.
So you want the Rangers to lose?
I want the New York Rangers to lose.
Just
the Texas Rangers aren't even playing right now, Kevin. What are you talking about, man? You know what they're doing? They're winning this offseason, in my mind. That's what they're doing.
Because they already got to meet with Roki Sasaki, and people are like...
Hey, do you have any more information on that?
Yeah, I think it was Jeff Passan who said the Rangers were in the group of, I believe it's 6 teams that were obviously front runners in the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes because they were one of the teams that had already met with him. And so he's
if you've talked to him, you have a chance.
I mean,
to shoot your shot.
That makes sense, right?
It absolutely makes sense. I'm not going to fall. This is, I guess, a good thing at this point of being a Rangers fan. I'm not going to get so completely decimated if they don't get him because I feel really confident in the pitching staff that they have right now. I know you need some balance for Eovaldi and DeGrom in case of injury. You have to have that. If those two go down, that is a rough season. You're really hoping Rocker is ready to be an ace at this point, and Cody Bradford will be here on Thursday, by the way. You're really hoping a lot out of those guys, but I'm looking at this team going, I'm hopeful based on what they added in the lineup that we can score more runs this year. I have a lot of confidence in Bruce Bochy, no matter what, and Chris Young doesn't sleep. If they need something, he's like,
or celebrate holidays without working.
He says, if we need something, I need to go get it. Give me the money to go get it. I'll go find it. Or if I don't have the money, I'll figure out a way to get it. So I really appreciate that. And then they made their move where they traded Owen White for cash considerations today.
Hell yeah.
That's nice to see. All right. That everything you got for the Stars, Kevin? All right, let's do something now and chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What did it? Cinnamon sisters?
Razorbacks.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And here's a huge rush again on Daniels and Micah Parsons. How about a follow-up? How about number 2?
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time to chit-chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Terrific, Majors. How the heck are you guys?
I'm doing great. Kevin, on the other hand,
could be better.
You know what? You got to commend him for battling through it today. He did.
You're a fighter, man. You're showing that grit and toughness.
Proud of you, man.
What if it means I can't talk tomorrow?
Well, Mike's back, so he'll talk enough for all
timing.
of us.
So we think.
Hold on.
That's what I think.
You think Mike's not going to show up tomorrow?
I mean, if you had to pick one person who just wasn't there when you thought they were going to be there from the station, isn't he pretty high on the list?
No comprende.
Yeah, probably so. That would probably make
Yeah, I think it would be Mike.
He's been a pretty reliable source, though, most of this time. Have you gentlemen gotten have y'all checked your junk mail to see if the Jets have requested to speak to y'all yet regarding coaching their team?
No, haven't done that. I do need to dig through that junk mail a little bit more often, though, Major, so I appreciate the reminder.
Mm-hmm. I always find out, I'm like, man, I didn't get that email. And they're like, did you check your junk mail? And then you see, and it's the Jets, they're asking for everybody.
They
right
really
now.
are.
They are like, and I kind of wanted to ask y'all this question. You're gonna do a coaching search. You're gonna sit down and do this. What is your approach? Are you saying I'm just shotgunning this thing and I'm asking for everybody? Do you narrow it down to a few and then that's how you do it? Do you say I'm gonna get 3, one that's good, one that sucks, and one that I really want, and I'm gonna present them that way and hope that my guy says that he wants the one that I really want? How are you doing a coaching search?
I'm going to start with a request from my computer guys. In the information department, I want a list of everybody that's worked with Shanahan, McVay, and Andy Reid.
Okay,
we'll start there.
Okay, and how offensively, or like even if they've worked defensively with them too.
I'm pretty much going for offense,
Gotcha.
although I'm open-minded to stuff.
All right.
If there's somebody from the defensive side who's got quite a reputation, and then I just want to call people that they know.
Yeah.
And I want to get somebody that I trust that I can go over this with. So I need some football people inside my own building. But I think this all comes down to one of the biggest issues with the Cowboys organization is there is nobody inside of there that has a championship vision. I think Jerry Jones has a vision for how to make the playoffs, how to run a great organization, how to market. But like being an architect, being the genius driving force that can allow the pieces to fall in place, I just don't think they have that guy right now.
I'm going to take Dawson's list, which I think is going to be pretty good. And then I'm going to start as I interview these guys, I'm going to find out who your staff is. The first question I'm going to ask you is who's your staff? And if I don't like your staff, then I'm in the interview.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm absolutely. If you want to hire a bunch of your buddies and things like that, and people that I feel like that, if I can do the research on your offensive line coach, on your quarterback coach, your OC, all these things, then I'm going to do it. But if you're putting together a poor staff, I'm not interested in talking to you at all. Because every really good program I've been with has future head coaches in it. I was with Mike Holmgren, with the Andy Reids and the John Grudens, Dick Duran. There were future head coaches on that staff.
And if you want to go friends, you just don't have enough respect for the process of trying to find guys.
No, I want you hiring dudes and gals that are smarter than you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not interested in you being the smartest guy in the room, and your staff is going to be really, really important to me. If you hire a bunch of guys and gals that I don't feel like can get that job done, I'm not interested in talking, because it's not important enough for you to be a head coach if you can't put together a really good staff.
The Cowboys feel that way
about their head coach?
Just about that.
Obviously not.
Process,
they fired. Yeah, obviously not. I mean, it's you got me on that one there, Perry Mason. You ask a question you already knew the answer to, but
sorry,
yeah,
I'll zip it.
No, it's okay. But yeah, no, they don't. They don't have an idea of that, like I said, you've got to be able to understand who the staff is and who's coaching your players. It ain't all the head coach. It's about these assistants. Look at what's going on in Detroit right now with Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Look what's going on. Hank Fraley, the offensive line coach, he got together a damn good staff of coaches, and that's why their turnaround happens so fast.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to this, but you said not hiring your buddies. I know Aaron Glenn and Dan Campbell played together here in Dallas.
Yeah.
Were they packaged? Did they get hired?
He knew Aaron, like Aaron had been at the Saints.
He's
he
like,
was
he's
at Miami.
good.
Yeah, he's just damn good. They were, Texas A&M. I mean, they great players there. But yeah, when you start hiring all your buddies, you get staffs that have Mike Nolan on them, Jim Tom Sula, guys like that. I end up as an owner having to fire those guys and pay them out because they're bad coaches. I'm not paying bad coaches.
Zach, you said that there was a thought that maybe a head coach and a owner are meeting this afternoon. Is that for?
Yeah, I saw Jane put out that McCarthy and Jerry are supposed to meet later this afternoon. They've already had their visit with the team, but Jane is unclear if a decision or offer will be made at that point. But so far, it's business as usual over there at the Star.
Yeah, I do wonder if that meeting is that a meeting of, hey, let's go ahead and get this process started, or is that a meeting of, all right, we're wrapping this season up? And I don't know if those two go hand in hand. I've never really been in that building to know the truth on that. Does anybody?
It's probably a season wrap meeting, but based on the situation, I mean, I think I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't have some sort of conversation on what the future could look like. Like, do you want to be here? Do you not want to be here? Are you going to go flirt with other offers? Do you want us to give you approval to talk with New Orleans or whatever other team it might be? Do we talk extension? I mean, that's got to come up. I mean, how could it not come up? You can't just talk about what happened in 2024 without looking at, do I have a job here moving forward? What's going on?
And then if I'm Mike, I can't leave that room without Jerry giving me some sort of an indication. Like, I'm going to let you know right now, I want to stay here. This is my top priority. But if you can't give me anything other than we'll see for the next 8 days, I might go take another job. I think it's Jerry trying to leverage Mike into taking a lower amount of money.
I think there's about to be a low ball offer here.
Yeah.
And Mike's going to have to make a decision. And Mike's really loyal to his coaches, want to make sure that the Scott Tolzie's and those guys of the world have jobs. It's Mike's got money. These coaches don't. That's the problem that they run into. And Mike is very, very loyal and thoughtful about that. But I have a feeling that Jerry's going to try and lowball him here, and then Mike's going to have to make a decision, to get back to him. Him and Don Yee are going to have to sit down and say, okay. But what Mike needs to do is ask for some concessions from Jerry. Like, okay, if you're going to lowball me, then this is what we're going to have to do on your end. You don't get to be on 105.3 The Fan twice a week. You don't get to do this. You don't get to do that. And if Jerry's like, well, no, I'm not doing that, then maybe Mike walks. But I have a feeling that, there's going to be, if Mike gets an offer, I have a feeling it's not going to be one that he's going to be really, really happy with.
Did he do enough in his 5 years to warrant the ability to kind of leverage back and forth like that?
I think that if you're a coach, I mean, if he has other opportunities potentially lined up, and he's got a damn good agent. I mean, Don Yee got Jim Harbaugh back in the league. He got Sean Payton back in the league. He's damn good at manufacturing opportunities for guys. If, Mike's got to feel confident about that. And if Jerry doesn't want to doesn't want to try and bend a little here and bend a little there, then Mike could say, okay, fine, I'll just move on. I wouldn't blame him if he did.
Well, Jerry I know he said he didn't have any urgency to get anything done.
Never does. Dave Hellman calls it's like it's trying to find the new pope.
It's so frustrating.
We're all looking for the black smoke and the clear smoke and all that stuff like that.
Well, maybe the pursuit of Hollywood might pressure him to go ahead and get things done a little faster.
I don't think that was acting. I think that was real life.
Let's hear. This is Jerry Jones with, as Bobby said this morning, John Hamm instead of John Hamm.
Oh.
He did. But this is Jerry Jones on the new show Landman. Yes, it's Hamm.
Okay.
He's on Landman, and he's sitting with John Hamm, who's in the hospital, and your buddy Billy Bob Thornton. He's also in the hospital, just hanging out. And Jerry has a little speech he wants to say.
Now, I'm not saying I've done anything right, but I made my mind up a long time ago. I was going to work with my kids. They're involved in everything. They're involved in my leasing, oil and gas, real estate. And so when I got to Cowboys, I got it so that we could all work together. I thought I was doing it for them, but the one that got the most out of it was me. I just know it's not going to be this time, but you're going to be sitting here sometime in the future, laying here sometime in the future. And this room's going to be full of your business associates and the people you've worked with all your life. And more than likely, your children and family are going to be there because they're your children and your family. But you could have them there because they're the people you spent your life with, you worked with, you fell down with, you got up with. Not just Thanksgiving and Christmas. That's who you want to be with. So when that time comes like this, it's a celebration of your life. And you're not wishing you'd spend a little more time seeing a few more suns come up. That's the trick. That's the trick. Because that's going to be your glory. But I'm pretty proud of them Cowboys. I'm pretty proud of the stuff we've done in oil and gas. It pales in comparison to how proud I am to have lived my life working with my kids. You got a chance to do something about that. I hope you will. And I'll tell you, young man, you're no spring chicken. And you ought to listen to a little this yourself.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm a few eggs short of a spring chicken, that's for sure.
Think a lot of both of you guys.
Feelings mutual. Thank you, Jerry.
Okay. Don't make me get my rubber glove out.
There it is. That is Jerry Jones and his acting. I'm not going to say debut. I feel like he's been in plenty of other stuff
In a
before.
lot of things, yeah.
But I'm with you, man. That sounded like it was from the heart.
It
You know,
was. Very
Taylor
heart from the
Sheridan
heart.
does have a Kevin, I know how you feel about Yellowstone, but there are times when he'll slip in a character from 4-6s that you don't know the person, and they give this speech like that because it's a real life experience that they're talking about. And I thought that one was definitely a real life experience right there. That was hopefully it doesn't
Very talented guy, you know. I feel like, you know, instead of trying to act, he was like, well, why don't I just give you a real answer like I would if I was up at a press conference or talking about
No
guys
dialogue
on
there.
105.3 The Fan, you know, because I feel like we've almost heard that verbatim in the past. Yeah. And maybe he leaned into the accent a little bit more or leaned into the emotion a little bit more. But what I was thinking is I was, you know, listening to that is as a fan, you have to take into account while he's up there selling it, whether it's at a press conference or at an interview, he's got the ability, a really, you know, fantastic range of performance ability, you know? So I think that probably just speaks to his ability to sell and to put passion and human behind it, which is how he pulls everybody into this brand, even though they haven't won for 3 decades. It's just a small window into his vast talents.
Very captivating.
Yeah. No,
it really was.
It really is. And I mean, that was what was really intriguing about him very early on when he bought the team too, was his ability to, you know, make you feel like he was your best friend while he's on a podium talking to you. Yeah. And then over time, people are like, hold on, we've gotten smarter and we don't believe that right now. And they're smarter fans than they've ever been. And they know more about it. And now they're like, hold on, we're disproving some of this stuff. Like he said he didn't know anything about Cooper Rush's incentive bonus. I'm pretty sure I asked him that question on Friday and specifically said Cooper Rush's incentive. Yeah. And then he was like, I don't have a problem paying those out. I love it. It doesn't matter to me. It might matter to Cooper. It doesn't matter to me that much. But that was kind of a weird answer after I felt like on Friday we specifically had this conversation. What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks so much for asking. Of course, Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. And he'll give you, you know, takeaways and reactions to yesterday's Cowboys loss to Washington and how close they were to victory. That was terrifying. John Machota is going to join us at 4 o'clock, but we'll be tracking, you know, the very latest with Mike McCarthy and following up on this report from Slater.
All right.
See what else Jane says throughout the afternoon.
Keep it up.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on one of the highest gravity day ones of the Cowboys offseason you'll ever feel, with so much going on. Cowboys picking 12th. You have the Mike McCarthy situation. Several big free agents coming up as well. And Jerry and Mike are meeting this afternoon. That's according to Slater. That paints the picture of where we are here on this Cowboys Monday. Welcome into the show. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive, the Super Bowl winning scout. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here, 75 and fits you. He's fixing for 5 flawless once again. Wolchuk is here. Chio follow amongst those under the weather. Has quite an illness.
Yeah, I knew he was under the weather because yesterday at Legends Hospitality, they brought us mac and cheese with brisket mac and cheese.
Oh, my goodness.
And, like, it was piled on there on a plate. Had really, really good. Chief didn't touch his.
Oh, my goodness.
So I was talking that talk that he was going to just crush.
Yeah, he was on that mission to, like,
going to PR.
Yeah. But he did the pregame show, and then I think that's all he can do.
Well, best of luck to him feeling better.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see the illness on Heggie if you were looking on the webcam. He was like a ghost.
Yeah.
You know, he lost all the color in his face and his skull, as you can, see, monitor that. And you could tell coming off of his energy, so a lot of people having to play sick and fighting through a lot of different things that are out there. Hope you're feeling all right. Thanks for making us part of your day. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. 972 says Slater was defending her girl Joy Taylor on Twitter earlier today. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on with that Joy Taylor story. Yeah. I saw a clip going viral with Shannon Sharp, and the reaction from Skip Bayless and Steven Jackson was quite interesting. As some of that dirty laundry from the Fox Sports world in Los Angeles is leaking out into the Twitter sphere, I guess, the Twitterverse. I just think you don't want to date anybody at work. It's just a messy scene, and even if you have the best of intentions, things can get weird and wild on you.
Makes
you got people speculating.
Uncomfortable.
You're competing with others who might be envious of you and start making stuff up, or maybe it was true, but nobody knows it. It's just messy. So hopefully, everything's going to be all right out there. All right, Cowboys GM Jerry Jones meeting with Mike McCarthy today, saying no rush to resolve the Mike McCarthy job status. I just think that's negotiating. When they say that the person that talks first or asks for a deal first is the one that loses. So I think Jerry's just kind of slow rolling into it. But we got to get down to brass taxes this afternoon. I just think that would be disrespectful.
Yeah, I think that if Mike legitimately has other opportunities, you want to make sure that like I say, Jerry and Steven, maybe they feel like they don't owe him that, but to Mike, he'd like to know. I don't think he's going to be like Jason Garrett and want to hang around a week and kind of figure things out. He made a very passionate speech last night in the post game about, they're asking him about the job and stuff, and he's talking about his program and what they built and how he thinks he's the right guy to continue on with the program and the good things that they've done, and there has been some good things that they've done. So, yeah, hopefully this thing will be resolved more sooner than later, as we'd all like it to be. And then, if in fact that, there's some talk, though, that even Brian Schottenheimer might want to go on and call plays somewhere else. That maybe that he might not want to be, a guy
that'd be something I'd be excited about, because then we'd have turnover at OC. I don't know. I'll take or leave the Mike McCarthy situation. I doubt the Cowboys would hire somebody better than him for the job. I think he's got
McCarthy?
He's got a lot of good things going.
They need to get the Zimmer situation resolved too.
They do.
So that's something, because you don't want to lose out on some of these defensive coordinators that might be.
No doubt. I mean, the Jets are trying to interview everybody right now, it seems like. So as other teams are moving on, you don't want to lose out on some of your options. And I think dragging your feet on that only ends up being an issue in that regards. And for Mike as well, right? It's unfair for both of them. The Cowboys would be doing themselves a disservice for waiting. I think it would hurt Mike McCarthy as well. But you've got to kind of get ahead of this thing if you need to be looking for a new coach. Let's go ahead and start moving forward. And at the worst, I mean, to me, part of the sell of bringing Mike back is Zimmer. Like if Zimmer doesn't want to coach again, at least here, I don't know. I think that might change things for me because I think the continuity of it is the best argument. And you saw the defense make strides. I do want to see something different with this offense. But Mike also might just say, well, then I'm not staying. If you want somebody else to call plays, then I'm out. In which case I would say, well, then that's fine. Thank you very much. This has been a good 5 years. We brought you in here to get over the hump. You haven't been able to do that. Let's try and find somebody else that can. Now, I do wonder if the Cowboys then would pivot. We were talking with Brad yesterday, and he talked about comfortability, right? People that you know. Well, one of the hot names right now is Kellen Moore. And I do wonder if that would be kind of the first person that comes to mind for them in that building. There is a lot of affinity for Kellen Moore. Now, Kellen might also say, the way that I left there, you can go kick rocks. I'm not interested. I know how things go over there. You're going to make it very, very difficult for me to win. But I think that would end up being, and Cowboy fans need to think about that. If you don't want Mike McCarthy, who then is the next option?
Yeah.
And I think that would be a very realistic name that the Cowboys should be considering.
If Mike Vrabel were to sign quick, if, say, New England offers him the job, and obviously Gerard Mayo getting fired yesterday, I think sets it up for Mike Vrabel to go into New England. If that's Dallas's number one candidate, that might make things a little bit more difficult for Steven and Jerry. That might have to make them move along a little faster than they might want to.
It's an interesting idea, though. What if Kellen Moore is the guy that you want, and because of that, like, you have to wonder, why would Jerry Jones want to drag this out? My initial thought was this is a negotiation ploy to lowball Mike, but what if he's thinking, well, if Mike does leave, that's fine. I'll just wait until the Eagles are done, and I'll take Kellen Moore.
Yeah, he could probably get Kellen Moore for the same price he gets Mike McCarthy right now. Maybe a little cheaper for his first job, his first head coaching job. That's something. I think that Kellen Moore had a problem with Mike McCarthy. I don't know if he had a problem with the Jones family. So, that's something to keep in mind with.
Should we be discouraged or encouraged by Kellen Moore being a candidate? If that would happen. If that would happen, I know the fan base would be at least 70%, maybe 80% down on it.
Yeah, if you follow along what the Eagles have done here the last year, I can't speak for the Chargers year.
It didn't seem like it went great.
No, I can't speak for that.
Injuries were a big part of that.
So, yeah, but what I've seen, what we've seen, and I think it would make Dak very happy, because that would be then
probably
Kellen Moore
and Doug
Nussmeier, and then that means Nussmeier would be back in the room working with Dak. I think Dak would be very, very happy with that, and what the Joneses have to think about is their quarterback, who they've invested in for the next 4 years.
And then with Mike Zimmer, I mean, based on how the second half of the season went, this is a guy you want back.
Yeah, and can you can you get Kellen Moore to agree to that? Can you say, listen, Kellen, we want to give you this job. You've competed against Mike Zimmer. Well, I know it probably, for a couple of different games for a half, it was pretty tough. I mean, the second half, you got the best of them. But would you be interested, if we give you this job, would you be interested in keeping Mike Zimmer? That might be a question. And if Kellen says, listen, I've got somebody else in mind that I worked with at the Eagles or worked with at the Chargers or someplace else that he has been, then now if you're the Cowboys, you have to say, well, then we're going to move on.
I think the Cowboys look at it like we're going to have control of a lot with the coaching staff, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't feel like even Bill Parcells could say no to Jason Garrett.
No, they need to. You're right about that. They need to make the decision or learn the decision of Mike Zimmer quickly.
Yeah,
because if you can't let this thing, Mike needs to.
Do
go
you think
there.
He's negotiating for just more money?
Mike Zimmer,
like, I don't know if I want to do this.
I sent him a text this morning, just thanking him for coming in here and making me look decent for the nice things I said about him over the year. But I haven't heard back from him on that. I think that there's people that know Mike, that he really he did this, as he said, for his son Adam, who he lost, and he's gone through a lot of heartache in his life. He came back, he coached, did the best he could under the situation. loves the horse racing part of that, and he's thinking, do I want to go be that guy full time? Or do I want to keep coaching? I don't think Mike's trying to hold you up for more money or anything. I just think Mike's to the point where it's like he had that year off where he was able to kind of sit back and do a lot of other things. And he's like, man, that wasn't a bad gig.
I mean, the lifestyle, the options, not having to get up when you're tired.
Yeah.
Oh, he's newly engaged. Congrats to him for that.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy adding he does want to be back. He said, I'm a winner. I know how to win. I've won a championship and all that, and that's who I am. So we'll see where it goes, and that's what we're tracking this afternoon. If you missed it, Jane Slater reporting that he and Jerry Jones are meeting. Jerry adding yesterday, no plans to step down as GM. No surprise there. I think when he says until the day that I die, I believe that.
Yeah.
I don't
know. You should.
Yeah. I don't think there's any tracking this story until like he's just mysteriously not around. And then you'll be like, wow, is he sick or something? And then maybe that story could evolve. But, nothing until that day is going to make me believe there's a chance in HE double hockey sticks, Wolchuk, that he's going to step down.
Yeah, there's not. And I know we'll get to this Mavs news here in a second. We're getting some text about that. It's not good. 254 said, never want to hear you guys talk about accountability with the Cowboys again. You guys are just like Jerry giving Mike a pass. Well, the issue here is you just kind of heard yesterday from the guy who holds all the cards. That's the accountability. Jerry said, I'm not going to ever not be the GM, right? So there's only I don't think the coach, it's going to make a damn bit of difference. They can keep Mike McCarthy. They can bring in Kellen Moore. I don't think it matters. We've seen a ton of coaches come and go in this thing. It starts at the top, and that's where you're not going to see any change. So I'm pretty deflated in my Cowboy optimism right now, and maybe I'll gather that back as time expires. But
what was the texture, Matt, about?
Dude. Like the accountability portion of it.
For Jerry?
Like, no, we're giving Mike a pass.
Mike McCarthy?
We're okay with Mike coming back.
Yeah, he's done a nice job. He's not the perfect coach. He's not going to bring a Shanahan, McVay, or Andy Reid view of the offense.
The difference maker guy, a little bit, yeah.
But I would say he is a difference maker in accountability, in health, in overall culture, in I
think he would have wanted to get rid
takeaways.
Yeah,
Zeke.
Yeah, I think he would have wanted to get rid of Zeke before that Atlanta game. I don't think the front office let him do it.
Yeah.
I think he probably like, okay, fine, let's do this. And then once things kind of started going south, I'm pretty sure Mike probably wanted to say, hey, I'm not into this anymore.
But there were definitely improvements from Jason Garrett. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Like that Chaz Green game would never have happened with Mike McCarthy. You just saw yesterday Tyler Guyton out there needs to play, but he keeps making mistakes and he keeps getting penalized. All right, you can go to the bench. Awesome Richards, get out there, right? I mean, there isn't a hesitancy to change things in game if something's not working, like you saw the stubborn nature, and then the ability to win games with a backup quarterback, with injuries. You didn't see that in the previous regime, and you didn't see the consistency when it came to winning 12 wins, 12 wins, 12 wins. If you want to say the level of competition, that's fine. We can go back and look at the level of competition and the wins that Jason Garrett had when he had 12 wins or whatever the hell it was, right? So I think you upgraded from where you were, but it still hasn't been able to ultimately get you over that hump that you wanted. Now, why is that? Well, it's probably the way that they go ahead and team build and roster build, and also just the way the organizations run.
Well, and you have Dak Prescott as your quarterback.
And that's not going to change either. They committed to Dak for 4 years.
What wins in the playoffs my entire life is quarterbacks that are all pros.
Yeah.
Tom Brady has 7 of them. Patrick Mahomes is on his way to 7 or 8 of them. Everybody else is trying to pick off a perfect opportunity when you have the offense that can run the ball and the defense that can shut everything down. That's the 2 descriptions of who's winning Super Bowls. It's not guys like Dak Prescott who have set the market for highest salary in the NFL. It's guys like Nick Foles who are at $10 million a year and they hadn't paid Carson Wentz yet. It's guys like, maybe Matthew Stafford, who I think is a great comparison for Dak. But his contract was so old, it only cost the Rams $20 million against the cap. So they had all the extra money to add players that could make that a totally complete team. Dak is good enough to win the Super Bowl, but not with a roster that compares with what Patrick Mahomes is winning with the Chiefs. And the Cowboys like to pretend that Dak is that good. And when they come up short, they're like, well, we're only going to go as far as Dak, plays us to. And it's very frustrating indeed. But I say all that just to say, like, Mike McCarthy's not the biggest problem. Like, Mike McCarthy's better at his job than Dak is, and he's better at his job than the front office is. So I wish he'd be perfect and great. But listen, you talk about the optimized offenses. What happened in San Francisco this year? What happened with the Rams this year? What happened with the Dolphins this year? Yeah. Those are the architects like that we all put on this pedestal when everything is going great and all of their skill players are healthy and in their prime. We're like, oh, wow, look at how great of a job they can do.
Well put. Yeah.
But
well put.
But I would say, look at how Mike McCarthy had a Dak Prescott running offense with Terrence Steele at right tackle, Tyler Biadasz, a broken down Tyron Smith, one good wide receiver in CeeDee Lamb, Dalton Schultz and Jake Ferguson, Michael Gallup breaking down, Brandon Cooks ancient, top 4 offense 3 years in a row. But he doesn't get enough credit because there's not more motion at the snap. So I think this organization will do a lot worse at head coach if they move on from Mike McCarthy. I wish I could dream of them having the vision to go find the next LaFleur, and plug something in like that, but they don't. They're not going to do better. They would find just another retread that had won a Super Bowl somewhere. Kyrie Irving out tonight, maybe out 1 to 2 weeks.
Yeah, get the back.
This is bad. It's a bulging disc in his back. You've got to make sure you say that very slowly and very carefully because we have seen people get stung by that one, but missing 1 to 2 weeks, according to Shams and McMahon. So there's optimism that treatment over the coming days will provide a return to play sooner rather than later, but that is just a crusher for a Mavs
Spinal.
team. And Luka can't even put pressure on his foot. Did you guys see him rolling around the other night? Like, this is not looking good for our Mavericks.
A Twitter doctor watching that video said 4 to 6 weeks for Luka, which would be All-Star break February 14th to 16th.
Sure.
So I think they're going to have to make a mad scramble to make the playoffs again.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the way this thing is. As they get set to visit the Grizzlies tonight, 7 o'clock there in Tennessee. At least Najee Marshall's back from suspension.
Let's go.
Losers of 4 in a row.
Yeah.
They'll host the Lakers tomorrow. They could win these next 2 games. I think without Luka and Kyrie, it's massive, but
I thought
they
that
still
about,
have enough good players.
I thought that about Portland and Sacramento too, Dawson.
I know. Okay, so there's Rangers news. Obviously, we have stuff going on with the Stars continuing to win, and a lot of sports stuff to talk about here with you. The G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. Where are we going next, Zach?
Well, we got some end-of-the-season NFL awards. Do you agree? Let's predict the awards. That's next in the...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, buddy. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in 8 minutes. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's Woolchuck.
All right, thank you. We'll do some NFL awards. Did have somebody on our, the text say like, hey, well, what happened with the Rangers? Well, they did trade right-hander Owen White to the Reds in exchange for cash considerations earlier today. They'd already designated Owen White for assignment back in December after they signed the lefty Obi Milner. So it's unfortunate just the way things ended up going for Owen White at one point. I mean, he was really on the come up here in the Rangers organization. 2018, he was drafted. He started the All Futures game in 2023. Last year, he had an opportunity in the bigs, and even in AAA Round Rock, he was just struggling. The fastball velocity was dropping. The control just wasn't quite there. I think, what was this final stat? Like 13 earned runs and 7 career innings for the Rangers.
Ouch.
Just didn't quite work out. So maybe better luck for Owen White in Cincinnati, but Rangers making a move there with an arm. So that was the Rangers news for those of you that were wondering.
And there's speculation on Roki Sasaki because we're like 10 days to go until the bidding is going to be done and everything. But I just think that was rehashing old storylines.
Yeah, and look, I mean, they are one of the only handful of teams that got to meet with Roki Sasaki in person. But I do wonder financially if he'll end up having a better opportunity somewhere else.
I hope the Rangers are thinking, hey, let's make a full bid of what we think the value should be. And if he accepts, we'll trade other players if we need to get under the luxury tax threshold.
Let's look at Bill Barnwell, who has gone ahead and done his NFL awards picks. Do we agree? Who would we hand out our NFL awards to? Best of 2024 Coach of the Year. He's given it to Man Campbell of the Detroit Lions. The runner-up would be Kevin O'Connell, whom Man Campbell defeated last night in Sunday Night Football. My goodness, what a rough game it was for Sam Darnold. I mean, everything was just sailing on him. It was high here, high there, and the red zone offense was just putrid for Minnesota. So they end up now having to make a trip to the Rams, who's already defeated them this year. That'll be the Monday Night Football matchup in the wild card round. And then Jim Harbaugh of the Chargers was number 3 in the Barnwell Awards list. I mean, it's hard to not give it to Dan Campbell, but I would give it to Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell is my 2024 Coach of the Year. What he did with a team that I think was written off. I know I'd written them off. I didn't think they had any chance of making the playoffs this year. Then they lose their rookie quarterback in the preseason for the year. Sam Darnold, here you go. And he ends up winning 14 games with them and was flirting with the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. I mean, it was a crazy year. It comes down to 2-14 and 2 teams. I mean, most years, Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings are the number 1 seed.
Great job by the schedule makers there. I think there's a lot of ways you could go with it. You could go with McDermott in Buffalo.
That's who I voted for.
You go O'Connell.
Yeah,
but how do you not go Andy Reid, Brian?
No, I mean Andy. You know me, I can give it to Andy every single time.
Give it to Andy.
He deserves it.
The thing with Big Red, he'll get his
cheeseburgers.
But McDermott, that team's the second. I believe they're second in points scored, and they're right outside the top 10 in points allowed. So I mean, this team is playing. That was supposed to be a complete rebuild, much like Minnesota. We were all thinking that Minnesota was going to completely fall apart once they lost their core. And you're playing with Sam Darnold, and you're thinking, how do you do that? But I think that Buffalo will make a lot of people in this playoffs very, very nervous by the way that they play. Their style is conducive to playing football this time of year.
Sure was. If you look at your MVP, we talked about this last week. I am going Josh Allen. I don't know how you guys end up feeling about that, if anything's changed. I mean, Allen did play 1 snap yesterday just to extend his start streak.
Sure.
And then he got the hell out of there. But for a lot of the reasons you talked about with McDermott, that's why I would lean Josh Allen. I mean, they went ahead and just said, okay, here you go. Here's Keon Coleman, who's a good receiver, but had some up and downs this year. And then Khalil Shakir from Boise State, who, hey, friend of the Nosebleed Seats, we got to have him on the show, but that's also a mid-round draft pick. So you got kind of a who's who of dudes. And, yeah, James Cook was really good, but Josh Allen able to just elevate everybody around him and had the best season of his career, I think, finally. And yeah, it is. It is a little bit, okay, Lamar, you've got 2 of these. I want to spread the wealth out to somebody else. Not a knock on Lamar, also very deserving, but I think this year Josh Allen would be my 2024 NFL MVP.
I mean, my problem with either one of those picks is that I know they're not as good as Patrick Mahomes. So I would be the weirdo just voting for the guy that I know is the best player in the league year after year.
Can't fault you for that one, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the real weirdo here, and I'm voting for Jaden Daniels.
Ooh, I love it.
And I'll tell you why. You believed in the Commanders.
Believed in him, but also believed in what they could get going.
12-5, that team finished. I mean, they were in a lot of close games. He was the difference maker in a lot of those games. I mean, it's funny. I think that Mike Zimmer played very well against him the 2 times. I mean, he wasn't great yesterday.
Dude, it was crazy.
But you look at the Commanders and the way their team, the culture. I mean, you could also vote for Dan Quinn for Coach of the Year too, being 12-5. But I think Jaden Daniels, I know he's not going to get any votes, but man, I'll tell you what, that team is remarkably different with him playing at quarterback.
I like this note from the 214. I did not know, well, Chuck Roki only accounts for international bonus pool cash, which doesn't affect the luxury
That's fantastic
tax.
news.
Run it up, Ray.
Yeah, let's go. All the international.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Let's go, baby.
You're only worried about the luxury tax. Ray?
Yeah, I think Jaden Schuin, I hope, for Offensive Rookie of the Year, but Bo Nix yesterday, he's making that thing interesting. And Brock Bowers as well. I mean, Brock Bowers was phenomenal. The interesting discussion would be Defensive Player of the Year. This one is so wide open. Barnwell's got it going to Trey Hendrickson, who ended up leading the league in sacks this year with 17.5. I mentioned this in the post. I mean, I can't believe the Cincinnati sitting here with the NFL sack leader, the touchdown leader in receptions with Jamar Chase, who ended up winning the Triple Crown, and then Burrow, who was the top passer in the league, and they don't even make the playoffs. I mean, that's got to be a first in NFL history. But Pat Surtain, the second, and then Zach Bond are his runner-ups. He is giving it to Trey Hendrickson. I think Myles Garrett's a tough one to not give this to as well, but give me PS2 of the Denver Broncos. Doesn't get enough love and is the best corner in all of football there in Denver, and they're 10-7 for a reason. A big reason is that defense there, what they were able to do while Bo Nix was kind of figuring out the NFL a little bit first half of the season, then took off here late.
Yeah, I think he was 18 of 18 to start yesterday's game.
Crazy game. Absolutely crazy. And then Offensive Player of the Year, I think, is a shoe-in for Barkley there.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. How do you go any other direction?
I mean, I guess Chase did win the Triple Crown, but
sure,
this is a Barkley. This is a Barkley year, no doubt about that, in my opinion.
I can't wait to start talking about this draft and maybe new candidates for these postseason awards for the Cowboys. Because picking at 12, dude, there are some really, really fun prospects.
I don't know if you guys saw, but what Jahmyr Gibbs did. And
20 touchdowns.
12th overall pick. Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay.
4 total touchdowns, 180 total yards, helping to carry the Detroit Lions to the number 1 overall seed in the bye last night.
You know what I really like about him is he's super fast.
Very fast.
But also, like, having the 2 running backs, like, if you would take Genty, I would say we got to push Dowdle for at least a third of the carries.
I'm in on that. Make sure you bring Rico back. Have a good even split there between the two. 2-1-4 is going Chris Jones, Defensive Player of the Year. Hey, I love me some Chris Jones. I don't think there's a more clutch defensive player in all of the NFL. I think the Chiefs are an embarrassment of riches. They've got the clutch quarterback. They've got a tremendous coach, but also Chris Jones. It seems like games hanging in the balance. Who's making a play? It's always Chris Jones coming up with a big one for you.
I think if Micah hadn't gotten hurt, we could be talking about him.
We absolutely would have. I mean, he needed 1 sack. He ends up first play, boom, gets it, finishes with 2.5. I mean, he made NFL history, first player other than
he had a really good chance for 3.5 in that game.
Oh, he did. Yeah,
he really did, because he misses though on the sack that they split with Golston split with Osa.
Yes,
he missed first. Yeah,
he was the first one in there.
He was the first one. He missed, and that could have got him to 3.5.
3.5.
Yeah,
was our player of the game.
Well, thank you, Old Chuck. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G bag for the day.
Yeah. What's going on there? How you feeling, everybody and everything? Okay. Football was good yesterday. How about that, huh?
Football worked.
Football was good yesterday. The football was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our winner and champ right here so far is from Trap House Sports. I believe this may be day 3.
Sure.
Yeah, day 3. Trap House Sports right here. He is breaking down game film of Cowboys Eagles. And that was a molly-whopping for the Cowboys right here. And my man's had enough, apparently.
Yeah, man, another week of Cowboys football, man. This right here, can't even get my words together, bro. I'm just so flabbergasted. What the hey, bro, what's wrong with Kenny Pickett? He acoustic? What was this? What the fly was that? He got thrown by his own ball through him. I never seen it before. It was the worst thing Kenny Pickett or any NFL player has ever done, ever. Turns right around and start dotting us up, bro. I'm devastated. Can't stand it, bro. Why are we even out there? You just out there bullshit. You ain't out there playing for real. You just out there getting paid. Ain't nobody really out there playing for real. Not even Cooper Rush. He out there throwing up punts for the other team. Threw up a punt. He threw up straight belt the ass, man. Belt, we was getting whooped. We got a whooping, fresh out the shower whooping. We hit our report card from our mama. That's the kind of whooping we got. Talk back to the teacher. That's the kind of whooping we got. Devontae Smith, little ass out there doing us bad. Kenny Pickett got hurt. They put the 3rd string in. Guess what he do? Dots us up. He out there getting laced by the 3rd string guy. We getting laced by the
Frustrated, man. I feel you, dog.
That's awesome.
I feel you, baby.
That's so good.
I don't know if we spent enough time on that Kenny Pickett play. That seemed like way worse than the butt fumble to me. That should live on forever.
He didn't want to let that thing go.
He didn't want to let that thing. He saw coverage. I'm not letting that go. Yeah.
Anybody? You guys ever got a whooping for your report cards?
Yes.
Belt to ass whooping for report cards?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have brought it. Oh, you have too, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good for y'all.
I tried to cut the. I had some behavioral problems, and they gave you X's for those. And I took my report card and tried to cut them out.
Nice. What grade was this?
This was probably 4th grade.
Yeah.
So my mom got the report card, and there was like this gap in between the self-control area.
Yeah.
And my mom goes, "What happened here?" I really don't know, Mom. I don't know.
They put 2 and 2 together pretty quick. You thought you was, slick with your lies, but you're in 4th grade. You don't know what you're talking about.
No chance.
Yeah, I forged my own signature on the report card. Where my parents were supposed to sign. I didn't even sign my parents' name. I signed my own damn name in them, them elementary block ass letters.
Yeah. A husky pencil.
Yeah, with that big old fat pencil, bro. Yeah, I got in trouble for that. And I had a good report card. I was just scared because, like you said, I was a behavior problem too, I guess.
Yeah.
Teachers always telling me to be quiet or do this or do that. So I figured she wrote that on a report card somewhere that I just can't read. Couldn't understand it.
My 3rd grade teacher, she pushed me against the wall so hard. I didn't talk back to any teacher from that point forward. My parents didn't have to do anything about that. But
good for you.
They got me pretty good in 6th grade.
You got
school got hard in 6th grade. What's that?
Scared straight right there from that.
I was.
teacher?
Yeah, I was scared straight.
Never again.
Yeah, I could tell the ones that you could kind of talk back to after that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And anyone that looked like her, this one's weak.
Every teacher in the school had my parents' number. There's no talking back. Oh, my God. And she'll get permission, pop him in the face, and then call me and tell me. Yeah. All right, let me go right here. Let's go to Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Oh.
Yes. Do you know who the Duke's mascot was this year?
Was it Flavor Flav?
It was Flavor. Flavor Flav.
Well played.
Yeah, he was the Duke's mascot.
So good.
And Minnesota ended up winning. Head coach must have been a Flavor Flav fan, or they got some history of Flavor Flav or something, because he was super excited about his unveiling.
The surprise of who's underneath here. Tubby, you want to reveal yourself?
Flavor in the building at the Deuce Mayo Bowl. Welcome, champions. It's Flavor Flav. Holy crap!
That's the coach.
Holy crap! You look good, man.
All right, coach. You can't avoid it for much longer. Let's go.
It's one of the best bits we've got during bowl season.
Yeah, other than that sacrifice in the Pop-Tart for the greater good of mankind.
Yeah, that's also good.
Boy, that is still haunting a little bit because everybody got to choose which one they wanted to sacrifice.
Yeah.
Oh, poor guy. It was thumbs up, thumbs down over the dude. Yeah! They killed him, bro. Give us another year of college football. Thank you for your support, Pop-Tart.
PJ Fleck was a little too pumped up to get dunked by the Mayo, though.
He was excited.
He was flexing. He was
Probably
really
getting
excited.
paid for it.
Yeah.
I mean, the bowl games are going to entertain us one way or another. The football can't anymore, other than the playoffs.
We must have our bread in circuses.
Yes.
Let our gladiators fight to distract our minds from what's really popular.
Yes.
All right, let's go to the NBA. Atlanta Hawks small forward Jalen Johnson. He entered the game for the first time finally, and his parents were there to witness this great moment. Their son is now in the NBA. And every time that the reporters in the sideline went up there to go talk to the family, Jalen was going off.
Yeah.
He was going off.
The game, and I was talking to you guys, and we got Dad's reaction on camera. Dad, we see you down here cheering on your son. Just describe that feeling.
Oh, he did it again! He did it again! Oh my God! Okay, I'm not doing this on purpose. He's literally taking, every time we get an interview, he's dunking the basketball. So I'm sorry, Tabitha, but that is amazing.
Every single time, and I'm happy it happened.
Oh, he did it again! That's a proud pops right there.
That is a
dog.
proud pop.
That's a proud pop.
Dad, we see you down here cheering on your son. Just describe that feeling.
Oh, he did it again! He did it again!
Man, I love those moments where they're talking about dad or dad's there. Didn't happen to Joey Gallo. I mean, these kind of things happen.
Yeah, and it's like a home run or he hits a triple or something crazy. It's usually a home run.
Yes.
Yeah, oh my God. The whole family's up there in the outfield.
Bobby Witt, I think one time.
Bobby Witt happened.
Yeah.
Bobby Witt's crazy because I remember seeing that kid when he was little,
Exactly,
like
little,
little league.
Yeah.
Like high C's after the game.
Yeah.
Now he's out here being one of the best in the league. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, we don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to play this real quick. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Here's a church choir that sang Silent Night over the holiday in the key of U flat. Yeah.
Silent night.
Killing it, bro.
Holy night.
I'm coming back to this church. You hear me? I'm coming back.
Oh, let's ride.
As long as he's singing.
Round your burden, no more.
You gotta let him go.
You gotta let him cook, bro.
You gotta let him cook.
Holy infant.
All right, I'm done. I can keep going because he keeps going.
That's
You
the
always
reason.
sound good in your own voice, don't you? Right? Like he thinks he's Louis Armstrong right now. Just
he's like, I'm
crushing it.
killing this.
Yeah, just raspy.
I want the confidence that man has.
That's the reason why the Broaduses attend 8 a.m. service with no music. Right there.
Is it Silent Night? Is it Jalen Johnson checking in while Dad doing an interview? Duke's Mayo Bowl or Trap House Sports. I'll go with Jalen Johnson's dad.
Yeah.
Great feeling. Lucius?
Silent Night. Oh, holy night.
Wolchuk?
I'll go with the dad.
Brian?
Church.
By a score
Preach.
of
Tabernacle.
2-2. We have a tie. Jump on to @GBagNation's X account. That's just @GBagNation. And you can follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. We'll create an Insta poll here. Who is your G-Bag of the day? Champ will announce the winner on the other side. And then we'll check what do we have in store.
It's a little best of the weekend, 877-881-1053. How was your weekend? But we got paydays, records, and just in time for Dry January. That's next.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They have the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan by a very, very close vote. Holy Night is your new G-Bag of the Day champion, 52-48. So congrats to that singer at church. Okay, NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. We're tracking the Cowboys situation. Jane Slater tweeting just a moment ago, players have left the Star in Frisco. When I was asked about the mood today, they said it was described as even-keeled, no tears, mainly Mike McCarthy just thanking everyone and appreciating our hard work. No coaches, player, or staff seem to have a read on the future. She's also contacted a number of agents outside of Dallas who say it's equally quiet. So we wait. I think all this likely adds up to Mike McCarthy coming back, but it's hard to tell, right? Here's Zach Wolchuk with your best of the weekend.
So Fanatics, they strike again. This is unbelievable. Someone ordered a Texas Rangers World Series jersey. They get it, and everything's fine except you look at the patch on the shoulder, and it says World Series Champs with the Los Angeles Dodgers logo on it. So they just flipped them. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. Fanatics, we need to just double-check our work. All right, they always said that in school. Double-check your work. Show your work in math. I was very bad at that. Why? I was usually cheating to try and go ahead and pass. I admit it. I was terrible at mathematics. I had to cheat. I had to, just to get the degree.
Last segment when I told you school got hard in 6th grade, that was pre-algebra. I was done. I was pickled.
As soon as
I was
we
like,
put
man,
fractions in here, I'm like, what?
This is going to take a lot of actual work and focus, and I'm just not interested in doing that.
I can't. And I got dyspraxia. I'm flipping numbers left and right.
Dang.
I'm
I
putting
must
a
have
4,
that
there's
too.
a 2. It's bad.
That's what it felt like.
It's
felt
not
like some
good.
major dyspraxia.
There's like if you add in fractions, there's really something like a.
Well, just bad in general with the numbers.
I can't. Just in general, yeah. Just being smart overall.
Mathematics. Like I could do the English and the history, fine.
Great in history.
Tremendous.
Terrible in everything else.
And the science was okay until you had the math involved.
Yes.
Then it was like, no, I'm out. I'm sorry. Don't make me do this.
Good dissector though.
Yeah. Oh, you were.
Oh yeah. I was.
What was your favorite to dissect?
A cow's eye.
Oh, the eyeball.
Yeah,
Wow.
I did a cow's eye one time.
Did you eat it afterwards?
No.
In high school?
No, this was when was this? Cow's eye was freshman year at LSU.
A cow's eye.
Cow's eye.
I think we did. What was it, like a rabbit or something in high school?
Yeah, pin that thing all back.
Oh yeah, it was gross.
Yeah.
And the smell. What do they put them in?
Formaldehyde.
Oh, that is one of the worst smells in the world.
Formaldehyde.
Water.
Right?
Oh, my bad.
Water. That is a terrible, terrible scent. But yeah, Fanatics, come on, let's get it together.
Yes, that's Michael Rubin's company, right? So he's making like trillions and millions of dollars off of selling raggedy clothes to us.
That's how he can
throwing white parties and showing off.
Yeah, right.
Look at that.
Gosh.
Eat the rich.
Come on.
No pride in craftsmanship anymore.
None.
Yeah. Oh, you got a lower bid? Oh, it looks like we're going with you.
Just check the damn patch. It's not that hard. Gino, he's on track to get a $6 million bonus after he had a 4-touchdown performance yesterday in a win over the Rams. So this is as long as he remains under contract with the team beyond the 5th day of the league year. I think he will.
We're done.
But he's going. You think it's over now? They're going to say we're not paying you?
If I was Schneider, Brian's former intern turned Seahawks GM, yes. No, we already needed to move on. Now it's going to cost us another $7 million.
$6 million, yeah, go ahead and say bye-bye. See you later.
Your floor's, is fairly high with him, but your ceiling is not that much higher than your floor.
Okay. Yeah, he's had some really good moments, but there's also been some really bad moments there with Gino. Shout out to Bo Nix, and I've got to give an apology to Bo. Now, I did say, and Brian, you can vouch for me.
Oh, because I'm in the same boat.
Maybe Sean Payton is just that good. If anybody can do it, we should just trust Sean.
When Sean told me that he really liked Bo Nix, I kind of had to keep from laughing.
I thought it was all a bunch of bull. I did. Smoke streamed out the rear.
I did. I'm like, well, I like him, Sean, but man, you sound. Oh no, man, this guy's a winner. We can work with him. Yeah, he was like talking like super positive about the guy. And I was,
he's
and
genius.
I thought he was BSing me.
Well, you know what it
and then I
probably is?
remembered all the quarterbacks. Every time that I gave him a quarterback list, he was right. He was right. Like he even told me about
Romo.
About Romo, but he was also like the guys from Boston College, the Hasselbecks.
Yeah, Matt
like
Hasselbeck.
he's like, and that was the 98 draft. He goes, hey, listen, Brian, he goes, I know we're not going to have a chance at Leaf or Manning or one of those guys, but man, there's this guy Hasselbeck at Boston College. We need to take a look at him.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, thanks, Sean. And
So you guys are just blessed with the eye.
Played like 15 years. You know,
He's an expert on reading the game, and because of that, he knows what to look for from the guys, and he understands the process of teaching them all that. Like to listen to players who have been in the backfield, quarterbacks, running backs, talk about Sean Payton.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
That whole thing with Drew Henson, like he was the one coach that stood up in that room and said, this guy can't play. This guy cannot play. And then when Jim Garrett said, he's the next Troy Aikman, and Jerry was listening, and Sean leaned over to me and goes, we're effed. We're effed here. We're so effed.
Bo, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, 19 of 19 is where he started. Yeah, you're right. And also, Bo Nix is probably that quarterback. You talked about it with Breeze. Like, Sean was... that's a quarterback that would check out of my plays. Bo Nix, the rookie, he's going to listen to Sean Payton. He's going to run exactly what he wants him to run.
He was like, he says, Jason Garrett and those guys have it. Scott Linehan have it the best right now in 2016. He goes, I admire that they have a quarterback that's playing well but won't check out of plays every play I send in. So
Bo Nix did it right. 26 of 29,
sure
321 yards, 4 touchdowns in their 38-0 win over the Chiefs to clinch the 7th seed. Nix broke an NFL record as well as a franchise record, which was held by Peyton Manning. 89.7 completion percentage, broke Manning's 11-year-old single game record, which he had against the Raiders back in 2013. So congratulations to Bo. We also got this amazing moment in the Patriots game as Joe Milton was in at quarterback for Drake May. And he threw a touchdown pass to your guy, Kayshon Boutte of LSU.
Boutte.
Here was the call of the 48-yard TD.
And for Patriots fans, hopefully he's just like Josh Allen looking for his 115th consecutive start.
Milton again. Boutte wide open. It's a 48-yard strike.
Boutte wide open.
Boutte wide open.
Surprised people don't, play with that one a little bit more.
Huh.
The Boutte name.
Yeah.
Boutte wide open.
Boutte wide open.
Mike Evans, NFL history, tying Jerry Rice 11th straight 1,000-yard season. He was able to get it.
Did you see how they did it?
Last minute, right?
They were going into victory formation and they ran a play.
There you go.
Yeah, he just got it by 4 yards. Amazing. And then how about the cheerleader yesterday? We'll get an update during Two Guys, One Booth from Christy Sales if she's okay. But did you guys notice? I mean, Brandon Aubrey just drills this poor. Now, I think the ball got deflected, if I'm not mistaken.
There was on the film, I was watching the game film, a guy deflected it into her head.
Right. Like he lifts up.
Yeah, he tried to block the ball and he didn't get it, and it went right into her head. So I was going to ask you though, Wolchuk, and Dawson, maybe Lucius as well. I thought if you kick the ball out of bounds, it's the ball at the 40 automatic.
I thought so too.
Why was it on the 25? Because I was
changed the rule with the new kickoffs.
You think they did?
Tweaked a couple things.
What the hell do we know?
I was mad. I was mad at Bones. I'm like, you get the 15-yard penalty, and you have to move it up, and now you're kicking from basically midfield. And I'm thinking, why do you kick it out of bounds? Because I was thinking that ball is going to be on the 40, and next thing it was on the 25, and I'm thinking, did they tweak the rules? I probably did.
I think they want to incentivize maybe keeping it in and trying to kick it to certain spots. So they wanted to take away the risk of moving it to the 40.
Yeah, it still is.
It's still the 40 rule?
I think they just screwed that up.
No.
I was screaming like, what are we doing? Because I'm thinking you had the ball at the 50, you just squib it down there. He kicked it directly out of bounds.
Yeah, the receiving team will get the ball at its own 40 or the spot where the ball went out of bounds. Oh, here we go. Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle is in here. He's working on the Mac right now. He's putting something in. Did Babe Laufenberg put out the rule? Our own Babe Laufenberg gave this to me? I didn't even know. We're scrolling
I was screaming about this.
Oh, it was an intentional. Babe Laufenberg, as of 3 hours ago. This kickoff was intentional. Ball was kicked from the 50 after personal foul on Washington. Kickoff out of bounds is not placed at the 40. It's placed at the 25-yard from
the kick.
So kick it through the end zone, ball at the 30. Kick out of bounds, ball at the 25. Not sure if Fox explained that, but we did. You damn sure did.
I did not know that rule, so
damn sure did.
Congratulations.
That's why you listen on 105.3, the Fan of the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
I was thinking immediately when that ball went out of bounds, I'm thinking, what the F is
There
Bones?
it is. There it is.
Hey, there you go, Bones.
Hey, who's this number 10 for Washington, by the way, that went over there and rizzed the cheerleader up that she got hit in the head?
That's Tress Way.
That's their
He knows the way.
He's the punter.
The boy got some riz.
He did.
Hey, you doing all right?
Yeah.
Feeling okay?
Sorry, ma'am. Want to borrow my helmet next time?
Man, Riz all over that
What's your
field.
Instagram, by the way?
Shout out to the Riz God himself, of course, Mike Zimmer, who did get engaged over the weekend as well. I think everybody on that roster very familiar with his game. And congratulations to Team USA, the World Junior Gold Champions, back-to-back years. They had an overtime win over the Finns as Team USA rallied 4-3 on Sunday at the Canadian Tire Center. They did it in Canadian soil. I love this. USA all the way.
Look at
Shout
that.
out to you. Let's go Team
That's
USA.
hockey, right?
It's very hockey.
Kids getting
very
the job
hockey.
done.
I'm sorry. It's very hockey out here. Stars also got a big overtime win over Utah as well.
Yeah.
So we'll take that. Right now, we might be looking at, I don't know. I mean, I'm still confident in our Dallas Mavericks, but these injuries might be too much.
Yeah,
we might be digging ourselves too big of a hole.
Might be too big of a hole. Yeah.
All righty. We'll have some Mavs discussion coming up at 3:20 for you with Kyrie Irving out 1 to 2 weeks. Their herniated disc in his back. That one is tough. Krusty's Corner is now about 45 minutes away there. And then John Machota is going to join us at 4 o'clock. We'll see if we have any updates there. As Jerry and Mike are meeting this afternoon, we're standing by for any breaking news. We'll pass it along if and when we get it. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
Let's do NFL news of the day. We got a ton when it comes to the coaching news, and a headline no NFL team should have to read. That's next.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, yeah, a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Some developing Cowboys stories here for you as Zach Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day kicks off. Zachary.
Okay, it has begun when it comes to Mike McCarthy and possibly having offers somewhere else. As Todd and Adam Schefter of ESPN have reported the Bears are seeking permission to interview Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy and are awaiting a response from Dallas. And if Jerry was being honest yesterday, I guess the response would be go for it. Go ahead, interview. Why not? Now maybe that ends up being bye-bye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out from the Cowboys' perspective. Jerry said, I don't want anybody here that doesn't want to be here. But if you're Mike, and you're not getting an offer this afternoon when he meets with Jerry per Jane Slater, then why the hell not? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go and do that interview with Chicago and see if they want me.
Yeah, I think this is a negotiation for Jerry. I do think part of this comes back to the fact that he doesn't believe that you got to have one coach, right? He thinks there's a lot of guys that can get the job done. I think that serves his ego well. So I would not be surprised. But also at the same time, I don't think Mike gets that Chicago job. I think Jerry's got to have a pretty strong feeling that if I, let you go interview, then you're going to come back with even less options than maybe you think you have right now.
The one I think he might need to worry about is New Orleans. That's the one I think that Jerry... Now, what might happen, too, is Ben Johnson might price himself out of an opportunity with the Bears. He might demand, significant salary. He might demand some things within the front office, maybe having some people in there that he can trust. If all of a sudden he goes in there and makes a bunch of demands and the Bears are like, no, we're a family-run business here. We're not doing this. Then I think this is where Mike sneaks in the back door on something like that. But I think it's smart for these teams to interview a lot of these candidates, and then if your candidate decides to do something else, your number one guy, well then maybe you feel good about Mike McCarthy being the second guy or maybe even the third guy and getting that opportunity.
But I've heard it's difficult for people who are used to doing business one way or another to come do business the Cowboys way because they want you to have so much respect and reverence for the brand. They feel like this is the place to work, and if you don't recognize that, then you're just not one of us. And it's a tough thing to negotiate through. They want you to take less. They want you to be more appreciative of other opportunities because of their association with the star. And, it's a great way to do business, right? But if you're trying to find like the absolute best possible head coach, you need to know what that looks like and then be willing to spend the most, not trying to leverage that guy to take less or to accept your other terms of employment, because you feel like he wants to become part of your brand. That's just, it's backwards thinking. It's where business, ethics or business strategies aren't going to get you closer to the prize in the world of sports.
Well, and it's the ultimate flaw. If you're going to hire a head coach because you believe in that guy, let that dude do the job, right?
Yeah.
And Jane put out that she asked a player if McCarthy should return, and he had this to say, quote, "I only think it's fair if he gets one more shot, but more on his terms from the standpoint of really being able to run it how he wants. Whoever else you go with, there's going to be an unknown, but he did build something pretty good over the last 5 years with one hand behind his back, because it's not easy being a head coach here, but it's worth it because it's the number one brand in sports."
Yeah, and Dak said something similar. I imagine they're talking about the Zeke situation. And this, I think the job that he did keeping guys motivated and competitive throughout the season, while all of the players know you don't have the authority to really make decisions on your own, that's a tough thing to coach through. You know,
another layer is, and I know, Brian, you've been very outspoken when we've done the post-game shows, because you're right. Like, the coaching staff and the head coach have the ability when it comes to say in personnel. I don't think if Mike stays, he should have a say in personnel. He didn't have that in Green Bay. I don't think all of a sudden overnight you develop a gene of like, oh my gosh, I now can evaluate personnel. If it's not something he was doing and he won a Super Bowl in Green Bay, I wouldn't overly voice your opinion in that regard. And maybe that's why you've seen some of these picks not hit, because Mike is kind of fighting for some guys that maybe the scouting department doesn't quite see the same way, but Mike sees this or that and doesn't necessarily align with the view of the scouting department and Will McClay.
Yeah, I don't think that will change. It's funny. I mean, I know exactly what you're saying there. I just don't think the Joneses will allow that. I think the Joneses do value the opinion of their head coach. I think the Joneses want to be as working with their head coach. Like I say, there's certain coaches that take advantage of that. Bill Parcells took advantage of that. Dave Campo really wasn't totally interested in it. Wade Phillips, not totally interested. Jason Garrett, very interested in it.
Jason was.
So, yeah, that part of it I don't think is ever going to change. They're going to continue to operate with the voice the general manager, the head coach, of having a say in what their personnel looks like.
The Saints have requested to interview Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore for their vacant head coaching position. That's going to be the first interview for Kellen Moore this cycle. And I do think that he would probably be on the Cowboys list, just personally knowing the connection there and knowing how much, Jerry and Steven really think highly of Kellen Moore. And I think there's others within the organization that probably do as well. So there's Kellen getting already one visit with the Saints on the list of maybe some other teams call him as well moving forward. But this is crazy what's going on with the coaching stuff. Giant staff seems to be safe. So Brian Daboll's not going anywhere. Joe Shine's not going anywhere in New York. John Mara said today that he does not have much more patience. So he's going to need to see something go ahead and change. This is probably going to be like if they are not able to get things right this year, and they're picking third overall. Tennessee ended up getting the number one overall pick. That win for the Giants 2 weeks ago, they had the number one pick. They now fell to number 3. So the Titans at number 1, and the rumors already are they love Cam Ward, the wide receiver or the quarterback out of Miami. So maybe Cam Ward early on would be the favorite to go number 1 to the Titans, but they'll pick at the top, and we'll see. Does Shedeur Sanders make it to the Giants at 3? Do they end up getting a new quarterback to work with? But at least one more run for that GM and head coach combo there with the Giants. Then you've got Malik Neighbors. Shout out to him. Single season record for catches for the Giants. He had 109. That took over from Steve Smith in 2009, who had 107 catches. Odell Beckham Jr., most he had was 101. So that was a heck of a hit there in the draft. Malik Neighbors, we knew he was going to be an absolute stud.
Cowboys need a hit like that.
They do, and maybe at 12, there will be some receivers we can talk about there. There's no question about that. The interesting thing in the division, how about Jalen Hurts still in concussion protocol, according to Adam Schefter? So they're getting ready to take on Green Bay.
Yeah.
And you're still going to have to worry about, is my quarterback able to play on Sunday? That's quite the concussion. So it'll be, 3 games that he would have missed?
It'll be 3 games, yeah. Absolutely.
It's a lot. And now we've got the entire schedule has been listed. So we've got on Saturday the typical Houston Texans hosting.
We knew that was going to happen.
Game.
Right, that was a must.
3:30 on CBS. It'll be Chargers at Texans. The nightcap on Prime Video this year on Saturday night will be Steelers at the Ravens. Third matchup between those two as they split the regular season series. Then on Sunday at noon, it'll be Bo Nix, Sean Payton and the Broncos heading to Buffalo to take on Josh Allen and the Bills. And nobody circles the wagons.
Like Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos.
Like the Buffalo Bills. Green Bay and Filthy will be at 3:30, and Sunday Night Football on NBC will be the Commandos taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Both of those, all of these actually in the NFC are rematches of Week 1 games in the NFL season. So Monday night will be Vikings at the Rams. Rams beat the Vikings in that first matchup of the season. Of course, Chiefs and Lions got themselves the bye. Jags went ahead and bleep canned Doug Peterson. But the big thing here was they're keeping Trent Baalke.
And my man has got to hire a lot of coaches.
He's got to have something on Shad Khan. There's something there, man.
I really thought that this was going to be, and you and I talked about it last night, with potentially with Ben Johnson going there and bringing somebody like a John Dorsey along with him from Detroit that could be the general manager, personnel boss.
Make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, now you're able to really build the program how you want it there.
Wow. There's a lot of people in Jacksonville who will tell you that GM's the problem.
Oh, yeah. And it seemed like, Schefter and Jordan Schultz were out talking about this, and everybody they talked to were just in shock and disbelief. Yeah. Like, what the hell is Jacksonville doing keeping Trent Baalke? That was a stunner. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe that hurts their chances of landing a guy like Ben Johnson, who's going to go and interview with the Bears. Multiple teams, and I saw this yesterday before the Cowboy game, are considering trading for Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell. This was from Jay Glazer.
He's got 1 year left, right, on his deal?
1 year left. They haven't talked about an extension at all. Last time a coach was traded, you had Sean Payton traded technically from the Saints to the Broncos. They sent a first and a second round pick in return for Payton and a third rounder. Wow. Others you had that have been traded in the past 25 years include Herm Edwards, John Gruden, and Bill Belichick.
Gruden was traded for a lot.
He was traded for a lot, and that worked out. But, would you consider trading for Kevin O'Connell?
No, that's an embarrassment if you end up trading for a head coach. You're admitting we can't find a guy. Maybe if it's Andy Reid, but not a guy who just made the playoffs. I mean, great. This has to be like O'Connell's agent putting that out there, right? This is O'Connell calling up Jay Glazer saying, "Boy, I got a whopper for you. Let's make Minnesota cough up some cash here, buddy."
I'd be interested.
I would be interested too, Gavin. I'm sorry, but I would be, man. This dude's got an
Taco Charlton pick, that 27th pick.
Kevin O'Connell he might be the next up and coming stud.
Last time the Cowboys have picked that late, what have we got? Mozzie, Guyton. I mean, Tyler Smith's the outlier.
Guyton,
if you're late 20s, I'm not doing it for O'Connell though. That's ridiculous.
You're not an O'Connell guy?
No.
I'm going to work on this with you. We're going to become O'Connell guys together.
14-3, backup quarterback, Sam Darnold, dude.
Playoffs 2 out of 3 years.
Yeah.
Well, 2 years ago they made it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
I don't know the selling point here. What are we getting? A playoff team?
Do Googles. Look at that neck, man.
Okay. He's got the aesthetic, sure.
He's got the
might help a quarterback.
Hell of an offensive mind.
A quarterback that you don't like?
Yeah, might help the quarterback, yeah.
He definitely would help the quarterback. The guy's winning with Sam Darnold this year. Yeah, I'm splashing.
I mean, Chuck loves this dude.
I do
you see his neck, man? It's just veins coming
Lucius,
out.
check out this guy's
This is a football guy, bro. Google it up real quick.
Tall.
Hit the images, man.
We're giving up a first-round pick for head coaches?
I'm thinking of 2, but if you want to give up a 1 next year so I can keep my 12 this year just for funsies, yeah, I'd be interested. I don't know. Do you think that the Cowboys can really hire coaches?
No, I don't.
So, they kind of fill into the category, right? Let's trade for a guy that we know is established and good. Just saying, just playing devil's advocate here. Let's get to the Jets. Shout out to Aaron Rodgers, threw his 500th touchdown. No, I like that. You stand your ground over there, Gavin. I like what you're doing.
What are we trying to do here?
Aaron Rodgers threw his 500th touchdown to Tyler Conklin in what I hope is his final game ever as a quarterback in the NFL. Just go ahead and
You don't
retire.
think so, right?
I don't think he will be.
Absolutely not. He's not going to go out like that. It's Aaron Rodgers, bro.
I don't think he's going to do that either, but I hope that it is. Jets are basically trying to interview everybody. I mean, you name a coach, Jets are interviewing him. Matt Nagy of the Chiefs. You got Vance Joseph of the Broncos, Bobby Slowick, Joe Brady. They've already interviewed Rex Ryan's on the list. And here was Rex. Rex thinks he's getting this job. Take it away, Rex.
You think you're going to get this job, right? You think you're going to be the next head coach of the Jets?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely, I do. And the reason I think I'm going to get it is because I'm the best guy. And it ain't close. The thing that you have to do, you have to connect with a football team. You have to connect with your fan base. And the way they play, that's the most important thing. Not just the X's and O's and all that. Look, this Ben Johnson, I love him. I absolutely love him. But I'm a better candidate for this job than he would be.
Good for you, Rex.
Love it, man.
Bring the feet back to New York.
But this is what the Ryans do. It's all bluster. It's maximum confidence like that. You could go back to 2012 or 2013 whenever Rob Ryan got fired from the Cowboys. It was like, I'll have another job in 20 seconds. You know, this is just kind of this is Ryan's shtick.
He's kind of perfect for the Jets, though.
You ask him about any job, he'll give a similar answer. It might be, a decent fit there.
Yeah, I don't know that it's going to work. I mean, it did work the first go around. I don't know anymore, if it'll work, but I'm kind of here for the drama.
I mean, look at the players that they had though on that defense.
Oh, they were loaded. Darrell Revis,
he can say it. Yeah,
no doubt.
Great running game. You had a lot of good stuff going on with that Jets team. You're not going to fix that with the way that you play and your attitude.
Well, and there's a lot that needs to be fixed because you've got Woody Johnson, the owner, who had to come out and say, no, my teenage son Brick has no role with the team. That should never be something that's a headline for any NFL team. My teenage son Brick has no role with the team, and now I've got to deny all the Madden rating stuff.
Yeah, when those kids were 5 or 6 and Woody was over in Europe working on a soccer team or some, Johnson & Johnson type of business stuff, and you had an organization running somewhat, functionally, that was peak Jets, and they made the AFC title game in back-to-back years. Now with the kids in college, they have their own opinions, and dad's not smart enough to tell them to shut the hell up. It's more dysfunctional than at any point in our lifetimes, Wolchuk.
And I wouldn't hire Rex because Google him. No neck. Nothing to speak of there. The Bengals also fired defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, it's surprising because
he's so good against Kansas City.
He is,
but gosh, he was bad. That defense was bad this year.
No, they were bad. But that Cincinnati usually doesn't get rid of people like that.
No, and he's done good things there, but they had to do something. I mean, they missed the playoffs. It was a historical team that missed the postseason. Yeah. You've got the Triple Crown winner in Jamar Chase. Burrow had an MVP year. You got the sack leader in Hendrickson, and you missed the postseason. If you're not firing the head coach, you had to have somebody be the scapegoat, and I guess it's the defensive coordinator.
That's a shame.
It's a bummer for him.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
NFL News Today every afternoon, 3 o'clock here in the nation. We will have John Machota coming up at 4 o'clock to track the very latest with the Cowboys. Again, if you missed it at the top, the Bears have asked for permission to speak with McCarthy while this afternoon and presumably evening, he's talking with Jerry Jones about what the future of this situation has in store for him. All right, Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. We do have the C-Note coming up next, but we also have to talk some Mavs and how much this latest injury will put the playoffs in jeopardy. That's coming up next. G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Welcome back, Nation. Okay, we got the C note here for you, Cowboys news of the evening. But before we get there, I do want to talk some Mavs with you. How much trouble is this team in? Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. So, the good news is Najee Marshall's suspension is up, and at least he can return tonight. Should give you some playmaking, some scoring. I really like Najee Marshall's game, but the story from just about an hour ago, Mavs star Kyrie Irving, bulging disc in his back, expected to miss at least 1 to 2 weeks. Sources telling ESPN there's optimism that treatment over the coming days will provide a return-to-play target date. But Mavs announced yesterday that he was going to miss tonight's game against the Grizzlies with a lumbar sprain in his back. Did not join the team on the roadie. Did not play in Friday's home loss to the Cavaliers. He was ruled out hours before with an illness, already without Luka Doncic. So this team's struggling a bit. Grizzlies game tonight will not be easy. Then back home to take on the Lakers tomorrow. They could find themselves, losers of 6 games in a row quite easily, and the schedule does not relent after that. Currently in the 6th spot, but tied with the Clippers, who are 7th. And then you drop down to the T-Wolves, who are struggling. They are currently in the 10 hole, and that's 2.5 games back. And then you have the Kings and Suns right on their heels. Yeah. So like 11th and 12th in the West over the course of the next week to 2 as Kyrie Irving is out is very much on the table, Brian. I wouldn't be overly concerned with that if they end up 12th or 13th here by the time we get to the end of the month. I would think, okay, you still have February, March, and half of April. They'll be fine. But, I mean, when you're talking about neck issues, when something's gone spinal, this can be very debilitating for months.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly, we tried to map out, there were 17 games we talked about, and we're saying, well, Dallas could probably win 6 of those games, and they might lose 11, depending on the competition and stuff. But 6 of those wins were already, one was against Portland, one was against Sacramento, So, yeah, these next few, you mentioned with Memphis, you're 7 losses away from being in the 13 hole right now. And to be honest with you, it seems very probable, with dealing with all the things with Luka, Kyrie, I mean, you don't know about a back.
No.
You don't know how that's going to play out. You're thinking optimistically that, it's going to be fine with treatment and all that, but man, there are some games where Dallas they won't be favored and they won't be the better team out there, and they could play really hard and still, come out of it with a loss. So I'm not very pumped up for about what's about to happen here the next couple of months here.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be really, really tough for them to win basketball games.
Maybe trying to, have a play-in situation and get into the tournament and then match up and, rely on what about truths as your basketball team. But, right now the idea of, hey, let's just get healthy and see where things are in April, that doesn't apply. Now it comes down to what adjustments do you make with your playing style? Right. Obviously Jason Kidd and his staff have a major challenge ahead of them. What style of basketball do we come up with? Because without Kyrie Irving and without Luka Doncic, that's your playmaking.
Yep.
Now I think you have to rely on let's pack it in, play defense, and then simplify it with a drive and kick game like OKC plays. We have guys that can handle the ball well enough that if we give them more simple reads than what Luka and Kyrie are capable of, maybe we can still have an average offense and try to rely on playing great defense and rebounding the hell out of the ball. But we gotta play blue collar basketball. We gotta be the more physical team. We gotta play better defense, and then take what you can offensively. And hopefully, could Jaden Hardy, could this be an opportunity for him to break through as more of a consistent on the ball guy?
I really do appreciate you bringing up Jaden Hardy, but how many times we brought up Jaden Hardy before?
Well, it's the turnovers, right?
Yeah, it's just
like he can give you an instant offense, but he's also going to turn the ball over 5-6 times.
It's like watching Jalen Tolbert play. You know, I mean, it's just like occasionally you get the 2 or 3. You get a game like yesterday.
Get some good, but you got to deal with the mistakes.
A couple plays happen. You're like, wow, this guy can really do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just every time you want to rely on somebody, with that type of player, it backfires on you.
I mean, the only other guy you're relying on then is Spencer Dinwiddie, who I just think is at a point in his age with his injury history.
Had a good game the other night, but you're right.
Some moments.
He has moments, and that's the problem. They have some depth pieces, but they don't have enough without Luka and without Kyrie.
Yeah,
they don't have enough.
Right.
They don't have that. We always you always love my line of difference makers.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem when you get in these games, these teams you play like Oklahoma City and Memphis and Denver. These places, they have difference makers. You with your injury situation with both these guys out, it's you don't have that.
So 254 says Kyrie will be okay for the playoffs. They'll give him some great treatment, and I would probably agree with you on that. But how long is this spinal injury going to take to heal? Herniated disc, that can be very, very problematic.
Painful.
And, most athletes never say goodbye to that for good. It's a constant type of, therapy and recovery thing, especially after, you go hard. And I don't know if how many games could he miss before you're like, I don't think the Mavs are going to make the playoffs anymore. You take Luka and Kyrie out for the rest of the season, they're not making the playoffs. We had the report yesterday from a Twitter doctor who watched Luka getting around on that wheelie cart and said, dude's going to be out another 4 to 6 weeks. How big is how much of a winning streak you're going to have to go on after the All-Star break just to make the playoffs at this point? I do think that's very much in question.
And I brought it up last week, the amount of energy that they're going to have to exert to be able to try and even find their way into the play-in situation. How's that going to play out in the playoffs? If you're getting an exhausted basketball team that's fighting every night to have to win games.
We heard about that last year because they had to play so great in the final 30 games of the season, and maybe that is part of why Luka wasn't fresh, and ultimately Kyrie ran out of gas as well against Boston. Okay, the Bears have put in a request to interview Mike McCarthy for their head coach opening. A source has confirmed that. This is Nick Harris. Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy are set to meet this afternoon, but we don't have any report of whether they've met or not. McCarthy's contract will expire on on Wednesday, but Dallas will have negotiating rights until January 14th. So if you're Mike and Chicago's calling here, I assume the Cowboys are going to give you permission based on what Jerry Jones has said. Are you hoping that the Bears give you an offer of more than what the Cowboys are offering, or are you hoping that you're coming back to Dallas? I don't think the Chicago Bears situation or organization is any better structured than what the Cowboys have going on. Many of the same, mom and pop shop type of critiques that happen to the Cowboys happen with the Bears as well. I mean, I think you're getting a little bit closer to home. It's another iconic franchise. You have a rookie quarterback, a lot of talent, and an appetite for spending and competing. It's not like ownership is like the Bengals where they just refuse to pay for anything. I think you could win up there. I would probably stay with the continuity that I have, because after you've installed a program and you have the consistency and the guys know what to expect and they trust you and everything, that I think it's better to operate from there. But at the same time, if I'm wanted up in Chicago and they're just like, I don't know about you down here, I think that weighs heavily. Like, how much respect do you have for what I bring to the table? And based on how kind of Jerry's posturing, I feel like they can take me or leave me. And I kind of want to go somewhere that I'm wanted.
Do you force Jerry's hand, though, and take the interview?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, look, Vrabel, that's worked out for him, right? He took the Jets interview, and that kind of forced Robert Kraft's hand to go ahead and fire Gerard Mayo. And now you're looking at maybe Vrabel does go ahead and land that Patriots job, which he was kind of coveting, it seems like. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm Mike, I'm not waiting around on Jerry. Why should you? Like, go ahead and take the interview. And if you don't want me to take it, all right, I'll wait till my contract's up on the 14th. And if you're still not going to give me any offer or an offer that I like, I'll go ahead and take the interview then.
I mean, I could really, really prefer to coach with the Cowboys, but if they're not going to give me an answer and the Bears are offering, I might cost me and my family $20 or $25 million over the course of the contract if no other team wants to hire me. I have to go, take the job. The only thing I'd be worried about is once I go there and show a little bit of disloyalty to Jerry, does he just cross me off the list like now you're out?
Yeah, that's what Mike. That's why I asked the question, because I wonder. I have seen the Joneses. They're going to keep you status quo on pay and stuff, but once somebody shows an interest in you, and Will McClay's kind of taken advantage of this a little bit too.
Didn't we see Dan Quinn?
Yeah. Well, all of a sudden it's like, hey, no, I'm not going to take the interview. I'm not going to, I'm pulling my name out and all that. Then you get a little bit better contract. You get a bit more years. So yeah, this could be by the Bears might have done Mike McCarthy a favor by requesting an interview. It might get the Joneses off their ass, and then they have to make a decision a lot faster than they're most comfortable doing, because they've proven when people come after their people, when they want them, they will make sure that they stay here.
Yeah.
That's what they'll do. They did with Sean Payton. Sean Payton had a chance to go way back in the day. I helped broker a deal with the Raiders a long time ago. They were back channeling that thing. And Sean Payton was like, he was interested in the Raider job, and then he went back to, I remember talking to Mike Lombardi about this. And he went back and he said, hey, where's Sean? I said, he went with Jerry, met over with Jerry. He goes, oh, we're done. We're not getting him. They knew that, and Jerry went in there, and it upset Parcells, because Sean Payton came back and got more money, and it upset all the other coaches on the staff. Like, okay, wait, how does he get more money? And we're all kind of, playing for what we're paying for, So anyway, it was, sometimes, Jerry will get him off his ass a little bit and get him going.
So Mike taking the offer, you think, is less likely to offend Jerry and more likely to motivate him to put some urgency on it?
I think it's the motivational thing here for Jerry. If he really wants Mike McCarthy, then he'll get off his ass. If he doesn't, then he'll allow Mike McCarthy to go get an interview, and that's all Mike McCarthy needs to know.
Yeah,
that he doesn't care enough about me, and he'll let me go.
Yeah.
If he lets me go interview, that means I'm probably not going to get this job.
Well, we're probably heading now for Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's take a look at this game. It's one final time. It's against the Commanders. Got some film takeaways. We'll do that next.
Okay.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We have John Machota coming up at 4 o'clock from The Athletic, longtime Cowboys writer. He'll break it down for you. Right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one today. This will be the final one, Dawson, for the season. Final breakdown.
Good run, man.
Yeah, it was.
This might have been your finest season yet.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
Not only with the breakdowns of the teams and where they were strong and where the Cowboys could match up with them, but the referee calls that you were making as well. Unbelievable.
I appreciate that. I just tried to keep everybody updated the best I could. Stuff was studied when I was involved with the pro personnel department with the Cowboys. It's funny. I'll throw something out there real quick about we got the draft show coming up. Man, I'm so really happy about it. I know Zach is going to be on again with us this year at the draft show. I take such pride in that. It's one of my favorite things that I do. I love the work here. I love the Star and stuff, the work I've been doing with Vach and stuff. But I do love with Zach, and I have the opportunity with the draft show with DallasCowboys.com, and that's going to be on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So make sure you're
show tomorrow.
Yeah, show tomorrow. But make sure too, like in I know Dawson, you're really good about this too. When you get ready to start talking the draft, we'll talk the draft. We'll have this thing covered.
I think we're doing that coming up in an hour.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I like what we're doing there, but
I know you want my thoughts on the individual offensive linemen's the punch drive climb. Some of their running game stuff.
I think that you're it's funny when I used to work with Kavanaugh, he was my wide receivers guy. I think you could be my offensive line guy.
Yeah, but only the running game part. That's all I can do.
The running part, game part. Okay, well, good. Well,
and I'll give you the back pedal on the corners as well.
Okay. Well, you're going to have your hands full with these offensive linemen this year. Nice. So I just want to let you know that just right off the jump. So, but we can use your expertise. But yeah, make sure that we got you covered for the entire
footwork specialist.
That's what we need.
Yeah,
we all need that footwork specialist. But yeah, we will have you covered not only on this station but on all the platforms that we're on. So we're really excited.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, the Cowboys thing starts tomorrow, right? With you and everybody.
Yeah, exactly. There's it's
.com.
It's amazing the work that we get to do, the partnership that we have with the Dallas Cowboys, and
heck of a crew.
It is, and and it's funny, we got 7 guys, so we're all going to have to rotate through.
Wow.
I mean, it's got
some
lot
days off actually.
Well, actually, yeah, no days off.
Well, Brian's the Godfather, so Brian's going to stay on every show, but the rest of us will rotate.
Yeah, we'll figure it all out.
This man a new cat.
It will be fun. Thank you very much. All right, the final one on the game from yesterday. I want to go through the Parsons sacks, if I could start with that one right off the jump. By the way, I said it earlier, Mike Zimmer, I thought, had a really good plan against Daniels the 2 times that they met this year. If I'm a team that's playing the Commanders, kind of get some ideas watching
good scheme.
That. Got some good scheme work. And Daniels, and his first sack, Daniels actually has a couple of options here that he could throw. They run the first play of the game. They run a hitch with McLaurin, and they run a hitch with Brown on the outside, and he takes neither. And I don't know what he was really looking at. I mean, just take the snap, throw the ball, and get your 6-7 yards and move on. But there was a little bit of hesitation there, and what happens is that Osa was a big reason why that Parsons was able to get home, because he wins off the snap, and he's first to Daniels, but he can't bring him down in the pocket. And this is where Parsons wins against Coleman, the left tackle. We talked about this last week. There's going to be a couple different spots. Coleman, the rookie left tackle, was going to be a spot where you could maybe make some hay. And the Cowboys did that with Parsons. He's able to circle around him. Coleman kind of gets him off balance. Parsons does a great job of just kind of circling around him, and then he's able to capture Daniels as he's trying to go forward before he gets the ball off. Again, I don't know why Daniels didn't throw the hitch, but the pressure got to him. Osa was first there, and then with Parsons to be able to win against Coleman, circling around was the reason why he got the sack. The second sack he had, Parsons is going to line up against Dieter, their center. and he's a backup center. There's no Biotish in this game. And this guy had some problems in the Atlanta game when he went in. And so I kind of figured, okay, here we go. They're going to hunt matchups. Well, they hunted a matchup here. And the center's in trouble right off the bat with Parsons. He tries to extend the left hand. His snapping hand is the right one, so he's trying to extend his left hand to stop Parsons. Parsons doesn't even let him touch him. So there's just no chance there. Parsons is like he's got his body turned, and now it's either the center is trying to reach, he's off balance, Parsons is able to get by him, and then next thing you know, he's on to Daniels, the quarterback there. Now, what's really good about this rush is Robinson, the running back, has to pick up Kendricks on the blitz. So give Kendricks that a boy on the blitz, our buddy Kendricks. He's going to blitz, and Robinson has to step across to go pick him up. So that allows Micah the free run on Daniels, and he's able to get there. So the Cowboys were really, really lucky that Parsons gets the sack here, because once again, Terry McLaurin is running a shallow cross and is wide open. They run a mesh concept, and they lose McLaurin going across the field, and it is going to be a big play if Parsons doesn't get home. That ball gets out to McLaurin on the route. It's going up the sidelines, and Dallas is really, really in trouble. So great job by Zimmer on the blitz. Great job by Kendricks helping Parsons. They found the matchup they wanted, and then they got the second sack. Okay, let me talk about the Wilson sack here that they had. This is another good one. This is Carl Lawson, actually. Great hustle by Carl Lawson from the backside. And this forces Daniels, the quarterback, out of the pocket to his right. And Lewis is coming on a blitz as well, and that forces Daniels on the move. So you got Lawson you got Wilson, Lawson, and then also Jordan Lewis all running to go get after the quarterback here. This is excellent coverage. They're playing zone coverage, and this is excellent coverage downfield with everybody picked up. Wilson doesn't get fooled by Daniels, trying to kind of hesitate and maybe shake him, and then he forces him out of bounds. So really nice job of him getting him. But the coverage was outstanding. The effort by Lawson to force, and then also Lewis coming as a blitz as well. That's what got the movement. That's what got Wilson over there to be able to make the sack. So great job by him. Okay, this is something I want to talk about too. The fourth down run from Marcus Mariota, and then I'll get into some offensive stuff. Zimmer, once again, he dials up the right call here. I mean, he plays the defense the right way here. And, he gives the right call. The execution of the defense was not where it needed to be. And this is on the rookie here.
Oh, Nealand?
No. This is on Leofau.
Oh, man.
Because what Zimmer does is he sends Parsons on an inside slant.
Mm-hmm.
So Parsons is free, and Parsons gets to the mesh point where Eckler and Mariota are like connected there. And I mean, he is just a tick away from getting that.
Blowing it completely up.
Mariota pulls the ball. But the design of the play is when Parsons comes down, Leofau has to fill that hole, that gap that he left. Because he's not, they usually read that off the edge.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with him going down inside, now Leofau has to replace.
And he didn't.
He went too wide.
And that
opened up just enough because if he plays it straight downhill, he's going to meet Marcus Mariota right there at the line of scrimmage. But his path takes him a little wide, and then that's how Mariota was able to squeeze through and get up the field.
Micah was not happy about that.
No, he was not.
Well, it explains why Malik Hooker also was thinking, we got it.
Yeah.
It's, and he's got the arm up, which is a terrible look for everyone else.
It is crazy to watch from the end zone copy because you're right. He holds the fist up like, yes, we got it. And he's like, oh, my God, I got to go make a tackle. But yeah, Leofau was just if Leofau plays that thing straight downhill, where he's supposed to be, where he's supposed to replace Micah, ball game. It's gonna be a no gain, and because that happened to the Cowboys on 3rd and 1, they ran a similar the play right before the 4th down where they took the delay of game penalty. The Cowboys did the same thing. They tried to go read option going to the left. Quinn calls a similar where they filp, but Frankie Louvu filp. But what happened on the play was, though, Awesome Richards got confused which guy he was supposed to get. His responsibility is usually the end, but when the end crashed, he was looking like, whoa, wait a minute, who am I supposed to get? So end crashed, took care of the ball carrier, or took care of the running back, and then that left, instead of being able to get up the field, Trey Lance to go and get the first down on 3rd and 1, he got stopped because they didn't get the block on the outside from Awesome Richards. So if Richards gets that block, maybe we're talking about a Cowboy victory. Maybe it's a first down, but instead it's a 4th down. They get a 4th down play, and then they don't run a play.
I don't know if you could tell by the film or just being there, but everybody cheering was quite loud when Washington won it there with 2 seconds.
Oh,
to
no.
play was that Cowboys fans cheering as well?
There was a lot of burgundy.
A lot of burgundy there. There was a lot of defense. You heard that. So if I could, just let me throw one offensive play on here, if I could. This is the deep shot. Well, let's see. Let me do. I want to do the. Okay, I want to break down the Lance play right before half, if I could, real quick. The one that ended up being incomplete. This is honestly a heck of a job by Lance to escape, because he's going to get sacked. I mean, he does a great job of avoiding the sack. The play was poorly blocked from the snap, with Lance, moving to his left. He really can't get himself squared up to make the throw. Now, previous in this drive, he throws a ball too far to the corner to Cooks, who was wide open. Cooks was running along the back line to the corner on a route, and that's the one where Lance threw it way too far past the pylon, and it's out of bounds. So the next 2 plays, ball was trying to be with a little bit more touch to it, and I think that affected Lance in the way he was throwing the ball. But he tries to flip the ball to Dowdle instead of putting something on it, and if he gets it there, it's an easy touchdown. The problem is Dowdle couldn't adjust to it. Dowdle couldn't get his hands underneath the ball. But to be honest with you, it was a great job by Lance just to escape. That's Cooper Rush. Just to give him an opportunity on the play. Nice. It's unfortunate that they didn't get that done. So
got to give the MVP to whoever decided to not play Cooper Rush yesterday. That would have been I mean, my heart was racing there at the end, thinking about picking 16th or something.
It's funny that there's people that are kind of torn on that. But to be honest with you, like I said earlier on the thing, Zach and I are going to really dive into this draft. And there's going to be a difference between picking 12th and picking 16th.
Oh yeah,
there's going to be a difference there.
I mean, I'm having so much fun just looking at mock drafts now and all the different players that could become available at all kinds of different positions. It's going to be one of the most exciting draft seasons we've had, maybe since 2016.
Yep.
Brian, thank you so much.
Thank
Krusty's
you,
Corner every afternoon, 3:40. John Machota of The Athletic joins us as we track this Cowboys story. The Bears reaching out, asking for permission to speak with Mike McCarthy. We'll get the latest on that and more next on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now to catch up with one of our favorite Cowboys writers, John Machota of The Athletic. And we'll get to him here in just a minute. General at your service. If you see me, beer me, N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champion. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Woolchuck's in the house. Lucius Alexander is master control over there. Eric Chiafalo was sick today, so send him some love on social media. Let him know he's missed, and let him know to get well soon as John Machota joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Well, yeah, thanks for joining us. What a day, as the Bears have asked for permission to chat with Mike McCarthy. Is there any indication yet the Cowboys have granted that permission?
I have no knowledge of that, and that will be fascinating to see if they do, because that seems like that would be kind of telling that if they were to grant that permission, that would seem like they are ready to move in another direction. I would think that the longer that no other teams talk to Mike McCarthy and the longer things go on, I would think that that means that Mike is probably coming back. So that was an interesting report to surface recently. But, you know, when Jerry was asked about it after the game, he kind of compared it to the Ezekiel Elliott situation where he's like, well, Ezekiel Elliott wanted out, and so I allowed him to, you know, go see what other opportunities are out there, and that he wants people around that want to be here. So almost making it sound like that if Mike was to talk to another team, then maybe he doesn't want to be here. And so he would allow that to happen. Well, we'll see if he allows that.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Do you think there's a chance that as this reported meeting between Mike and Jerry gets underway either this afternoon or evening, that we could have a deal tonight, you think, or early tomorrow morning?
I mean, it's possible. I've just felt like the way the Cowboys operate, it's probably something that happens, you know, let's be honest. It wouldn't surprise me if it was something that happened at the end of the week or even going into these wild card games, just because that's how Cowboys do business. I mean, that's how it was with Jason Garrett. You know, I think Jerry will allow Mike to do all of his exit interviews with all his players. Those usually take a couple days, and then he'll meet with Mike at the end of all of those. And so, yeah, maybe it comes together quickly, but I don't know. It's like covering the Cowboys. There's just so few things that come together quickly. I mean, you obviously see it with the contract extensions for the top players that you know that they want to bring back, and they constantly go until like the 11th hour until they finally get done. And so because of that, it's kind of like, I'll believe it when I see it. I just think it's going to be kind of dragged out a little bit.
So you think if tomorrow there's no permission given to Mike McCarthy to chat with the Bears, but there's no announcement of a new deal, we'll just be hanging in that ambiguity territory that Jerry's so comfortable with?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Jerry's comfortable in there, but so few other people are comfortable in that situation. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know, Jerry talked yesterday outside the locker room, and I think in the total it was probably about 40 minutes. And I will say this, I know a lot of people, want to say that, he's lost his fastball and things like that. Sitting there around that entire 40 minutes, like for him to stand there, not try and walk away, answer every question you answer or you ask of him, and he gives you enough to where you're like, I could kind of see him. It sounds like Mike's coming back. And then the next minute you're like, I don't know if he's saying that. It sounds like that Mike's gone and they're going another direction. And he can do that for 40 minutes, never once acting like, guys, I got to go. Like, it's like sport to him. He enjoys that. Like, it's fun for him. And it's pretty entertaining because even after he leaves, there's a lot of people have covered the team even longer than me. And we're sitting there talking like, which way do you think he's leaning on this? Like, it's hard to tell. Like, and I think he really enjoys that. He likes the fact that we're talking about these things.
It's crazy. The great John Machota joining us here of The Athletic inside the G-Bag Nation. When it comes to Zim, I know also he was kind of non-committal on whether he wanted to come back. Do you think there's a part of this where they want to see what Zimmer is going to do before they fully commit to McCarthy? Like, are they somewhat tied together?
I don't think that they are. I think that they'll decide McCarthy first before Zimmer. And just it's tough to know on Zimmer if he wants to really come back. In hearing like Micah after the game and then, today in the locker room, it kind of makes you feel like that the players even think that maybe he wants to ride off into the sunset. I think that's the wording that might be used. So I think that one, there's a lot more uncertainty there. I think that's a secondary thing. I don't think that that's connected with Mike McCarthy. I think that they'll want to get that situation figured out, whatever they're going to do at head coach before they move on to the defensive coordinator.
Do you feel like, John, that, you talk about the Zimmer situation. Do you feel like that we might be in now for our third defensive coordinator here, with the situation, with Dan leaving, of course, and then Mike leaving. And now, is this going to be, or do you feel like that there's a candidate that they might want to name the defensive coordinator on this current staff?
I really don't think so. I think if it's anybody on the current staff, I think it would be Mike Zimmer, just retaining that spot to keep the continuity and build off of what how they started to improve and kind of, work his system more as the season went on. I think that would make a lot of sense, but I think that it's not Mike Zimmer. I think it's somebody that's not in the building. And to your point, that would be the third different defensive coordinator. And that's usually not a great thing. You want some continuity there from year to year. Obviously that worked with Dan Quinn, but I will say this, just covering the team and just being around the team, there is a part of it where you're just kind of like, something needs to change. I don't know how you can keep doing the exact same thing and expect to have different results, in January. So, you want continuity, but at the same time, sometimes you got to make a change to shake things up. And when you do that, that there's a chance that when you make that change, that things could be worse than they are right now, but that's the risk that you take.
Yeah, John Machota here with you on The Fan. Now, before we continue with those other conversations about the offseason and Mike and maybe even the draft and all that, I saw on your Twitter page Tyreek Hill's next team odds with the Cowboys favored at 3-1. Is there something here, or is this just fun?
I think it's probably fun, and the only reason I say that is because I get these emails quite often, and I'm not saying every player the Cowboys are high on the list, but the Cowboys are usually in the mix. I tweeted that out because I was surprised that the Cowboys were actually the number one team. I think that Tyreek Hill, that was a possibility, would love to play for the Dallas Cowboys, especially play opposite of CeeDee Lamb. But my thing is that I think, one, they'd have to figure out the head coach first and what they're going to do there. But the other thing is the financial side of it. Like, are the Cowboys really willing to find a way to make something like that work? From just what I see from their roster building up to this point, that seems highly unlikely. But it is the Cowboys, and if a player really wants to play for them and is willing to work some things out, like, I guess it's a possibility. And let's be honest, like, can anybody say definitively right now who their number 2 wide receiver is next year? I mean, I don't think that they know that for certain. I mean, I think it's a spot that you might have to look at pretty early in the draft because, that's a spot that they just really haven't had. So it would make a lot of sense. And if this was the San Francisco 49ers or the Philadelphia Eagles with how aggressive they are, I would say, oh yeah, no, it's a real possibility. But you just look at the way the Cowboys have roster built, like, there's just not many guys they pay significantly that aren't guys that they drafted.
Well, their first-round pick, Tyler Guyton, I wonder, what do you think their feelings are for him heading into next year? I mean, you were hoping he'd be in line with the plug-and-play offensive lineman. He'd be your starting left tackle. But then even yesterday, they're pulling him out for Awesome Richards.
Yeah, I don't think that their confidence is wavered in what he can be. Obviously they were hoping for a better rookie year from him, but I don't think that means that they would be writing him off. That would be too soon. And I think part of it comes from just with the Cowboys, having pretty quick success with Tyron and Zach and Travis, and then obviously with Tyler Smith. I think that you give him time. I think he'll be fine just because of the fact that he's also moving positions this year from, right tackle to left tackle. I mean, it didn't go as smooth, but I think the biggest thing that the Cowboys would say is that they need him to be available more. There was a lot of injuries and things like that not only kept him out of games, but kept him out of practices and things like that. And so, but I don't think that they're wavering about him being their left tackle of the future.
John, what about the key free agents here with Martin and Tank and Lewis and Osa? Do we just say goodbye to all of them with their cap approach, or do you think there's a chance that some of them come back?
Yeah, I know. I mean, especially after last year when, they basically lost everybody that, the Dorances and Dante Fowlers and Biotish, like any of the guys that were getting respectable offers, like pretty much were out. And so that would make you think that if that happens again, that I don't see how they were going to be able to bring back Osa. I just think that he'll get the most money out of that group. But it would be interesting to see, like a big thing for me would be like, and I don't even expect this to happen, but it would be pretty wild if they got a contract extension done with Micah Parsons before free agency started, because that would give them some more wiggle room and things like that. And Micah has said all the right things about how he's willing to do that, about how he doesn't need to be a highest paid defensive player, that he's willing to work with them so they could potentially bring some of those guys back. So if they don't get something done with Micah before free agency, I don't see it being where they're bringing back many of those guys. So I think it would be one of those things where, yeah, okay, what guys come on somewhat team friendly, like they're good deals for the Cowboys, and maybe that's Jordan Lewis. I think this is Jordan Lewis's last chance on a good contract in his career just because of his age. Mm-hmm. And so maybe another team offers him something better, but I think that's the player they'd really like to have back. They'd really like to have all those guys back. I just think that it's going to be one of those things where like it's going to have to be at the Cowboys number.
What's the best case scenario to you with the 12th pick? I mean, I feel like there's so many needs everywhere that just get a really good player.
I agree, and that's when they've been the best. Is when honestly, it's the position that you're thinking even 5 minutes before the draft starts. They've been at their best when they just take whatever's the best guy available, whether it's Zach Martin, CeeDee Lamb, who's the more recent. Well, obviously Mike would be a more recent one. I mean, everybody thought they would go corner in that draft, and man, did that end up great for them. So that would be my plan. Hey, if there's a great edge rusher, and that might not be your biggest need, go get the guy. If that's the guy that you're just like, I can't believe this guy's here, we can pair him with Micah. I'm totally on board with that. But if all of that's wiped out, for me, I go Ashton Genty because that gives me the best chance to put a spark into this offense, because I don't think they're going to go get Tyreek Hill. I don't think that they're going to go spend on a big-time number 2 receiver. And so I think that Ashton Genty would be the guy that, almost like 2016 with Zeke, that could just really give you a spark that obviously helps the offense and changes the offense a little bit, but also, helps Dak, and then it helps the defense too. So that's me. I know not everybody loves him, but I see some of the Zeke 2016 in that type of pick.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Genty's a hell of a player. If McCarthy is not brought back, do you have a short list of any names that you think would be realistic? I've thrown out today, John, Kellen Moore, just because of the affinity that they have for him. They know him, and maybe that would make Dak happy.
Yeah, I don't think you can completely rule that one out. The thing that's interesting about Kellen Moore, and then obviously people talk about Ben Johnson quite a bit, is, well, how deep do those teams go in the playoffs? Like, are they going, like, there's a good chance it's either the Eagles or Lions in the Super Bowl. So you're waiting all the way to the Super Bowl. I just, that would be kind of wild, but I have my doubts that they go the coordinator route. I just feel like at Jerry's age, he's going to go with somebody that's a previous head coach. And so I feel like if a lot of us are running the team, we would probably lean in towards the offensive coordinator from another team, like a Ben Johnson or somebody. I just don't get the sense that Jerry's going to want to do that. If Jerry goes in another direction, I just think it's going to be someone that, like, I think a John Gruden has a better chance than it being one of these young offensive coordinators.
Hey, John, which one of these things happened that gets Jerry off his ass? The Vrabel interview or McCarthy getting the asking permission from the Bears?
Probably McCarthy with the Bears. I just think that would put everything into motion. And I say that because Jerry could take that in a way as like almost like it like it could bother him. Like, how I can't believe Mike would want to do that. Like,
Sure.
You got a chance to continue being a Cowboy. Everybody should want to be a Cowboy. And it's not difficult to see how Jerry would think of things that way. And so that could honestly like force Jerry's hand where maybe like right now, because I certainly think he's still waffling. Like he doesn't know 100% for certain which way he's going. He's still like kind of going to drag it out a couple more days. But that could be one of those things where Mike comes to him and is like, no, I want to interview with them, where Jerry's like, okay, well then I'm going another direction. I needed it to be definitive that you wanted to be here.
Yeah, I think that thing's really interesting. And, yesterday Mike made such a big impression that this is where I want to be. I'm a winner. Do you think that could change if the Cowboys are chatting with him tonight and won't give him permission to interview with the Bears? Would Mike McCarthy's approach to this or mindset about the relationship with Jerry change?
It certainly could. He has said how, he hasn't had conversations with Jerry about the contract per se, but I just feel like he's probably got a way better read on it than he's probably even letting us know. And so I think that factors in too, to see him, after the game, waiting at that locker room doors to hug all the coaches and stuff coming in, there was just something about it. And then just last week, how he was talking about, it just seems like he knows that there's a good chance that Sunday's game could have been his last as the Cowboys head coach. And so I think he has a feel probably where Jerry's leaning. But I don't know for certain. And it's kind of crazy with the Cowboys and just how much local and the national media coverage they get, that there hasn't been a name that's leaked out or of just like, hey, Jerry really likes this guy. He probably wants to keep Mike, but he really likes this coach. Like there's been none of that. And because of that, that's why I've always kept that window cracked to don't be surprised if Mike McCarthy comes back, because there isn't that other name out there like we've had for so many years with Sean Payton, where you're like, oh, well, Jerry's just going to go get that guy. That guy does not exist right now.
What'd you think of him saying he didn't know about the Cooper Rush incentives?
So I believe him to a certain extent, because he also did say in that he didn't know about it until he read it in an article that was written after, because Cooper Rush talked in the locker room this week about that. So I do believe that to a certain extent, like that. I do believe he knew going into that game, but I don't know that he knew, let's say, a week ago, which I guess some people could be critical of that, because your title is general manager of the team. Those would be things that you think that the general manager would know. But I don't think that – I understand it's a storyline that, especially when, a lot of people are critical of Jerry. I don't think that it was one of these things where Jerry's like, oh, I'm just going to be cheap here. I don't want to pay this guy. So, Mike, you're starting Trey Lance on Sunday. I don't think that was the case at all.
John, terrific work once again. Enjoy the offseason best you can, and we can't wait to see you next time.
Absolutely, boys. Have a good day.
There he goes, John Machota. Must follow there on Cowboys Twitter. Catch up, read his stuff, listen to him on the Athletics platforms. Okay, Chuck, it's time for the top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Well, it is the day where we have coaches being fired, and we've got the 10 worst NFL head coaching firings in recent memory. That's next.
Made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Thanks to John Machota for joining us. A lengthy Cowboys conversation is in the books. You can go back and watch us with the Odyssey app, instant rewind functionality. Segment of the Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one is injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com. Now, here he is, Zach with an H. You're really bold.
All right, what are some of the worst NFL head coaching firings of all time? As I'm sure there's one locally that'll come to mind that we wish never happened, and it might be on this list. 877-881-1053 as we're seeing coaches get the pink slip throughout the National Football League today. We also had some happen yesterday. Gerard Mayo getting fired. Doug Peterson got fired today. We've had some happen in season as well, but still no new news on Mike McCarthy yet. Bears want to interview him. We'll see if he's allowed. And according to Jane, Jerry, and Mike will be meeting today, this afternoon. Maybe it's already happened. Maybe it's happening as we speak. But worst head coach firings in National Football League history. And this list is in no particular order, so I'll just start on the bottom, work our way back to the top. This one I think, personally, you might have been part of here, Brian. Tom Coughlin in Jacksonville. He was the head coach of the Jags from their inception in 95 until he was fired in 2002. During his time, they had 2 trips to the AFC Championship game. Tom Coughlin then joined the Giants, and we know what happened there is he went on to win a pair of Super Bowls, and really Jacksonville has never been as consistently good since Tom Coughlin was fired. They had some good years with Jack Del Rio. They went back to a championship game a couple of seasons ago, but the consistency they had under Tom Coughlin, they've really still been searching for.
No, I mean, he got rid of me before I got rid of him. So, yeah.
Believe that guy?
No, but Tom Coughlin changed a lot from the time when he got let go at Jacksonville and then took the Giants job. They knew him. He was a receivers coach with Bill Parcells, so he knew how the Giants operated. But he became a different head coach when it came to maybe a more compassionate guy in the locker room. In Jacksonville, he was very much iron-fisted the way he handled things.
Real hard ass.
Yeah, and it really a lot. Once you start to lose, you can't be that guy anymore. And they were struggling a little bit there. And Wayne Weaver, the owner at the time, probably had enough of him and in Tom's ways. But the time he sat out and then got that Giants job, he was a completely different coach.
And he was still, I mean, maybe these were more anecdotally than every day, but there were still plenty of stories coming out of him being a major pain in the ass to work for.
He's one of the toughest human beings I've ever had to work with. I've worked with Parcells, Gary Patterson.
Wasn't he like 5 minutes early is on time?
Oh no,
that kind of guy?
We weren't allowed to wear sunglasses on the field, and like we had to stand 10 feet apart because we couldn't talk to each other. There were all these. He had a book of rules that you had to like go through, and it was
micromanaging at a tour.
And the way they ran the draft, he just roughshot the draft over the scouts, and there was a lot of things that he had no checks and balances. When he got to the Giants, they had some checks and balances over there. He wasn't going to do the things.
He had to loosen up. Maybe that was the perfect blend. Maybe
it was
him having to kind of loosen up a little bit.
Perfect spot for him in New York.
Jim Caldwell in Indianapolis. He was the head coach of the Colts from 2009 until 2011. Led them to a Super Bowl when they lost to the Saints. He was fired after a disappointing 2-14 record, but they didn't have Peyton Manning. Later became the head coach of the Lions, where he led the team to the playoffs, lost to the Cowboys in controversial fashion, then led the Lions to 2 more winning seasons before getting fired in 2017. They replaced him with Matt Patricia, and I guess it's worked out now because they've got Dan Campbell. But I think for a while their Lions fans were like, why in the world did we fire Jim Caldwell after he took us to multiple winning seasons? And they looked back on that and said that was a bad decision. Still hasn't gotten another head coaching job.
No, he has not.
Tony Dungy with the Bucks. And that was kind of a swap with Gruden. Obviously, he goes on to the Colts. I mean, this one kind of worked out for both. But I guess in hindsight, if Dungy had have stayed in Tampa Bay, would he have been able to keep the Bucks and had more than just one Super Bowl, which is what ended up happening with John?
John won with his team. John won. Tony Dungy was a tremendous evaluator. He'd been with the Vikings, played the Steelers. I mean, he'd been around great coaches. He is for real. When he starts to talk about faith and and all the things that that people kind of always like, oh, what's this? Thank that. No, Tony is real, and he's seen it done the right way, and so it's not surprising that everywhere he's ever been, they've won.
Yeah,
he's a very, very good evaluator of football talent.
How about Bill Belichick in Cleveland? Was there from 91 to 95. During his time, he led the Browns to a playoff appearance in 94. Team made it to the divisional round, lost to the Steelers. Fired after 95 when the team was relocated to Baltimore, and then he returned to coaching with the Patriots. We know what happened there, but man, you go back and you look at that Cleveland 95 team. Holy moly, the coaching staff is amazing. Nick Saban's there. It's a long list of guys that went on to have a tremendous future. But
Kurt Ferentz was on that staff. Who was
absolutely.
He's been the coach at Iowa for a long time. He was an offensive line coach there. Yeah, they've had some quality guys. Jim Schwartz, I think, was on that. They've got a lot of guys.
You've got Andy Reid in Philadelphia. Now, Andy gets fired after a miserable 2012 season. ends up going to Kansas City in 2013, and then finally was able to get over the hump, which is why they fired him in Filthy for not being able to win Super Bowls. But there was a little bit of a spell there until Doug Peterson, to where, you had the Chip Kelly years in Filthy, and they're probably thinking, my God, why did we get rid of Andy Reid?
Well, that's Howie Roseman got put on ice at that time. The 2 years that Chip Kelly was there, they didn't fire Howie, but he got put aside because Chip had his way of doing things, the way he wanted to do personnel. So they didn't fire Howie, but they put him over on the side. And then when Chip was gone, when Chip left, Howie proceeded to get rid of everything that Chip Kelly had ever done in that organization, and then started running it the way he wanted it run.
How about Marv Levy in Kansas City? He was there from 79 to 81. They went 500, and then they end up firing him. He goes on, had a USFL stint.
Chicago Blitz, I believe.
Overhauled the Bills. And we know what happened there. I mean, they didn't win the Super Bowl, but you go to 4 straight Super Bowls. I'm sure Kansas City was thinking, what the heck?
Yeah, Bill Polian was the architect of those Buffalo teams, and he really takes a different approach. He went for some small school guys. I mean, and they got very fortunate that Jim Kelly had success in the USFL, and they were able to get him. And Jim Kelly, being a Miami guy, I know he University of Miami, but man, I think he's Pennsylvania guy too. But built great for that conditions to play in Buffalo, the way he threw the ball.
Vrabel's on here with the Titans just firing him. Apparently, Vrabel was very against them trading away A.J. Brown when they did, and that caused a disconnect between him and management. Well, Vrabel was right. I mean, clearly they've been searching for a wide receiver since
the general manager, John Robinson, I think was his name. Yeah, he and Robinson went after it. Then they got rid of both of them, and then Rand Carthon is now the GM there.
Jim Harbaugh with the Niners. And he has said that I didn't leave the Niners. I felt the Niners hierarchy left me.
Yeah.
They fired him after 2014. He goes to Michigan, has success there, wins a national championship. Niners struggled after firing Harbaugh until 2019 when they got Lynch and Shanahan. Speaking of Shanahan, how about Mike Shanahan?
Raiders, 89.
Raiders.
89.
Yep. 7-9 record.
Yeah.
He was replaced by Art Shell, then goes to Denver in the division, has tremendous success. And then finally, we get to Jimmy Johnson. And I know somebody texted in like, Jimmy quit. Jimmy wasn't fired. It might have been a mutual parting of the ways. Either way, it goes down as a firing, one of the strangest firings in NFL history. And to this day, you look back on it, I know I do, all Cowboy fans do. How many could the Cowboys have won if Jimmy and Jerry just had been able to keep that relationship intact? Instead, it's never been the same ever since Jimmy and Jerry parted ways.
Yeah, it really seemed like there was a perfect storm of dominance. For that half-decade span that, those teams were able to dominate in. And, it seemed invincible at the time as he left, and obviously Barry Switzer proved that. But we don't have any evidence that he would have continued to be successful without the extra picks that Herschel Walker bought and without his added layer of knowledge from working in college so intimately, up until his time that he took over with all those extra picks for the Cowboys. What do you think, Brian? You think Jimmy could have rebuilt that through the mid to late 90s and kept the dynasty going?
Yeah, he had a really good handle on the college draft. He was very shrewd evaluator. His coaches, he was starting to lose coaches like, some of the Shanahans and Shanahan's left. Yeah, exactly. It was going to be having to replace those coaches, and he had some guys in place. He had Zimmer in place, Campbell in place. He had some guys that he could have fallen back on. He lost Butch Davis. There was a lot of guys that were kind of going out. But Jimmy was one of those guys. I mean, Jimmy, everywhere he's been, it's always been like 6, 7
It's been a small
years.
amount of time. He kind of goes and leaves.
It's like, he kind of goes in there, fixes things, and then he moves on. He's Oklahoma State, Cowboys, it just Miami. He just always kind of moved along, after a quick, never stayed very long. But, I think he could have. I think he could have absolutely kept things going there.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. Another top 10 at 420 is in the books. The Cowboys.com draft show with Broadus and Wolchuk, and everybody starts tomorrow. Which college star do we most want to see in a Cowboys uniform next season? That's coming up next year on The Fan. I want to chat with you about the Frankels before we do that, though, because life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. And sometimes there's nothing you can do about it.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Stafford, along with reliever Matt Festa. Autographs from 6:30 to 7. And then watch the guys take the stage for our first Fan Hot Stove Show of the Year with Jared Sandler from 7 to 8. Giveaways from the Rangers. And we're serving delicious Whataburger. It's baseball time in Texas, and we can't wait to see you this Thursday night with your Rangers station, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We're hawking Cowboys Twitter right now, just waiting for anything to drop. Right before the show, Jane Slater told us Mike and Jerry are meeting. We've heard so far no indication that Jerry Jones is going to give the Bears permission to chat with Mike McCarthy. They have requested permission so far this afternoon. It'll be real awkward if, they meet and Jerry doesn't want to do a new deal, but at the same time doesn't want to give him permission to chat with the Bears. That would be, very interesting, and we'll look forward to tracking that story with you. But at the same time, we're now getting ready for the NFL draft. And the Cowboys.com folks, they have their draft show, their coverage led by Brian Broaddus starting tomorrow. And, of course, throughout the G-Bag Nation here over the next 4 months, we'll be, covering this story quite extensively. Question for you on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Leave your name and city you're texting from. Which college star do you most want to see in a Cowboys uniform next season? And I tell you, it's really exciting. Like, just bring up Dane Brugler's player rankings, like he updates his top 50 or top 100 or whatever it is. But I really only care about, like, prospects about 7 through 12 or 7 through 15. I mean, you have the linebacker at Georgia, Jalen Walker.
Yep.
You have the edge at Georgia, Michael Williams. You have Mason Graham, the big defensive tackle at Michigan. Luther Burden III, the wide receiver at Missouri. The offensive tackle at LSU, Will Campbell, is there. Then you're back with another edge player, James Pierce from Tennessee. 6'4", 245. Loveland, the tight end at Michigan. I don't think they'd go back to the tight end.
No, I don't think they would either.
Hope not.
And then, the defensive tackle at Oregon, Derek Harmon. So, I mean, just the players at positions. Obviously, this Cowboys team needs a lot, but those are real premium positions to be looking at. And the opportunity to add one that could massively impact next year. Like, you look at the step back that the Cowboys took this year, I think a lot of that is due to it's a pretty big swing and miss on Mozzie Smith, and we'll see with Tyler Guyton. But you've got nothing as far as making a winning impact from 2 first-rounders in a row. This one is crucial if you have any hopes of getting back into contention, that you have a guy next year that can be on the all-rookie team at the very least.
Yeah, especially in the top half of the first round. You've got to make sure you get a guy now. You don't have the excuse of, okay, well, we're picking in the late 20s. And I understand this year's draft, from what I've seen, is nowhere near the talent when it comes to just like surefire, you feel gems at the top. You're kind of having to navigate a little bit of minefields here, where it's like, man, this guy's got a wart, this guy I like, but there's this, there's that. There's not anybody that, like a blue chipper. The guys at the top, like Abdul Carter out of Penn State, I'd put in that category for me. But otherwise, I think you're going to be played out of like the Travis Hunters of the world. So Genty is going to be the sexy guy that gets mocked there at 12.
He'll be the cleanest player. I think he'll be the cleanest one when it comes to the character, injury history. Now we'll see about it. How much do we care about the number of carries?
Yeah.
That's something. If you know
374.
If you know you're taking a running back, you're probably going to have him for that one cycle. We'll see what happens. But those 4 or 5 years that he plays for you, I think you're going to get a player that's very similar to what Bijan Robinson is, what we started to see from him lately with the Atlanta Falcons and that type, maybe even better. I think he's a better player than Bijan Robinson myself, and I absolutely loved Bijan Robinson.
It's high praise, absolutely.
There's going to be, because there's going to be a couple of players in this first round that are going to have really, really high talent. Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, could be the best tackle in the draft. He's got a knee injury. Ravel, the corner from East Carolina, could have been the best corner in the draft. He has a knee injury. So, there's going to be a couple. Where are these teams going to put these players? I think there's a lot of questions about these offensive tackles. This group is not as cut and dry as we've seen in the past. If you're saying, we need an offensive tackle, okay, yeah, best one likely is Simmons. He's hurt. Campbell, some inconsistency there. People think maybe he needs to play guard. He's a kid from LSU. Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas. Great matchup this week, by the way. Ohio State's got some rushers that are, with Sawyer and those guys that are going to be able to compete against Banks. So, Banks and those guys are going to have their hand, Campbell, and those guys are going to have their hands, full with and it'll be really, really good matchups for them.
So
too.
You're saying it's just not a clear picture at 12 for one reason or another, inconsistent player injury, that Genty will by far be that blinking light like, hey, here's your guy that's actually for sure going to be a good player. I would come back and say, wouldn't taking a risk on a higher premium position be the better team building move, considering you have Rico Dowdle? Like, how much more production is Genty going to give you than 4.7 yards per attempt with this offensive line? I just, I kind of feel like we have decent running game pretty banked right now, and I want to address other needs on the team. Is there too big of a fall off on the score?
Well, then you're standing at the table, you got the dice in your hands, and you're rolling that, and you're hoping, because to me, there's some players like, I'm going to give you an example. McMillan, and help me here too, Zach, if you would.
McMillan's outstanding.
From Arizona. Burden, wide receiver, Missouri. He could definitely help you.
Egbuka.
But Egbuka, Ohio State, could definitely help you right there. So those are the wide receivers. We talked about Banks at Texas. Would you play him at guard? Would you play him at right guard? That's a possibility as well. We take Genty out of the mix. I'm a little bit of that. I'm not sure so much about Michael Williams from Georgia. Beautiful looking player, 6'5", 265. Does he play like a guy that's going to be the 12th overall pick? I don't know, Zach.
I think he's a good run defender. To me, I don't always see what you need to for a top 12 pick when it comes to pass rushing upside.
Okay.
But then you've got the polar opposite with like Pierce from Tennessee.
Yeah, who really rushes the passer but does nothing against the run.
He can get completely blown off the football.
Yeah. And I think Walker, Walker is an edge.
I like
who
Jalen
plays
Walker.
as a linebacker.
I'd be in on Walker at 12 from Georgia. Like that would be a premium guy. And hey, you think I like him just as an edge player?
You're right about
you
him.
See him some as an off ball.
Some off ball stuff that
I'm
you
going
see
the
him do.
Micah Parsons route with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And he even wears number 11.
Yeah.
I mean, he plays. He's that kind of guy. I'd love to have an opportunity to draft Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan, at 12. I think so. There's probably 3 or 4 guys there. And maybe those guys are going to go a little bit higher because of the uncertainty of the other. People are trying their best in that top 10 not to take huge risks.
Well, let me ask you this about Genty, because you're right, Zach. He is the hot pick in the mock drafts. I mean, I had to go searching for a mock that didn't have Ashton Genty being the Cowboys pick at 12. With the conclusion of yesterday's game, a lot of mock drafts populated. But do you feel like the Cowboys are a star running back away from getting back into contention? Like, what kind of an impact does that have on your team? Because if not, then I think you should, invest in other pieces of the infrastructure of this roster.
Genty will help you in your red zone offense. I mean, Rico, I think the Cowboys were second worst in rushing touchdowns this year. I think the only team that was worse was Cleveland, which is somewhat surprising. But the Cowboys, I think, had 6 total rushing touchdowns. They weren't able to get into the end zone. Like, Rico did not score touchdowns this year. That was something that Zeke was amazing at during those first few years.
Even when he went bad, he was still good at getting in the end zone. Yeah.
And Genty's one of these guys, even against Oregon and Penn State. I know you want to say, okay, well, the level of competition. Look at the missed tackles forced. He's not a back that has to have an elite offensive line to be productive. So I'm with you, especially in this class. If you look at which position group stretches the most, it might very well be running back. But if I want to get a plug-and-play difference maker at 12 and I don't want to stress about it, Genty is probably the safest bet you can get. And yes, I think this team specifically, based on having the quarterback in Dak Prescott, needs an established running game to help him.
Yeah,
especially with the health questions moving forward.
If the offensive line is going to struggle in certain times, this guy makes people miss. Now, we'll say, okay, well, can he make NFL guys miss? Yeah, I've seen Bijan Robinson, similar type of running style, make people in NFL miss. So to me, I look at it as I just that clean player that could come in and help you right now, I think he can be a difference maker. These other ones that I'm looking at, I think there's some really good players. I don't know how they come in and immediately change your game. That's what I worry about right now.
Yeah, and with the offensive line, I wouldn't mind a tackle who might have to play guard for a while because I don't know what the situation is with Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton. You know, if one of those guys has a tremendous amount of talent and the biggest concern is he might have to play guard, I think that's the guy that I want. I don't see you guys talking about any centers though, right?
Haven't seen his first round center
might
yet.
Be second round work.
Yeah, not the first round. And another name that I want to throw out there is Jahdae Barron out of Texas. I mean,
I have him as a first round grade. Yeah, I have a first round grade on him. I actually like him better, the Texas corner, better than Will Johnson, the Michigan corner. Yeah.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. An absolutely massive day of NFL news, though, as teams start to sort out their coaching situations, and the Cowboys, as always, a big focus of that. So if anything happens there, we will break in with the latest update. But in addition to the finest up next, Chuck, where are you taking it?
Could this end up being a Dallas Cowboy? Micah Parsons already on the recruiting trail. We'll get to that plus your latest coaching news. But I got to talk some Prize Picks, shall we? Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. An edition of An Expressway is coming up here in about 20 minutes. We'll go commercial free to the top. There has been a Mavs injury development throughout the day that I think could put the playoffs at risk now. And we'll reset you on that coming up in 20. Here's Wolchuk with the Chiafalo's football's finest.
All right. Yes, if you missed it, Mike McCarthy has been requested by the Bears to interview with him. We're not sure yet what the Cowboys have decided on that, but maybe this is the initiative, as you've said, Brian Broaddus, to get the Cowboys moving. Maybe they do something here. Maybe they're saying, oh my gosh, our guys want it. Let's go ahead and get that thing done. Let's get this ironed out. Or they say, you know what? Sayonara, Mike, and we're moving on to somebody else.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We've heard nothing but positivity coming from the Joneses.
All positive.
All positive about things with Mike McCarthy. Love the way he coaches. Loves the way the team plays for him. Loves the way, there's a lot of things to love about Mike McCarthy. I'm really surprised that Jerry Jones didn't say, looking forward to rolling up my sleeves, getting in the room with Don Yee and kind of hammering this thing out. But he didn't say that.
Didn't say that.
Yep, didn't say that.
Not say that. He did not.
Yeah.
Now, somebody did say something yesterday after the game in Miami. First time in Tyreek Hill's career, he is not playing in the postseason. And Mike McDaniel, who apparently is safe as well in Miami, there's not going to be any movement there with the head coach or the general manager, Chris Greer. They're both going to return, according to the owner. I guess Tyreek Hill didn't play in the fourth quarter. Now, Mike McDaniel said that there didn't appear to be anything wrong with him. Other people played, but Tyreek Hill decided not to. But here was the Cheetah after the game talking to reporters.
I mean, for me, like I said, man, I just got to do what's best for me and my family, dog. If that's here, if that's wherever the case may be, man, I'm finna open that door for myself, dog. As I'm opening the door, like, I'm out, bro. You know, so it was great playing here, but, you know, at the end of the day, bro, I got to do what's best for, you know, for my career and, you know, what's best. Because I'm too much of a competitor to be, you know, just
does that mean you're
out there.
Mean you're thinking about leaving here?
If it is, hey, yes.
Yes. Now, Micah Parsons has already hit the recruitment at Cheetah on Twitter. We can be the fastest duo in the league. We also don't have state income taxes. Cowboys, you just heard it from John Machota earlier. They're right now the favorites to land Tyreek Hill. I don't know how this happens. Maybe you end up getting a scenario where Miami decides to eat some of that contract. I don't know what you've got to give up, but what do we think? Can we dream a little bit? Tyreek Hill is a Dallas Cowboy next year. You need a wide receiver, too, opposite CeeDee Lamb. Hell, he could play running back.
I think if this is 90s or even 2000s Jerry Jones, this would be a very exciting topic to have right now. I think the last time we had one of these topics that had some real bite to it was probably Nnamdi Asomugha in the summer of 2011. As far as, big time free agents that the Cowboys might be pursuing. I would love it. I think this, very Dak friendly. I think the deep ball would be back, combo him up with CeeDee Lamb. But yeah, I'm surprised that a betting outfit would put 3-1 odds on that. I think that should probably cost them some of their credibility.
It's pretty amazing when you look at that contract. I think that this one might be an interesting one to move here. I'm not sure if there's an out on the deal. I got to do some research.
Potential out after the 2025 season.
Okay.
The base salaries are low. A lot of that money came guaranteed at signing. So I think it's somewhat, plausible. I think the base salary for 2025 is $10 million. Right. So if they were willing to eat all of that in exchange for draft compensation, maybe a rebuilding Dolphins team would be willing to let Tyreek Hill go to you. At 30 years old, going to be 31 here in just a couple of months.
There's a lot of chatter about the Genty stuff. It's amazing. Just like you say the word running back, and people just want to fight. I think we've kind of seen the return of the running back a little bit this year, though. I mean, you look at the top 6 leading rushers this year in the NFL.
Are they giving you a name? Because I don't look at the text. Are they giving you names they'd like to have it?
No, they're not.
And I
It's
see
just-
what
it's just
Dawson's
no
saying,
running
and
back.
Dawson
It's just no
is-
running back.
Yeah,
Wait, take a running back, and I get it. This year specifically is one where like that applies. This year is an outstanding running back class.
He's going to be the best player on your board. I'm just telling you.
But he
that.
probably is going to be.
Yeah. So, I'm also interested in seeing the other names though too.
Yeah.
I just have some questions about some of these offensive linemen, which usually linemen are like a surefire pick 'em and you're fine.
Dude, last year the offensive tackle class, oh my gosh, it was delicious. This year, I mean, all these tackles were basically talking about kicking in and moving them to guard. It's very questionable. But you look at the rushing leaders this year. It was a first-round pick, a second-round pick, a first-round pick, a second-round pick, a first-round pick, a first-round pick. I mean, these guys are all taken high in the draft. That's who's leading the league in rushing. You can find a back in the mid-rounds. You can. They can be productive.
Yeah.
But a difference-making guy that I'm going to run my offense through, it seems as though, at least this year, and I think we can probably go back and look, and people don't have the same response when it comes to wide receivers. I did the homework. How many guys have won Super Bowls have been taken in the first round since 2000? It's like 7, right? So, like, we can nitpick and do this with every single position when it comes to positional value. Get me a generational running back. It's going to help your football team.
Sure.
I just think all the other positions, they can go out and dominate, and they're impacting the passing game. Chunk plays in the passing game are such a bigger predictor of success than the running game. You give me average player at running back, I'm getting a lot of the same production. Maybe there's a touchdown less. But, when you're looking at building a football team, I look at the running back as like a finishing piece. And you can't say, here's a running back that went to this situation and turned around this offense. Like Bijan Robinson with Atlanta, he couldn't do anything to help Kirk Cousins. What could help Kirk Cousins is a good offensive line and multiple receivers. That's, those are the kind of things that help your quarterback. I don't think Bijan Robinson puts you back into contention. Saquon Barkley was a great icing on the cake for Philadelphia, right? And is actually helping Jalen Hurts as part of a team that has a tremendous offensive line, 2 great wide receivers, and now we're going to give you another thing to worry about. But just putting a running back on an average offense isn't fixing it.
Well, then, if that's the case, then we need to focus then on these wide receivers. We need to focus, and you pray that McMillan somehow gets to you.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
All right, but then you're probably looking at Burden and
Egbuka. And I do love me some Emeka Egbuka. And Burden's a fun player. I mean, the yak that he's going to give you,
but
very explosive.
I would like to steer back to offensive line, though, because
I can't help you there. I really can't.
No, there's nothing there.
If you want me to, I'll draft you. I'll probably have an opportunity to take the best tackle in the draft, but he's coming off a knee injury, and I'll probably be able to draft you. If you want to take Banks, there's questions about the Texas kid.
How about the Alabama linebacker Jihad?
The Campbell?
I think 12 is probably a little too high for
I got him
him.
in the second round.
I mean, that'd be and maybe this is a great year to do trade back if you can.
But
right?
there's got to be a player there that somebody
wants.
That's exactly right. That's the trade back stuff is always really a good thought until it's like, who is somebody going to come up and get? And if it's a draft that doesn't have a lot of depth, at the top, then you kind of wonder who's somebody going to come get. But if we're going to do this, we're going to have to focus in on the wide receivers. We're probably going to have to focus on Banks, the tackle at Texas. We're probably going to have to focus in on one of these edges, whether that be Walker or Williams, both from Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. Do you think Graham goes before? The defensive tackle?
I think so. I think there's some probably going to look at him as the best defensive player in the draft, possibly.
Yeah. Barron, the corner, does he move the needle for you? Does a corner move the needle?
Absolutely.
And they need a corner really badly.
Okay.
I mean, you got 3 under contract, I think.
Then we got to focus on the receiver, the guard, the edge, and then the corners. That's where we need to focus right now.
Yeah. I just don't agree with the hate towards the running backs.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand it. And some are like, yeah, well, they're not on the same team. 3 out of the top 5 are on the same team that drafted them. And it's not all about the line. Like, can you tell me an offensive lineman on the Colts if you're texting in? Do the Colts have a great offensive line? Jonathan Taylor was just 4th.
But what did they do? What did they do? Did they win?
He was
4th in the league in rushing, and what did that give you?
They were a game out of making the playoffs, right? They were. But, I mean, are they even close without Jonathan Taylor doing what he's doing?
Mm-hmm.
What do they have at quarterback? They don't have a quarterback
It's just so much harder to find quality outside of the first round at these other positions. I can find for $5 million a running back. I can't find a good corner for cheap. I can't find another good wide receiver for cheap. That's the opportunity that's staring you in the face. You hit on that. It's a 30, 35, $40 million player. I can replace running back.
I looked at 215 players one year, and Puka Nacua wasn't one of them. So maybe you can find a wide receiver.
I guess the counter would be like Rico ran for 1,000 yards. What did that get the Cowboys? Right?
Nothing.
Like if that's what we want to say, right? Like it's all. I think it's just all about finding the best players, and then
because free agency puts a number on these guys.
Yeah, and a lot of people were saying it's too much what they're getting, what Josh Jacobs is getting, what Barkley's getting, what Derrick Henry's getting. I don't think any of those teams are looking at it now and saying, "Man, we regret paying those back."
But it's a half or a third of what other positions get.
If you look at Barkley's number, though, I mean, if you walk it through, they kick the can on that. His cap number is like really, really low. That's kind of the Philadelphia way. Yeah. They've got these high-priced players that we think, but they're all their cap numbers or the actual dollars you pay for them is not very high. So I don't know. I could say me personally, I would fight all day for that running back. But if we're in that mode, if you're in that mode where you don't want the running back and you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, then you need to look at the wide receivers. You're probably going to have an opportunity at maybe the second or third best wide receiver. You're probably going to have a chance at the first best offensive tackle. Mind you, he has a knee injury. You're going to probably have a chance at the second or third best edge rusher. And you're probably going to have a chance at the second or third best corner. That's how that's going to play out for you if you don't want to deal with the running back.
Man, winning that Tampa game really, pushed us back a little bit. And, the more Brian talks about this, the more actually you're convincing me that you should be considering running back here just because of how flawed the other prospects are.
That's the only problem
what I would
have.
hate to do is avoid a running back because I got to go with a premium position when there's not anything resembling a great pick.
I hear the argument, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, especially because running back stretches.
Sure.
But I'd hate to take Kenneth Grant out of Michigan because I think that it's a more valuable position, and then the dude ends up not being any good. And I'm watching Ashton Genty take over the NFL as a rookie.
That's why they took Taco.
I have a bigger problem taking Pierce.
Yeah, I mean, I just threw out any random name.
I have a bigger problem. And you're right. I mean, to me, if you gave me a choice between Grant and Pierce, the Tennessee edge, or the Michigan 337-pound tackle, I'd probably, and I know you liked Harmon.
I like Harmon. And there's a lot of people that probably would disagree. I've talked to others.
Harmon's from Oregon.
Bobby doesn't like Harmon. Bobby thinks he might get, he's tired, looks lazy. Okay. I like Harmon. But at 12, 12's high for me.
This is what we're dealing with. I mean, this is the problem. You're going to stack these guys and you're going to go, man, okay, I feel good about this. I feel good about this. Okay, now I'm starting to have some questions here. But you're going to stack them because that's how they're going to come off the board. And to me, I look at Genty as I'm just trying not to 12 make a mistake. And I think if that's the wrong reason, I'll tell you what, though, if you gave me a choice, if you said, hey, listen, we're not going to take a running back, I'll take that corner from Texas, Barron. I'll take him. I will.
I would too.
Yeah, now you let Jordan Lewis go. You buy some time for Diggs to come back, and now you have Diggs, Bland, and him.
Yeah,
I mean now you've built an incredible, arsenal in your secondary.
Reville, I think, is really good from East Carolina too, but he's got a knee injury. There's two players, the best players potentially at their positions, that have knee surgeries, coming off knee surgeries that teams are going to have to deal with.
That's the big bummer.
Out of you have 12 players on your board, and two of the best players have knee injuries that you're dealing with. So
that's like if you're the Cowboys, you got Overshown, you got Diggs. Like, I got enough players that are coming off of injury. Can I bank on a corner coming off a torn ACL?
That's why you take Barron.
Nerve-wracking.
That's why you take Barron.
Absolutely.
Hunter's going to be gone. You're going to take Barron is what you're going to do.
It's. I love the conversation, and I just love talking draft. I mean, even if we're not agreeing, 877-881-1053. I love the interaction, and you're right. Quentin Nelson would be the one name I'm looking for everybody to say off the Colts. But can you name me 4 others without looking? The answer would probably be absolutely not. We don't know how good that Colts offensive line is because they're average. They are. They're an average offensive line outside of Quentin Nelson. Now, Gerard Mayo gets fired. He's one and done in New England. Maybe this is because of Vrabel. Maybe he had something to do with this because he interviews with the Jets. Now Bob Kraft's like, oh, no, I don't want to see that. Rob Gronkowski, former teammate of Gerard Mayo, on the Fox broadcast yesterday. This happened during the post-game show. They're working the afternoon games. It's halftime. They go to Gronk. Oh, my gosh, what do you think about Gerard Mayo, your old buddy, getting fired?
Gronk, Gerard Mayo out after one season as the Patriots head coach.
I was shocked by that. And to happen that soon was a shocker to a lot of people, especially here at the desk. We were all surprised by that. I think it was unfair to Coach Gerard Mayo. I mean, he had never had the chance to develop as a head coach. He was just a rookie himself in that department. And if you judge a coach by their first year, that's really not appropriate. I mean, Jimmy Johnson, you went 1-15 your first year, and then you won a couple Super Bowls after that. I mean, he really...
Hey, we got to go to break.
Oh, I mean...
All right, we're going to keep talking about that.
Yeah, we got much more.
Poor Gronk. He's about to go off here. Stay on the table for his guy. Yeah, we got to go to break. Sorry, Gronk. Sorry about that. Just cut and interrupted the poor guy.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody was yelling in his ear. Break, break.
Kraft is listening. Go ahead. Cut to break.
I feel like when Gronk is talking, it's like the kid in typing class who's like hunting and pecking, looking for one key every 3 seconds. And anybody else talking is just like the secretary rattling words out.
Oh, my gosh. Watching my father type is hilarious because he's like the one finger. Like, he looks at me all the time. He's like, how do you do that? How are you able to type? Well, we took lessons in school.
Yeah.
They didn't do that, I guess, in South Africa.
2 years worth. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
An edition of The Finest is in the books. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here. 2 guys, 1 booth at 6 o'clock. But the Expressway is coming up next. Everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast day here on 105 through the Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the...
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Zimmer sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back, Nation. It's time now to hit the Expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. And the Expressway is brought to you by our friends at the On Time Experts. Man, it is cold out there. 95% chance of snow on Thursday, 75% chance on Friday. And between now and then, I feel like we're at like 28 degrees with 30-mile-an-hour winds. It was insane. You guys were probably at the stadium yesterday by the time it got to late morning. But I guess it was like 70 degrees at about 6 a.m. And by the time we got to 11 a.m., it felt like we were in Alaska.
I drove to the stadium.
Okay.
I left my house at 7:30. It was 66 degrees. And by the time I got to Arlington and parked, it was 52.
Woo. Yeah, plunging.
And then last night, so we had to do the walk up the tunnel after the game kind of a thing. And
that's the worst.
But fortunately, we're parked right there, so it's just hop around the corner and go.
Just that quick, like,
can't get the door
seconds.
open. The wind was blowing so hard I couldn't get the door open. I mean, it was just bad on the tunnel.
Well, yesterday I was walking around throughout the late morning in the backyard trying to get the pool equipment covered, anticipating this snow and ice. So I had some plastic sheeting over it with like some bricks and some stone trying to weigh it down, and I had it tied. I don't know if it's going to make it throughout the week, but I saw these people last year. What they did with their pool equipment is they put like a dome over it, create a little bit of a greenhouse effect. That, if the power does go out, it can be very expensive. Like when that pool equipment breaks, happened to me, I think, in the storm of 2019 or 2020. I learned that lesson hard, and that one was brutal. But Cotton Bowl officials say they are ready for the inclement forecast. It's going to be the biggest football game in DFW since the Super Bowl back in 2011. They'll let everybody know if there are any changes in plans there for the semifinal game, which is Friday night at 6:30 there in Arlington. Going to be exciting.
We'll start seeing those Ohio State folks and the Texas folks all show up at the here. So that'll be good. Spend a lot of money, folks, if you're coming to town.
Yeah. It'll be an amazing time. And those Ohio State fans, they got to have some serious money. It seems like they're constantly traveling.
They're constantly traveling.
Yeah.
They were last week they're at the Rose Bowl. This week they're in Dallas, and then I guarantee you the next week they'll be when the game is with the 20th in Atlanta, if that's the case. But
50, 60,000 strong.
They travel
wherever the team goes.
Very well.
We got to talk some Mavericks with you. We'll have the latest on the Cowboys here coming up in just a few minutes, and what's going on with Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones tonight. But who steps up to lead this Mavs team now is a significant question. After the report a few hours ago, Kyrie Irving out an estimated 1 to 2 weeks. He'd been ruled out since late last week. We were told at the time it was an illness. Well, you're actually looking at a herniated disc in his back. They are hoping to have a better timeline after they see how he responds to treatments here in the next couple of days. But I feel like missing the playoffs is now in the cards for this basketball team, especially when you combine it with the news from yesterday, Luka Doncic rolling around the Mavs sideline there in that wheelie cart. And who knows exactly what that means, but a Twitter doctor said, well, if he's at that stage in his recovery where he can barely put weight on it, he's looking at another 4 to 6 weeks from here. And we know, obviously, from Kevin Durant a few years ago, you do want to be, maximum careful with the calf. You don't want that going on to an Achilles injury. But anyway, could be out through the All-Star break. And then Kyrie Irving, if the neck doesn't, bounce back or show great signs of recovery, that could be one that impacts an extended period of time as well. They can't say anything beyond 1 to 2 weeks, and they'll see how the treatment goes. But you're just a few games clear of the play-in situation right now. I feel like when you get Luka and Kyrie back, you're going to have to be trying to dig out and play yourself back into playoff contention. I guess at this point, if I had to call it, I think they're going to be a play-in team.
Yeah. This is one where I didn't want to freak out about it, but now without Kyrie and Luka for potentially 2 weeks, this is tough. Like, you can have, the Luka injury, okay, I was feeling fine. You can weather that storm. Not having both of them, Jason Kidd, like, how well can you find a way to schematically figure things out defensively? You need Gafford and you need Lively to really stay healthy now. PJ, I can't have you missing any time. Whether it's Dinwiddie, Grimes, Hardy, I need one of you rotating every night, putting up 20-plus points. Najee, don't be getting suspended again. Like, it's all hands on deck because this is still a team I think they're good enough, and they've proven it doesn't matter what seed they get. Just get into the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Just get in. That's all that matters for this team.
And they've played so well at times this year so far that I've felt like they are going back to the finals. You know, their ability to defend and play multiple styles of offense. But, you know, sometimes there are just great teams that can't get past the injury hang up in one season or another. And maybe this is that year where that negative stuff compounds against you. But I think there's enough in here. Like if you started the season and you have P.J. Washington and Dinwiddie and Grimes and Marshall and Gafford and Lively, I mean, Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
This could be this is a play-in team, you know? Can you target, hey, let's win 40% of our games until we have Kyrie back, and you know, can we win 55% of the games? I think the other thing that might be leading to my concern right now is just the fact that they've lost 4 games in a row, and once you go on a losing streak, it's hard to imagine you're significantly better, but I have to feel like it's going to turn. And maybe it's tonight against Memphis. Maybe it's tomorrow against the Lakers. But right now, like, you know, I feel like there's a season on the line, Brian.
Yeah, there is. And you know, and if you look a little bit further down in the schedule, yeah, sure, there's the Pelicans game mixed in there with, but there's
you get Denver twice, you get OKC twice.
That's what I'm saying.
You got Boston in there.
Yeah, you mix in the Pelicans that one time, and then you get Denver on their, you know, they're here on a Thursday Saturday matchup, you know, that the way the schedule works sometimes. Then you got you've got the Oklahoma City matchup. I mean, this is going to be really, really difficult for them, you know, for them to have to, hopefully they can win the games. We talked about the 6 games they potentially could win with Luka being out. You know, they've lost already 2 of those games, the Portland game and then also the game against Sacramento, you know, and those are games you absolutely needed with these other games, you know, now in the balance, like with Memphis and others that we've talked about. So yeah, this losing streak could actually be pretty lengthy when we get to the end of it.
Maybe Klay Thompson can step up. He was a point guard in college, you know, and he was a really good one. You know, a lot of things could happen, but, you know, you have an offense built around Luka, and then you have an offensive style built around Kyrie with more motion, more transition. This has got to be totally different and simplified, and I would think we got to rebound everything. We have to play great defense, try to keep teams under 110 for sure, maybe 105, and then figure out a way to knock shots, but this is definitely an anxious time for Mavs fans, okay? We were just talking about Ashton Genty quite a bit, and the draft talk is ramping up, and all the mock drafts are picking Genty to come to the Cowboys. Kind of reminds me of, you know, when Zeke was out there and all the mocks were saying, oh, yeah, it just makes too much sense. But Kevin Sherrington in the Morning News writing this afternoon why the Cowboys should target Arizona State running back Cam Skattebo in the 2025 NFL Draft. I love a physical runner. I love his attitude, his, you know, everything that goes along with them. Mm-hmm. Tremendous athlete. You know, obviously with a guy that is that physical, the comparisons with Marion Barber are there. Maybe Marshawn Lynch, Mike Allstott. Like there's a lot of, you know, fun players that, you know, come to mind as you're watching Skattebo play. Based on what you guys have seen so far, where would the Cowboys take him? You know, and what would you think of that pick?
I talked to some people around the league about him, and the way that people don't value running backs, they think that he's probably a 3rd-round player.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Because I was kind of guessing 3rd.
Yeah, and that was from Gang of 7 folk. And maybe things will change as we get to get going here. I'll say this though: if you're not interested in taking Genty in the 1st round, and you want to turn around and take one in the 2nd, Hampton from North Carolina. I've said this guy reminds me of DeMarco Murray as a player. Okay. And 6'1", 220 pounds. And then also Caleb Johnson from Iowa is another guy. If you remember, Zach, you'll remember this one, and people who watched Arizona Cardinals, Trey Benson, who came out of Florida State, 6 foot, 225 pounds. These are 2 quality backs. And then this weekend, Texas is going to face Ohio State.
Both those dudes. Judkins, speed.
Yeah.
And Henderson, I thought, should have come out last year. I was very high on Trevion Henderson. He showed out in the Rose Bowl, has not had to carry the load as much this year because of Judkins, but both those backs can play.
Judkins reminds me of Brian Robinson from the Commanders in the way he plays.
Sounds like a deep draft there for running backs.
We didn't even talk about Ollie Gordon.
Yeah, that's just part of the running backs we've gone through. So if you're really not interested in that, in taking and you want to go another position, there are some runners that people can clearly look at that have some NFL comparisons to them.
Top story we're tracking right before the show started today. We got the report that Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones are going to meet. Maybe they have met already. Doesn't sound like it'd be that lengthy of a conversation, but we haven't had any update on that. And then we're watching for an update on if they're going to give Mike McCarthy permission to chat with the Chicago Bears, who have asked for permission. The question for you here at 877-881-1053, the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open for you. Should the Cowboys bring back Mike McCarthy? You've seen him work for 5 years, the 3 12-win seasons, the disappointment of the first year, and then this most recent year. How would you answer that question, Brian? Should the Cowboys bring him back?
Yeah, I think that Mike deserves to come back, but I'm only going to do it with the caveat that neither him nor Brian Schottenheimer is going to be the primary play caller. And I might even look to upgrade my offensive line coach here as well. I might make some staff changes. If Mike's not willing to do that, if he doesn't want to give up the play calling, or he's like, well, let's have a compromise in Brian Schottenheimer, then I'm kind of feeling like, no, I probably need to move on here.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the situation I'm looking at. Mike McCarthy has every right to, if he, coming back, he say, listen, if you want me back, I'd like these concessions. And if Jerry doesn't agree to that, then Mike could probably say, well, I'll go take an interview somewhere else. But I'm okay with Mike McCarthy. I just don't want him as my primary play caller, nor do I want Brian Schottenheimer as my primary play caller. And I want some potential staff changes with the offensive line coach. Those are my requests.
I wonder how open Mike McCarthy would be to that, because he was open to it when he took the job. And then about midway through his tenure, he was like, I want to call plays, and he's ridden that out. And now that you've seen that, and if you're the Cowboys and like, hey, we want to go back to how it was when you first got here. We don't know who the OC is going to be, but maybe we can figure that out together. And, at that point, I would love to have Mike McCarthy back. I think what he does for the culture, for, the players being, satisfied or happy with their jobs, I think they're all on his side. And buy-in is so important when you're trying to put something together like this. I don't think he's the absolute best coach you could have, but I think he's better than what the Cowboys would likely replace him with. So that's why I'm hoping that at some point tonight or tomorrow before the show, we get word the Cowboys have declined the Bears' request to chat with Mike McCarthy because they've given him a contract extension, and now we can continue on with the rest of the day of or the offseason of news. Do you share Micah's optimism? He believes 2025 can be a quick turnaround. Says this is the lowest of the lows, and if you give myself another chance, if you give this locker room another opportunity and attack this thing the right way, I promise you we'll be a playoff contending team next year. I say absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe the only thing that gives me concern is how horribly they played with Dak Prescott, starting out that year and building that 3-7 record. That leaves a stain, but they played so well with Cooper Rush and a banged up roster. I think you put this thing back together, and next year they're probably a wild card team.
I don't think Philadelphia and the Commanders are going away.
You got the Commanders' number.
Yeah,
I'm not scared of that.
I think the Commanders will get better. I should. I think the Commanders are going to figure some more things out. They caught some good games as far as winning some games they probably should have lost, but good for them. Making that they have their coach. There's buy-in. The organization's a brand new ownership. Things are feeling good over there. Maybe I don't see them sitting back and I see them kind of hammer down here, and we know Howie and Philly will hammer down. So Dallas has got to be ready to match that. The schedule is not going to be easy for anybody in the NFC East. Mm-hmm. You got the NFC North, and then you got the AFC West that you have to do.
Chiefs at home next year.
So
it's
not
going to be tough.
Packers. This is going to be a very difficult schedule for the Cowboys. For everybody in the NFC East, it's going to be a difficult schedule. dealing with those two divisions.
But that is the beauty of the NFL, right? You can stink one year and you can come back and be a playoff team the next. I think absolutely. They'll be right back in the conversation of a playoff team. They do need to improve this roster. The roster wasn't good enough. Jerry said it yesterday. I mean, that is a conversation as well. Did they set Mike up for failure? I know, Brian, you've said Mike has a say in the personnel. That's 100% true. But this roster was not good enough. They've got to add more talent to this thing. But heck, preseason, nobody was really thinking Minnesota was going to be a playoff team this year. Denver was going to be a playoff team this year. I thought Washington, but a lot of people were out on Washington. In the NFL, every year, there's always a team that pops up. And the Cowboys have a history of, like, they'll stink one year, and then they'll bounce back and be pretty good the next year. So I think they'll be back in the conversation.
I do, too. They are probably going to lose Osa and Jordan Lewis and Zach Martin and Brandon Cooks and DeMarcus Lawrence. So, I suppose anything is possible. But for the most part, I agree with what Micah was putting down there. Giants keeping their head coach and GM. Dayball is back. This is wonderful.
That helps you.
I mean, they win the game. They moved to third in the draft order, and now they're keeping their coach and GM, which I think has proven to be pretty impotent so far in their tenure. You got to love that. Texas Rangers traded right-handed pitcher Owen White to the Reds in exchange for cash designated for assignment in December when they brought in Hobie Milner. 25-year-old former top 100 prospect, slumped in each of his last two seasons, couldn't latch on at the big league level. If he goes to the Reds and starts figuring it out, Wolchuk, that is going to be one of the most frustrating things we've ever seen.
Oh, my
That's
gosh.
saying
If
a
this
lot.
is Cole Reagan's 2.0, that would be sickening.
There is also Roki Sasaki news, Japanese ace being bid on currently. Ken Rosenthal saying the Rangers are obvious front runners, one of 5 teams that Sasaki has met with. Sasaki's agent, Joe Wolf, says he will visit 1 or 2 cities ahead of his signing window, which will run from January 15th through the 23rd, Brian.
Yeah, and I asked some of my friends in Major League Baseball in the scouting level, I asked them, Sasaki, where do you think he ends up? They think the Mariners or the Padres are the 2 teams. And the reason one of my scout buddies gave, he's going to value pitching development very highly on his list. And they say the Rangers don't have many homegrown pitching success stories, at least compared to the Mariners, and they might be the top of the list for that. So there's going to be some other factors as well. The Rangers score higher on those, but the pitching development is big for this particular player. So keep an eye on the Mariners and the Padres from what I'm hearing.
Rangers fans, join us Thursday night starting at 6:30. Autographs with Marcus Semien, Cody Bradford downstairs in our performance showroom. The Rangers Winter Caravan presented by Coca-Cola is kicking off. That's Thursday, 6:30 right here, 75 and Fitzhugh, free Whataburger. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
Too much smoking this weekend, dog. Vape, cigars. It's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because when you stop, that's when it all starts trying to come up a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, shout out to those CrossFit athletes I'm watching here on ESPN, whatever the hell.
Yeah.
Okay.
My God, they are ripped.
Yeah. Dude.
These CrossFit athletes are ripped. I'm getting motivated, bro. I'm about to Google up CrossFit workouts and everything. I'm about to be ripped by March.
Is that like throwing tires and stuff?
They are doing all the old school
battery
workouts.
hold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're taking those 2 ropes and flinging them.
They are going insane, dude. I got to see
Box
this.
jumps.
I'm stopping by the men's tee this week. I am.
Yeah, they'll get you right.
But yeah, man, I'm trying to look like a CrossFit athlete.
Yeah.
What level of tea do you need to give to this man? All right, man, let's get into it. What? Would you double it up?
Yeah, double it up.
Hey, last time I went, it was like 1,100. He said, we got to get you down. I was like, no.
Wrong way. Get you down.
Yeah, don't play with me, bro.
Maybe temporarily.
Yeah, for
Then
real.
we're shooting right back up.
All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right into the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time to smoke.
Here.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
Yes, sir.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Real live Redskin fine in Dallas, you hear me? Just walk to the little corner store. Oh man, turn the heads like no other, Jack, you hear me? On Mother's Most all the way up. You hear me? 10 and 5, we getting live and we outside. You know what I'm talking about? Sun shining, got all work early, Skins came back for the W. Man, we turned. You hear me? I go to the store, everybody tells me, man, I know you proud today. All the Cowboy fans, they ain't even hating, I ain't even gonna be I ain't even gonna gas you and be like Cowboy fans was hating. They was showing love. They like, man, we proud of y'all, shorty. Y'all been taking L's for so long. They started calling y'all Cool J. I said, yeah, I take that, respect. But we up now. Redskin fan in Dallas, not a Commander fan, Holmes. You and me. I still got Black Joe on my shit. You hear me? Dub 6, shorty, we outside. This Tone, y'all.
That's Tone outside, y'all. Representing the Skins all the way here in DFW. Shout out to Genuine, the R&B singer Genuine. I know he's a big Dallas Cowboy fan, and he's from D.C. That's got to be a weird situation for him because D.C. is celebrating right now. And you looking silly with the Rivals jersey on in your hometown. I know you are, Genuine.
I love that.
But I respect you, bro. I appreciate what you do for us out here. This is LA Live for Monday, January 6th, 2024. Happy January 6th to all the listeners that celebrate January 6th. It's like my 4th of July, brother. It's a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Word to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for the name. Before I get started, did y'all see that Jamaican man that won the Super Lotto?
No.
What a fantastic way to start the new year.
The 1.2 bill?
No, not the Super Lotto's. Not for us. This is in Jamaica. $162 million jackpot this man took home at the beginning of the year. God, I've seen what you have done for others. In the name of the Father.
Gosh, please.
This man is from St. Elizabeth out there in Jamaica. He showed up to collect his money wearing a full Grinch outfit.
Wow.
Full Grinch outfit.
Sending a message. You're getting none of this.
Full Grinch outfit, man. Shout out to that dude. Started off the year something crazy. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all. If you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, our winner right here comes from the holidays, just now released. It's a church choir, sings Silent Night, or at least they tried.
Holy night. All is calm. All is bright.
Take your time, dog.
Round your burden, oh, my mother and child.
I like how they tried.
They tried.
Holy infant, oh dear, tender and fine.
Backup's got it going on a little bit.
Yeah.
They can help.
All right.
Was that his Make-A-Wish?
Good God.
I just want to sing with the church one time.
He said, do we have any sopranos? And he put his hand up like, yeah, I got it.
I got you, man.
Man, put your hand down, dog. All right, shout out to Joy Taylor out there, boy. You are doing it, Joy.
Oh, Joy.
You are doing it. All types of photos and everything are going down the timeline.
Did you see Zion?
No, he needs to be worried about rehab.
Zion commented on a post and said, "Can I be next?"
Is that real or is it NBA Central?
It might be a ball sacking, but I hope it's real because Joy replied and said, "Ooh, gross, blocked." But it could be a ball sacking.
I'll tell you what. If I found out that was L. Duncan, I'll come unglued.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you want to hear some hate coming from LA? I'll come unglued, bro. I probably won't leave my crib for a while. You heard about what happened to L.
The envy.
It's a damn shame, man. Damn shame. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. My Saturday night was great. Chef's kiss. Oh, my. My dad called me about 35 minutes before the Steelers game got ready to start.
Okay.
He said, your cousin and your uncle are in town. You know, they were out at the picking up a car. You want to pull up on him? My cousin's like a big Steelers fan. I'm like, hell yeah, I want to pull up on him. And then Dad hit me with the, I was by the liquor store too, and I picked up some of your favorite tequila.
Reposado, right?
Yeah, I tell you what, I didn't take no showers or nothing. I just, I was rushing that girl. Come on, we gotta go now. Come on now, hurry up. Yeah, come on now. So yeah, I jammed on over there, other side of Joe Pool. On my way though, I stopped by Tom Thumb. Hey, Joy.
Joy to be near you.
Yeah, girl. I sure do. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Her nephew's a heck of a player.
Yeah, she is too. Yeah, I stopped by Tom Thumb, picked up some chicken wings so we can fry a whole lot of chicken wings in them fryers he has out there. You know, the family's together, smoking cigars, drinking liquor, watching football, and just talking, having a good time.
That's the best.
It was a great time. And we polished off that big bottle. I'm talking about the big bottle, bro.
The half gallon?
Oh.
This right here, we polished this joint off.
That's a big one.
That's a big old bottle, right? I don't know how many milliliters this joint is.
1,500?
17.
Wow.
17. Yeah. We polished that thing off, I tell you what.
Nice.
And I tell you all of that because I woke up Sunday morning. To a report from the Surgeon General. Surgeon General says drinking alcohol increases cancer risk.